Chapter 1. With the black material in hand, the world is mine. Call. The sound of the wind when falling seemed to still linger in his ears, but the scene in front of him made Lu Xian sit up straight suddenly. The blinding white light, the familiar lecture hall, the voice speaking endlessly at the podium, and the slightly immature classmates around me. Isn't this the scene when he first started college? Didn't he suffer from depression due to years of cyberbullying and eventually jump off the rooftop in despair? Could it be reborn? As soon as this absurd thought came to his mind, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The host's strong resentment and resentment are detected, which meets the requirements for binding to the black material system. The host has been troubled by so-called black material all his life, and now he has obtained the black material system. The system has automatically bound the host's phone. Please use the black material app to take a photo of the target person to obtain the unknown black material information of the other party. Please note that different black materials have different values. The higher the value, the greater the impact it may have. This system is dedicated to using black material to make up for the mistakes made by the target person, and the host can receive rewards. Reform the target character and turn him or her from evil to good to receive rewards. It is detected that the host is bound for the first time. Do you want to open the novice gift package? A black material system? A newbie gift pack? Lu Xian's heart was pounding. This wasn't an illusion. He was truly reborn, and just like in the novel, he had obtained a golden finger the system. The frustration, pain and despair of the previous life surged into my heart like a tide, but were then washed away by this sudden hope. His fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Open. Open now. He muttered to himself. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 muscle tyrant hemp flower, 1 top-level beauty needle, and 2 black material exchange coupons. A series of prompt sounds made Lu Xian dazzled. Top-level beauty injections, as the name suggests, should be used to improve appearance. He understands the common routines in novels. Black material exchange vouchers, can they be directly exchanged for some black material? This is not difficult to guess. But muscle hemp flower? Why does this name sound so inappropriate? It sounds like some weird snack, but it's a product of the system. It can't be something you actually eat, right? Who cares? Just use it first. System, use the muscle powerful hemp flower. Use the top-level beauty needle. Lu Xian couldn't wait to give instructions in his mind. As soon as the command was given, an indescribable warm current instantly rose from the dantian, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling layers of waves and quickly spreading to every part of the body. Then, a gentle warmth gathered on his face, as if it was being gently caressed and kneaded by countless pairs of warm little hands. This feeling is wonderful. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and his originally weak and frail body was now filled with explosive power, as if every muscle had been reforged, compressed, and filled with toughness and vitality. He could even clearly feel that the muscle lines under his shirt had become smoother and tighter. Looking at the blurry reflection on the window glass next to him, Lu Xian was stunned. Is that still yourself? The skin that originally looked a little dull due to staying up late in depression has now become fair and delicate, with a faint healthy glow. The contours of his facial features seemed to become deeper and more three-dimensional, especially his eyes, which had swept away the haze of the past and became clear and bright. There was an indescribable look in his eyes. The whole person seemed to have been reborn, from an ordinary boy with a bit of decadence, into a sunny, handsome and energetic school idol. At this moment, a translucent panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Host, Lu Xian. Appearance, 7596 charming. Physique, 4480 beyond normal. Backpack, black material exchange voucher 2. His appearance soared to 96. His physique nearly doubled to a staggering 80. Lu Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Feeling the power surging within him and the confidence brought by his appearance, the flames of revenge ignited deep in his eyes. God gave him a chance to start over and also gifted him with such a powerful system. If this still cannot make those who once trampled on his dignity and ruined his life pay the price, then his rebirth would be in vain, and he would be unworthy of the decisive leap he made in his previous life. The scenes from the previous life appeared in my mind again. It was in this lecture hall, not long after school started, that Zhang Yining, the class beauty with an innocent appearance but a vicious heart, falsely accused him of peeping into the women's restroom and even took carefully taken photos from tricky angles. At that time, he had just come to the big city from the county town and was full of curiosity and a little timidity about the new environment. The teaching building has a complex structure, and the bathroom on that floor doesn't have any signs identifying men and women. He just needed to go to the bathroom urgently and wanted to confirm which was the men's restroom, so he peeked in at the empty sink area. Zhang Yining recorded this unintentional action with her mobile phone and posted it on the campus forum with some exaggeration. The headline was sensational, shocking. A freshman actually did this in the girls' restroom. Pictures reveal the truth. Then, things got out of control. The post was forwarded crazily and quickly spread outside the school to various social platforms such as TikTok and Weibo. The label of college voyeur was engraved on his name like a brand. What followed was an endless nightmare. My girlfriend broke up with me because she couldn't stand the strange looks. My parents, who were far away in my hometown, were criticized behind their backs by relatives and neighbors, who said they had raised a pervert. He was isolated and discriminated against in college. Wherever he went, people whispered about him and looked at him with contempt or curiosity. For 4 whole years, it was like living in hell. After graduation, no decent company was willing to hire him and his resume fell into oblivion. He tried to do some small business to make a living, but there were always righteous passers-by who recognized him, took videos and uploaded them to the internet, calling him an unrepentant peeping Tom. Explanation? He has explained countless times, but who would believe him? In the face of the illustration video, his excuses seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, tortured by endless despair and depression, he chose to end this miserable life. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's eyes became cold and sharp. He slowly turned his gaze, searching the classroom. Soon, he saw the familiar figure sitting by the window in the front row, with eye-catching long pink hair. It was Zhang Yining. A white tank top on the upper body and a pink and white pleated skirt on the lower body. As soon as the school started, she was voted the class beauty, and was even on par with the department beauty. At this moment, she was leaning sideways, whispering with the girl next to her with a sweet smile on her face, as if sharing some interesting gossip, completely unaware that she had become the #1 target on someone else's revenge list. On the podium, instructor Lu Hanyan, who was dressed in a well-fitting suit and had a capable temperament, was holding the microphone and explaining the subsequent procedures and precautions for new students to register. Her voice spread throughout the classroom through the loudspeaker. Lu Xian lowered his head calmly and took out the cell phone from his pocket. The screen lit up, and sure enough, among the many app icons, there was an icon with a simple design, black background and white text, and only a big black word. Is this the Black Material app? He took a deep breath, moved his fingertips slightly, and opened the app. The interface is extremely simple, with only a round button similar to a camera shutter and an album icon. When using the system for the first time, who should be chosen as the target of this experiment? His eyes flickered between Lu Hanyan on the podium and Zhang Yining in the front row. Lu Xian's gaze finally fixed on that touch of pink. As the initiator. Zhang Yining, you pushed me into the abyss with your own hands, so my revenge will naturally start from you. He adjusted his sitting position, quietly raised his mobile phone, and slid the camera seemingly casually across the crowd, finally aiming it precisely in the direction of Zhang Yining. I have to start with you. Let you also have a taste of the feeling of being ruined. Just tap your finger on the screen. A slight virtual shutter sound was heard, only he could hear it. Photo taken successfully. The photo was frozen, and it happened to be a scene where Zhang Yining was talking and laughing with her companions with her face turned sideways. Her smile was still sweet, but in Lu Xian's eyes, it was full of hypocrisy and malice. Analyzing target person information. Black material is being generated. Here it comes. Lu Xian's heartbeat quickened slightly. He was looking forward to what kind of gift the system would give him. Chapter 2 Hello Class Beauty, I have black material about you. Immediately afterwards, information about Zhang Yining was refreshed on the translucent panel. Name, Zhang Yining. Appearance, 90. Compensation value, 0. Measurements, 82-62-90. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Lu Xian's eyes quickly scanned these basic data, and his heart was calm. No matter how beautiful the appearance is, it cannot cover up the dirtiness inside. His attention was completely focused on the key information that followed. Black material generation completed. 2 redemption options pop up at the bottom of the screen. Exchange for 2,000 yuan, exchange for 1 black material exchange voucher. 2,000 yuan worth of black material? Or a redemption voucher? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. After being reborn, his pockets were cleaner than his face. Not to mention 2,000, even 200 yuan would be enough. Use the black material exchange voucher. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Almost instantly, the icon of a redemption voucher disappeared from the backpack bar, and was replaced by a PPT file icon marked with the word black material generated in the system interface. He moved his mind slightly and clicked on the PPT. Details of the black material: college entrance examination results were forged. Detailed description: the target individual, Zhang Yining, had a college entrance exam score that was a full 50 points below the admission score for Yenqing University. Her father, Zhang Jianguo, a deputy director-level cadre in a municipal education bureau, used a classmate to contact Li, then deputy director of the Yenqing University admissions office. Using his position, he used technical means to modify Zhang Yining's electronic and paper copies of her college entrance exam scores to bring her up to the admission standard. The PPT is more than 10 pages long, and is followed by a detailed chain of evidence. It includes but is not limited to excerpts of call records at several key points in time. Although there is no recording, the time and duration are marked. Screenshots of several suspicious large-value bank transfers. The recipient's account is partially concealed, but the direction is obvious, and even a scanned copy of a blurry photo of the original transcript before it was modified, as well as a text description of the internal operating procedures when forging the file. The details are so detailed that it is shocking. Trigger the black material quest, correct Zhang Yining's evil heart and turn her back to the right path. You will receive a reward. Oh, you also released a black material task? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth couldn't help but rise up, outlining a cold arc. Wow! This system is truly powerful. College entrance exam cheating. This is a bombshell that can ruin a person's future and even implicate a whole group of people. Once it is exposed, not only will Zhang Yining's dream of going to college be completely shattered, but her father, who is a government official, and Li from the admissions office will also be in tatters. Every one of them will be destroyed. The reputation of Yenqing University will also be damaged, and they will be dealt with seriously. He. Lu Xian laughed softly, his voice filled with a pleasure that had been suppressed for a long time. Zhang Yining, you deliberately wanted to ruin my reputation, but you didn't expect that there was such a big bomb hidden under your butt, right? He did not immediately want to make this negative information public. Direct exposure would certainly make her fall to the bottom in an instant, but that would be too easy for her. The pain she brought to herself in her previous life was torture day after day, year after year. Then in this life, he would let her experience the feeling of being in constant anxiety and worrying that the secret would be exposed. This piece of black material is the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. He wanted to control her first, make her work for him, and let her experience the powerlessness of having her fate controlled by others. When you get tired of playing with her, or when the time is right, kick her into the abyss. Let her admit her mistake and make amends. What is a true pervert? Lu Xian looked at Zhang Yining's back with her long pink hair swaying, his eyes dark. His gaze was like that of an experienced hunter locking onto his prey, full of confidence that he was in control of everything. At this moment, instructor Lu Hanyan put down the microphone from the podium and spoke in a clear voice. Okay, students, that's all for today. Everyone, please pay attention to the points I just mentioned, especially the safety issues. Return to the dormitory on time after class and don't stay out too late. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office or contact your counselor. As soon as the words fell, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. The sounds of chairs being pulled, the rustling of students packing up their books, and the sound of groups of people talking merged into a clamor of dispersal. Most of the students stood up and began to move towards the door. Lu Xian was not in a hurry. He stood up slowly, his eyes always fixed on Zhang Yining in the front row. She was packing up her things, chatting and laughing with the short-haired girl next to her, and seemed to be discussing where to eat in the evening. Lu Xian adjusted his collar, feeling the surging power and the confidence that came with a complete transformation in his body. He took a step forward and walked slowly towards Zhang Yining. He has a tall and straight figure, a face value of 96, and an outstanding temperament, making him particularly conspicuous even in a crowd. Some girls who had not left yet were involuntarily attracted to him and secretly looked at this classmate who was a little too handsome. Zhang Yining and her companions just picked up their bags and prepared to leave their seats. Student Zhang Yining. A clear and slightly magnetic voice sounded behind her. Zhang Yining subconsciously stopped and turned around with her companions. When they saw who was coming, she and her companions were stunned. The boy in front of me is tall, incredibly handsome, with fair skin, bright eyes, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He exudes a sunny and slightly aggressive charm. Who are you? Is there something wrong? Zhang Yining blinked, her tone filled with a subtle scrutiny and curiosity. Although she didn't know him, his appearance did surprise her a little. The short-haired girl next to her nudged Zhang Yining lightly with her elbow and gossiped excitedly in a low voice. Wow, Ningning, who is this handsome guy? Is he from our class? How come I don't have any impression of him? Could he have come to you specifically to confess his love? Of course he did. When Zhang Yining heard what her companion said, a little sense of vanity immediately rose in her heart. She originally planned to just say something and leave, but when she saw Lu Xian's face, she hesitated again. This appearance is definitely the level of the school idol, even more attractive than those recognized ones in the school. She modestly brushed the pink hair by her ear and put on a sweet smile again on her face. Hello, what can I do for you? Lu Xian looked at her pretentious appearance and sneered in his heart, but he still kept a gentle smile on his face. Hello, classmate, my name is Lu Xian, we are in the same class. I do have something I want to talk to you alone. Oh? Lu Xian? Zhang Yining searched her mind for the name, but she had no impression of it. However, that didn't matter. She was more concerned about the other party's purpose in contacting her. Is there something that can't be said here? She glanced at the students who were still around and thought to herself. If he really came to confess his love, with so many people watching, and I rejected him reservedly, wouldn't it better highlight my charm and purity? At that time, just find someone to take a video and post it on the campus wall, and you can gain another wave of attention. As if he could see through her thoughts, Lu Xian took a step forward, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly. Some things should be said here. I'm afraid you'll cry later, and that won't look good. His voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power and penetrated into Zhang Yining's ears. The smile on Zhang Yining's face froze. Lu Xian looked at her expression, which changed instantly. The smile on his face deepened, and he continued in a low voice, It's about your college entrance examination results. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly striking the most secret corner of Zhang Yining's heart. Her face turned pale, and a trace of disbelief and panic flashed across her eyes. College entrance exam results? How could he know? Impossible. Only she, her father, and Director Li knew about this. She suddenly looked up at Lu Xian, her eyes full of surprise and vigilance. The boy in front of me still had a gentle smile, but deep in his clear eyes, there seemed to be a cold light that could see through everything. Okay. Zhang Yining changed her tone almost immediately, her voice a little unsteady. She forced herself to smile at her companion. Let's find a quieter place to talk. It's a bit noisy here. The short-haired girl next to her felt strange, but seeing Zhang Yining's insistence, she didn't ask any more questions. She just looked at the two of them with an I understand look and said tactfully, Okay, then I'll go to the cafeteria to reserve a seat first. You come quickly. After that, she left first. Zhang Yining took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart, and looked at Lu Xian. Come with me. In her opinion, the meaningful smile on Lu Xian's lips was full of danger at the moment. Chapter 3 Bitch, do you have the right to bargain? Zhang Yining took Lu Xian around in circles and finally stopped at the corner of an abandoned staircase. It's dimly lit here, covered with a thin layer of dust, and there's a dull smell in the air. Usually, no one comes here. As soon as she stopped, Zhang Yining turned around immediately. The sweet smile she had been trying to maintain disappeared without a trace, replaced by an expression that was a mixture of panic and cowardice. Her voice trembled slightly, but she deliberately raised her tone. What nonsense did you just say? Who told you there was something wrong with my college entrance exam results? I'm warning you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll sue you for defamation immediately. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to hide her inner panic, but her slightly white knuckles and rapid breathing betrayed her. However, Lu Xian seemed not to feel her threat and remained calm and composed, even with a playful smile on his face. He said nothing, but looked at her quietly and intently with his eyes, which had become exceptionally clear and bright after a complete transformation. This gaze seemed to have penetrating power, making Zhang Yining feel creepy and a chill running down her back. He couldn't possibly know anything, could he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That thing was done perfectly. Ha, Lu Xian finally chuckled, breaking the suffocating silence. Zhang Yining, are you talking nonsense? Don't you have any idea what's going on? Or do you need me to help you recall it? He slowly took out his cell phone, swiped his fingertips across the screen a few times, and then turned the screen to Zhang Yining. What was displayed on the screen was a blurry photo of a transcript. The name and ID number on it were clearly visible. It was Zhang Yining, but the score was a full 50 points lower than what was in her file. Zhang Yining's pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, almost jumping out of her throat. But her remaining rationality forced her to calm down. She even managed a stiff smile. Oh, what's this? A crappy photo from who knows where. With all the advanced photo editing technology these days, who knows if it's real or fake? Besides, there are so many people with the same name across the country. How can you say this is me? She was still being stubborn and making her final struggle. Oh? Really? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, as if he had anticipated her reaction. He took back his phone and tapped a few times again. This time, a PPT cover appeared on the screen with the title Investigation Report on the Abnormality of Zhang Yining's College Entrance Examination Results. He didn't immediately show Zhang Yining the details, but instead spoke slowly. Same name? Then Zhang Jianguo shouldn't be a common name, right? A deputy director level official at the Municipal Education Bureau, in charge of enrollment-related matters. Is this information specific enough? Zhang Jianguo. These three words hit Zhang Yining's heart like a heavy hammer. Her face turned pale as paper in an instant, and she could no longer maintain any expression, leaving only pure fear. Lu Xian admired her sudden change in expression, his smile growing even deeper. This PPT contains more than just a photo. It includes call log summaries, bank transfer screenshots, and descriptions of internal operational procedures. Over 10 pages of evidence. Isn't that detailed enough? What would happen if I posted it anonymously on the school forum, or even gave it to those media outlets that love making big news, asking netizens to help analyze it? His voice was still gentle, even with a smile, but to Zhang Yining, it was more terrifying than the devil's whisper. Every word was like a cold knife, cutting her nerves. She couldn't understand how this boy, who had no presence in the class before, could know so much. Where did he get these details that even she herself was not fully aware of? Fear overwhelmed her like a tide, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her teeth even chattered. No. Don't. She finally broke down completely, her voice filled with tears, and she looked at Lu Xian with pleading eyes. Don't send it out, please. Lu Xian looked at her leisurely, waiting for her next words. Zhang Yining bit her lower lip, almost drawing blood. She knew she was doomed, completely in the hands of this mysterious boy. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Tell me, how much do you want? As long as you don't tell anyone about this and give me that PPT, I'll give you any amount. 10,000? 20,000? Or 50,000? She carefully reported the limit she could endure, with a hint of hope in her eyes. In her opinion, the other party must be going through so much trouble for money. Poochie. Lu Xian laughed out loud as if he had heard some huge joke. 50,000? Zhang Yining, do you have any misunderstandings about your own future and the career of your deputy director-level father? In your eyes, these are only worth 50,000 yuan? His laughter echoed in the empty stairwell, sounding particularly harsh. Zhang Yining's face turned even paler. She realized that the other party didn't care about this little bit of money at all. In her desperation, she instead showed a hint of desperate ruthlessness. So what do you want? Don't go too far. If you push me too far, the worst that can happen is that we both die. No one will have an easy life. A fight to the death? The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually faded, and his eyes became cold. You don't seem to understand the situation. The fish will definitely die, completely dead. As for the net. He paused, took a step forward, and looked down at her. Do you think your father's shabby network of connections can protect him? He won't even be able to protect himself by then, and you're still thinking of helping me out for you? Are you living in a dream? These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in Zhang Yining's heart. Yes, once the matter is exposed, my father will definitely be implicated and may even be thrown into jail. How can he have the ability to retaliate against anyone? She completely lost her confidence, her eyes dimmed, and her shoulders slumped, like a flower wilted by a rainstorm. She murmured, Then what do you want? You don't want money. At this point, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. From childhood to adulthood, countless boys have been attentive to her and used various means to attract her attention because of her outstanding appearance. Could it be Could it be that Lu Xian, after going through so much trouble, actually wanted to? A blush crept up her cheeks, and she subconsciously straightened her back. Her eyes also regained some of the reserve and complex emotions that belonged to the class beauty. She raised her chin, her tone somewhat smugly knowing, "Oh, I see. You've gone to so much trouble, isn't it just to make me your girlfriend?" She even lifted the pink hair by her ear, trying to make herself look more attractive. "If you wanted to pursue me, you should have told me earlier. Is it necessary to do all this scary stuff? Since you're so careful, maybe I can." Before she could finish her words, Lu Xian suddenly reached out and grabbed her smooth and small chin. The force wasn't very strong, but it carried an unquestionable control that made the rest of her words stuck in her throat. "Bitch." Lu Xian's voice was icy cold, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust and ridicule. "At this point, you still think of yourself as some high and mighty goddess? You want to be my girlfriend? Are you worthy? Chapter 4. Do you want to be ruined?" He applied a little force with his fingers, forcing Zhang Yining to raise her head and look directly into his cold eyes. Right now, right here." Lu Xian leaned close to her, his hot breath almost spraying on her face, and spoke word by word, "Kneel down and admit your mistake right now, or don't blame me for calling the police. Otherwise, kneeling down and apologizing will be useless." "What?" Zhang Yining's eyes widened instantly, the blood drained from her face, and then suddenly turned red, as if she had suffered a great insult and shock. She couldn't believe her ears. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a school. Someone could pass by outside at any time. Are you crazy? You can't ask her to admit her mistake in front of so many people." She screamed, her voice piercing with fear and shame. Although for the sake of vanity and profit, she flirted with some boys and had some ambiguous relationships with them. But he has always maintained his bottom line very firmly, rarely even letting people hold his hand, let alone. Not to mention admitting your mistakes in front of everyone. Especially in a place like this. Lu Xian looked at her terrified expression, and a sense of revenge surged in his heart. He released the hand that was pinching her chin and pushed her closer to the corner, almost trapping her between him and the wall. He deliberately misinterpreted her words, a wicked smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. "Oh? You mean, as long as it's not at school, as long as there aren't so many people around, you can admit your mistakes? Get out of here. What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Yining was both embarrassed and afraid, and reached out to push Lu Xian away, but Lu Xian's body, which had been strengthened by the system, did not move at all. Instead, she staggered and hit her back heavily against the cold wall. "If you do this again, I will call the police. Yes. I will call the police," she shouted in a cowardly voice as if she had grabbed the last straw. "Call the police?" Lu Xian was not afraid when he heard this. Instead, he seemed to have heard something interesting. He calmly took a step back, put his hands in his pockets, and even took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhang Yining, with the PPT file still on the screen. Here's the phone. Sign up now." His tone was relaxed, even with a hint of encouragement. "I really want to see, when the police arrive, will you sue me for harassment first, or will I hand this gift to them first and notify the major media outlets? By then, will it be quicker for you to be disgraced, or for your father, an official, to be invited to a drinking party by the Discipline Inspection Commission?" He leaned against the opposite wall with a leisurely posture, but his eyes were like a knife, completely cutting through Zhang Yining's last line of defense. Zhang Yining looked at the phone that was so close to her, then looked at Lu Xian's cold and controlling eyes. Her hand holding the phone was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Call the police? How dare she? Once she did, and the matter escalated, she would face an abyss of humiliation 1,000 times greater than what she was experiencing now. Her body softened little by little, as if all her strength had been drained away. Her eyes were empty, and only despair and numbness remained on her face. Looking at her distraught look, Lu Xian knew that the time was almost right. He took back his phone and spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Zhang Yining. Do you know what to do? Admitting your mistake is your only option. Making amends is what you must do. Zhang Yining looked at his eyes that seemed to see through everything, her heart beating wildly in her chest. Call the police? These two words were like a needle, instantly piercing her last bit of courage. How dare she? Once the police intervene, the college entrance examination cheating will be completely exposed, and that will be an abyss of no return. Not only herself, but also her father, who was a department-level cadre. She didn't dare to think about it further. Fear was like a cold vine, wrapping around her limbs and making her feel weak all over. She looked at the phone Lu Xian handed her, and the glaring PPT title on the screen seemed to be mocking her stupidity and naivety. She was trembling, but she didn't even have the strength to stretch out her hand. Seeing her distraught look, Lu Xian knew that her last psychological defense had completely collapsed. He took back his phone and put it back in his pocket. There was no expression on his face. He just looked at her indifferently, as if he was admiring a piece of art that was about to be broken. "Now, do you know what to do?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. Zhang Yining's lips trembled and tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She looked around the dim stair corner and could faintly hear the laughter of other classmates in the distance in the corridor. Every sound seemed to remind her how dangerous and shameful her current situation was. This place won't work." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, filled with tears and pleading, "Someone may come here any time. Let's go somewhere else, okay?" She was practically begging. Even if it was humiliating, she hoped to be in a more secluded place and at least retain the last bit of dignity. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, it has come to this, and you are still picky? It seems that the lesson is not deep enough?" "No." Zhang Yining was so scared that she quickly waved her hands, tears finally rolling down her cheeks. I'm just scared. Please." Under normal circumstances, her tearful look would be enough to make any boy soften his heart. But in Lu Xian's eyes, it was just hypocritical and ridiculous. In the previous life, when she framed me, did she ever show any mercy? However, he didn't really want to cause too much trouble here. The goal has been achieved. The process is not important. What is important is the result, which is to completely control the fear of this woman. "All right," Lu Xian shrugged with pretentiousness, "you're lucky. Follow me." He turned and walked down the stairs. Zhang Yining hesitated for a moment, looked at his tall but dangerous back, then looked at the empty corner. Finally, she bit her lower lip and followed him step by step like a puppet that had lost its soul. It was just the beginning of the school year and the university campus was still unfamiliar to her. She didn't even know where Lu Xian was going to take her. But she knew she had no choice. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Lu Xian led her through several corridors with ease and arrived at a relatively remote old teaching building. He pushed open a creaky, unlocked door, revealing a room filled with discarded tables, chairs, and miscellaneous items. "Come in." Lu Xian stepped aside to let her in, then gently closed the door with his backhand, but did not lock it, as if to imply to her that escape was futile. Zhang Yining's heart tightened even more as she looked at the increasingly closed and depressing environment. She leaned against the cold wall, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 5 Lu Xian, you bastard. Despicable and shameless. You, what do you want? Her voice trembled, still making a final, futile struggle. You got my handle, isn't it just to date with me? She wanted to talk about money, but she had been ridiculed before. She wanted to talk about love, but the other party's words "you don't deserve it" were still fresh in her mind. Lu Xian approached her step by step, completely blocking her in the corner. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. He lowered his head and looked at her pale and terrified face, with a playful cruelty in his eyes. What do I want? He chuckled. Haven't I made it clear? Ugh. Zhang Yining's eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and humiliation. She subconsciously reached out to push Lu Xian's chest, but the muscles as strong as rocks did not move at all. Her strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Lu Xian, whose physical fitness was as high as 80. Her voice was full of grievance and collapse, and this accusation seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Xian's patience seemed to have run out, and his eyes turned cold. Are you going to admit your mistake now, or should I help you call the police? I admit it. Her voice was thin and trembling with despair. As long as I admit my mistake, can you delete that PPT? She is still trying to negotiate, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Heh, Lu Xian sneered, as if he had just heard a huge joke. Zhang Yining, haven't you figured out your situation yet? You have no right to negotiate any terms with me. He pulled out his phone again, pretending to click on something. If you keep saying that, I'll let everyone in the school, including your dad's colleagues, know that you falsified your grades. How can you continue studying in college? No. Zhang Yining screamed, completely giving up resistance. I'll listen to you. Please don't send it. She slowly closed her eyes, tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. Being obedient is your only choice now. Zhang Yining called out fiercely to Lu Xian. Brother Xian, I was really wrong. I know I was wrong, and I will repent. I will definitely be a good person and do good things in the future. Lu Xian shook his head. I'll let you go for now. I'll see when you find the student you replaced and make up for your mistake. Only then will I let you go. The system prompt sounded in Lu Xian's mind. The host has successfully transformed the target character, and he is about to turn from evil to good and complete the black material mission. The target person's psychology has changed and they want to make amends. Current compensation value, 3,100. Reward, Sanda, a brief introduction. Along with this came a stream of information about fighting techniques. He stretched his muscles a little and felt that his body was able to use the force more smoothly and harmoniously. Wait until you find the student you replaced, then I'll consider whether to give you this evidence. Lu Xian. You bastard. Shameless. Pervert. Zhang Yining suddenly raised her head, her eyes were red and swollen, and there were traces of tears on her face. She stared at Lu Xian with a mixture of humiliation, anger, and a trace of indescribable complex emotions. I've already apologized, why don't you keep your word? Asshole? Lu Xian sneered, walked up to her and pinched her chin. We're just getting started. What's the point of just apologizing to me? You need to find the victim. What? Zhang Yining's face turned even paler in an instant. What? Didn't you say that I just need to apologize? What did I say? Lu Xian tilted his head, feigning innocence. Oh, I said I'd let you go for now, but I didn't say I'd let you go on my own. I still need to observe if you've changed. He released her hand and patted her cheek, his gesture frivolous and insulting. Do you think the price of falsifying your grades to get into Yanda and ruining someone's life is a simple apology? You're not keeping your word. Zhang Yining was so angry that she was shaking all over, and her voice changed. You promised not to publish the PPT. Yeah, Lu Xian interrupted her, grinning like a devil. I promised not to tell anyone, and I didn't say I wouldn't post it on the campus forum or in our class group. You see, I'm still a man of my word. Zhang Yining looked at his rogue face and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She finally understood that she was completely in the hands of this devil, and he had no intention of letting her go easily. Alright, stop crying here, you're wasting your time. Lu Xian waved his hand impatiently, took out his phone, and called up his green bubble QR code. Add me. And then, transfer me 10,000 yuan now, pocket money. What? Zhang Yining couldn't believe her ears. You still want money? She was so angry that she couldn't speak. How could this person be so shameless? What? You don't want to? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, sliding his finger across the screen of his phone, as if to open the campus forum. It seems you still prefer a more direct approach? Don't. Zhang Yining hurriedly stopped him. She now believed Lu Xian's threat without a doubt. With trembling hands, she took out her cell phone and reluctantly added Lu Xian's green bubble. Then, she gritted her teeth, endured the huge humiliation, and transferred 10,000 yuan. That's right. Lu Xian looked at the notification of the money arriving on his phone with satisfaction and put his phone away. That's more like it. If you dare to play tricks, you'll be finished. You are disgusting. And you are still living off women. Zhang Yining couldn't help but curse, her voice full of contempt. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Xian didn't care at all and even smiled. It's my honor to be able to eat the soft rice of you, the class beauty. After saying that, he turned and left without any reluctance. Stop! Zhang Yining suddenly shouted, her voice sharp and hysterical. Lu Xian! Remember this. If anyone else finds out about what happened today, I will never let you go. I swear. Lu Xian paused at the door and slowly turned around. His eyes instantly became icy cold, like 10,000-year-old ice, causing Zhang Yining to shiver involuntarily. Heh, he said with an extremely dangerous smile on his face, little bitch, let me teach you a lesson. You really want to open a dyeing factory? Threaten me? Do you still have the qualifications to threaten me now? His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a chilling murderous intent, which instantly shattered Zhang Yining's last bit of pitiful courage. Chapter 6: Roommates? Beasts? Beat them all up. Foreshadowing can be skipped. This chapter lays the groundwork for some character development, so anxious kids can skip it. Lu Xian's figure disappeared at the stairs for a long time before Zhang Yining seemed to have regained some strength. Humiliation, pain, fear, and a feeling of utter despair were like a bursting flood, instantly breaking through the dam she had been holding up. I thought to myself that I must find the girl whose grades were replaced by mine as soon as possible. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she squatted down and buried her face in her knees, and her suppressed sobs rang out in the utility room. Why is this happening? She was clearly a favored daughter of heaven, the most popular class beauty, a freshman at Yanda University about to embark on a glorious life. How could it be that suddenly, a boy whom I had never noticed before had a handle on me that could destroy everything? And still suffered such treatment? The boy named Lu Xian, his eyes, his words, his dominance, all entangled her like a nightmare. Especially the last warning full of murderous intent, which made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. She had no doubt that if she dared to resist or threaten again, the devil would definitely send her to hell without hesitation. After crying for a long time until her throat became hoarse, Zhang Yining slowly raised her head. She knew that now was not the time to cry, she had to leave this damn place immediately. She walked to the door, opened it a crack like a thief, and looked out nervously. The corridor was empty, with only the faint sound of some laughter coming from the distance. She didn't dare to look up, for fear of meeting acquaintances, and even more afraid that others would see her miserable appearance. However, what you fear will come to you. As soon as I ran to the path leading to the dormitory from the teaching building, a girl from the same class came towards me. The girl had a cheerful personality and sharp eyes. She immediately noticed the lingering tears on Zhang Yining's face, her unnatural walking posture, and her strange action of covering the back of her skirt. "Ha? Yining? What's wrong with you? Why are your eyes red? You don't look well either." The girl walked forward with concern. Zhang Yining's heart skipped a beat and she was so scared that she almost lost her soul. She subconsciously wanted to hide, but her feet felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't move. She shook her head in panic. "No, nothing, just a little stomachache." The girl glanced at the place she was covering, and then showed a look of understanding. She thought Zhang Yining was not feeling well, so she immediately took off her coat and gave it to her. "Yining, here you go, use this to block it." Zhang Yining's mind was blank at this moment. She didn't care about explaining or being embarrassed. She took the coat casually, said thank you incoherently, and immediately tied the coat around her waist. Then, she ran towards the dormitory without looking back. Her back looked so hurried as if she was avoiding some ferocious beast. Looking at Zhang Yining's fleeing back, the girl shook her head and muttered, "This girl, she's wearing a light-colored skirt even when she's having her period, she's really bold." On the other side, Lu Xian walked slowly back to the dormitory. In stark contrast to Zhang Yining's panic, he was in a very good mood at the moment, even happy. The first target of revenge has been initially controlled, the body has been strengthened, and an extra 10,000 yuan in pocket money has been obtained. Although the money didn't mean much to him, the feeling of eating and taking at the same time made him feel playfully pleased with the goddess who was so high and mighty in his previous life. When I opened the dormitory door, a familiar smell mixed with sweat, instant noodles and some cheap air freshener hit me in the face. The dormitory was still the same, with 4 beds, 4 tables, a few pairs of sneakers scattered on the floor, and a few pieces of clothes that had not yet dried hanging on the balcony. In his previous life, this dormitory had been his much anticipated new starting point. But when the fake information was exposed, this place became a part of his humiliating memory. Except for his parents far away, no one believed him, let alone helped him. Instead of offering him any words of comfort, these 3 roommates, who had lived with him day and night, rushed to add insult to injury in order to distance themselves from him. They even jointly reported the matter to the school, demanding that he move out of the dormitory. He still remembers their hypocritical and indifferent faces vividly. His eyes swept across the dormitory. Sitting by the window, a figure wearing headphones was staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers clacking on the keyboard. It was Chen Min, the top student in the Chinese department. The other 2 beds were empty, as Zhao Qin and Lu Ming probably hadn't returned yet. Chen Min is a well-behaved man, and is quite popular in the department because of his good looks. His sister Chen Shui, who is in the finance department, is even known as the most beautiful girl in the department. The brother and sister are both very popular in the school. In his previous life, it was this Chen Min who said the most bad things about him behind his back and instigated others to isolate him the most. Zhao Qin, a rich second generation whose family is engaged in real estate development, is flamboyant and likes to use money to bully others. He looks down on poor students like him and was the first to agree with Chen Min's request for him to move out. Lu Ming, a regular at the gym, has a body full of lumps and changes girlfriends more often than he changes clothes. It is said that his private life is quite chaotic and he often bullies others by relying on his physique. In the previous life, although Lu Ming didn't say much, Lu Xian still remembered clearly the contemptuous and distant look in his eyes. Very good, everyone is here. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. Now that he has been reborn, he will take revenge if there is revenge, and he will settle grievances if there is grievance. Naturally, he cannot let any of these three good roommates go. So, start with the one closest to you. Lu Xian walked to his seat, put down his backpack, and then took out his mobile phone seemingly casually. The camera slid inconspicuously across Chen Min's back as he was concentrating on playing games. Crack! A virtual shutter sound rang out that only he could hear. Photo taken successfully. Analyzing target person information. Black material is being generated. Chapter 7 Black material, confused and threatened the teacher. Lu Xian is already familiar with the familiar process. He sat down on the chair, tapping the table with his fingers, patiently waiting for the system to give him some negative information about this handsome boy. After a few seconds, the panel refreshes. Name, Chen Min. Appearance, 92. Other basic data omitted. Black material generation completed. 2 redemption options pop up again at the bottom of the screen. Exchange for 1,500 yuan, exchange for 1 black material exchange voucher. 1,500 yuan? 500 yuan cheaper than Zhang Yining's. It seems this department idol's secret is a little less valuable. Lu Xian thought about it and realized that he had just deposited 10,000 yuan into his account, so he had money in his pocket and was not short of cash for the time being. Moreover, something like an exchange voucher might be very useful at a critical moment. The rat habit left by playing games made him subconsciously want to keep some hidden cards. Use 1,500 yuan to exchange. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Exchange successful, balance, 8,500 yuan. A PPT file icon marked with black material appeared on the system interface. Lu Xian's mind moved slightly and he clicked on the PPT. Details of the scandal: he maintained a long-term affair with his high school math tutor and was suspected of poisoning and extortion. Details: the target, Chen Min, used his good looks to deceive his high school math tutor. During one of his tutoring sessions, Chen Min purchased an unknown drug suspected to be a knockout drug online and secretly put it into the teacher's drinking water, causing her to fall unconscious. Afterwards, Chen Min used this as a threat, secretly filming the incident, and pressured the teacher into maintaining a long-term relationship, repeatedly demanding money. The PPT also has more than 10 pages, and the chain of evidence is quite complete. Not only did it contain screenshots of chat logs between the two people, but it also contained records of several large-scale transfers. The recipient was Chen Min's account, and even several video screenshots. The angle of the screenshot is tricky, and it is obvious that it was a carefully planned secret shot. The profile of that man in the picture, who else could it be but Chen Min? Good boy. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Lu Xian was amazed. This seemingly sunny, handsome and elegant school idol turned out to be a beast in human skin who poisoned, filmed videos and blackmailed his own teachers. This guy obviously has a good family background and is not short of money, but he still threatens the teacher. What a bad taste. If this gets out, not only will he lose his title as the most handsome boy in the department, he will probably have to spend the rest of his life in prison crying behind bars. The poor math teacher was probably under his control and didn't even dare to call the police. He could only let him do whatever he wanted. It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. Lu Xian looked up and saw Chen Min's back, who was still immersed in the game world, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. At this moment, Chen Min seemed to have finished a game, took off his headphones, stretched, and then noticed Lu Xian next to him. He turned his chair and immediately put on a handsome smile that he thought had charmed thousands of girls. He naturally reached out and put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulders, looking like a good brother. Hey, Xuanzi is back? Great, kid. Chen Min patted Lu Xian's shoulder vigorously, his tone containing a hint of teasing and malicious gossip. I heard you were quite bold this afternoon and called our class's pink-haired beauty, Zhang Yining, out alone to talk about something? He winked and moved closer, lowering his voice. Hey, tell me, what are you talking about? How far have you progressed? That girl, wow, with her pink hair, looks so sexy and wild. Did you win her over a long time ago? Lu Xian's eyes turned cold and he sneered in his heart. Dude, you're worthy? In my previous life, when you took advantage of someone else's misfortune, I never saw you being so affectionate. Snap. A crisp sound was particularly clear in the not-so-quiet dormitory. Lu Xian raised his hand expressionlessly and accurately and forcefully slapped away the claw that was on his shoulder. The movements were quick and decisive, without any delay. The smile on Chen Min's face froze instantly, his arms hanging in the air, a bit embarrassed, then turned to anger. What the hell? Lu Xian? He frowned as if he had heard something unbelievable, and his tone became gloomy. What the hell are you trying to show off to me? Why are you clapping my hands? Old man? Lu Xian slowly stood up. His height was a slight advantage, and he looked down at Chen Min with a cold look that made Chen Min's heart flutter. Are you worthy enough to call yourself old man in front of me? Before he finished speaking, Lu Xian attacked suddenly, so fast that Chen Min had no time to react. Bang! Chen Min felt a huge force coming at him, and Lu Xian pressed him down on his computer desk, which was piled with snack bags and beverage bottles. My cheek pressed against the cold and greasy table, and my nostrils were instantly filled with a disgusting smell mixed with dust and food residue. You fucking bastard! Chen Min was shocked and angry. He was about to struggle, but found that Lu Xian's arm was like an iron clamp and did not move at all. This strength. When did this kid become so strong? Lu Xian leaned over, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Min's face, which was slightly distorted by anger and fear. A cruel smile curved his lips. His voice was low, but every word pierced his heart. Do you remember? Teacher Zhang? Chen Min's pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Xian's voice seemed to carry a magical power as he continued slowly, Teacher Zhang, the math teacher. Do you want me to help you recall it? Chen Min, who was still struggling hard, froze as if all the strength in his body was drained away when he heard the three words Teacher Zhang. All movement stopped, only the chest was heaving violently with fear. He turned his head with difficulty, trying to see Lu Xian's expression clearly. His voice was dry and trembling with a barely perceptible tremor. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. What teacher? I don't know any Teacher Zhang. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his palms were instantly soaked. Although he was still denying it firmly, his panicked eyes had already betrayed his inner fear. Lu Xian looked at his timid appearance and sneered even more. He released his grip on Chen Min, stood up calmly, and slowly pulled out his phone. He swiped his finger across the screen a few times and pulled up the PPT file he had just redeemed. He did not confront Chen Min directly, but first flipped through a few censored video screenshots. The familiar scene and silhouette were enough to scare the person involved to death. Then he turned to several pages of chat history screenshots. Finally, he lightly tapped his finger, and a photo of a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she had a gentle temperament. It was the poor math teacher. Lu Xian turned his phone screen towards the pale-faced Chen Min and said with a hint of amusement, Look, does this person look familiar? Don't you know him? Chapter 8 I heard that your sister is the beauty of the school? Chen Min's eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone. When he saw the photo of the teacher, his breath suddenly stopped, as if someone was strangling his throat. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly stretched out his hand, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, and pounced on Lu Xian's mobile phone. Give me. Lu Xian was prepared. He flipped his wrist and easily dodged Chen Min's grab without even shaking his body. How could the reaction speed and strength enhanced by the system be compared with a student like Chen Min who was addicted to games and had his body hollowed out? Hey, Lu Xian took a step back and put his phone back in his pocket with a playful smile on his face. How can I give you such a good thing so easily? This is precious information. I have to keep it well. He paused, looking at Chen Min's distraught, near-collapsed expression, and slowly added, Who knows, maybe one day when I'm in a bad mood, or feel that life is too boring, I'll just post it online, on campus forums, Tiba, Weibo, TikTok, let the vast majority of netizens come and appreciate it and judge it. TSK, a high school student drugged and raped a female teacher, then filmed the video to blackmail her. Is this a big deal? Is it shocking enough? Do you think it'll make the headlines? Chen Min's face couldn't be described as pale anymore, it was as pale as paper. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his collar. He stared at Lu Xian intently, his teeth chattering. Lu Xian. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down, but his voice was still filled with uncontrollable fear and trembling. If you have something to say, we can talk about it. What do you want? If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that his darkest secret was firmly in the hands of his roommate, whom he had always looked down upon. He had no choice but to compromise. He only hoped that the other party was after money, or something else. As long as he could exchange the evidence for this and protect his reputation in future, he would do anything. Lu Xian felt extremely happy when he saw his cowardly look. He slowly walked back to his chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and even crossed his legs. His posture was so leisurely as if he was chatting with an old friend. He raised his eyes, glanced at Chen Min, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen Min, I heard, you have a sister? Her name is Chen Shui, right? The beauty of the finance department? I heard, she's much prettier than you, the beauty of the department? Upon hearing this, Chen Min suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot, and the last trace of blood color on his face faded away completely. He felt like someone had stepped on his most painful tail, and stood up almost roaring, fuck. Lu Xian. How dare you dare to hit on my sister? I'm warning you. However, his warning seemed so pale and powerless to Lu Xian. Lu Xian still maintained that leisurely posture, without even raising his eyelids. He just took out his mobile phone again and slid his fingers casually across the screen, as if he was browsing some interesting news. TSK, look at you, why are you so excited? Lu Xian's voice was still steady, even with a hint of smile. I'm just asking casually. But then again, what if I accidentally slipped my hand and posted these things, and then at Ed Yanda's official account and your sister Chen Shui's account? He paused deliberately, admiring Chen Min's frustrated expression, as if he wanted to kill someone but couldn't move, and continued slowly, tell me, when the time comes, will you be the first to be disgraced, your future ruined, or even spend the rest of your life in jail? Or will your pure and innocent sister be the first to be pointed at by all the teachers and students in the school, saying that she has a brother worse than an animal, and be looked at with strange eyes wherever she goes? Oh, my, it's really hard to choose. I'll kill you. Chen Min was completely enraged, his rationality snapping instantly. The instinct to protect his sister overwhelmed his fear. Like a mad beast, he roared and lunged at Lu Xian again, his hands open, as if trying to strangle Lu Xian's neck. However, what greeted him was not the fight he had imagined, but a precise and swift kick. Lu Xian didn't even change his posture. He just raised his right foot seemingly casually and gave a clean and sharp kick, hitting Chen Min's lower abdomen right on target. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Min only felt an irresistible huge force instantly piercing through his abdomen, and the severe pain spread throughout his body like an electric current. He looked like he was hit by a speeding truck. His eyes widened suddenly, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. His body arched backward uncontrollably, and then he flew backwards straight up like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! He fell heavily to the ground, curled up into a ball holding his stomach, his face turned purple in an instant, and he opened his mouth but no sound came out, only painful groans. Seconds later, he jerked sideways, coughing violently, and a stream of sickening acid vomited from his mouth, staining the floor beneath him. Lu Xian slowly retracted his foot, stood up, and walked to Chen Min, who was lying on the ground twitching like a dead dog. He looked down at him condescendingly, his eyes cold and without a trace of emotion. Rubbish. Pooh. Lu Xian looked at Chen Min, who was curled up at his feet, and spat without any hesitation on the face that once prided itself on being handsome. Chen Min's whole body froze, and the feeling of humiliation ran through his body like an electric current, but he didn't even have the courage to raise his hand to wipe it off. The severe pain from the kick just now had not completely dissipated. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, making him breathe cautiously. He never thought that he would be treated like this, especially by Lu Xian, whom he usually didn't take seriously. Still want to take action? Lu Xian's voice was full of mockery, and he looked down at him as if he was looking at a bug that was stepped on. You're quite strong, you idiot. Where's that mad dog-like strength you showed just now? Show me how strong it is again? Chen Min's face turned red and white, and shame, fear and pain intertwined together, making him almost faint. He knew he was doomed. Somewhere along the way, Lu Xian had learned his secret, a secret that could completely destroy him. Lu Xian slowly took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and slid his fingertips across it casually, as if he was picking out a product. Should I tag the Yinjing University account first, so they can see what kind of talent their school has produced? Or should I directly tag the Yinjing Municipal Bureau account and let them judge whether your dirty deeds meet the standards for filing a criminal case? He deliberately tilted the phone screen slightly so that Chen Min could vaguely see the PPT in the page that was about to be released. Chapter 9: No Hatred? That's just what you don't know. Or, let's just post the full version with screenshots of the video on our school's confession wall and various forums. I've already thought of a title: shocking. A few things Chen Min, the Chinese department's most popular student, has to say about his high school math teacher. What do you think? Is it viral enough? Every word was like an icy awl, piercing Chen Min's heart. He was shaking like a sieve, and sweat mixed with stains on his face flowed down. He raised his head with difficulty and tried to get up from the ground, but fell back because of the severe pain in his abdomen. Don't. Chen Min's voice was hoarse and dry, full of pleading. Lu Xian. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I was really wrong. We have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. Can you let me go this time? He struggled, supporting his upper body with his elbows, almost half kneeling on the ground, looking up at Lu Xian. What do you want? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Money? Do you want money? I'll give it to you. I'll transfer it to you right away. He seemed to have grasped the last straw and said anxiously, 50,000. No. 100,000. I'll give you 100,000. It's enough for you, it'll be enough for you to use for a long time. Just consider it as a friend, okay? Friends? Lu Xian couldn't help but sneer as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Chen Min's humble appearance, and then thought about his arrogant and conceited face in his previous life. The evil in his heart seemed to have found an outlet and kept surging. 100,000? Lu Xian shook his head slowly, his eyes full of contempt. Chen Min, do you still think that money can solve everything? Do you think that the disgusting things you did can be undone by a mere 100,000 yuan? He remembered that Zhang Yining also wanted to get rid of him with money just now. These self-righteous people always think that money can do everything. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Before he finished speaking, he raised his foot again. This time, his movements were faster and more brutal. Bang! There was a dull sound accompanied by a slight crackling sound of dislocated bones, and Lu Xian's toes accurately kicked Chen Min's chin as he tried to lift it up. Ugh! Chen Min let out a shrill scream and fell backwards, his head hitting the cold, hard concrete floor with a dull bang. He felt a black screen before his eyes, and a piercing pain came from his jaw. His mouth was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood, and several of his teeth seemed to be loose. He lay on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably, staring at Lu Xian in horror, fearing that he would hit him again and completely disfigure his face, which he was so proud of. Damn it, it's so noisy. Lu Xian frowned, seeming a little impatient. Stop whining like a bitch. Listen carefully. He leaned over, grabbed Chen Min's hair, which had been carefully groomed but now stained with blood and dust, and forcibly lifted his head from the ground, forcing his fear-filled eyes to look at him. Tonight, Lu Sun's voice was low, but it carried an unquestionable command: invite your precious sister, Chen Shui, out to me. Let's have dinner together and become friends. Chen Min's pupils suddenly contracted. When his sister was mentioned, he almost instinctively wanted to resist, but the severe pain from his scalp and Lu Xian's cold eyes instantly extinguished all his courage. Chen Min's body began to tremble violently. He looked at Lu Xian's face so close to him and felt for the first time what true fear and despair were. He couldn't figure out what Lu Xian was going to do. Could it be? He wants to insult me in front of Chen Shui? Did you hear that? Lu Xian put a little more strength in his hands. Chen Min grimaced in pain, tears almost coming out. Listen. I heard. Chen Min nodded repeatedly, almost in tears, fearing that if he was slow he would be beaten again. He didn't dare to think about anything now, he just wanted to save himself first. Very good. Lu Xian let go of his hand with satisfaction, letting Chen Min's head hit the ground again. He stood up straight, looked at Chen Min who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, raised his hand, and slapped his swollen and bleeding face several times with the back of his hand, neither lightly nor heavily. Pa, Pa. The voice was not loud, but it was extremely insulting. I understand. Let's do it right away. Book a nice hotel, something not too shabby. Send me the address on WeChat. Get everything ready. Don't try to fool me with fake stuff. Most importantly, bring your sister here on time. Lu Xian gave orders slowly and every word seemed like a final ultimatum to Chen Min. After saying that, he no longer looked at Chen Min, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He turned and walked towards his bed, threw himself on the bed with a leisurely movement, took out his mobile phone, and began to browse leisurely. Chen Min lay on the ground and it took him a long time to recover. The severe pain from his lower abdomen and chin hit his nerves again and again, making him almost think that he was going to die. He turned his head with difficulty and saw from the corner of his eye that Lu Xian had lay back on his bed as if nothing had happened. He even crossed his legs leisurely, with one hand behind his head and the other holding a mobile phone. The light from the screen illuminated his face, which looked as hideous as a devil to Chen Min. That calmness, that composure, was as if the person who had just kicked someone like a sack, kicked someone in the chin, and pulled their hair to threaten them was not him at all. An indescribable humiliation and cold fear, worse than the physical pain, coiled around Chen Min's heart like a poisonous snake. He's finished. This thought came to my mind very clearly. What Lu Xian holds in his hand is enough to ruin his reputation and even send him to jail for life. His family background, appearance, and status as the most handsome boy in the school, which he was proud of, would all vanish into nothing in front of that PPT, and he would become a laughingstock that everyone would despise. As for resistance? The kick just now and the precise and fierce kick had completely shattered any hope he had. Lu Xian's strength and speed are simply not comparable to his fancy pants self, not to mention the opponent's undisguised ruthlessness. He really dares to kill. He had no doubt that if he didn't do as he was told, Lu Xian would definitely leak those things out. But, my sister, Chen Shui. When Chen Min thought of Lu Xian's evil smile and the playful tone he used when he mentioned his sister, his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, and the pain made him almost suffocate. Chapter 10 will ruin your reputation and ruin your future. No. I absolutely cannot let my sister get involved. As soon as this thought arose, it was suppressed by another stronger fear. If I didn't agree, what would Lu Xian do? Would he let my sister go? The devil's words were still ringing in his ears. Tell me, when the time comes, will you be the first to be disgraced, your future ruined, or even spend the rest of your life in prison, or will your pure and innocent sister be the first to be pointed at by the entire school? Chen Min shuddered. He understood the horror of public opinion, and was also aware that once his scandal was exposed, his sister, as his relative, would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. Those rumors and those strange looks are enough to destroy a girl's pride and reputation. Choose the lesser of two evils. A despicable thought began to grow and spread in his mind. Yes, just a meal. What else could Lu Xian do? He wouldn't dare to act recklessly in public, right? As long as you keep a close eye on it, it should be fine. As for that medicine, at worst I can just find a chance to get rid of it when the time comes. He began to make excuses for himself, trying to convince himself. From childhood to adulthood, the best resources in the family were given to this son, and his parents had high hopes for him. For the sake of his own future, in order not to disappoint his parents, he has to sacrifice a little. His sister is so kind, she will definitely understand his difficulties in the future. She is so beautiful and outstanding. Even if something really happens to her, she will always find a good home, right? Once this idea appears, it is like opening Pandora's box. All moral bottom lines seem vulnerable in the face of fear of the future and extreme selfishness. He struggled, supporting himself on his elbows. Every time he moved, he felt a tearing pain in his jaw and abdomen. He held onto the cold edge of the bed and slowly climbed up, his movements as clumsy as a dog with a broken spine. He didn't dare to look at Lu Xian, but just lowered his head, stumbled back to his seat, pulled out the chair and sat down. There were still traces of oil and food crumbs on the table from when he was pushed down, and it emitted a disgusting smell. He wiped the sweat mixed with blood and stains from his face with his sleeve, his movements a little distorted due to pain. I took out my cell phone, and the screen looked a little blurry because it was stained with some blood. He took a deep breath, clicked on the green bubble with trembling fingers, and found the familiar avatar. It was his sister Chen Shui, with a beautiful smile. Looking at his sister's sunny smile, Chen Min's heart ached again, but it was soon replaced by deeper fear and determination. He gritted his teeth and began typing, trying to make his tone sound relaxed and natural. Brother Min, Schwer, are you busy? Schwer is not Schwelly, brother? What's wrong? I just got out of class. Cute. Brother Min, hey, nothing, just asking. By the way, are you free tonight? Want to go out for dinner? Schwer is not Schwelly, tonight? What's going on? I'm going to the library with some classmates tonight. Seeing his sister's reply, Chen Min's heart jumped into his throat. He hurriedly continued typing, his fingers a little stiff from nervousness. Brother Min, hey, when can't we go to the library? Tonight's a special occasion. One of my roommates has a birthday, and she's so nice. She's been saying she wants to meet you, a beautiful lady. Do me a favor and come out, handsome guy. Smirk. He deliberately added the word handsome guy because he knew that although his sister was simple, she was still interested in good-looking boys. There was silence for a while, as if hesitating. Every second of waiting was torture for Chen Min. He stared at the screen, his palms covered in sweat. Finally, new news popped up. Schwer is not Schwelly, your roommate? I don't even know him, would it be awkward if I went? There's hope. Chen Min cheered up and quickly replied. Brother Min, hi. What's so awkward about this? It's like being familiar with each other. We're all from the same school, so just treat it as getting to know each other. And it's mainly me treating, so just look good. Come on, it's been ages since I've had dinner with you. Pitiful. After he finished sending it, he added a coquettish emoticon. There was another brief silence. Schwer is not Schwelly, okay, I'm scared of you. What time? Where? But as promised, I have to go back to the dorm early. Ha! Chen Min let out a long sigh of relief, and leaned back in the chair as if exhausted, with cold sweat soaking the clothes on his back. Done. He closed his eyes, feeling the dull pain in his jaw and abdomen, but his heart was cold and numb. After calming down, he forced himself to cheer up and replied to his sister. Brother Min, no problem. How about 7 o'clock? I'll send you the location later, book a good place. Love you, sister. Blows a kiss. After replying to his sister, he immediately switched to the food delivery app and searched for the best-rated Western restaurant near the school. With a swipe of his finger, he finally chose a popular Western restaurant that looked luxuriously decorated and expensive. After booking a table, he copied the restaurant address and time, switched back to the green bubble, found the avatar that frightened him, and tremblingly pasted and sent the message. After doing all this, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He stood up, walked to the bed, squatted down, and groped in an inconspicuous corner under the bed. There was a small locked box there where he kept his secrets. Trembling, he used the key to open the box, rummaged inside for a while, and finally took out a small brown glass bottle without any label. The bottle is not big and feels heavy in the hand. He looked at the small bottle with a complicated expression, which included fear, disgust, and a hint of imperceptible madness. He gripped the bottle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and then carefully put it in his trouser pocket, as if it were a time bomb. The dormitory was very quiet, with only the occasional subtle sound of Lu Xian turning over and the vague voices coming from outside the window. Chen Min sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his blurry reflection in the glass opposite. His cheeks were swollen, there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were dull, filled with fear and humiliation. Is this still the high-spirited Chen Min, the school idol? He doesn't know. He only knew that from today on, his life might never go back to the same. The instigator of all this was lying on his upper bunk like a big boss, leisurely browsing his phone, chuckling from time to time, as if he had seen something interesting. To Chen Min at this moment, that laughter sounded harsher than the devil's whisper. Chapter 11. You must apologize today. If you don't apologize, you're done. He didn't dare to have any more thoughts of resistance. He lowered his head and walked in front of Lu Xian like a prisoner who had committed a crime and was awaiting trial. The sweat mixed with the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth made his face, which he was usually proud of, look disheveled. Xian, brother Xian, his voice was dry, with fear that was hard to conceal. He held the small brown glass bottle with trembling hands and handed it over. I've already booked the restaurant, the revolving restaurant at the Yinjing Hotel. I've sent you the address on WeChat. This is what you wanted. Lu Xian didn't even sit up from the bed. He just raised his eyelids lazily and reached out to take the small bottle. Tisk, Lu Xian said with a mocking smile, is this the only thing? It doesn't look that great. Is it really effective? Did you make some laxative yourself? I wouldn't dare. Chen Min was so frightened that his soul was about to be shattered that he quickly waved his hands. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Brother Xian, don't worry. He wanted to take out his heart to prove that he was not lying. It's better this way. Lu Xian played with the small bottle and glanced at Chen Min with cold eyes. If you dare to play tricks on me, or let your precious sister know something in advance, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to be truly socially dead, and by the way, let your whole family become famous along with you. Understand? I understand. I understand. I understand. Chen Min nodded rapidly, and cold sweat broke out again. He had no doubt that Lu Xian could do what he said. Just then, Lu Xian's phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining, I booked a hotel room at the Century Jin Yuan Hotel, Suite 608. Is 8 o'clock tonight okay? But I have to be back in the dorm before 10 p.m., or the dorm manager will register me. Lu Xian looked at the message and sneered. Still want to bargain? In the current situation, it won't work without an apology and repentance. His fingers flew, and he quickly replied, bullshit. Don't give me that. Back to the dorm before 10 o'clock? Do you think I'm going on a date with you? At 11 o'clock tonight, we'll film the apology video on time. If you're even a minute late, or if you don't show up, you'll face the consequences. You should know that the girl you replaced is still in pain. In order to enhance the effect, he sent over the screenshot of the PPT generated by the system before, which showed Zhang Yining's father transferring 500,000 yuan to the deputy director of the admissions office. Lu Xian, picture, let me remind you, don't forget how much effort your parents put into getting you into Yenjing University. After the message was sent, there was silence for more than a minute before a trembling reply came back with one word, Zhang Yining, okay? Lu Xian put away his phone with satisfaction and sneered in his heart. He felt a sense of pleasure when he thought that Zhang Yining might be facing the mobile phone screen at this moment, her face pale and trembling. During the first few days of school, this woman relied on her looks to make a fool of many boys in the class, including herself in her previous life, and enjoyed the vanity of being the center of attention. It's not just these dirty things that are done behind the scenes. As night falls, the lights come on. Lu Xian changed into clean casual clothes and walked out of the dormitory refreshed. Chen Min followed closely behind. Although he had applied ice on his face, it was still obviously red and swollen, and there was a faint bruise at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head, deliberately avoiding the gazes of other students on the street. His timid look was completely different from the usual self-confident department idol. Chen Min drove Lu Xian to the Yenjing Hotel. The revolving restaurant on the top floor has an excellent view, and you can take in the night view of most of Yenjing City. The environment is elegant, the lighting is soft, and the music is gentle. Chen Min booked a semi-open private room by the window, which provided good privacy. Tisk, that's great, Chen Min. Lu Xian sat down carelessly, admiring the night view outside the window, his tone teasing. You're quite good at choosing a place. It seems your family is indeed well off. Unlike some nouveau riche like Zhao Qin, who only knows how to show off his father's buildings. Chen Min forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and didn't dare to reply. He knew Lu Xian was deliberately humiliating him. Hadn't he once looked down upon poor students like Lu Xian? Things had changed, and now he was the one being stepped on. Thinking that he was about to push his sister into the fire pit with his own hands, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, but he was powerless to do anything. Lu Xian felt relieved when he saw his expression as if his parents had died. He slowly poured himself a glass of lemonade, thinking in his mind. This Chen Min is good-looking, comes from a wealthy family, and his sister is the school beauty. What great resources he has. Didn't you like to kick me when I'm down and make fun of me in your previous life? In this life, I will turn you and the people you care about most into mud under my feet. As he was thinking, the door of the private room was gently pushed open. A graceful figure stood at the door, poking a little head in and looking around curiously. The girl had two cute and playful ponytails that swayed gently with her movements. She has a delicate baby face, big, bright eyes that seem to be filled with stars, fair and translucent skin with the collagen-rich feeling that is unique to girls. She was wearing a pure white dress, the hem of which fluttered slightly with her movements. Wearing a pair of clean white canvas shoes, she exudes a youthful, sweet, and innocent aura. It was Chen Shui, the beauty of the finance department. Brother! When Chen Shui saw Chen Min, she immediately smiled brightly and trotted in with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. You're such a fool. I already told you I had plans with my classmates to go to the library tonight, but you insisted on dragging me along for dinner. I'm so embarrassed. Her eyes fell on Lu Xian beside her, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What a handsome boy. He has a tall figure, well-defined features, deep eyes, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He looks even more charming than his brother in the photo. The moment she entered the door, Lu Xian stood up, with a sunny and cheerful smile on his face, and extended his hand. Hello, Chen Shui, right? I'm Lu Xian, your brother's roommate and his best friend. I often hear Chen Min mention you, saying he has the most beautiful sister in the school. Seeing you today, I can see that your reputation is well deserved. His voice was gentle, with just the right amount of praise, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. She awkwardly extended her hand and gently shook hands with Lu Xian. Hello, Senior Lu Xian, I'm Chen Shui, from the Finance Department, Class 1. You're too kind. The touch of fingertips is warm and soft. Lu Xian held the little hand and felt the girl's slight nervousness, but the evil thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. What a pure little white rabbit. It's a pity that she has a brother who is worse than a beast. Chen Min watched the two shaking hands from the side, and especially when he saw the blush on his sister's face because of Lu Xian's praise, his heart ached, his face became even gloomier, and he clenched his fists quietly under the table. But he dared not say anything, not even to show a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't stand there, sit down quickly. Lu Xian naturally let go of her hand, pulled out the chair next to Chen Shui, motioned for her to sit down, and sat down next to her. His movements were smooth and natural, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Chen Shui had a very good first impression of Lu Xian. She thought that he was not only handsome, but also had a good personality, was sunny and cheerful, and spoke nicely. Seeing him sitting next to her, although the distance was a little close, she did not feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt that this senior was very kind. Hey, you are Chen Min's sister, so from now on you will be my Lu Xian's sister. Lu Xian picked up the menu on the table and handed it to Chen Shui with a bright smile. You're welcome, order whatever you want. I'll treat you on behalf of your brother today. We'll be a family from now on. The three words family pierced Chen Min's heart like needles. His face instantly became even uglier and his breathing became a little difficult. Lu Xian seemed to have just noticed his abnormality and asked with feigned concern, Hey? Chen Min, what's wrong with you? You look so bad? Are you feeling unwell? When Chen Min was asked this question, his face turned red and white, and he quickly covered it up. No, it's just, my stomach suddenly hurts a little, it's an old problem, it's nothing. You have a stomachache? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and said in an exaggerated tone, Oh, you have to go to the bathroom quickly. Don't hold it in. I'm here with Sister Shui, so go ahead. As he spoke, he picked up the opened bottle of red wine on the table and poured a glass for Chen Shui seemingly casually. He gently pushed the cup in front of Chen Shui. Come on, Sister Shui, stop talking and drink some red wine. All of this was seen clearly by Chen Min, who was sitting opposite. He could only watch Lu Xian. Because he paid the price for his mistakes, this is the only way to make up for it. Chapter 12. My stomach hurts so badly. His heart tightened instantly and his blood seemed to freeze. He wanted to scream, to stop it, to overturn the table, but Lu Xian's cold eyes were like an invisible shackle, strangling his throat tightly, making him unable to move or utter a word. A great sense of fear and humiliation overwhelmed him. He knew that he had no way out. That, Shui, Chen Min stood up suddenly, his voice trembling slightly due to extreme depression. He didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes. Brother is going to the bathroom. My stomach hurts so badly. You eat with Brother Xian, and Brother Lu Xian first. I'll be right back. Huh? Bro, are you okay? Do you want me to go with you? Chen Shui immediately showed a worried look, put down the cup she had just picked up, and was about to stand up. No. Chen Min was startled and quickly held her shoulders. I just have an old problem. I'm just going to the bathroom. You two eat. After saying that, he rushed out of the private room without looking back, as if he was avoiding the plague, his back looking hurried and embarrassed. He didn't dare stay any longer, for he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself, and even more afraid of seeing what would happen next. He could only run away like a coward. In the private room, only Lu Xian and Chen Shui, who was looking at the door with a worried look on her face, were left. Lu Xian looked at Chen Min's fleeing back, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned his head and looked at the innocent and naive girl beside him, and that harmless and sunny smile appeared on his face again. Don't worry, your brother probably ate something bad at noon. He picked up the glass of red wine in front of Chen Shui and gently handed it to her lips. Come, Sister Shui, have a sip of red wine to calm your nerves. Chen Shui pinched the hem of her skirt and watched her brother disappear out the door, feeling a little nervous. Lu Xian pushed the glass of ruby red wine in front of her and said, Come, Sister Shui, try this. It's 1982 orange juice. It tastes good. Chen Shui was amused, took the cup and took a small sip. The wine is slightly astringent, with a rich fruity aroma, and it is indeed delicious. She put down the cup. Thank you, Brother Lu Xian. But I'm still a little worried about my brother. How about I? Oh, it's okay. Lu Xian interrupted her, picked up the knife and fork, and began to slowly cut the sizzling steak in front of him. He has that old problem. He probably ate something unclean at noon. He just needs to go to the toilet. Let's eat first. He picked up a small piece of steak with a fork and handed it to Chen Shui's plate naturally. Try this, their fillet is very tender. His movements were graceful and his demeanor was calm, as if he was simply taking care of his good friend's sister. And at this moment, in the bathroom stall, Chen Min slid down to the ground, leaning against the cold door panel. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice in the face. Pa! Pa! It hurt like fire. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Shui. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But that devil Lu Xian. He will really destroy me and our entire family. His red and swollen face was reflected in the mirror, looking embarrassed and pathetic. He muttered to himself in the mirror, as if trying to hypnotize himself, Lu Xian shouldn't have any evidence against Shui, so he should be fine. The words of self-comfort were pale and powerless, but they were like a life-saving straw that he grasped tightly. The atmosphere in the private room seemed harmonious. Lu Xian is very good at chatting. From interesting things in school to popular movies, he can always find topics that interest Chen Shui. As they chatted, Chen Shui felt her vision blurry and her head woozy, as if she were drunk. The revolving lights in the restaurant also began to become blurry. She shook her head, feeling a little weak. Brother Lu Xian, I feel a little dizzy. Maybe this red wine is too strong. She held onto the table and tried to stand up. I'd better go find my brother. We should go back. Don't worry, Lu Xian also stood up and naturally reached out to support her shaking body. Look, you can't even stand steadily, how are you going to find him? Your brother is probably still struggling in the bathroom. Let's wait a little longer. Her heart was filled with alarm, and she tried to push Lu Xian's hand away. No need, Brother Lu Xian, I really have to go, it's too late. She insisted on going out, but her steps were weak and frail. Lu Xian took a step forward and put his arm around her shoulders, seemingly supporting her. How are you going to leave like this? If it really doesn't work, I'll take you back to the dormitory first. No need, I. Just at this moment, Chen Min, who had been hiding at the door of the private room and dared not go in, saw Lu Xian coming out holding his unconscious sister, and his face lost all color. He couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward, rolling and crawling, his voice filled with tears. Brother Xian. Brother Xian. Please. Please forgive me. I beg you. My sister didn't do anything wrong. I kowtow to you. You must not let Shui know about these things. I'll go with you to film the apology video. Is that okay? Lu Xian held Chen Shui in his arms without stopping. He just glanced at him coldly, then raised his foot in casual shoes and kicked Chen Min in the stomach without mercy. Bang! Ah! Chen Min bent his body like a shrimp, fell to the ground in pain, curled up holding his stomach, unable to even scream. Waste! Lu Xian's voice was icy. Why do I remember you having a sister? Do you want me to call her over now so we can watch you repent together? Chen Min's whole body trembled violently, and the last trace of blood on his face faded, leaving only boundless fear. He prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowed profusely. I was wrong. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Lu Xian ignored the garbage on the ground and walked straight towards the elevator. At the restaurant entrance, he stopped a taxi, put Chen Shui in the back seat, and got in himself. Century Golden Resources Hotel. The driver saw the incredibly beautiful girl in the unconscious state in the back seat in the rearview mirror, then looked at the indifferent young man next to her. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice and said in an ambiguous tone, "Hey, buddy, good job, just right." Hearing the driver's words, he raised his head, his eyes suddenly cold. "Drive your car, shut up." The coldness in his eyes made the driver's neck shrink. He immediately shut his mouth and started the car silently. The car drove smoothly in the night. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of Century Golden Resources Hotel. Lu Xian got out of the car holding Chen Shui, walked straight to the front desk, and gave out Zhang Yining's cell phone number. After checking the information, the front desk quickly issued a room card. Lu Xian took the room card, hugged the girl in his arms, turned and walked towards the elevator. Chapter 13, The School Beauty Scandal Turned Out to Be Intentional Homicide? After entering the room, Lu Xian locked the door, isolating himself from everything outside. Lu Xian walked to the minibar, poured himself a glass of ice water, and drank it. The beauty of the finance department, the goddess that many boys in Yenqing University dream of at midnight. Lu Xian pulled up a cold smile. He took out his cell phone, and the light from the screen illuminated his indifferent profile. His fingers moved quickly on the screen, aimed at the girl, and with a light click, a photo was taken. On the screen, the girl's body curves were clearly revealed, forming a sharp contrast with her innocent face. Lu Xian looked at the photo expressionlessly, tapped his finger on the screen, and called up the familiar system interface. Creating negative information. He muttered to himself. He just couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless little white rabbit could be so clean. Everyone has a dark side and secrets that they don't want others to know. What's more, she has such a twisted brother. Analyzing target person information. Name, Chen Shui. Appearance, 95. Compensation value, 0. Measurements, 79, 59, 78. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Black material is being generated. The system prompt sounded in my mind, and the progress bar slowly climbed up. Lu Xian stared at the screen, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Black material generation completed. 5,000 yuan exchange, black material exchange voucher 1 exchange. Seeing the high exchange price, Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. 5,000 yuan? This is not a small amount. You have to know that he only exchanged 1,500 yuan for Chen Min's negative information. This shows that Chen Shui's negative information is more valuable and more explosive. A hint of curiosity arose in his heart. What secret does this innocent-looking girl have that could be worth 5,000 yuan? I chose 5,000 yuan exchange, without hesitation. The system interface flashed, and a PPT file icon marked black material appeared in front of me. Lu Xian's mind moved slightly and he clicked on the document. Exchange successful. A PPT file icon marked with Chen Shui's black material was quietly floating in the system interface. Lu Xian focused his attention and clicked on the document. Details of the black material: the target, Chen Shui, is suspected of intentional homicide and maliciously framing others. Description: in high school, Chen Shui, jealous of her classmate Shen Rushue who was both beautiful and academically excellent, lured her to a secluded spot by a lake during a summer camp and, unprepared, pushed her into the water, causing her to drown. Afterwards, Chen Shui used her identity as an eyewitness to provide false testimony, deliberately shifting the blame onto Wang Long, a male classmate secretly in love with Shen Rushue. She claimed to have witnessed Wang Long's attack, driven by anger over his rejected advances. Ultimately, Wang Long was sentenced to 15 years in prison, where he remains. Trigger black material mission: correct Chen Shui's twisted psychology and turn her evil back to the right path. Complete the mission to receive a reward. Lu Xian looked at the words on the screen and his pupils suddenly contracted. He thought it would be something like school bullying, cheating, or an improper relationship with a teacher, but he never expected it to be murder. Moreover, not only did he kill someone, he also framed the crime on someone else and directly sent an innocent male classmate to prison. There are several pages of PPT at the bottom of the screen, which contain screenshots of the conversation in which Chen Shui lured Shen Rushue to the lake. The chat records show that Chen Shui asked Shen Rushue to go to the lake to see the scenery. Her tone was sweet and natural, and there was no malice at all. The next page showed a blurry photo, seemingly taken with a cell phone, of a girl in summer camp clothes, her back to the camera, reaching out and pushing another girl into the water. Although the picture is not clear, the posture and angle of the pusher, as well as the surrounding environment, are consistent with the description in the text. The last page was a screenshot of the court trial record, on which was clearly written the testimony provided by Chen Shui as a witness, firmly identifying Wang Long as the murderer. Lu Xian's heart beat violently several times, not because of fear, but because of shock and an indescribable excitement. Oh shit. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What the fuck is going on? The girl before me, who seemed innocent and pure as a little white flower, was actually a murderer? He is also a murderer with such deep scheming and such cruel methods. Because you were jealous of your classmate's beauty, you pushed her into the lake and drowned her? How twisted is this mentality? Pushing it aside would be fine, but they could calmly shift the blame onto someone else, sending an innocent person to prison for 15 years? This is not a little white rabbit, this is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, even wolves are not so vicious. Lu Xian looked at the evidence on the screen, then looked at Chen Shui, and felt it was absurd. Isn't the contrast too great? He originally thought that Chen Shui was just a tool used by her brother, an innocent victim. I even thought about whether I should be a little gentler to her, after all, she looked so innocent. Now it seems that he was the fool who was almost deceived by appearances. Compared to her, Chen Min is just a kindergarten kid. Chen Min was at best a morally corrupt, cowardly scumbag, but Chen Shui was a true murderer. And it was murder. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Xian muttered to himself, looking at Chen Shui with complicated eyes. He used to think that Chen Min was cruel enough and only cared about his studies. Now it seems that this pair of brother and sister, one is selfish and cowardly to the extreme, and the other is vicious and cruel to the core. They are really like one family. His mind involuntarily emerged the image of Chen Min in a miserable state, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and his repeated words, "Shui is so sensible, she will definitely understand my difficulties in the future." A brother who sells out his sister for his future, and a sister who kills and frames others out of jealousy. These brother and sister are a perfect match. Lu Xian couldn't help laughing, and his laughter seemed a little abrupt in the quiet room. This was a pleasant surprise. He had originally just wanted to use Chen Shui to control Chen Min and take revenge on the brother and sister. Now it seems that Chen Shui herself is a huge repository of black material, enough for him to completely control the Chen family. Chen Min's negative information would at most ruin his reputation or even lead to him spending his life in jail. But if Chen Shui's negative information is exposed, she will be sentenced to death. Even if the death penalty is not imposed, life imprisonment is inevitable. Moreover, the Chen family must have paid a huge price to cover up this matter, and even more people may have been involved. Now, the entire Chen family will be under his control. In this way, it would be easy to make Chen Min and Chen Shui, the two bad guys, apologize and repent. Lu Xian felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and a feeling of control over everything surged throughout his body. This face, looking so pure and innocent, holds such a dark secret. Sister Shui, Lu Xian whispered with a hint of evil in his voice, you really gave me a big surprise. His original plan was just to take revenge on Chen Min and make him feel disgraced. As for Chen Shui, he didn't think of doing anything to her. At most, he would use her to threaten Chen Min. But now, the situation is completely different. A murderer, a demon who can calmly frame innocent people. If we don't let them be punished, how can we be fair to those who were persecuted by his brother and sister? Chapter 14 Lu Xian, you are a bastard. Murder? Frame up? 15 years in prison? TSK, you can't judge a person by his appearance. He originally thought that Chen Min, that cowardly wimp, was the worst kind of person in the world. He was so extreme that he could send his sister out personally just to protect himself. But he never expected that his sister, who looked as pure as a white lotus, was actually the real cruel and ruthless person with extremely high level. He is wearing the purest and most innocent appearance, doing the most unscrupulous things, and keeping everyone in the dark. Exciting. So fucking exciting. Lu Xian put away his phone and looked back at the girl who was still unconscious. Under the light, the delicate baby face was flushed with a sickly color, and the long eyelashes trembled slightly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. At this moment, this face actually exudes a kind of weird and twisted charm. Purity and evil, angel and devil, such contradictory qualities can be so perfectly combined in the same person. The slight bit of pity she had felt before, because she thought the other party was innocent and was only being framed by her beastly brother, disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace. Don't refuse a gift that comes to your door. What's more, this is a deeply hidden poisonous scorpion beauty, a man-eating plant blooming on the edge of hell. Chen Shui struggled to open her eyes a tiny bit, and the dim light stung her eyes so much that they hurt. Where is this? A luxurious crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, reflecting a hazy halo of light. The air is filled with an unfamiliar, hotel-like fragrance. Fragments of memory began to piece together chaotically: the dazzling night view of the revolving restaurant, his brother Chen Min's face, which seemed to be hesitant and filled with pain, and Senior Lu Xian, with his sunny smile and gentle manners. It's Lu Xian! Chen Shui's pupils suddenly constricted, and her brain seemed to be emptied in an instant, leaving a blank. The mask of pitiful, sweet and innocent expression that she usually carefully maintained shattered at this moment, revealing the most primitive fear and raging rage underneath. Lu Xian! She screamed, her voice hoarse and unpleasant due to extreme anger and fear. You bastard! What are you going to do to me? Lu Xian smiled slightly. What? Don't you want to think about what you did? Do you think you can hide what you did? A pair of big eyes that were originally clear and bright now turned red due to congestion, staring at the man who was leisurely wiping his wet hair. You beast! I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to tell my brother too. He's never going to let you go. Never. Lu Xian paused while wiping his hair, raised his eyelids and glanced at her. The look in his eyes was calm, even a little teasing, as if he was looking at an unreasonable clown. He walked to the single sofa on the other side of the room, sat down, crossed his legs slowly, and had an undisguised sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Call the police? Tell Chen Min? He scoffed, his laughter particularly harsh in the quiet room. Sister Chen Shui, are you still asleep? Has your brain been burned by alcohol? Impossible. Chen Shui retorted harshly, her face instantly turned pale as paper, and her body swayed. You're talking nonsense. My brother would never do this to me. Absolutely not. She hurriedly lifted a corner of the quilt and looked around for her cell phone. She wanted to contact her brother immediately and expose this devil's lies. Lu Xian found it a little funny to see her groping around like a headless fly. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, swiped his fingers across the screen twice, then raised his hand and threw the phone in front of Chen Shui with a dong sound. Here, don't bother looking for it. Use mine. You can call the police directly. Chapter 15. Chen Shui, go find Shen Rushui's family and apologize. Chen Shui was stunned by his sudden action and looked down subconsciously. The phone screen was still on, but what was displayed on it was not the dialing interface, but a photo. You! Chen Shui was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her fingers uncontrollably wanted to click the delete button. Forget it. Lu Xian's voice came in a chilly tone, teasing like a cat and mouse. I have at least 80, if not 100, photos of this quality backed up on my phone. You want to delete them? Or throw your phone? Go ahead. If it breaks, it's my responsibility. I have plenty of spare phones and backups. Chen Shui's fingers froze in mid-air. The seemingly thin phone now seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making it hard for her to breathe. She slowly raised her head and looked at the leisurely man on the sofa. That face that once made her feel sunny, handsome, and even a little moved. At this moment, in her eyes, the lines were cold and hard, the eyes were sinister, and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth was more hideous and terrifying than the evil spirits in hell. This man is a devil. A complete devil. What? You're out of words? Lu Xian looked at her distraught and pale face and felt that the time was not right. He stood up and paced leisurely, his eyes full of undisguised amusement and malice. Weren't you quite energetic just now? You were about to call the police and ask your brother for support. Why don't you continue? The phone is right next to you, call. Chen Shui bit her lower lip so hard that her teeth almost made the tender lips bleed. She raised her head and glared at Lu Xian fiercely, her eyes filled with deep hatred, as well as deeper fear and despair. She knew that with this photo, she would not dare to call the police. Once the truth is exposed, she, the beauty of the finance department, the pure goddess in the eyes of countless people, will immediately become a scorned piece of trash and be ruined. Do you feel wronged? Do you feel angry? Do you feel betrayed by the whole world? Lu Xian seemed to see through her thoughts. He leaned over again, his face almost touching hers, and his warm breath sprayed on her cold skin. The voice was very low, carrying a cold, creepy malice. Don't be impatient, sister. I have something even more interesting here. Do you want to broaden your horizons? He picked up the phone that Chen Shui had thrown aside, swiped his slender fingers across the screen quickly, called up another file, and then turned the screen back to Chen Shui. This time, what was displayed on the screen was no longer the shameful photo, but a well-made PPT file. The title of the document was written in bold letters. Chen Shui's negative information. Chen Shui's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely ominous premonition almost suffocated her. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, and when she saw the name of another familiar yet frightening girl appear in the PPT, Shen Rushui. And following closely behind are summer camp, lakeside, falling into the water, drowning, eyewitness, false testimony, Wang Long, intentional injury, 15 years imprisonment. These words, buried deep in her memory and which often woke her up in the middle of the night, were like red-hot irons, branding themselves fiercely on her retina and burning her soul to the point of trembling. No. Impossible. This is fake. Absolutely fake. Where did you get these things? You forged them. Chen Shui screamed, her face instantly turned as pale as paper, and the last trace of blood color faded away completely. She jumped up from the bed as if she was crazy, stretched out her trembling hands, trying to snatch the phone and completely destroy the evidence of the crime. However, her wrist was easily grasped by Lu Xian's steel-like fingers, and she could not move. Fake? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, the smile on his face became colder, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if they could pierce through all her disguises. Shen Rushui, your classmate in the first year of high school, was prettier than you, had better grades than you, and came from a better family. She was superior to you in every way, so you held a grudge against her and pushed her overboard when no one was around at the lake during summer camp, right? Wang Long, that unlucky guy who had a crush on Shen Rushui and wrote you a love letter, was also nearby at that time. Just a few accidental slips of testimony from you, the only eyewitness, and the evidence you unintentionally provided afterwards, and you were directly labeled the murderer who committed a murder out of passion and hatred. You have been taking the blame for the real murderer for 15 years. Still eating steamed buns in jail. Sister Chen Shui, you're really good at using a borrowed knife to kill someone and framing someone. Even I have to admire you. Lu Xian's voice was not loud, and even had a casual tone, but it completely broke her last psychological defense. She looked at the blurry, yet still recognizable, photo of her pushing Shen Rushui into the water on her phone screen. She also looked at the screenshot of the court transcript, written in black and white, recording her distorting facts and stabbing each word in court. My brain was buzzing and blank, and all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away in an instant. It's over. It's all over. This secret she had hidden for 3 whole years, expending countless efforts to conceal, a secret she thought would never be known, a secret that could send her to hell, had actually been known by Lu Xian. How had he known that? Chen Shui collapsed, her eyes empty. All her struggles, anger, and unwillingness vanished in the face of this cruel truth, leaving only boundless coldness and despair, like the darkest tide, completely drowning her. Lu Xian admired her terrified and completely collapsed look with satisfaction, and slowly took back his phone. Now, he looked down at her, as if he were looking at an ant that was pinched by the waist and could only do whatever he wanted. Do you still want to call the police? Do you still want to go find that good brother of yours who sold you out for his own future? He reached out and pinched her smooth chin again, forcing her to look up and meet his bottomless eyes filled with cold calculation. Then, word by word, he spoke as if delivering a verdict. Remember, from now on, your life, your body, your reputation, everything you hold dear, even the secret of your murderer, all rests in my hands. I let you live, and you can live. I let you die, and you have to die. I let you go east, and you can't go west. I let you kneel, and you can't stand. And you will confess to me starting tomorrow. Go find Shen Rushui's family and apologize. Then admit these mistakes to the judge. Get it? My murderer's sister? Chapter 16, Transformation Success. Turning evil back to good. On Chen Shui's ashen face, the pair of eyes that should have been pure and innocent now had a cold light in them as she stared at Lu Xian. She took a deep breath, her voice hoarse, yet filled with a desperate determination. Humph, Lu Xian, don't think you can control me like this. The worst that can happen is that we'll both perish together. I'm calling the police now. Calling the police because you're threatening me. I want to see whether the police believe you or me, the victim. These words were spoken harshly, somewhat reminiscent of the decisiveness she had used to frame Wang Long. Chen Shui knew very well that her only way to survive now might be to bite back. She is not the innocent little white rabbit she appears to be. The ruthlessness in her bones is aroused when she is forced into a desperate situation. When Lu Xian heard this, he was not at all flustered. Instead, he looked like he had heard a huge joke. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he shook his head slightly. Call the police? Ha, interesting. He walked slowly to the window, looking at the neon lights of the city outside, his tone as calm as if he was discussing the good weather today. Chen Shui, have you forgotten that the PPT I just showed you is much more convincing than the accusations made by your pretty face? He turned, his gaze piercing through people's hearts. Think about it. Once your shocking secret of intentional murder in frame-up is exposed, what will become of you, the beauty of the finance department of Yenqing University, the pure goddess in the hearts of countless boys? A rat crossing the street? Or a vicious woman who everyone wants to kill? Lu Xian paused, admiring the momentary stiffness on Chen Shui's face, and continued to slowly add to the attack. By then, let alone being sought after, I'm afraid even the dormitory you live in now will be flooded with rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, right? Oh, by the way, there are also those righteous keyboard warriors on the internet. They'll dig up your entire ancestry and make you and your beloved brother Chen Min swim in the spit of public opinion. You're talking nonsense. Chen Shui's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes began to flicker. She held on, not wanting to show weakness in front of Lu Xian. Am I talking nonsense? Lu Xian sneered, took a few steps closer, and looked down at her condescendingly. Then tell me, why was your good brother Chen Min so generous as to send you to my room? Do you really think it was just a stomachache? To protect his own secret, he watched me get your secret with his own eyes and didn't even dare to fart. Impossible. My brother. He what? Lu Xian interrupted her, his tone filled with pity and mockery. For his own future, and to prevent me from making his hobbies known to the public, he wouldn't hesitate to use even your sister as a shield. Do you think that after you call the police, this kind of person will help you out, or will he be the first to step forward and expose your murder, disassociate himself from you, and then do me a favor? Chen Shui's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Every word Lu Xian said was like a sharp knife, accurately piercing her most vulnerable spot. She knew better than anyone what kind of person her brother Chen Min was. Selfish, cowardly and incompetent, he would do anything for himself. And your parents, Lu Xian's voice lingered in her ears like the whisper of a devil. Will they offend me and destroy their only son, Chen Min, for you, their daughter who killed someone and ruined the family's reputation? Or will they choose to sacrifice you to save the entire Chen family and Chen Min's future? What do you want? Chen Shui's voice finally became tearful. The ruthlessness that had just been forced out of her quickly collapsed under Lu Xian's increasingly heartbreaking words. She knew that every word Lu Xian said was a bloody reality. What do I want? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, reached out and pinched her pointed chin, forcing her to look at him. His deep eyes flashed with a cold light without a trace of emotion. It's simple. 2 choices. First, a fight to the bitter end. You call the police, and I expose your dirty laundry to the world, dragging your brother down with me. Then, you'll be disgraced, your old case from 3 years ago will be reopened, and you'll get plenty of jail time. What about your brother? His future is ruined. He might even have to go in with you. Your Chen family is completely finished. He paused, looking at the fear building in Chen Shui's eyes, and curled his lips in satisfaction before continuing. Second, go find Chen Rushua's family, apologize anonymously, and then anonymously provide evidence to prove Wang Long is innocent. You must do whatever I tell you to do. I will keep your murder a secret. I will also handle your brother's case as appropriate. Perhaps your Chen family can still survive. Will you choose to go to jail, or what? Have you thought about it? My murderer sister? Lu Xian's tone was flat. Chen Shui's whole body began to tremble violently, and her teeth were chattering. She stared at Lu Xian intently, her beautiful eyes filled with humiliation, anger, unwillingness, and unconcealable fear. She wanted to resist, to scream, to tear the demon in front of her into pieces. But she didn't dare. Lu Xian looked at the intense struggle in her eyes and knew that the time was almost right. He released his grip on her chin. Ah! Chen Shui screamed subconsciously, covered her eyes suddenly, and shrank back like a frightened deer. What are you doing? Hooligan! An evil smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. Rogue? Are you sure you want to call me that? You are wrong. Please call me the embodiment of justice. I am here to punish you beasts who have done so many evil things. Now, record an apology video and sincerely apologize to Shen Rushue and Wang Long in front of the camera. Chen Shui shed tears. I'm sorry, Shenrushua, Wang Long, I'm sorry. In Lu Xian's mind, the system's cold prompt sounded again. Lu Xian checked the prompt panel. The host successfully transformed the psychology of the black material character, turning him from evil to good. Detected that the target person Chen Shui has experienced a change in her psychology, and has developed a compensatory mentality. Current compensation value, 5100. Reward, Drone Driving Beginner's Guide. Reward points 100. Lu Xian's lips curled up in a satisfied arc. Very good, this woman is one step closer to complete repentance. Her dignity, her pride, everything she had worked so hard for, were ruthlessly torn to pieces and trampled upon by Lu Xian that night until they became worthless. From now on, her life will be spent completely in repentance. She, Chen Shui, the beauty of Yenqing University, the once false and superior goddess, has now been reduced to her original form by Lu Xian. Chapter 17. The beauty knows her mistake. Ah. Her voice was hoarse and nasal, and she obviously didn't understand what Lu Xian meant. Lu Xian leaned back on the sofa leisurely, pointed at her again, and smiled more meaningfully. I say, come here, sit here. Chen Shui's face turned from pale to bright red, and then from bright red to pale. She knew she had no room to resist. What? You still want me to treat you? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Chen Shui bit her lower lip, her teeth almost making it bleed. She knew that the mistakes she had made were difficult to make up for. She deserves it. She sat next to Lu Xian. Just admit your mistake and find a way to make amends to Shen Rushua's family and Wang Long's family. Brother Xian. I see. Chen Shui raised her head and didn't dare to say anything. She could only look at Lu Xian in admiration. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, this devil has the upper hand over her. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. He suddenly thought of something, and with a hint of malicious amusement in his tone, tell me, what would those boys in the finance department who worship you like a goddess look like if they saw you like this? Chen Shui's heart suddenly tightened and the blood drained from her face. Your drool can probably flow for 2 miles, right? Lu Xian clicked his tongue twice, not trying to hide his malice. Those losers wouldn't even dream of it. How could they know that their goddess has already realized her mistake? Chen Shui's body trembled, and after several seconds, she raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with a complicated look. As long as you don't expose those things, Brother Xian, I will go find them. Brother Xian is right. I will listen to him. If he asks me to admit my mistakes, I will. Brother Xian asked me to apologize, so I apologized. Chen Shui lowered her head and said, I know I was wrong. I will find Shen Rushua's family and Wang Long's family. I will try my best to compensate their families. Shui is so good. It's only the first day, and I've already made the famous beauty from the finance department admit her mistakes and repent. Even I'm a little impressed by myself. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lu Xian's mind. The host has successfully corrected the target's psychology. He is determined to make amends and has turned over a new leaf. Detected a change in the target person's psychology, leading to a compensatory mentality. Current compensation value, 100. Congratulations to the host for maxing out the target character's compensation value for the first time, 399 bonus points. Reward special skill, Gynecological Master Beginner's Training. Host's physical fitness slightly improved, physical fitness 80-82. Fuck. Lu Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. The reward of 200 points is not bad. My physical fitness actually improved by 2 points, which was a pleasant surprise. This system actually gave me medical skills. It seems that it is similar to the Dragon Kings in novels. With medical skills, I will have the opportunity to help the big guys cure diseases in the future. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth twitched, and he felt a little amused. However, skills are better than nothing. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Points, what are points for? Lu Xian muttered to himself, his consciousness sinking into the system. Sure enough, on the system panel, in addition to the existing black material generation and character panel, there are 2 new icons. One is Skill Management. After clicking on it, you can see his current Sonda for beginners, Drone Piloting for beginners, and the FK Master for beginners he just acquired. The other icon is a sparkling shopping cart with the words Points Mall marked below. Lu Xian's eyes lit up and he became interested. Chapter 18, The Universal Points Mall. Lu Xian's mind moved, his consciousness sank into the system, and he clicked on the glittering shopping cart icon, Points Mall. The next second, a dazzling list of products unfolded before his eyes, almost blinding his titanium dog eyes. GAT X-105 Strike Gundam, travel through space, conquer the universe with this high-tech weapon. Value, 9999999 points. Lu Xian's mouth twitched. A Strike Gundam? Were they planning on letting him drive it to the school sports meet, or to unify the world? With those few points he'd just earned, he couldn't even afford a spare part. Aegis-class Ares nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, dominate the seas and dominate the seas. Value, 9999999 points. Puff. Lu Xian almost vomited blood. Aircraft carrier? Is this system serious? What does he need this thing for? Frying fish in the school's unnamed lake? Or, next time Chen Min dares to show off again, drive directly to his house and let him feel what real prestige means. Blue Dragon Crescent Blade, Guan Yu's sword, capable of slicing through obstacles and possessing the aura of a martial saint. Value, 19,999,999 points. This is quite interesting, but the price is still prohibitive. With his current points, he probably can't even touch the red tassel on the hilt. Tiga Transformation Device, carrying the power of light, transform into a giant of light and protect the peace of the universe. Value, 999,999,999 points. Lu Xian. He silently lowered his gaze, skipping over these outrageous things. There are many high-end and classy things in this system mall, but he can't afford them at the moment. Fortunately, there are some down-to-earth things below. Aston Martin 177, the perfect blend of speed and beauty, perfect for picking up girls, ahem, and a must-have for travel. Value, 2,999 points. This is possible. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Although he only has more than 400 points now, it seems that it is not out of reach if he works hard. Driving this thing around campus will definitely turn heads. Large flat in the Yanjing Second Ring Road area, a status symbol, the standard for urban elites. Value, 2,999 points. A house. This is more practical. A place of wealth, and wealth is not as good as your own doghouse, especially in Yanjing where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. When Lu Xian saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Muscle strong small twist, consuming it can slightly increase your physical fitness by 0.1. Value, 1,999 points. Permanently enhance your physical fitness? That's great. Unfortunately, it's too expensive, and the cost effectiveness is not as fast as directly increasing your control value. Beauty Water, increases your skin's appearance by 0.1. Value, 9,999 points. Lu Xian touched his face and said, well, not necessary for now. Rejuvenating Essence, locks the user's appearance at its peak for 10 years. Value, 3,999 points. This. I can use it for my woman in the future. Several figures flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Finally, he saw something simple but eye-opening. 10,000 yuan cash, simple money to solve urgent needs. Value, 1 point. Daily purchase limit, 0.10. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. You can exchange it 10 times a day, that is 100,000 yuan. Lu Xian didn't hesitate and pulled it to the maximum. Exchange for 10 shares of 10,000 yuan in cash. 10 shares of 10,000 yuan exchanged successfully, consuming 10 points. Current remaining points, 459. Almost instantly, Lu Xian's mobile banking app received 10 deposit notifications, each for 10,000 yuan. Looking at the string of zeros, he took a deep breath. 100,000 yuan. For some rich second generations, this may only be a month's pocket money, not even enough to buy a bag. But for Lu Xian, whose pockets are cleaner than his face after his rebirth, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. He thought back to his previous life, when he was muddle-headed, accomplished nothing, and only knew how to rely on his parents. In the end, he ended up committing suicide by jumping off a building. Whenever I think about it, my face gets hot. That person is such a waste. In this life, he will never repeat the same mistakes. He wants to be the best, to trample under his feet all those who have looked down on him and trampled on him. This 100,000 yuan is just the beginning. He felt the heavy balance in his bank card, and the desire to control everything in his heart became stronger and stronger. Money, power, women, he wants them all. Just as Lu Xian was imagining the future, the doorbell rang with a ding-dong. Who would come so late? Could it be the hotel service? Lu Xian walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. A figure stood at the door, wrapped tightly in a caramel-colored windbreaker, revealing only a slightly pale face. It was Zhang Yining. She seemed very nervous, looking around constantly, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, like a frightened little rabbit. Lu Xian raised a playful smile and slowly opened the door. Come in. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable tone. When Zhang Yining heard the voice, her body trembled noticeably, like a frightened deer. She suddenly looked up at Lu Xian, then quickly lowered her head and rushed in almost at a trot, fearing that she would be seen. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly because of nervousness, and she didn't dare to look into Lu Xian's eyes at all. Lu Xian closed the door and looked at her leisurely. Is this according to my request? He asked calmly. Zhang Yining's body stiffened again, and she lowered her head even lower. She uttered a mosquito-like and nodded. Her small earlobe was already red enough to bleed. Have you shown it to the front desk? Lu Xian asked again, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Zhang Yining's cheeks flushed instantly, and she nodded so slightly that it was almost invisible. She could imagine the strange look in the receptionist's eyes, and felt extremely embarrassed at the moment. Looking at her embarrassed and ashamed appearance, Lu Xian felt even more disgusted. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and pointed to the empty space in front of him. Then demonstrate it again and let me see. Zhang Yining suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with fear and pleading. Her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't utter a word. Let her, in front of Lu Xian. What? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and said in a colder voice, Do you need my help? Zhang Yining shuddered all over, knowing that she had no room to refuse. Chapter 19, Did I give you guys a good face? Brother Lu Xian. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and filled with tears. Lu Xian closed the door and locked it, then walked slowly up to her and looked down at her. Stop talking nonsense and apologize to me right now. Zhang Yining nodded. I understand, Brother Xian, I will apologize. His voice was filled with shame, anger, and grievance. Ha, not bad, very obedient. Lu Xian chuckled, very satisfied with her obedience. At this moment, a slightly lazy female voice came from the inner bedroom. Brother Xian, who is it? It's so late. Zhang Yining shuddered all over and raised her head suddenly, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Brother Xian? There's actually another woman in this room? And, the voice seems a little familiar? She subconsciously wanted to pull the door handle and run away. This Lu Xian, wouldn't this be known to others? What on earth was he planning to do? Lu Xian seemed to see through her thoughts and grabbed her wrist. The force was not strong, but it made it impossible for her to break free. He held her hand, an unfathomable smile on his lips, and pulled her towards the bedroom. Since you're here, what are you afraid of? Come with me, maybe you know her. No. Don't, Brother Lu Xian, I was wrong. I'm leaving now. You guys continue. Zhang Yining was so frightened that she tried desperately to pull her hand back, but Lu Xian's hand was like an iron clamp. The bedroom door was pushed open. Chen Shui only showed her little head and looked at the door vigilantly. When she saw Zhang Yining, who was pulled in by Lu Xian with a panic-stricken face, she was also stunned. Then the blood drained from her face and she lowered her head in shame and anger. This is so embarrassing. Why did Lu Xian bring another girl back? You can't let others know about your own affairs. The moment Zhang Yining saw the woman clearly, her brain went blank. How could she not recognize that face? Chen Shui. The beauty of the finance department. One of the top 10 beauty queens at Yinqing University. The one who is like a star among the stars on campus. In that school beauty ranking compiled by a busybody, she had managed to rank 35th despite all her efforts. Compared with a true prodigy like Chen Shui, the difference was like heaven and earth. But now, this high-ranking beauty from the department actually appeared here with Lu Xian. Could it be that she also had something shameful to do? Zhang Yining felt like her worldview was shattered. She stuttered a little, and asked in a dreamy tone, You are, Chen Shui? Hey, don't be shy. Lu Xian looked at the two girls, each one looking more embarrassed than the other, and his evil taste grew stronger. He strode over and pulled Chen Shui up. We are all classmates. Although we are not in the same department, we will be good sisters in the future. Lu Xian smiled like a cat that stole some fish. No! Brother Xian! Chen Shui screamed. Zhang Yining was also stunned, her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to drip out. She subconsciously wanted to cover her eyes, but she couldn't help but peek through her fingers. The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually faded, and his voice became 3 points colder. It seems that I, Lu Xian, am too easy to talk to you guys. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shui and Zhang Yining both felt their bodies tremble at the same time, as if a basin of ice water was poured over their heads. After saying that, he slapped Chen Shui in the face, and then slapped Zhang Yining in the face again. Or let the netizens judge whether you two should go to jail or not. All the shyness, anger, and unwillingness instantly turned into bone-chilling chill and fear. They looked at each other in disbelief, and saw the same horror in each other's eyes. Did Lu Xian have something on her too? Chen Shui could still accept it somewhat, and her heart was no longer so shaken. Zhang Yining was completely dumbfounded. She originally thought that she was the only one who was controlled by Lu Xian, but she didn't expect that even a figure like Chen Shui had black material in his hands. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target's psychology, make amends for their mistakes, and turn them back to good ways to receive rewards. Brother Lu Xian, I was wrong. I will listen to you. Zhang Yining was the first to give in. Her voice was tearful, but also revealed a hint of resignation and obedience. Chen Shui also bit her lip and whispered, Brother Xian, I will listen to you. Well, that's good. Now both of you apologize and admit your mistakes. Chen Shui, apologize to Shen Rushui and Wang Long. Zhang Yining, as for you, just apologize for now and reveal the victim's name once you find him. The two of them nodded quickly and admitted their mistakes sincerely. Chen Shui also fully repented and expressed her regret towards Shen Rushui and Wang Long sincerely. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the target person's character. They have successfully turned from evil to good. Ding! Detected that the target person, Zhang Yining, has experienced a dramatic change in her mental state. She feels guilty about her mistakes and wants to make amends. Zhang Yining's compensation value, 100. Congratulations to the host for perfectly transforming the target character Zhang Yining. She has successfully turned from evil to good. Reward, a BMW M4 Coupe Nürburgring Official Limited Edition. The vehicle has been automatically registered to the host and is parked in parking space 007 in Area B of the hotel's underground parking lot. The car keys are in the host's pocket. Bonus points, 200 points. Detected that the host has successfully transformed two high-value targets in a short period of time, causing both of them to successfully turn from evil to good. Triggering special stacking rewards. Special stacking reward, 1000 points. Current total points, 1659 points. Wow! BMW M4 Nürburgring Limited Edition. 1200 points to your account. Lu Xian took a deep breath of cigarette, feeling the pleasure brought by nicotine and the huge surprise brought by the system reward, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more ostentatious. As long as these evil people who have done all kinds of evil repent and confess their crimes, they will be rewarded. This feeling is even better than being an emperor. I just want to reform these bad guys and make them repent for the mistakes they have made. Chapter 20, The Ex-Girlfriend's Black Material is also shocking. Following the system's prompts, Lu Xian immediately spotted the BMW M4 Coupe, an official Nürburgring limited edition, emitting a cold metallic glow, in parking space number 007 in Area B of the hotel's underground parking lot. The car body is an arrogant and eye-catching silver-white color. Even under the slightly dim light of the parking lot, it still reflects a heart-pounding luster, like a silver cheetah ready to pounce. The smooth body lines are full of power, and the wide air intake grille and sharp M Sports package all demonstrate its pure racing pedigree. Fuck! Lu Xian couldn't help but curse under his breath, his eyes almost widening. In his previous life, he couldn't even dream of owning a limited edition sports car of this level. Not to mention, this is given for free by the system. Rebirth is so fucking awesome. Having a system is even more fucking awesome. Lu Xian rubbed his hands excitedly and felt his palms sweating. He took out the heavy car key with the BMW logo from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Beep. The sports car made a pleasant response, and the angel eye headlights lit up, as if it was instantly given a soul. Lu Xian took a deep breath, opened the car door, and was greeted by a fragrance mixed with high-quality leather and the unique smell of a new car. He plopped down into the well-wrapped racing seat, and couldn't wait to put his hands on the M Sport's steering wheel. Lu Xian closed his eyes and rubbed it repeatedly, feeling the ultimate touch, as if he was caressing a rare treasure. Boom! Press the start button, and the V6 twin-turbocharged engine emits a low and powerful roar, and the entire car body trembles slightly, like an awakened beast, announcing its awakening. Lu Xian felt a surge of hot blood rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. From today on, I am the coolest guy in Yenching University. He put the car in D gear and lightly pressed the accelerator. The silver-white BMW M4 shot off like an arrow. The roar of the engine echoed in the empty underground parking lot, attracting the attention of several passing car owners, their eyes full of surprise and envy. Lu Xian sped along the way, enjoying the attention from passers-by. He was in such a good mood that he almost wanted to hum a song. The handling and power output of this M4 are simply impeccable. Every acceleration and every turn brings him unparalleled pleasure. Soon, the sports car stopped steadily downstairs of the men's dormitory of Yenching University. This flashy silver M4 stood out among the ordinary bicycles and a few small cars around it, instantly attracting the attention of all passing students. Holy crap! M4. And it's a limited edition. Who is this? So awesome? Is there such a rich guy in our school? This must be worth several million, right? I'm so envious. Listening to the bursts of exclamations and discussions coming from all around, the curve of Lu Xian's mouth became more and more upward. This feeling of being the center of attention is so fucking awesome. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Xian took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Xin Yahui. He frowned slightly. Xin Yahui, his girlfriend in his previous life. Lu Xian then remembered that according to the timeline, he had not broken up with this woman at this time. Lu Xian's memories of Xin Yahui are not very good. In his previous life, after he became infamous for those unfounded perverted peeping incidents, this woman almost immediately cut off ties with him and turned to embrace another rich second-generation man. Not only that, she also exaggerated the situation online, saying that Lu Xian did have some special hobbies in his daily life. Her words implied that he was a pervert and stepped on him hard, which indirectly confirmed his crime of being a perverted voyeur. Damn it, I haven't even gone to settle the score with you yet, and you're calling me first? A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and he pressed the answer button. Lu Xian! Damn it! How dare you go to a hotel with another woman behind my back? A sharp, piercing female voice full of anger and questioning came from the other end of the phone. It was Xin Yahui, who had not been heard from for many years. My friend saw you. You were at the Century Golden Resources Hotel. You bastard. Are you worthy of me? Xin Yahui's friend actually saw it? What a coincidence. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't too surprised. Places like Century Golden Resources are crowded with people and eyes. Xin Yahui studied at Yenching Institute of Science and Technology, a third-rate technical college, which was far inferior to Yenching University. In the past, the two of them met about once a week, and in his previous life, Lu Xian had to pester her and finally win her over. Lu Xian recalled Xin Yahui's appearance. Well, according to his current perspective, she was just average, barely a passing score of 6. Even compared with Zhang Yining, she is still a long way behind, not to mention Chen Shui's level. If you have something to say, please say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Lu Xian's tone was flat, without any emotion, as if he was talking to a stranger. Xin Yahui on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Lu Xian to react like this. In the past, when Lu Xian was in front of her, had he always been humble and flattering? Lu Xian, what's your attitude? You're cheating and you think you're justified? I'm telling you, this matter isn't over yet. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise. Idiot. Lu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He just spat out 2 words and hung up the phone neatly. Beep beep beep. In the girls' dormitory of Yenching Institute of Science and Technology, Xin Yahui held up the disconnected phone, a look of disbelief on her face. He dared to hang up on me? He even scolded me? Xin Yahui was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her pretty face turned red. Her roommates also looked at each other in confusion. Yahui, what's wrong with Lu Xian? Wasn't he very nice to you before? A roommate asked cautiously. What a bullshit. Xin Yahui screamed, he must be feeling guilty. This scumbag. I worked so hard to be with him, and he actually dared to mess around outside. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately called again. Lu Xian looked at the phone screen that lit up again and hung up without hesitation. After this happened several times, Lu Xian simply blacklisted Xin Yahui's number. The world is quiet. A sneer appeared on his lips. He opened the photo album on his phone and found a few photos of Xin Yahui. The girl in the photo was wearing heavy makeup and trying hard to strike various poses that she thought were sexy, but to Lu Xian, they looked cheap. With a thought, he dragged Xin Yahui's photo into the black material system interface in his mind. Analyzing target person information. A line of cold system prompt text appeared. Name, Xin Yahui. Appearance, 82 with makeup, 75 without makeup. Control value, 2100. Measurements, 90-60-689. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Target evaluation, a scheming gold digger who was accustomed to using her advantages, primarily her figure, to gain benefits among men. She has a certain desire to exploit the host and has extremely low loyalty. Lu Xian looked at the chest circumference data of 90 and sneered. Perhaps the only thing Xin Yahui can be proud of is this turbulent situation. Unfortunately, my brain isn't working very well. Her control value was only 20 points? I had been so devoted to her, and this was all I got in return? However, it doesn't matter now. Lu Xian doesn't take her seriously at all. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. The target person has been detected to have multiple records of bad behavior. Sifting through the negative information. Black material generation completed. Exchange for 1,000 yuan, exchange for 1 black material exchange voucher. Select 1,000 yuan to redeem. Exchange completed. Black material, she maintained inappropriate and ambiguous relationships with multiple men, dating 3 boyfriends simultaneously and demanding money and property from them, including a middle-aged married man with a greasy complexion. Looking at the list of negative information generated by the system, Lu Xian's eyes became colder and colder. She's actually dating 3 boyfriends at the same time? Does that count as her? When I think about how miserable I was in the past, I feel so sorry for myself. It turns out that Xin Yahui had already cuckolded herself before the scandal broke out. This Xin Yahui is much worse than he imagined. Very good, very good. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. Xin Yahui, don't you like messing around? Then let me show you what it's like to be ruined. Chapter 21, Cold Professor Gu Yunxi. Today is the first day of school at Yinqing University. The heat of autumn is still lingering, and the sun is so bright that it is a little dazzling. Lu Xian parked the flashy silver-white BMW M4 steadily in a temporary parking space not far from the first teaching building, attracting the attention of students coming in and out, and exclamations and discussions arose one after another. He had just locked the car when a clamoring voice came from the side. Fuck. Brother Xian. You kid, are good. Lu Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Ming, his roommate who usually loved to make the most noise in the dormitory. He was staring with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, pointing at him with a look of horror on his face, and then pointing at the M4. Oh shit. Oh my goodness. This is a BMW M4, right? Or a Nürburgring limited edition? Lu Ming rushed to Lu Xian in 2 steps, circled the car twice, and marveled at it. Good job, Lu Xian, you're a hidden talent. I saw you living in the dormitory a few days ago, and you were so frugal with your meals. I thought you were a poor peasant like me. So you're the prince on an incognito visit? Lu Ming remembered clearly that just a few days ago, Lu Xian had been arguing with them for a long time because he wanted to order takeout to make up the bill. How did he suddenly become a driver of a multi-million-dollar luxury car? This change was too fast, like riding a rocket. Lucky, I won a lottery ticket. Lu Xian said perfunctorily and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Okay, I'll tell you more about it later when I have a chance. I have to rush to class now, so I can't be late on the first day. The 4 people in Lu Xian's dormitory come from different places and have different majors, so they are not in the same class. It was just a coincidence that today he and Lu Ming both had classes in this first teaching building. Don't, Brother Xian. Lu Ming grabbed him with a flattering smile on his face. We'll be brothers from now on. If you find a way to make money, you have to take me with you. With my looks, how about I be your driver and bodyguard? Good job, not clingy. Lu Xian's mouth twitched and he shook off his hand. Get lost, stop talking nonsense. There's something wrong. After saying that, he ignored Lu Ming, who was still making faces, and walked straight into the teaching building. Lu Ming looked at Lu Xian's receding back, touched his chin, and muttered to himself, this kid is quite arrogant. But, I'm definitely going to cling to this big guy from now on. His eyes rolled, and he took out his cell phone and started taking a lot of pictures of the M4, preparing to post it on his moments to show off that he had a brother who drove a limited edition sports car. Lu Xian walked into the teaching building. The air was filled with the excitement and restlessness unique to freshmen. He found the classroom for his major with ease, Chinese linguistics in the Chinese department. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. It had to be said that the effect of the dragon taming technique was so overbearing that it made him experience an unprecedented pleasure of conquest. If the system hadn't rewarded him with such a magical skill as the gynecological master, he would have been a little worried that his kidneys wouldn't be able to take it last night. Now, I just feel refreshed and energetic enough to kill a cow. When I walked into the lecture hall, there were already quite a few people sitting inside. Lu Xian took a look and sat down in a corner at the back. Today is the first professional course of the new semester, teaching ancient Chinese. Lu Xian's memory of his teacher is unforgettable. Not long after, a middle-aged woman wearing a well-fitting suit, gold-rimmed glasses, with her hair neatly tied behind her head and a small beauty mole at the corner of her mouth that added a touch of intellectual beauty, walked in with a lesson plan. She is the linguistics professor, Gu Yunxi. Lu Xian looked at the figure on the podium with a slightly cold look in his eyes. In his previous life, it was this Gu Yunxi who accepted media interviews in his capacity as a professional teacher when he was being blackmailed by the entire network and slandered as a perverted voyeur. During the interview, she didn't say a single good word for him. Instead, she spoke righteously and bitterly, saying, "Student Lu Xian usually looks gentle and refined. I didn't expect there are such people in the mainland." His words and deeds hinted at his duplicity and low character, confirming his crime. You are really a good role model for teachers. In his previous life, he leaped from a tall building. Everyone in the school who knew him, who stepped on him when he was in trouble, was a murderer. Not a single person had ever offered him a helping hand. Even some strangers would step on Lu Xian just to take advantage of his traffic, and many people took advantage of Lu Xian's bloody buns. Gu Yunxi had already started lecturing at the podium. His voice was clear, his logic was logical, and he quoted from classics, showing a scholarly demeanor. But the occasional glance at the students always carried a sense of unconscious scrutiny and condescension. Today we will mainly discuss the initial consonant system of ancient Chinese, especially the issue of complex consonants. Gu Yunxi's voice echoed in the classroom, but Lu Xian was a little absent-minded. He quietly took out his cell phone from his pocket, adjusted it to a relatively hidden angle, and while Gu Yunxi turned around to write on the blackboard, he faced the screen to her and silently pressed the camera button. A clear photo of Gu Yunxi standing in front of the podium was saved in his mobile phone album. Very good. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc, and with a thought, he dragged the photo into the black material system interface in his mind. Analyzing target person information. A line of cold system prompt text appeared. Name, Gu Yunxi. Appearance, 95 temperament bonus 88 natural makeup. Control value, 0-100. Measurements, 88-65-90. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Target evaluation, surfaces appear righteous, but in reality, they are extremely vain and obsessed with fame and fortune. They once spared no expense to secure professional titles. They harbor serious prejudice and ill will towards the host. Lu Xian looked at Gu Yunxi's data and the system's ruthless evaluation, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Professor Gu, you probably never imagined in your dreams that the student who you thought was improperly behaved has now been transformed, right? Negative information is being generated. Please wait. The target individual has been detected to have committed multiple serious violations of regulations and disciplines. Sifting through the negative information. Lu Xian's eyes became deeper and more full of anticipation. He really wanted to see what kind of shocking scandals Professor Gu, who usually appeared to be aloof and a role model of morality, could reveal. Didn't you like to comment on my character in my previous life? In this life, it is time for all the teachers and students in the school, and even the entire internet, to appreciate the noble character of Professor Gu. Chapter 22, I can't bear to sacrifice my points to beat up the bitch. Black material generation completed. The system prompt sounded crisply in Lu Xian's mind, and the interface refreshed, revealing two new redemption options. Option 1, to redeem the complete black material, 1,500 points are required. Option 2, use 2 black material exchange coupons. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. 1,500 points? He remembered clearly that when he dealt with Shen Yahui's little problem, he only used 1,000 yuan in the black material exchange option generated. Chen Shui's shocking black material involving intentional homicide was only worth 5,000 yuan. But now, the negative information about Professor Gu Yunqi has skyrocketed to 1,500 points. That's equivalent to 15 million dragon coins. If converted into money, it is 3,000 times that of Chen Shui and 15,000 times that of Shen Yahui. Hiss. Lu Xian secretly took a deep breath. How much of a conspiracy was hidden behind the scenes by Professor Gu, who usually looked so righteous and otherworldly? He could actually ask for such a high price for a system that was so expensive. He glanced at his remaining 1,659 points, 1,200 of which were earned from the system's special superposition rewards for his dual-line operations on Chen Shui and Zhang Yining last night. After spending these 1,500 points, he would almost be back to the situation before liberation. There is only one black material redemption voucher left, so I can only use points. However, when he thought of Gu Yunqi's face in her previous life and her righteous words for taking advantage of his misfortune, the hesitation in Lu Xian's heart instantly disappeared. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't beat a bitch without sacrificing your points. Exchange. Lu Xian's mind moved, and he decisively chose the first option. Points 1,500, current remaining points, 159 points. Details of the black material are being generated. Details of the black material, secretly transmitting important national-level ancient Chinese literature research materials and undisclosed cultural relics information to foreign forces. Detailed description, target Gu Yunqi, since being promoted to associate professor 5 years ago, has exploited his position to repeatedly steal and copy research findings from ancient documents classified within the university and at a national level, scans of rare copies, and undisclosed information about important cultural relics learned while participating in archaeological projects. He then sold these to intelligence agencies and collection organizations in a major Western country through encrypted channels at high prices. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target character's evil mentality and turn them back to good ways to receive a reward. On the system panel, a PPT report with more than 10 pages of pictures and text slowly unfolded, like a detailed picture of crime. It clearly lists the time, place, contact person code, summary of the specific transaction information, photos of cultural relics, some of which have her as the background, and the amount paid by the other party and the account entry path for each of Gu Yunqi's transactions. The completeness of the chain of evidence and the detailed details are simply outrageous. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth curled up slightly uncontrollably, outlining a cold and cruel arc. Gu Yunqi, you are a role model for a teacher, but you are doing things that betray your country for personal gain. You really have painted a heavy black mark on the word role model for a teacher. Look at you this time, how can you be elegant and noble? Gu Yunqi on the podium knew nothing about this and was still immersed in his own academic world. She adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and the look behind the lenses was cold and aloof, as if it contained no trace of worldly matters. The most attractive thing is her slightly distant phoenix eyes and the small, perfect beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which adds a bit of intelligence and charm. However, in Lu Xian's eyes, all this became a perfect irony. He could even imagine how the cold expression on the face of the arrogant Professor Gu would collapse when this PPT was made public, and how those phoenix eyes that were always scrutinizing and critical would reveal fear and despair. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair leisurely, his fingertips tapping the table unconsciously, and his eyes admired the beautiful scenery on the podium with amusement. He had already started thinking about how to make this gift have the greatest surprise effect. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. Gu Yunqi seemed to be a little dry-mouthed from speaking. She put down the chalk in her hand, picked up the lesson plan and her handbag on the podium, cleared her throat, said "Get out of class dismissed" in her usual calm tone, and prepared to turn around and leave without any hesitation. The students in the classroom seemed to have been pardoned and began to pack up their things, preparing to scatter. "Professor Gu, please stay." A voice, not loud but clear enough, rang out from the back of the slightly noisy classroom. Gu Yunqi, who was about to walk out of the classroom, paused, frowned slightly, and looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw Lu Xian standing up slowly, a hint of subtle doubt and almost inaudible contempt flashed in her eyes. She had some impression of this student. He seemed not very focused in class and always seemed a little distracted. My classmate, Gu Yunqi's tone was still professional and polite, but the sense of alienation was not diminished at all. Is there something you didn't understand in class? Lu Xian walked out of his seat slowly, walked through several rows of tables and chairs, and came in front of Gu Yunqi. He was more than half a head taller than Gu Yunqi. At this moment, he looked at her with his eyes slightly lowered, with an elusive smile on his face. Yes, Professor Gu. Lu Xian nodded, his voice gentle. I do have some academic questions that I would like to consult you on in depth. Gu Yunqi looked at Lu Xian's calm and composed appearance, and her brows furrowed even more tightly. She has always disliked being bothered too much by students after class, especially those who don't seem to be genuinely seeking advice, but rather seem to be just making small talk. She also has an important academic seminar this afternoon, so her time is precious. But her good professional ethics still made her patiently ask, well, what's the problem? Just tell me right here. If it's simple, I can answer it on the spot. The implication is that complicated issues should be discussed another day so as not to waste her time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian did not rush to speak. Instead, he glanced meaningfully at the students who were still leaving the classroom in groups of 3 or 4, then turned his gaze back to Gu Yunqi, and the smile on his lips deepened. Professor, there are still too many people here, and it's a bit noisy. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, and added with a hint of mystery, also, the question I want to ask you. I'm afraid it's not convenient to discuss it openly here. The content may be quite special. Chapter 23. I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn? Gu Yunqi's face really darkened. What questions can't be asked here? She hates students who act mysterious, as if they are so important. In her opinion, Lu Xian was just an ordinary student whom she had no impression of. She was probably looking for an excuse to get close to him or ask some irrelevant personal questions. Students, this is a teaching building. If you have any academic questions, you can discuss them normally. Gu Yunqi's tone was unquestionably cold and hard, as if to say, don't waste my time. She adjusted her glasses, and the look behind the lenses revealed an unapproachable aloofness. If it's not a study problem, then I'll leave first. I hope you'll try your best to pay attention in class in the future and not be distracted. After saying that, Gu Yunqi stopped looking at Lu Xian and turned around, preparing to walk out of the classroom. She walked lightly, as if everything behind her had nothing to do with her. However, the moment she turned around, a hand reached out, accurately and with a hint of irresistible force, and gently placed on her arm. Gu Yunqi's body froze instantly. She turned around suddenly, with a look of offended anger, and shouted coldly, "Let go!" She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian coldly. The look in her eyes was no longer distant as before, but instead contained a kind of scrutiny and warning. It was as if they were seeing through Lu Xian. For a moment, Lu Xian even felt a cold murderous intent flash in those eyes. That was the animal's instinctive murderous look after its bottom line was violated. Lu Xian didn't let go, but just raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth and turned the phone screen to Gu Yunqi. There was a screenshot on the screen, with only a few lines of English and a few numbers, but the background vaguely showed the interface of some encrypted communication software. Professor Gu, I suggest you come with me. Lu Xian's voice was soft, but it carried a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. After all, this matter is too important. He looked at Gu Yunqi, his eyes changing from amusement to a deep, all-knowing look. Look, this is a screenshot of the ancient Chinese literature that the United States purchased 3 years ago. You should be familiar with it, right? Gu Yunqi, who was about to push Lu Xian's hand away, suddenly had her wrist muscles tensed up and froze in mid-air. Her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the blood had drained from her face in an instant. The pair of phoenix eyes that originally held anger were now filled with disbelief and a hint of suppressed panic. She quickly looked around and confirmed that not many students were paying attention to this side. Almost subconsciously, she suddenly grabbed Lu Xian's arm, no longer pushing him away, but pulling him hard and walking quickly out of the classroom. Her movements were hurried and she even looked a little embarrassed. Lu Xian let her pull him, still with that unfathomable smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Gu Yunqi pulled Lu Xian through the corridor, avoiding the crowd, and finally stopped in a relatively sparsely populated corner. This place faces the corridor and is not easily seen by passers-by. After stopping, Gu Yunqi took a deep breath and tried to calm his violently beating heart. She was worthy of being someone who could do such a big thing as selling out state secrets. After a brief panic, she quickly regained her composure. She looked at Lu Xian again, her eyes had regained their apparent calmness, but a hint of horror still lingered deep within them. Classmate, what's your name? Her voice no longer sounded sharp, but it carried a suppressed coldness. Where did you get these things? She tried to take the initiative and turn the topic to Lu Xian's illegal acquisition. Don't be fooled. These are important confidential documents. If these screenshots are discovered, you will be sentenced. When Lu Xian heard what Gu Yunqi said, he almost applauded her in his heart. This skill of stirring up trouble and confusing right and wrong is really perfect, worthy of being a professor. If it were any other student, they might have been intimidated by her soft and hard words, scared to death, and handed over the things obediently. Unfortunately, she was facing Lu Xian. The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold mockery. Professor Gu, are you scared, silly? Lu Xian took a step forward, approaching Gu Yunqi, lowering his voice with a creepy threat. Are you threatening me? He looked at Gu Yunqi's face, which was pretending to be calm, and said word by word, these evidences prove that you broke the law, not me. Gu Yunqi's face darkened again, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. She hadn't expected this student to be so difficult to deal with, to understand things at once and not to be threatened at all. Student, I don't know what you are talking about. She tried to continue denying it, her tone firm, these are state secrets. I hope you won't bring them out again. She originally wanted to scare the student, after all, he was just a young boy. Although she didn't know where he got these photos from, a college student would definitely be fooled. With some threats and inducements, he would definitely be scared and hand over the things obediently, and then she would find a way to deal with the aftermath. But Lu Xian's performance was completely beyond her expectations. The student's eyes were terrifyingly sharp, like a knife, as if they could pierce through all her disguises. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Gu Yunqi like a knife. The expression on his face became completely cold, without a trace of warmth. Professor Gu, you're still playing dumb with me, aren't you? Lu Xian cursed, his tone filled with impatience and oppression. You really want me to tell you in detail, right? He leaned close to Gu Yunqi, almost touching her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with an evil whisper, like a devil, in her ear. March 25, 2020, in the United States, a scanned copy of the important document Ancient Chinese Classics was sold for $1.5 million US. Gu Yunqi's body trembled violently, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead and slid down his temples. The date, content, amount, and even the currency unit that Lu Xian mentioned were all accurate. This is not information that can be revealed by a simple screenshot. Lu Xian looked at her horrified reaction, a cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he continued to put pressure on her, remember? Your sports car, your villa, how did you get them? He paused, looking at Gu Yunqi's body trembling slightly with extreme fear, and his tone became even colder. You laundered all this black money into your parents' accounts through special channels, and suddenly your dad became an entrepreneur? Did your old classmate who started a company also help you a lot? Gu Yunqi's face was no longer pale, but had taken on a sickly bluish-gray color. She opened her mouth, but no words came out, only rapid gasps. Her forced composure completely collapsed under Lu Xian's precise description. What nonsense are you talking about? She struggled to squeeze out a few words, her voice trembling with tears, no longer as cold as before. I don't understand. Lu Xian smiled evilly, and felt extremely happy seeing her on the verge of collapse. Okay, you don't understand, right? Lu Xian said lightly. That's okay, I don't mind helping you recall it. Or, we can discuss it out loud here so you can understand it slowly? Chapter 24 Gu Yunqi, I was wrong, don't post it online. Or maybe, Lu Xian's voice was filled with laughter, but it seemed to be tempered by ice. I'll post it online and let the enthusiastic netizens help you recall it. You see, this is the information age, what spreads the fastest? Of course it's gossip, a scandal. Especially when a high-ranking university professor is doing something shameful behind the scenes. TSK, just thinking about the traffic, I'm worried about you. He stretched out his right hand and frivolously hooked Gu Yunqi's chin with his fingertips, forcing her to raise her head and look directly at him. There was no warmth in those playful eyes, only the coldness of controlling everything. Gu Yunqi's body shook violently, and she subconsciously raised her hand to slap his hand away, her voice trembling with obvious vibrations. Let go of me. Lu Xian's eyes instantly became sharp, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. You bitch, you're still pretending in front of me, right? He cursed coldly, completely tearing off his disguise. He took out his cell phone and quickly opened the Weibo interface. His fingers seemed to be sliding across the screen, and his tone was full of ultimatum. Since the professor is so confident and thinks this is a false accusation, let's ask netizens to judge for their own judgment. They are the ones who love to distinguish truth from falsehood. Gu Yunqi was completely panicked when she saw that he actually opened Weibo. Her previous toughness and denial instantly collapsed in the face of Lu Xian's unhesitating actions. She suddenly grabbed Lu Xian's arm, her voice filled with tears, almost begging, Don't, please don't send it, I beg you." She tried to squeeze out a trace of grievance on her face, trying to play the emotional card. "Listen to me, classmate, I was framed. These things are all false. Some people are jealous and just want to destroy me." She bit her lower lip, her eyes were red, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Her acting skills were superb. Lu Xian looked at her with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look, and felt only endless irony in his heart. He really deserves to be called a professor. With the speed of changing his face and his acting skills, it would be a waste of his talent if he doesn't win an Oscar. He wouldn't be fooled by such a poor performance. Lu Xian grabbed Gu Yunqi's tied-up hair and roughly messed it up. A few strands of hair fell down, adding a bit of messy beauty. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target's psychology, make amends for their mistakes, and turn them back to good ways to receive rewards. Good, the system task was triggered. "You stinky bitch, you're still pretending to be me, right? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Lu Xian's voice was unquestionably cold, and his tone was full of violence. "Don't cry until you see the coffin. I'm going to post it online right now and expose your sanctimonious face to the sun." He pretended to hit send, his finger hovering over the screen. Seeing this, Gu Yunqi no longer cared about her image. She screamed and rushed forward, trying to snatch Lu Xian's phone. She acted completely on instinct, her mind was blank, and the only thought left was to stop him. Lu Xian had expected her to do this, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Yunqi hard in the face. Bang! The crisp and loud sound echoed in the empty corner. Gu Yunqi was hit and her head tilted. A clear red mark instantly appeared on her face. The burning pain instantly cleared her mind a little, and made her completely understand that the student in front of her was not someone she could deal with ordinary means. "Bitch, you still dare to resist?" Lu Xian's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Gu Yunqi gritted her teeth, a trace of humiliation and despair flashed in her eyes. She looked at Lu Xian, then at the phone in his hand. In the end, all her resistance collapsed in the face of great fear. "Please, classmate, don't post this online." Her voice was nasal and trembling, and her tears kept falling. She was really in tears. She knew that once these things were exposed, everything would be over for her. Her reputation, status, and even her freedom would vanish in an instant. He pinched her chin with one hand, forcing her to look up and see the coldness in his eyes. "Professor Gu is so beautiful." Lu Xian's eyes were cold. "I wonder if you're married." Gu Yunqi was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask this question suddenly. Her brain raced, and she immediately replied, I don't have a boyfriend. I'm single." She deliberately emphasized that she was single, trying to soften Lu Xian's attitude or find out the purpose of his asking this question. She hoped that Lu Xian would forgive her and let her go at this moment. After all, she had already begged for mercy. However, Lu Yunqi has a secret that is unknown to others. She has a serious misogyny towards men. This morbid aversion made her unable to tolerate any physical contact from men, and she would even feel physically uncomfortable when they got close. Not to mention dating men, she feels annoyed even when looking at men, and thinks they are greasy and disgusting. Gu Yunqi covered her mouth, hunched her body, and made painful retching sounds. Her tears and physiological tears mixed together, making her look both embarrassed and disgusting. Lu Xian's brows furrowed instantly. He looked at Gu Yunqi, who was kneeling on the ground and retching. The amusement and mockery on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a kind of offended anger. "What do you mean? I touch you and you feel sick and want to vomit? Are you looking down on yourself?" He released the hand that was pinching her chin and instead grabbed Gu Yunqi's neck. Although it wasn't strong enough to suffocate her, it was strong enough to make her feel threatened and painful. "What do you mean, bitch? Do you look down on me?" Lu Xian's voice was low and dangerous, full of oppression. Gu Yunqi was strangled by the neck, having difficulty breathing, and her face turned red. She felt Lu Xian's anger and knew that her reaction just now had angered him. Fighting back her nausea and fear, she explained haltingly, No. I have misogyny. I can't be touched by men." "Misogyny?" When Lu Xian heard this word, his eyes flashed with understanding and a hint of amusement. So that's why. No wonder the system said that she has serious prejudice and malice towards the host. It turns out that the root cause is here. Misogyny? Can't be touched by men? Misogyny? Okay. Lu Xian raised his lips in an evil arc, his eyes filled with dangerous light. I will cure you of this disease today. From today on, you, Gu Yunqi, will no longer be that arrogant professor who hates men. Let me change your wicked and ugly soul and make amends for the mistakes you have made. Chapter 25. Gu Yunqi admitted her mistake and was no longer proud. Reminder. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target's psychology, make amends for their mistakes, and turn them back to good ways to receive rewards. Professor Gu, your illness seems to be quite serious. But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of patience. Lu Xian chuckled, and to Gu Yunqi, that laughter was more terrifying than the devil's whisper. Will letting you go bring back the important national data you betrayed? Can we recover the losses? His eyes became fierce, and he stopped talking nonsense. He grabbed Gu Yunqi's hair and walked straight out of the corner like dragging a rag doll. Hey! Classmate, let go. Please let go. I can walk by myself. Don't pull my hair, it hurts. Gu Yunqi screamed and tried to pry Lu Xian's hands apart with both hands, but her strength was no match for Lu Xian. Lu Xian turned a deaf ear to her, still holding her hair tightly and walking forward with big strides. Gu Yunqi was forced to bend over and stumble behind him. Her high heels had been thrown away somewhere long ago, and now her bare feet stepped on the cold ground, which made her look even more miserable. It was almost noon, and the students in the teaching building had long since dispersed, leaving only the two of them in the empty corridor. Bang! Lu Xian kicked open the door of the lecture hall where he had just had class, and found that the classroom was empty. He swung his arm violently, and Gu Yunqi was thrown to the cold ground like discarded garbage. The back of her head hit the table leg with a dull sound, and the pain made her see stars. Gu Yunqi curled up on the ground, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, her messy hair stuck to her pale cheeks, her eyes filled with extreme fear. She looked up at Lu Xian, who was approaching like a demon, her voice trembling. Classmate, what do you want to do? She tried to make a final struggle, her voice filled with tears. How much money do you want? Just tell me the number. I'll give you everything I can afford. Please, don't do this. Money? Lu Xian sneered, as if he had just heard a huge joke. Professor Gu, do you think I need your dirty money? He slowly squatted down and looked at Gu Yunqi at eye level, with a mixture of mockery and coldness in his eyes. What I want is for you to wholeheartedly admit your mistakes and take back all that information. I won't expose your awful deeds for now. So, how about this deal? Is it a good deal? Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, all the blood drained away, and her pupils suddenly contracted due to shock. No. She screamed, with a last bit of stubbornness and a sense of being on the verge of collapse. Classmate, I can't agree to your request. Just change it to something else, anything is fine. Even if I die, I will never agree to this. She thought that her reluctance to obey would make Lu Xian hesitate, but she didn't know that Lu Xian found her words ridiculous. A woman who can even betray her country is now talking to him about chastity? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, and the evil smile on his face became even wider, with a hint of cruel playfulness. Professor Gu, you really are so innocent and cute. Want to die? Isn't that easy? But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you worse than death. He slowly took out his cell phone, and in front of Gu Yunqi, he slowly pressed the three numbers 110, and then pressed the hands-free button. Beep beep beep. The monotonous and rapid dial tone rang out in the silent classroom, and each tone hit Gu Yunqi's heart like a heavy hammer. The call was quickly connected, and a steady female voice came from the receiver. Hello, this is the Yanjing City Public Security Bureau Alarm Center. How can I help you? Hello, police sister. Lu Xian's voice was calm without a trace of emotion, and even had a polite smile. I have something very important to report to you, something concerning state secrets. What is it? Please tell me. The policewoman's voice on the other end of the phone remained professional and calm. It's like this. No. Don't say that. When Gu Yunqi heard the word state secrets, her last nerve completely broke. Her face was ashen, and she didn't care about the pain and embarrassment in her body. She crawled over on her hands and feet, and hugged Lu Xian's arm tightly as if grabbing a life-saving straw, to stop him from continuing. Please. Classmate. I beg you. Her cheeks were covered with tears and snot, and her voice was hoarse, with a heavy nasal tone and desperate pleading. She begged softly, I promise you. I promise you. Woo woo woo. I promise you. Don't call the police. Please. She no longer cared about her dignity or bottom line. Faced with the fear of being disgraced and thrown into prison, everything seemed so insignificant. Looking at her humbled appearance, Lu Xian raised a triumphant smile and said to the person on the other end of the phone, Oh, sorry, police sister, it was just a misunderstanding. It's okay. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. The classroom once again returned to deathly silence, with only Gu Yunqi's suppressed sobs remaining. Lu Xian pinched Gu Yunqi's chin with one hand, forcing her to look up. He looked at her face distorted by tears and fear, and spoke with a hint of playful approval. Well, that's good. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? If you insist on not accepting my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty wine. Lu Xian looked down at his phone, his expression lazy, but revealing a sense of majesty. Gu Yunqi knew that the PPT was the thing that determined her life or death. If it was exposed, her life would be over. Professor Gu, I am also a man of my words. Usually when I'm in a good mood, I keep my word. As long as you sincerely admit your mistake and take back the information you bought, if you can get the enemy's secrets as well. Then I'll keep this matter secret for you for now. Gu Yunqi nodded and said, I promise you, I will bring back all the research results of ancient documents, scanned copies of rare books, and confidential documents. Once everything is done, I will turn myself in. The host has completed the transformation of the target person's character, successfully turning evil into good. Detected a change in the target psychology, a desire to make amends, and a desire to retrieve important information. Current compensation value, 5,100. Rewards, professional level racing driver driving skills, 1 black material exchange voucher. Reward points, 300 points. As for the black material exchange voucher and 300 points, it was also a pleasant surprise. He glanced at Gu Yunqi, who was sincerely admitting her mistake, without any mercy in his heart. As a messenger of justice, I will fight crime at all costs. Gu Yunqi, this is just the beginning. Chapter 26. From now on, I, Lu Xian, will have the final say. Lu Xian walked forward, bent down, grabbed Gu Yunqi's messy long hair, and forced her pale little face up to look at him. Since Gu Yunqi still knows how to repent, let him go for now and see how he behaves in the future. Tsk tisk. He lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers, with a hint of teasing, but his voice was cold without any warmth. Professor Gu, don't worry, I, Lu Xian, always keep my word. Just do what you promised me. I hope you get those things back as soon as possible. Gu Yunqi's body trembled violently, and her dazed eyes finally slowly regained some light. Besides, from now on, I, Lu Xian, will have the final say. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to climb a mountain of swords, you must also climb a sea of fire. Do you understand? He then leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, like a devil's whisper, I will make the evidence of your treason appear as quickly as possible in all the right and wrong places. By then, you should know the consequences, right? Xian, brother Xian. Gu Yunqi's lips trembled, as if these two words had exhausted all her strength. I understand. I'll listen to you. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, falling from her eyes that once looked down upon everything, and hit the cold floor. Everything that I once despised and was proud of was now trampled under the feet of this man and crushed to pieces. Please, let me go. You promised me. Lu Xian smiled slightly, Professor Gu, I promised you that I wouldn't expose you. I keep my word. Wait until you've finished everything. Lu Xian turned around and left with his phone, leaving Gu Yunqi with tears on her face. She didn't expect Lu Xian to be so cruel. After a long time, she finally woke up as if from a nightmare. She shuddered violently and wiped the tears from her face hastily. Lu Xian was walking back to the dormitory in a happy mood when his cell phone vibrated. It was a green bubble message from Zhang Yining. When I clicked on it, it was a photo. In the photo, Zhang Yining was wearing a cool suspender nightgown. He snuggled up intimately beside the still sleeping Chen Shui, with a devilish smile on his face, and even made a V gesture to the camera. Chen Shui was sleeping soundly, with a hint of blush on her fair cheeks. Lu Xian raised a playful smile and replied, Not bad, Yining is becoming more and more sensible. Keep up the hard work and there will be a reward. Then I saved the photo. When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, the aroma of KFC hit me in the face. Zhao Qin was sitting with his legs crossed, watching a short video and stuffing chicken nuggets into his mouth. When he saw Lu Xian coming back, he raised his chin and said vaguely, "Hey, Xuanzi is back? Come on, let's have the family bucket I just ordered, shall we?" Lu Xian glanced at him and sneered in his heart. Zhao Qin is still the same as always. He always likes to use these cheap favors to show his generosity, but in fact he looks down on others deep down. When I was down and out in my previous life, this guy often made sarcastic remarks behind my back. "No, thank you, I just ate." Lu Xian responded indifferently and walked straight to his bed. On the other side, Chen Min, who had been fidgeting, almost jumped up from the bed as soon as he saw Lu Xian come in. He rushed to Lu Xian in a few steps, his face as pale as a piece of paper, his lips trembling, his eyes full of bloodshot and deep worry. "Xian, brother Xian, you're back." His voice was trembling. Schwer, is she okay? You didn't do anything to her, did you?" He was almost crying. Seeing his absent-minded appearance, Lu Xian smiled inwardly, but a relaxed expression appeared on his face. He reached out and patted Chen Min on the shoulder, comforting him. "Hey, look at how capable you are. Are you still worried about your brother taking care of you? Don't worry, Schwer is fine, it's just, maybe she was too tired from playing yesterday. Just let her rest more." Play too hard? When Chen Min heard this, his face not only did not improve, but became even paler, and his body was shaking, as if he would faint at any time. Zhao Qin, who was chewing a chicken leg nearby, heard the name Schwer and came over curiously, asking with a greasy mouth, "Hey? Schwer? Who's Schwer? It sounds like a girl's name." "Xuanzi, sure, when did you hook up with her? Why don't you introduce her to me?" At this time, the other people in the dormitory didn't know that Chen Shui was actually Chen Min's biological sister. Chapter 27, A Filial Son Who Loves His Stepmother's Literature. Prelude chapter can be skipped. This chapter is to introduce new characters, so anxious children can skip it. Lu Xian felt physically uncomfortable when Zhao Qin extended his greasy hand and addressed him as brother in a self-righteous manner. He raised his eyebrows, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his tone was completely cold. He slapped Zhao Qin's chicken grease-stained hand away and said in a low voice, but with an undeniable chill, "Who the hell is your brother?" The smile on Zhao Qin's face froze instantly, as if he had been slapped in public, and that bit of hypocritical enthusiasm solidified instantly. He was stunned at first, and then a surge of anger shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His face turned red like a cooked crab. "Fuck! Lu Xian, you're so shameless, aren't you?" He felt that he had been greatly insulted. He was used to being domineering in the dormitory, so how could he have suffered such humiliation? Anger rose from his heart, and he was so bold that he grabbed the half-eaten chicken leg and smashed it towards Lu Xian's face without thinking. The chicken leg came whizzing with oil on it. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold, and without even blinking, he moved his body slightly, and his right hand stretched out as fast as lightning, and he casually knocked the greasy chicken leg to the ground. Then, he exerted force with his feet and kicked with incredible speed. His movements were clean and neat, without any delay, and hit Zhao Qin's slightly protruding belly. "Ah!" Zhao Qin let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and his whole body instantly hunched over like a cooked shrimp. The expression on his face was distorted beyond recognition, the veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat broke out. He just felt his stomach churning, as if his internal organs were out of place, and the severe pain made him unable to speak. However, this is just the beginning. Without waiting for Zhao Qin to react, Lu Xian had already rushed forward and stomped on Zhao Qin's head mercilessly with another kick, pressing his face, which was twisted with pain, to the cold dormitory floor. "Pooh!" Lu Xian looked down at Zhao Qin, who was lying like a stray dog at his feet, and spat in his face without any hesitation. His tone was filled with extreme contempt and mockery. "With your appearance, you are not worthy of calling me your brother?" He exerted a little force with his feet, and Zhao Qin's cheek rubbed against the ground, making a teeth-grinding sound. "Call me daddy." Lu Xian's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Zhao Qin lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, his face covered in saliva and dust, looking utterly miserable. He wanted to struggle, to resist. But Lu Xian's feet pressed down on him like a mountain, making him unable to move. Humiliation, anger, and a hint of unbelievable fear intertwined in his heart. Lu Xian, are you fucking sick? I haven't offended you, have I?" He roared, his voice distorted by pain and anger. "No offense? Hearing this, Lu Xian raised his lips into an icy arc, his eyes dark and terrifying. Oh, that's just because you don't know. In his previous life, this grandson relied on his family's small fortune to plot against him behind his back, and he was especially adept at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Now that the situation is changed, it's time for him to experience the feeling of being stepped on by others. Lu Xian no longer paid attention to Zhao Qin, who was wailing at his feet. He slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on Chen Min, who had been trembling next to him, and his face was as pale as paper. Chen Min was so frightened by Lu Xian's cold eyes that his soul was shattered. His legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. He looked at Zhao Qin's miserable state at Lu Xian's feet and was so terrified that he didn't even dare to breathe. Get lost. Lu Xian's voice remained flat, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. You're an eyesore. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Xian, you are busy. I will leave right now, right now. Chen Min felt as if he had been pardoned. He rushed out of the dormitory, tumbling and crawling, as if there was an evil spirit chasing him. He just wanted to get as far away from this evil star as possible. As for Zhao Qin's life or death, it was none of his business. In the dormitory, only Lu Xian and Zhao Qin, who was lying on the ground groaning, were left. Lu Xian slowly took out his cell phone and took a close-up photo of Zhao Qin's dignified appearance at his feet. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Zhao Qin. The system's cold prompt sounded in Lu Xian's mind. Zhao Qin, male, 21 years old, a native of Yanjing. His family runs a small real estate company. He is a typical rich second generation, arrogant and domineering, lustful and brainless. Negative material is being generated. Please wait. Black material generated. Option 1, exchange for 3,000 yuan. Option 2, exchange for 1 black material exchange voucher. Lu Xian looked at the two options and thought about it for a moment. The black material exchange voucher is very precious, and it would be a waste to use it on Zhao Qin. Besides, he is well off now and doesn't need this little money. Choose 3,000 yuan to exchange. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Black material exchange successful. Account balance deducted 3,000 yuan. Details of the scandal: he engaged in inappropriate behavior with his stepmother, who was the same age as him. Detailed description: the target individual, Zhao Qin, is the son of Zhao Qintian, a well-known real estate developer in Yanjing. He is known for his promiscuity and maintains several young and beautiful mistresses at home year-round. Zhao Qin has a unique penchant for favoring his father's mistresses. Whenever Zhao Qintian takes on a new mistress, Zhao Qin will find ways to secretly engage in indecent acts behind his father's back. System statistics indicate that Zhao Qin has so far successfully seduced 4 of his father's mistresses, all of whom are similar in age to him, with 2 even being a year or 2 younger. Immediately afterwards, a PPT file of more than 30 pages appeared on Lu Xian's mobile phone screen. It contains pictures and texts, and details various screenshots of explicit chats between Zhao Qin and his 4 stepmothers, intimate photos that are too painful to look at, and even several long restricted videos that were enough to make Zhao Qintian suffer a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Every photo and every conversation clearly points to Zhao Qin's despicable and dirty behavior. Lu Xian quickly flipped through the negative information, the corners of his mouth curled higher and higher, and his eyes were full of amusement. TSK, little brat, you're really brave. Your hobbies are quite unique. You only target your father's women. You're really filial to the death. He laughed in his heart. This Zhao Qin is simply a talent. Zhao Qin at his feet seemed to have sensed something. He endured the pain and raised his head with difficulty. He just happened to see a familiar and frightening photo flash across Lu Xian's mobile phone screen. Although it was only a flash, he still recognized it. Zhao Qin's face instantly turned even paler than before, cold sweat dripping down his face, his voice trembling. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Xian. What's that thing in your phone? Don't you dare say that? It could kill people. His eyes were filled with fear, and his arrogance was long gone. Chapter 28. I heard that your mother is a beautiful deputy mayor? Lu Xian admired the masterpiece on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up higher and higher, his eyes looked like he was looking at a rare treasure, or a fat lamb that was about to be served on the table. Although Zhao Qin, who was standing under his feet, was grimacing because of being stepped on, his eyes never left Lu Xian's mobile phone. When those photos that flashed by on the screen and were enough to bring him eternal damnation came into his eyes, the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly. Then, isn't that the young model mom his dad just got together with last month? And that one is the college student whose father had a mistress in his mansion last year. The angles of these photos, some are obviously candid shots, some are fucking selfies. In order to seek excitement, he took a lot of photos at that time. When he shouted "people will die," his voice was trembling, and the arrogance on his face had long been replaced by fear and despair. He knew his father Zhao Qingtian's temper best. If he knew that he dared to touch his own woman, he would probably break his legs and kick him out of the house. Hearing this, Lu Xian ground down his feet again and looked down at him condescendingly, his eyes filled with mockery and coldness. "Oh? You fucking knew someone would die? Tell me, who died?" He paused, then added slowly, like a cat playing with a mouse, "You're the one who's going to die, aren't you? If your father, Chairman Zhao Qingtian, knew his beloved son, not only would he have cheated on him repeatedly, but he'd also filmed all his treasured stepmother literature. Tell me, can you still be so arrogant in front of me like you are now, eating KFC, crossing your legs, and being carefree?" Zhao Qin's sweat broke out in a flash, soaking the hair on his forehead. His face was as pale as paper, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't say a word. Or, Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of malicious temptation. "I won't bother Chairman Zhao anymore. I'll just post these wonderful moments online and let the enthusiastic netizens help your young, beautiful, and unique stepmothers to die with you. I've already thought of a title. It's called The Unique Filial Piety of the Second Generation Wealthy in Yanjing, My Anecdotes with Stepmoms. What do you think? Isn't my suggestion a good one?" "No. Don't." Zhao Qin finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a shrill scream. He didn't care about his head being stepped on. He hugged Lu Xian's calves tightly with both hands, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Xian. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, let me go. Let me go this time." He suddenly raised his head, not caring about the dust and saliva on his face, and started banging his head. His forehead made a dull sound when it touched the cold ground. "Brother Xian, you are so generous. How much do you want? 100,000? No, 200,000. I'll call my dad right away. No, 500,000. Brother Xian, if you'd be so kind, I'll transfer the 500,000 to you right away." Lu Xian scoffed, raised his toes slightly, and tilted Zhao Qin's chin up, forcing him to look at him. 500,000? Zhao Qin, do you think I, Lu Xian, need your dirty money? Zhao Qin's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that today's matter might not be so easy. Then, Brother Xian, tell me, what exactly do you want? As long as I can do it, I will never refuse, even if it means death. Zhao Qin's voice was filled with tears and was extremely humble. The smile on Lu Xian's face became more and more evil. "It's very simple. I want you to be my dog. From now on, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to bite someone, you can't just bark. Do you understand? Dog?" Zhao Qin was stunned at first, then he forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and a ho-ho sound came from his throat. Then, under extreme fear and humiliation, he really woof! Woof woof! As he yelled, he supported himself on the ground with his hands and tried hard to shake his butt to imitate the posture of a dog. As long as he can keep this secret, he would accept me as his grandson, not to mention being a dog. Yeah, not bad, you learned it quite well. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, took his foot off his head, and said slowly, since it's a dog, there should be some expression of respect, right? Zhao Qin quickly got up and knelt in front of Lu Xian, looking at him eagerly, waiting for instructions. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target's psychology, make amends for their mistakes, and turn them back to good ways to receive rewards. Lu Xian looked down at him, a playful smile on his lips. By the way, Zhao Qin, I heard that your mother is a great beauty, and she is also the famous cold-blooded deputy mayor of Jinhe City, Mayor Su Wanqing, right? I heard some gossip that she's a bit overbearing and authoritarian in Jinhe. When Zhao Qin heard this, he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and his face instantly became paler than before, and even his lips lost their color. His mother Su Wanqing, that was the deepest taboo in his heart, and the only person he still had some respect for. Although Su Wanqing and his father had divorced a long time ago, Su Wanqing's dominance and coldness were a shadow that had shadowed him since he was a child. Xian, Brother Xian, please don't make such jokes. Zhao Qin's voice was shaking. My mom and my dad divorced a long time ago, and she won't see you. Divorced? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. That's because your father divorced her. She's still your mother. I heard that she loves you very much. I think we can invite Mayor Su to a simple meal to strengthen their relationship. You should be able to arrange it, right? No. No way, Brother Xian. Zhao Qin almost cried. My mom, she's very busy at work, and she has a bad temper. I really can't arrange it. He would rather kowtow to his stepmothers than to provoke his icy mother. Oh? Can't arrange it? Lu Xian's eyes turned cold instantly. Zhao Qin trembled with fear and said quickly, Brother Xian, listen to me. I recently got a new girlfriend. She's from the Yanjing Academy of Fine Arts, the campus beauty. Really, she's got a nice, smooth body, and she's pretty good. Well, no, I mean, she's really pure. I'll make it all clear for you tonight, what do you think? In order to save his life, he even gave up his newly acquired girlfriend. Bang! Lu Xian kicked Zhao Qin hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Zhao Qin's nose suddenly started bleeding, stars appeared in his eyes, and half of his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, I gave you face, didn't I? Lu Xian's voice was icy cold. You still dare to bargain with me? I'm not interested in your second-hand goods, and even less so in your vulgar women. I want to see your mother, Su Wanqing. He squatted down, grabbed Zhao Qin's hair, forced him to look up, and said word by word, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't arrange it well, I don't mind making your love story with your stepmothers a bedtime reading material for the entire internet. By the way, let your father appreciate his son's filial piety and see how you have brought shame to the Zhao family. Zhao Qin collapsed on the ground, his chest aching, his face a mixture of blood and tears. He smelled the blood flowing from his nostrils, his eyes were empty, and there was only cold despair in his heart. He knew that Lu Xian was not joking. This devil can do anything. Chapter 29 Grandpa, I am Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Qin, who was crying and swearing to be a good dog, with no expression on his face. He just felt a little bored. However, his icy mother who held a high position did arouse a little interest in him. Go back to your kennel and stop being an eyesore. Lu Xian retracted his foot, his tone as indifferent as if he was shooing away a fly. Yes. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian. Zhao Qinru was pardoned, and he didn't care about the severe pain on his face and the taste of blood in his mouth. He climbed up using his hands and feet, and rolled and crawled back to his bed. He pulled the quilt over his head, his body still trembling slightly with fear and dread. He only dared to secretly observe Lu Xian's movements through the gap in the quilt, fearing that this evil star would think of another reason to torture him. Lu Xian didn't even look at him again. He kicked away the chicken bones stained with Zhao Qin's saliva and blood in disgust, walked to his bed, took off his shoes, turned over and lay down on it, took out his mobile phone lazily, and continued browsing. The train of thought that was just interrupted was resumed. He opened the official website of Yanqing University and found the faculty and staff information column with familiarity. On the screen, faces, some serious, some kind, and some pretentious, quickly passed by. Lu Xian's eyes were calm and his fingers slid slowly across the screen. When his finger slid across Gu Yunqi's ID photo, he paused slightly. The woman in the photo was wearing a proper business suit, her hair was neatly tied up, she had an intellectual and aloof smile on her face, her eyes were cold, and she still looked superior. Oh, I really want all the teachers and students in the school to see her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. A cold arc appeared on Lu Xian's lips, and the pleasure of controlling everything in his heart rose again. He clearly remembered the faces of those teachers and professors in his previous life who had taken advantage of his misfortunes, stepped on him when he was in the most difficult times, or used their status to make things difficult for him. Come one by one, don't rush. He had plenty of time and patience to pull down these people who were once high and mighty, one by one, and let them taste the feeling of falling into the dust and being trampled upon by others. Just as Lu Xian was selecting the next lucky person, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang from outside. A burly man at least 1.85 meters tall, with a sturdy build and bulging muscles, was blocking the door. He was wearing a washed-out basketball vest, revealing 2 arms with cheaply made dragon and tiger patterns, and a gold chain for tying a dog around his neck. It looked fake. He has a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. At first glance, he looks like the type of person with a simple mind but strong limbs. Damn it! Who the hell is Lu Xian? Get out here! The burly man roared in a muffled voice, spitting far away, and glanced fiercely at the dormitory. Zhao Qin, who had his head covered, was so frightened that he trembled and almost peed himself. He cursed this ignorant idiot in his heart, another one seeking death. The burly man's gaze quickly locked onto Lu Xian, the only one lying on the bed in a relaxed posture, even looking at him with interest. "Are you Lu Xian?" The burly man tilted his neck and pointed at Lu Xian with a very unfriendly tone. "Boy, I heard you're quite arrogant? You blocked Hui Hui, and you're still messing around out there? Hui Hui? Shen Yahui?" Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and understood instantly. After all this time, it turns out that this is just a bootlicker hired by that gold digger Shen Yahui? Was it this big idiot who saw me check into a hotel yesterday and then went to gossip about me in front of Shen Yahui? TSK, this IQ is indeed a perfect match. Lu Xian didn't even have the interest to sit up. He continued to lie there lazily, changed to a more comfortable position, and glanced at him lightly. "Grandpa, I'm Lu Xian. If you have to fart, hurry up and get out of here. Don't delay my selection of concubines. Hey, yo! That little bastard is pretty wild." The sturdy man was completely enraged by Lu Xian's contemptuous attitude. In addition, he had promised in front of Shen Yahui that he would teach Lu Xian a lesson, so he was even more furious at this moment and felt embarrassed. "You're looking for death. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Hui Hui, you pretty boy. I'll let you know why flowers are so red." After saying that, he roared, swung his fist as big as a casserole, and smashed it towards Lu Xian's face with a whistling sound. Zhao Qin was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly under the quilt, as if he had already foreseen the tragic scene of Lu Xian being beaten black and blue. However, the next second, the expected scream did not sound. It seemed as if Lu Xian had eyes on his back. At the moment when the fist was about to hit his body, he jumped up from the bed with a light and swift somersault like a civet cat and landed steadily on the ground. At the same time, his right fist rushed forward like lightning, without any fancy moves, and collided head-on with the strong man's fist. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard in the dormitory. "Ah!" The sturdy man let out an earth-shattering howl, holding his deformed right wrist, rolling on the ground in pain, the muscles on his face twisted beyond recognition, and cold sweat instantly soaked his vest. His fist was hanging at a strange angle, obviously with a broken bone. "This is not over yet." Lu Xian's eyes were cold, and he moved without any pause. He turned around and kicked cleanly. His right leg lashed out like a steel whip, and with a sound of breaking through the air, he kicked the strong man hard in the waist. Bang! The sturdy man's huge body was like being hit by a speeding truck. He was kicked off the ground, rolled half a circle in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground in the middle of the dormitory, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled twice and tried to get up, but he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. His throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of white foam. His eyelids twitched and kept twitching. The whole process was so fast that it was dazzling, taking only a few seconds. Lu Xian clapped his hands and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. He walked up to the unconscious strong man and looked down at him condescendingly. There was no emotion in his eyes, only indifference. "Waste." He uttered 2 words softly, then raised his foot and stepped twice on the face covered with dust and foam, neither lightly nor heavily, as if he was crushing a cigarette butt. "Go back and tell Shen Yahui." Lu Xian's voice was low. "If you want to cause trouble, tell her to come here herself. If you send this blind rubbish again, it won't just be one hand that's broken next time." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the burly man lying dead on the ground, turned back to his bed and picked up his cell phone. Zhao Qin watched the scene through the gap in the quilt, and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his hair stood on end. Oh my god! Is this Lu Xian still human? This guy is simply a devil. He has no doubt that if he had dared to resist just now, his fate would definitely be 100 times worse than that stupid big guy on the ground. Thinking about how he had just been stepped on by this devil and forced to bark like a dog, Zhao Qin felt a damp heat in his crotch. It was over, he felt like he had really peed himself. He quickly covered himself with the quilt, fearing that Lu Xian would find out, and even breathed carefully. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: within 3 days, he must. He absolutely must find a way to get his icy mother out. Otherwise he couldn't bear to think about the consequences. Chapter 30, I'll kick your balls. The sturdy man twitched on the ground for a long time before he struggled to open his eyelids a crack. White foam came out of his mouth and he spoke incoherently, but his eyes were still fierce. "I am Feng Chang. If you don't kill me today, I will kill you tomorrow. Lu Xian almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. Even in such a mess, you still keep your mouth shut? You're just like a stone in the toilet, stinky and hard. He slowly rolled out of bed, walked to the front of the burly man, and then walked slowly around behind him. The strong man's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Just as he was about to struggle, Lu Xian's feet had already moved. There was only a crack sound, accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing, and some indescribable sound, as if an egg was being crushed. Ouch! Ugh! The strong man's howl was just halfway out of his mouth, and then his eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth even more happily. The whole person bounced violently a few times like a fish out of water, and then completely fainted. A faint foul smell spread in the air. At this time, two heads popped in from outside the dormitory door. They were the companions who had been waiting for the strong man downstairs. They waited for a long time, but their eldest brother didn't come down. They felt something was wrong, so they sneaked up to take a look. They just happened to see Lu Xian's graceful kick and the scene of their eldest brother's glorious death in the line of duty. The two men were so frightened that their faces turned pale. One of them felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground. Hey, don't go. Lu Xian's voice was light and playful. I haven't had enough fun yet, wake him up for me. When the two men heard this, they were as frightened as if they had heard the death warrant from the king of hell. However, they dared not disobey, for fear that they would end up like the strong man. Zhou, brother Zhou. Wake up, brother Zhou. A younger brother pushed the strong man with trembling hands, but there was no response. The other one was a little smarter. He rolled his eyes and thought of some funny movies he had seen before. Gritted her teeth, made up her mind, stretched out her trembling hand, and gently grabbed the strong man's indescribable part. Ah! The burly man suddenly jumped up from the ground as if he had come back from the dead. The sound was so shrill that it could penetrate the ceiling. He rolled on the ground, covering his crotch, with tears and snot all over his face. Oh shit! It hurts! It hurts so much! My balls, my balls! Lu Xian frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the noise, and kicked the strong man in the stomach again, controlling the force just right, making him curl up in pain but unable to make too much noise. Shut up! If you keep howling, I'll pull out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. The strong man was completely obedient now. He couldn't hold his hands over his stomach or his crotch. In the end, she simply covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide open like copper bells, bloodshot, tears streaming down uncontrollably, veins bulging on her forehead, cold sweat pouring down like rain, and she nodded frantically at Lu Xian, afraid that she would be even a little slow. Go back and tell Xin Yahui. Lu Xian looked down at him with a calm tone. Don't worry, I will slowly settle her accounts with her one by one. But before I take the initiative to find her, she'd better tuck her tail between her legs and stop sending low-class trash like you to bother me. Otherwise, she will regret coming into this world. He paused and added, go away. Remember to take this pile of garbage with you, don't dirty my land. The strong man and the two younger brothers felt as if they had been pardoned and had been saved from the gates of hell. Thank you, brother. Thank you for not killing me. The sturdy man covered his crotch with his hands, his voice shaking like a sieve. With the support of the two younger brothers, he limped and crawled out of the dormitory. Lu Xian looked at their fleeing backs, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, turned back to the bed, picked up his mobile phone, and continued to look through the faculty and staff information on the campus network, as if nothing had happened just now. All of this was seen clearly by Zhao Qin through the gap in the quilt. He was no longer scared to death, but felt like he had already died once. That click sound seemed to pinch his heart directly, causing a sharp pain in some part of his body. He clutched the quilt tightly, not daring to breathe, fearing that Lu Xian's next target would be him. This guy wasn't a student at all, he was clearly a demon from hell. Just then, Lu Xian's cell phone rang. Zhao Qin was so frightened that he almost rolled off the bed. Lu Xian glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his mother. The cold hostility in his eyes dissipated a lot in an instant, and he answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Hey, Xianer. A gentle and kind female voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I have something to tell you. I asked the village secretary to help me get you a scholarship. I've filled out all the documents. I just need the school to stamp them. Take the documents to your school leaders, get them stamped, and the deal will be done. When Lu Xian heard this, he felt warm in his heart, but then he felt a little amused. Now that we have the system, although the daily quota is only 100,000, the thing we have the most right now is money. But then he thought again that he couldn't let his parents know that he had suddenly become rich. The old couple had lived frugally all their lives, and when he suddenly told them that he had endless money, they would think he was crazy or had done something illegal. This matter needs to be done slowly, and life at home needs to be improved bit by bit. Moreover, he had indeed applied for this scholarship in his previous life, but due to limited places and lack of connections, it ended up in nothing. In this life, my mother still applied for a scholarship. I know, Mom. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Xian's voice was choked with a barely perceptible sob. Being able to clearly hear his mother's voice again and feel the warmth from his family, the fire of revenge in his heart burned even more vigorously. Those who have hurt him and his family, no one can escape. Silly child, why are you being so polite to me? I sent you the documents by express 2 days ago. Calculating the time, it should arrive today. I've sent you the tracking number on the green bubble, so please take a look. Okay, Mom, you should take care of yourself and don't get too tired. The mother and son chatted for a while about family matters before Lu Xian hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, clicked on the green bubble, and sure enough, he saw the express delivery number sent by his mother. It seems that it is time to go back to my hometown after a long absence. But before that, there are still some old accounts in Yenching University that need to be settled. He turned his gaze back to the faculty list on the phone screen, his eyes becoming cold and sharp again. Chapter 31. Who are you calling a bootlicker? Calming his mind, Lu Xian got up from the bed. Zhao Qin was still tightly covered with the quilt, his body twitching from time to time, like a frightened quail. Lu Xian didn't even look at him and walked out the door. The express station is near the east district of the school, only about 10 minutes walk away. Lu Xian walked along, still thinking about his next plan in his mind. Gu Yunxi is just the beginning. There are many old friends in Yenching University waiting for him to visit. As for Su Wanqing from Zhao Qin's side, she is a deputy mayor, which is quite interesting. When we arrived at the entrance of the post station, just as my mother said, there were quite a lot of people there, and a long line formed in front of the pickup window. Lu Xian walked to the back of the line, took out his cell phone and browsed around casually. However, just as the line was moving slowly forward, a girl dressed fashionably and wearing exquisite makeup walked to the front as if no one was around and reported her pickup code directly to the window. She had a matter-of-fact expression on her face, as if queuing had nothing to do with her. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. He lived a miserable life in his previous life, and often had to swallow his anger in order to survive. But now, with the system and the power, he no longer gives face to anyone and tolerates anyone's bad temper. Especially this self-righteous guy. Hey, classmate. Lu Xian's voice was a bit careless, but it reached the girl's ears clearly. Didn't you see everyone was lining up? The girl was waiting for the staff to find something, and when she heard this, she turned around and glanced at him impatiently. That look was filled with condescending arrogance, as if Lu Xian was a meddling fly. Who are you? She rolled her eyes. Did I cut in line in front of you? What's it to you? As she spoke, she glanced at the silent students in front of her and said in an even more arrogant tone, no one in front of me said anything, so who do you think you are? You're meddling in other people's business. Some of the students queuing around him lowered their heads to play with their phones, while others had flickering eyes, but no one spoke out to agree with Lu Xian, and no one criticized the girl for cutting in line. They seemed to have become invisible people, keeping aloof from the affairs that had nothing to do with them. This numbness and indifference made Lu Xian feel a chill in his heart, but it also strengthened his determination to no longer hide his edge. Lu Xian smiled, but his smile was cold. He slowly walked up to the girl and looked down at her. The girl felt a little uneasy about the oppressive feeling he exuded, but she still managed to hold on, puffing out her chest and putting on a victim's attitude. What? You want to bully a girl in public? Everyone is watching us. Bully you? Lu Xian chuckled, raised his hand, and spat on the girl's forehead. The saliva landed accurately on the girl's smooth forehead and slid down between her eyebrows. The girl was stunned for a moment, the arrogance on her face froze, replaced by incredible shock and humiliation. You bitch, you've never been spanked, have you? Lu Xian's voice was very soft, but it was unusually clear in the quiet inn. Without waiting for the girl to react, Lu Xian raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face with a crisp slap. The slap was so powerful that the girl staggered, half of her cheek instantly became red and swollen, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Can we queue up later? Lu Xian grabbed her hair and forced her to look up at him with a cold look in his eyes. The severe pain from her scalp made the girl completely collapse, and tears suddenly burst out. She no longer cared about her image and dignity, and begged in a tearful voice, "Yes. Brother, I was wrong, can you let go? It hurts. Don't do such shameless things now that you know it hurts." Lucien slapped him again, hitting the other side of his face. The crisp sound echoed in the inn again. The girl covered her burning cheeks, her body trembling, her lips quivering, and she nodded repeatedly, "I know I was wrong, brother, I won't dare to do it again, I really won't dare." Lucien let go of her hair, took out his cell phone, and took a picture of her red and swollen face with tears in her eyes. "I'll remember you." He put away his phone and said in a warning tone, "If you cut in line again, I'll slap you. If you know you're wrong, get out of here and line up at the back." Lucien pointed to the end of the team. The girl didn't dare to say another word. She covered her face and ran to the back of the line crying. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt. She didn't know whether it was because of pain or shame. She lowered her head, took out her phone, clicked on a contact with trembling fingers, and sent a voice message with tears in her eyes, "Brother phone. I was beaten at the post station. Come here quickly." In the inn, everyone was like watching a free movie. No one came forward to stop the fight, no one expressed dissatisfaction with Lucien's behavior, and no one even accused the girl of cutting in line. They just watched silently, with complicated expressions, including surprise, gloating, and indifference. Lucien ignored the looks, reported his pickup code, and successfully received the express delivery. He weighed the file bag in his hand, thinking of his mother, and his eyes softened a little. He turned and walked out of the inn. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw several boys blocking the door with a fierce look in their eyes. The leader had dyed yellow hair, some unknown pattern tattooed on his arm, and a fierce look on his face. The girl who was slapped twice was hiding behind them, pointing at Lucien, her eyes full of resentment and pride. "It's him! Brother phone, he was the one who hit me," the girl screamed. The yellow-haired man stepped forward and looked at Lucien. Seeing that Lucien was not very tall, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. "Boy, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" He tilted his neck, his joints making a cracking sound. "How dare you touch my brother Feng's woman in school? Are you tired of living?" Lucien looked at these aggressive guys, then looked at the girl hiding behind with a smug look on her face, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you the dog she hired?" Lucien glanced at the yellow-haired man calmly, his tone as calm as if asking for directions. "Why, do you ought to stand up for your master? Who are you calling a bootlicker?" The yellow-haired man was hit in a sore spot and became angry and humiliated. He waved his fist and said, "I'm her boyfriend. Stop talking nonsense, kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then pay me all the medical expenses and mental damage compensation, and I will spare you today." "Kneel down? Admit your mistake?" Lucien seemed to have heard a huge joke, and the sarcasm on his face became even more intense. "Just relying on a bunch of you guys?" He took a step forward, and the aura emanating from his body suddenly changed, like a dormant ferocious beast, instantly locking onto the people in front of him. "Want to play?" Lucien looked at the yellow-haired man with cold eyes. "Grandpa will play with you guys today." Chapter 32, Is the hobby stealing things, or is it underwear? Before those ferocious-looking guys could get ready, Lucien had already made his move. He had no interest in playing any fancy tricks with these small fry. Using his nascent Sanda skills to deal with these street thugs was simply an overkill. Lucien exerted force on his feet and rushed forward like an arrow, so fast that the yellow-haired man had no time to react. He felt a flash before his eyes, and then a huge force came from his chin. His whole body leaned back uncontrollably, his feet left the ground, and flew more than 2 meters away. He hit the ground with a bang, and blood spurted out of his nose instantly, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. The remaining brothers were horrified when they saw this and were about to step forward, but Lucien moved faster. He turned around and kicked out with a clean and neat whip kick, which made a sharp sound and directly kicked away the 2 people who were rushing in front. This was followed by a side kick, which made the guy who tried to attack from the side fall to his knees, holding his stomach. The whole process went smoothly, and in no time, a pile of wailing crooked melons and cracked dates lay on the ground. In just a few seconds, the situation was completely reversed. The few people who were so aggressive just now were now all rolling on the ground in pain, holding some part of their body. There was no trace of their previous arrogance. The entrance of the post station suddenly became quiet. The students watching widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly, obviously shocked by Lucien's clean and neat skills. No one expected that this handsome boy could fight so well and show no mercy at all. Lu Xian clapped his hands and glanced calmly at the people lying on the ground. His gaze finally fell on the girl hiding behind, her face as pale as paper. At this moment, her face was filled with fear and disbelief, and the previous sense of success was long gone. Lu Xian walked towards her, and every step seemed to step on her heart. You don't come over here. The girl backed away in fear, her voice tinged with tears as she shouted, "If you come any closer, I'll call the police." "You're hitting me." Lu Xian sneered, his eyes icy. "Call the police? Sure, go ahead. It's a good opportunity to let the police take a good look at all your bad deeds." He stopped, took out his mobile phone, and put the photos he had taken before into the Black Material app. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. The system's cold prompt sound only rang in Lu Xian's mind. Scanning photo information. Target person, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, female, 22 years old, from Tianjin. Her parents are leaders of a drama troupe. She has been pampered since childhood and is arrogant. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. Black material generated. Option 1, exchange for 1,000 yuan. Option 2, exchange for 1 black material exchange voucher. Choose 1,000 yuan to exchange. Lu Xian muttered to himself. For the black material of such a small character, exchanging it with money was enough. Exchange completed. 1,000 yuan deducted from account balance. Details of the scandal: he stole snacks from the supermarket several times and also stole underwear from classmates in the dormitory. Detailed description: the target, Gao Yuan, comes from a well-off family, but she has a habit of stealing. She's not short of money, but she enjoys the process and the thrill of stealing. She has repeatedly stolen various items from various supermarkets on campus, and has also stolen clothing and underwear from multiple people in the dormitory building. A PPT file of as many as 50 or 60 pages instantly appeared on Lu Xian's mobile phone screen. There are not only photos of her stealing snacks and cosmetics in the supermarket, but also many photos and videos of her sneaking around in the dormitory corridor, pulling open the clothesline when no one is around, and grabbing the clothes hanging on it, especially women's underwear. Each photo clearly captured her expression at the time, including the excitement of success, the nervousness when stealing, and the morbid and indescribable satisfaction. Lu Xian casually clicked on a photo and turned the phone screen to face Gao Yuan. In the photo, Gao Yuan was bending over and stealthily pulling a pink lace bra from the clothesline with a twisted smile on her face. "Little bitch, look who is in this photo." Lu Xian's voice was very soft, but to Gao Yuan's ears, it sounded like thunder. The moment Gao Yuan saw the photo, she was struck by lightning. The blood color on her face instantly drained away, and she became even paler than when she was beaten just now. His lips trembled violently and his eyes were filled with extreme fear and disbelief. "Where did you get the photo?" she screamed, her voice unusually piercing with fear. "You're filming. You're invading my privacy." Lu Xian was so angry at her reaction that he laughed. How could she have the nerve to turn the tables? She was truly rotten to the core. "Fuck you." Lu Xian's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable pressure. "This is evidence that you stole your classmates' underwear. And you still have the nerve to accuse me of taking secret photos? The thief is crying out for help, which shows how bad of a bitch you are." The atmosphere in the inn, which had originally quieted down due to the fight, was instantly ignited again by Lu Xian's words. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yuan, their expressions changing from surprise to shock, and then to disbelief and a hint of contempt. Stealing things? Or stealing classmates' underwear? This fetish is simply creepy. I didn't. Gao Yuan was still being stubborn, but her eyes had already begun to avoid and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Lu Xian sneered and swiped the screen of his phone a few more times. More shocking photos and video clips flashed before Gao Yuan's eyes. There are pictures of her stuffing things into her bag in the supermarket, sneaking around different dormitory floors, and more pictures of her flashing a sickly smile to the camera after she succeeds. No? Lu Xian's tone became even colder. Are these all captured by surveillance cameras? Or have you lost your memory? Do the parents of the leader of your Tianjin drama troupe know that their precious daughter is a pervert with dirty hands and feet at Yenqing University? Shut up. Gao Yuan completely collapsed, no longer caring about her image. She covered her ears and screamed, "No. It's not me. You're talking nonsense." She rushed forward and tried to snatch Lu Xian's cell phone, but Lu Xian easily dodged her. "What? You want to destroy the evidence? Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. It's too late. I've already synchronized these things to several places. If I want, the whole school and even the entire internet will be able to see your wonderful performance tomorrow. He pointed at the yellow-haired man and his minions who were still groaning on the ground. Did you bring these rubbish here to help you solve your problem? Or do you want them to appreciate your unique hobby? Chapter 33 asked me to expose the black material of the little angel. When the yellow-haired man heard Lu Xian's words, saw Gao Yuanyuan's pale face and flickering eyes, as well as the strange looks from the students around him, a feeling of nausea surged in his heart. Although he is a gangster, he also feels very disgusted about stealing, especially stealing underwear. Thinking about how he almost had his legs broken for such a woman, he felt both ashamed and angry. The students around began to whisper. Oh my God, she is such a person. I usually see her dressed up so beautifully, but I never thought, you can only judge a person by their appearance. No wonder things keep getting lost in our dormitory. Could it be her? Those girls who had lost their clothes, especially their underwear, looked at Gao Yuanyuan with anger and suspicion. Gao Yuanyuan listened to the discussions around her and felt like she had been stripped naked and stood in front of everyone. The shame and despair of being completely exposed are more unbearable than physical pain. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face, curled up into a ball, crying heartbreakingly, without any of her previous arrogance or pride. Do you know how to cry now? Lu Xian looked down at her, his tone frighteningly calm. I gave you a chance and asked you to line up. It's you who didn't cherish it. As Lu Xian spoke, he opened the pseudonym account he had prepared earlier, Little Angel Exposing Black Material. Lu Xian was too lazy to look at Gao Yuanyuan's mournful expression. His fingers moved quickly on the screen of his mobile phone, and he sent the selected videos and photos, along with a few short but explosive captions, to his pseudonymous account called Little Angel Exposing Black Material. TikTok, Weibo, none of them were left out. He thought that this account would be his special account of justice execution from now on, used to deal with these ungrateful people. Gao Yuanyuan watched Lu Xian's actions with her own eyes, and was almost scared to death. She rolled and crawled over and tried to hug Lu Xian's thighs. Whoa, brother, I beg you, don't post it. I really know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, I kowtow to you, I'll be your slave, please don't post it. The crying sounded as shrill as a chicken with its neck strangled. Lu Xian frowned and kicked her away in disgust. The force was not strong, but enough to make her roll to the side. You bitch, you're crying now? It's too late. Lu Xian's voice was devoid of warmth. You don't know you're wrong, you're just scared. If you have any grievances, go explain them to the netizens and see if they believe you. After saying that, he walked out of the express station without looking back, as if the farce behind him had nothing to do with him. In the post station, Gao Yuanyuan collapsed on the ground, crying in despair. The students around him raised their cell phones like sharks smelling blood. Crack! Crack! Flashes and shutter sounds rang out one after another. Oh shit, big news. Yanda's female leader, oh no, it's a kleptomaniac female leader, hurry up and post it on WeChat Moments. I've already thought of the title, shocking. A glamorous female college student has such a filthy habit. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Hurry up, record the video. This will definitely go viral, and we can grab some traffic. For a time, photos and videos from various angles, accompanied by exaggerated text, spread rapidly like a virus on campus forums, WeChat groups, Weibo, and other social platforms. No one came to comfort Gao Yuanyuan, and no one cared about her life or death. In this era where traffic is king, she has changed from a living person to a material for entertainment and to earn clicks. Lu Xian naturally didn't care about her fate. He knew very well that Gao Yuanyuan was finished. She would live in the shadow of this stain for the rest of her life and would be pointed at wherever she went. The daughter of the head of the Tianjin drama troupe? I'm afraid her parents will be completely embarrassed by her. He held the document bag sent by his mother, and his mood was not affected at all. Instead, he felt a little relieved because he had solved a small problem. Thinking of his mother still worrying about this small scholarship, he felt both warm and helpless. When the time is right, he must make sure his parents live a good life. Soon, Lu Xian arrived at the school's administrative office building. He had already found out that to get his scholarship stamped, he needed to go to the finance department first and then to the Student Financial Aid Management Center. The official seals of both departments are indispensable. Lu Xian decided to try his luck at the Student Financial Aid Management Center and find the legendary director Chen Yubing. The office is on the third floor, and the sign on the door reads Office of the Director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. Lu Xian straightened his collar and knocked on the door gently. Please come in. A slightly cold but very pleasant female voice came from inside. Lu Xian pushed open the door and was immediately attracted by the figure behind the desk. It was a woman, looking down at documents. She was wearing a tight black lace t-shirt that perfectly outlined her slender waist and plump curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing her snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. Her long, shiny black hair fell like a waterfall, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Lu Xian was a little surprised. This woman looked too young, at most 25 or 26 years old. How could she be the director already? This is not a seat that ordinary people can sit in. Hello, Director Chen, I'm Lu Xian from the School of Economics. Lu Xian stepped forward and said politely, I have a scholarship application form here and I need your stamp. Hearing this, the woman slowly raised her head. The moment she saw Lu Xian clearly, a hint of subtle surprise flashed across her beautiful phoenix eyes, as if she had not expected that the person coming would be such a handsome and tall boy. However, that hint of surprise was fleeting, and he quickly returned to his professional composure. She stretched out her right hand. Her nails were neatly trimmed and painted with a light burgundy nail polish, which looked particularly attractive against her fair fingers. Lu Xian, right? Chen Yubing's voice was just like her appearance, with a hint of just the right amount of distance. For our stamp here, you need to go to Director Gu in the finance department to get it stamped before we can stamp it for you. Her fingertips tapped lightly twice on the smooth table surface, making a soft knock-knock sound, as if to emphasize something. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to read the documents, as if Lu Xian no longer existed. Lu Xian cursed bureaucrat in his heart, but still wore a polite smile on his face. Okay, thank you Director Chen, I understand. He turned and walked out of the office, closing the door gently. TSK, this woman looks young and beautiful, but her style of doing things is quite sophisticated. Let's go to the finance department first, right? Okay, then I'll meet Director Gu first. Lu Xian didn't remember that there was such a complicated process when he applied for a scholarship in his previous life. Chapter 34 Being targeted for no reason? Lu Xian went to the finance department again. Unlike the quiet office of Director Chen Yubing at the Student Financial Aid Management Center, there was already a long line in front of the finance department. The students held various forms in their hands, with different expressions on their faces. Some were anxious, some were expectant, and some looked numb. Lu Xian stood at the end of the line, thinking in his mind that he had been considering giving up on the scholarship. After all, the amount the system gave him every day was too little for him. But when he thought about how his mother had gone to great lengths to get the spot through connections, the weight of maternal love made him feel that he had to stamp the spot. Not for money, but to make my mother's hard-working heart feel more at ease and happier. Waiting is always boring. Lu Xian took out his mobile phone and habitually clicked on the account of Little Angel exposing black material. As expected, Gao Yuan's little affair has already rushed to the top of the hot search list, with tags such as hashtag the kleptomania of the weird girl from Yen University hashtag the dirty soul under the glamorous appearance hashtag, and hashtag who gave her the courage to steal hashtag being more explosive than the other. The comment section was filled with heated discussions, criticism, and various moral judgments. Some netizens, who claimed to be psychology enthusiasts, even began to analyze Gao Yuan's childhood trauma. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and casually liked one of the comments that said, "It is recommended that the school conduct a thorough investigation and remove these bad apples from the campus." Then he closed the TikTok app with a lack of interest. He was too lazy to worry about what happened to Gao Yuan. The team moved extremely slowly. Lu Xian patiently scanned the office and quickly locked onto his target, an independent office cubicle with a sign that read Director of the Finance Department, by Yanqi. Another beautiful director. Lu Xian muttered to himself, are the leaders of Yanqing University selected according to beauty pageant standards? Director Bai looked more capable and sharp than Chen Yubing. He was wearing a well-tailored professional suit, his hair was neatly tied behind his head, and he wore a pair of frameless glasses on his nose. The look behind the lenses revealed a sense of scrutiny. Finally, it was his turn. Lu Xian took a deep breath, put on a standard polite smile on his face, and walked to Bai Yanqi's desk. Hello, Director Bai, he gently placed the scholarship application form on the table. I'm Lu Xian from the School of Economics. I just came from Director Chen at the Student Financial Aid Management Center. She said my application needs to be stamped by you before she can proceed. Bai Yanqi adjusted his glasses, picked up the application form, scanned it quickly, and frowned slightly. Her fair fingers tapped lightly on a certain spot on the form, then pushed the form back to Lu Xian. "Classmate, are you mistaken?" Her voice was cold and clear, with a hint of unquestionable certainty. "Our finance department's process has always been for the Student Financial Aid Management Center to review and stamp the documents first. Once they've confirmed they're correct, they'll send them to us for financial formalities." Director Chen, as the director of the Financial Aid Center, couldn't possibly be unaware of this process. The smile on Lu Xian's face faltered slightly, but he still patiently explained, "Director Bai, I did just come from Director Chen. She told me personally that I need to get your stamp first. Could it be that there have been some recent adjustments to the process?" Bai Yanqi seemed a little impatient. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows, and her tone became a little heavier. "Okay, classmate, I'm very busy here and don't have time to explain it to you again and again. The process is the process, and there is no adjustment. You go to Director Chen to get the seal first, and then come to me. Don't affect other students' work, there is a queue behind." As she spoke, her eyes passed Lu Xian and looked at the students waiting behind him. Lu Xian looked back at the long queue behind him and the anxious or impatient eyes, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. He gritted his teeth and finally swallowed back the words, "Are you two playing a trick on me?" He picked up the application and forced a smile that looked uglier than tears. "Okay, Director Bai, I understand. I'll go check with Director Chen. Damn it, what the hell is this?" As soon as he walked out of the finance department, Lu Xian couldn't help but curse under his breath. What are these two women up to? He took 2 steps at a time and rushed back to the director's office of the Student Financial Aid Management Center with a lot of anger. Bang, bang, bang. This time the knock on the door was obviously more urgent than the last time. "Come in." It was still that cool and pleasant female voice, but it sounded particularly harsh to Lu Xian. Lu Xian pushed open the door and tried to sound calmer. "Director Chen, I'm back again, the same Lu Xian as before." Chen Yubing was holding a cup of steaming tea. When she heard the voice, she looked up and saw Lu Xian coming back. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, and then she returned to her calm look. "That's right, Director Chen." Lu Xian placed the application form in front of her again, trying to control his emotions. "I just went to Director Bai in the finance department. She insisted that this application form must be stamped by you first before she can stamp it. Look at this." Chen Yubing put down the teacup and tapped the smooth table surface with his fingertips. His eyes moved between Lu Xian and the application form for a moment, with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Student Lu Xian, I've made it very clear. Our Student Financial Aid Management Center must strictly follow the school's rules and regulations. This stamp really needs to be stamped by the finance department first. Otherwise, I can't stamp it for you. This is a matter of principle and also a matter of procedure." The muscles on Lu Xian's face twitched. These two women really made a fool of him. One pushed the other, but they kicked the ball quite well. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, but his eyes gradually turned cold. "Director Chen, Director Bai said you should stamp it first, and you said Director Bai should stamp it first. So, can my chapter be stamped today, or not? Or, should I first ask the principal what the application procedures for scholarships at Yenqing University are?" His words already carried a hint of threat. The smile on Chen Yubing's face remained unchanged, but a barely perceptible stern look flashed across the depths of his eyes. She picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then said slowly, "Student Lu Xian, threats won't solve the problem. I still say, follow the procedures. If you feel that my explanation and Director Bai's are in conflict, it may be that you haven't explained the situation clearly to Director Bai. You can go back and communicate with Director Bai again. I believe that misunderstandings will eventually be resolved." "Communicate?" Lu Xian laughed in anger. This woman really wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. He finally understood. These two women were probably bored and making fun of him. Good. Good at following the procedures. Good at communication. Lu Xian suddenly picked up the application form on the table. The pretended politeness on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold sarcasm. "Since both directors like to communicate so much, I'll accompany you in this conversation." He turned and left, but when he reached the door, he paused slightly, turned around, and grinned at Chen Yubing. That smile made Chen Yubing's heart inexplicably jump. "By the way, Director Chen," Lu Xian's voice was light, but with a hint of evil. Your office has a nice view, but besides drinking tea and reading documents, do you have any other hobbies? After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Chen Yubing's face, which suddenly darkened, and walked away. Very good, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the forfeit. Lu Xian walked out of the office, the cold curve at the corner of his mouth growing whiter and whiter. I originally wanted to follow the normal process, but since you don't give me face, don't blame me for being unsportsmanlike. He took out his mobile phone and skillfully opened the familiar app interface. Chapter 35, The Arrogant Military Chief's Daughter. Lu Xian snorted coldly, took out his cell phone, and moved his fingers nimbly across the screen, opening the internal campus website of Yenching University with familiarity. The public information of administrative personnel is public, and it didn't take him much effort to find the position information column of Chen Yubing, director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. Name, position, office phone number, and even a 1-inch ID photo. Chen Yubing in the photo had cold eyebrows and eyes, his lips pursed, and he looked businesslike. He was exactly the same as the real person Lu Xian had just met in the office, and even had a more distant and alienated feeling. With a click, Lu Xian took a screenshot of the page containing the basic information and saved it. Then, he thought about it and threw this ID photo directly into the app interface in his mind that emitted a faint black light. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. A cold mechanical sound rang out in my mind, like the prelude to judgment. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the app interface, a light blue data stream began to appear around the small ID photo, as if some kind of precise scanning and analysis was being performed. After a few seconds, the data stream stabilized, and clear lines of text emerged. Name, Chen Yubing. Gender, female. Age, 26. Appearance, 96. Compensation value, 0-100. Measurements, 85D 6585. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Target evaluation, outwardly cold and aloof, he seems to be keeping people at a distance, but in reality, he is passionate and ardent, desperate for stimulation and release, and especially loves the extreme pleasure brought by contrast. Oh. Lu Xian saw this comment and a playful smile appeared on his face. She looks like an ice-cold beauty on the outside, but is passionate inside, and she likes to play with contrasts? This is interesting. Why does it sound so much like the legendary sullen and two-faced person? He thought that Director Chen was an unyielding and stubborn person, but he never expected that there would be so much information hidden in the evaluation. The anger in his heart dissipated a lot, replaced by a kind of cat and mouse-like playfulness and anticipation. Negative information is being generated. Please wait, the app prompt sounded again. This time the waiting time seemed to be a little longer than the time with Gao Yuan, but Lu Xian was not in a hurry. He leaned slowly against the wall of the corridor, tapping the phone case with his fingers from time to time, and his mind was already thinking about how to properly communicate with Director Chen later. Finally. Black material generated. Option 1, 3,000 renminbi in exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. Let's just use cash. It'll save us some trouble. Lu Xian thought to himself, choose the 3,000 yuan exchange. Exchange completed. 3,000 yuan deducted from account balance. Almost instantly, a huge and explosive stream of information poured into Lu Xian's mind like a flood, and materialized as an encrypted PPT document on the mobile phone app interface. Core details of the black material. Chen Yubing, director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center of Yenching University, is actually an anonymous free FLJ on the well-known overseas social platform Little Blue Bird. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. FLJ? And it's free? Is this Director Chen so wild? He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued reading. Detailed description. Target Chen Yubing comes from a prominent military and political family in Tianjin. Her father, the chief of staff of a military district headquarters, holds the rank of senior colonel. Raised amidst family protection and the envy of others, her material comforts fostered a seemingly aloof and arrogant disdain for the mundane. However, long periods of repression and disguise instilled a deep desire for rebellion and excitement. By chance, she stumbled upon the XLN platform and began to experiment with posting her photos and videos anonymously. Initially, she sought the thrill of remaining anonymous, but as the likes and following grew, she became addicted to the contrast between her real life and online personas. She reveled in the online obsession of men who, in real life, would be so deferential and reluctant to even look her in the face, that they would become obsessed with her. She never sought profit from this, simply to satisfy her unique psychological needs. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target character's evil mentality and turn them back to good ways to receive a reward. Lu Xian was amazed at what he saw. Wow, this background, this hobby, it's simply a match made in heaven. The daughter of the military district chief of staff was working as an FLJ online. If this were to be exposed, not only would her father lose face, but the entire family would be on the hot search headlines. He couldn't wait to open the attached PPT. There are dozens of pages in total. From the first account Chen Yubing registered on XLNYes, she changed several aliases, but they were all dug out by the system. To every tweet she posted, every carefully taken photo, and every short or long video clip, they were all meticulously collected and organized by the system, with a clear timeline and solid evidence. Lu Xian casually clicked on a few photos. Most of the photos are indeed as described, without showing the face directly. The shooting angles are very tricky, revealing only the sexy collarbone, slender waist, or long and straight legs. But the power of the app lies in detailed analysis, through the physical characteristics of the people in the photos. For example, the small, light brown beauty mole on the left shoulder near the collarbone, and the cold voice that occasionally leaked out in the video, which is exactly the same as Chen Yubing's own. The system confirmed 100% that the heroine in the photos and videos is Chen Yubing herself. The content of the photos and videos is even more exciting. QQ pajamas of various styles and all kinds of clothing you can think of are available. Lu Xian's eyes twitched as he watched. Director Chen, who was dressed neatly and aloof in the office, looked so abstinent that no one should approach him, but in private he actually had such a wild and joyful time. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. What's even more shocking is that as the video progresses, until the end, in some video clips, Chen Yubing even appears alone. He couldn't even imagine what kind of earth-shattering and faith-shattering scene would happen if these photos and videos were seen by those suitors in school who regarded Chen Yubing as an ice goddess. I guess going crazy on the spot would be the least of the problems. Director Chen, Director Chen. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth curled up in an evil arc, and his eyes flashed with the light of a hunter staring at his prey. I wonder if you can maintain that cold and superior expression when you see these surprises later? He put away his phone, and the smile on his face became even brighter, but there was a chilling coldness in that smile. He straightened his collar, as if nothing had happened, and walked leisurely towards the room at the end of the third floor with a sign that read Office of the Director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. This time, he didn't even bother to knock on the door. Chapter 36 Director Chen, you are so forgetful. Lu Xian pushed the door open and walked into the office. As luck would have it, Chen Yubing was looking down at his phone intently, seemingly browsing some important information, and didn't even notice him coming in. It was not until Lu Xian's shadow was cast on the screen of her mobile phone that she suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful phoenix eyes instantly met Lu Xian. His brows immediately furrowed, as if someone had disturbed his sweet dream, and he was obviously displeased. Classmate, is there something wrong? Also, why did you come in without knocking? The voice was still that clear and cold tone, but if you listen carefully, there seemed to be a little more subtle irritation than last time. Lu Xian had a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face. He walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down very casually, as if this was his own living room. Director Chen, you are so forgetful. I just left your place not long ago. Don't you remember me? He crossed his legs, his posture relaxed and with a hint of playfulness. Chen Yubing's face became even darker. Of course she remembered Lu Xian, the boy who made her inexplicably unhappy. She didn't like the way he looked at her. It was a calm look that lacked the surprise or desire that other men had. It made her feel that the charm she was proud of was ineffective in front of him. I know you, Lu Xian, right? She tried hard to maintain her dignity as the office director, but her tone involuntarily became a little harder. I've made it very clear to you that your scholarship application must first be stamped by Director Bai in the finance department before I can stamp it for you. This is the school's procedure. Don't you understand? She even emphasized the words, don't you understand, in an attempt to save the situation. However, Lu Xian seemed not to hear the impatience in her tone. Instead, he stretched out his hand and made a pause gesture, with the smile on his face still bright. Stop, Director Chen, don't rush me. I'm not here for a simple stamping. I have something important to discuss with you. As he spoke, he slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, tapped a few times on the screen, and then turned the screen towards Chen Yubing, on which was a photo. Although the photos do not directly show the faces, the exposed body parts and clothing are enough to make anyone who sees them have a faster heartbeat. Director Chen, you're very busy, so please help me identify this photo. Does it look familiar? Lu Xian's tone was as relaxed as if he was discussing the weather. Lu Xian knew very well that these arrogant guys had to be threatened before they would admit their mistakes. The moment Chen Yubing's eyes fell on the photo, his pupils suddenly contracted. That pretty face, which usually had a bit of coldness and arrogance, suddenly turned pale, and then a strange blush spread uncontrollably from the neck to the ears. Her breathing became noticeably faster, and her hands on the table subconsciously clenched. She suddenly raised her hands and covered her eyes, as if this could deny everything she saw. His voice trembled slightly. Classmate, what are you doing? What do you mean by showing me this photo? She stood up suddenly, and because of her large movement, the chair legs made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. Get out of here. Now. Or I'll call the police. At this moment, she no longer had the composure of an icy beauty as usual, and looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Looking at her timid reaction, Lu Xian's smile curved even wider. Instead of going out, he stood up slowly, walked to the office door, and locked the door from the inside with a click. At this moment, the air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Chen Yubing's face changed drastically, and he almost screamed, "What are you doing? Classmate Lu Xian, what do you want to do? Do you know where this is?" Her voice rose and even cracked with fear and anger. For the first time, a look of panic appeared in those beautiful phoenix eyes. Director Chen, don't get excited. It's harmful to your health. Lu Xian turned around and leaned leisurely against the door panel, his arms folded across his chest, with an expression of watching a good show. I'm just being kind. I'm worried that your secret might be discovered by others. Just think about it, if this secret were known to your colleagues and students at school who admire you, how would you ever be able to face people with your beautiful face? The daughter of the military district chief of staff? TSK, what a prestigious title. With every word he spoke, Chen Yubing's face turned paler. Fine beads of cold sweat had begun to seep out of her forehead, wetting the strands of hair in front of her forehead. She forced herself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, and tried to regain her usual composure, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her inner fear. Student Lu Xian, I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. She tried to make her voice sound steady, but the ending tone couldn't help but drift. What secret? I don't understand. Her heart was in turmoil at this moment. How did this student know? She had clearly been very careful with those photos and videos, never showing her face and blurring her voice. How did he recognize it was her? No, I absolutely cannot admit it. Once I admit it, my life will be completely over. Reputation, future, family reputation, everything will be ruined. Classmate, I don't know where you got these messed up photos from. Chen Yubing's eyes rolled and she decided to take the initiative. She couldn't continue to be so passive. You're so young, how could you have such dirty thoughts? It would be fine if you just looked at it privately, but you actually showed it to others, let alone your teacher, a female teacher at that. Your behavior is no longer a simple prank, it's simply perverted. It's harassment. She tried to use harsh words and moral high ground to suppress Lu Xian and regain the initiative. Lu Xian almost laughed out of anger when he heard her shifting the blame. This woman, at this point, still wants to be stubborn? Still wants to put accusations on him? He walked slowly to the desk, without stopping, but walked around the desk and went directly to the inside of the desk. The distance between him and Chen Yubing was instantly shortened to less than half a meter. Chen Yubing's body suddenly leaned back, pressed tightly against the back of the chair, the displeasure and vigilance on his face almost overflowing. Classmate, don't push your luck. What do you want to do? She could clearly smell the faint, refreshing masculine scent coming from Lu Xian, and the oppressive feeling from such close proximity made her heart beat like a drum. Lu Xian leaned down and looked down at her condescendingly, with a meaningful smile on his lips. He raised his phone again, but this time he didn't hand it to her directly. Instead, he clicked on a video in front of her. As the video played, disgusting images began to jump on the small screen. Although the woman in the video still did not show her face, the familiar room background was there. Chen Yubing's face turned from red to white, then from white to blue, and finally to a dead gray. His lips trembled violently, almost biting until they bled. In each frame of the video, as the video progresses, the person's clothes are gradually reduced, becoming more and more revealing and more wanton. Ah! Chen Yubing finally couldn't bear this extreme humiliation and fear, and suddenly reached out to grab Lu Xian's mobile phone, wanting to completely destroy the evidence of the crime. Lu Xian was prepared and dodged her grab with a flick of his wrist, leaving her empty-handed. TSK, Director Chen, don't get so excited. It's not good to break your phone. Lu Xian held the phone farther away, leisurely admiring her loss of composure, his tone hinting at amusement. Please take a closer look. Although the person in this video doesn't show his face, this voice, why does it sound so familiar to me? I seem to have heard it in this office not long ago. And... He paused, his gaze deliberately lingering for a moment just below her left collarbone. There is a very small, light-colored beauty mole there, which is usually covered by clothes and cannot be seen unless you look carefully. Especially right below the collarbone, there seems to be an identical, beauty mark. Director Chen, don't you think this is too coincidental? Lu Xian's voice was not loud, but it sounded like the whisper of a devil, which broke Chen Yubing's mental defenses. Chapter 37 Chen Yubing, do you really think I was scared? Chen Yubing's pretty face, which had flushed red with shame and anger, seemed to have been drained of all its blood in an instant, and turned as pale as paper in an instant. Fine beads of cold sweat oozed out of her forehead uncontrollably, soon wetting the strands of hair on her forehead and sticking messily to her smooth skin. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to cover her collarbone, but she felt that this action was tantamount to trying to cover up the truth. The pair of phoenix eyes that usually carried a cold and distant look were now fixed on Lu Xian. Rather than being cold, they were filled with a mixture of fear, shame, and a hint of dying resentment. You. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to say something harsh, but she found that her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and she couldn't even form a complete sentence. Classmate, I'm warning you. Chen Yubing finally squeezed out a word, but her voice was trembling, which she herself did not even notice. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. If you do this again, I'll call the police and have the school arrest you. For spreading this filthy stuff, the school will definitely punish you and prevent you from graduating. You're ruining your own future. She finished speaking in one breath, her chest heaving violently like a cat with its fur standing on end but terrified. She tried to use these words to scare Lu Xian away. This was the authoritative attitude she had long been accustomed to as the director. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute evidence, these threats seemed so pale and powerless. When Lu Xian heard this, he sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. Then the laughter became louder and louder, and finally turned into an undisguised belly laugh. Ha 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 ha, ahem, Director Chun, are you telling me a stand-up comedy? And calling the police? And punishing me? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Lu Xian's expression changed like the weather in June. He suddenly stopped smiling, his eyes suddenly becoming cold and gloomy, like an abyss. He stared straight at Chen Yubing and said word by word, "You stinky bitch, you're still pretending to be nice to me at this time? Do you really think I was scared?" He took a step forward, and the invisible sense of oppression made Chen Yubing shrink back uncontrollably. Call the police, right? Lu Xian took out his cell phone from his pocket and slammed it on the desk in front of Chen Yubing with a loud noise, which made Chen Yubing's shoulders tremble. Come on, here's your phone, report it now. I want to see who's in more trouble, you or me, when the police show up. He looked down at her, his lips curled up in a mocking arc. You bitches, are you all out of your minds? When something happens, instead of thinking about making amends or repenting, the first thing you think of is calling the police and making threats? Do you really think the law is there to protect people like you? Chen Yubing's face turned red after hearing his words. His fingers were tightly gripping the edge of the desk, and his knuckles turned white from the force. She looked at the cell phone on the table and didn't dare to touch it. Lu Xian snorted coldly, not giving her a chance to breathe. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her collar as fast as lightning. Ah! Chen Yubing screamed and subconsciously tried to dodge, but she was no faster than Lu Xian. The mole on the neck is exactly the same as the one revealed from a certain angle in the video screenshot. The evidence is irrefutable. Lu Xian sneered in his heart. The system's products never disappoint. What are you doing? Let me go. Chen Yubing completely lost his composure. He covered his chest with both hands, trying to cover his neck. His voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme shame, anger, and fear. Lu Xian. You're committing a crime. You're acting like a hooligan. I'm warning you, get out of here right now, or I'll... What else? Lu Xian let go of her hand and looked at her miserable appearance leisurely, with the sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth becoming more and more intense. Director Chen, at this point, you still want to be stubborn? Don't you know that those artistic photos and life documentaries you took are borderline illegal? Especially for someone of your status, spreading such things would have an extremely negative impact. It's enough to make you reflect on your actions for 10 or 8 years. 10 or 8 years? She thought about her own future, her family's reputation, and even more so, her father, who held a high position in the army and valued his reputation more than his life. As if seeing through her thoughts, Lu Xian slowly added, "Oh, by the way, your father is the chief of staff of the Jinmen Military Region Command, a colonel, right? Tisk, tell me, if he knew that his precious daughter, whom he was so proud of, was secretly such a multi-talented FLJ, would he have a brain hemorrhage on the spot? By then, the entire Tianjin, no, the entire military, will probably be disgraced for your Chen family." Ha 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 ha. Lu Xian's laughter was unrestrained. No, stop talking, please, stop talking. Chen Yubing finally couldn't bear the successive blows, and his psychological defenses completely collapsed. She covered her ears with her hands in despair, curled up in the large office chair, shivering, tears streaming uncontrollably, mixed with sweat, leaving a series of messy marks on her pale face. There was no longer any of the usual arrogance and aloofness, only endless fear and despair. Please, don't send it out. She lowered her head and wiped her tears. She really had no choice. She couldn't bear to die together with them. Lu Xian, I know you want to, let me go. You can name any conditions you want. She finally gave in. Lu Xian looked at her pitiful appearance, but there was no pity in his eyes, instead a playful smile flashed across his eyes. He leaned down and got close to Chen Yubing's tearful face. He was so close that he could almost feel the hot breath she exhaled. Oh? He deliberately dragged out the tone, with a hint of teasing in his voice. What? Now you admit that those things are yours? You're not being stubborn anymore? I thought Director Chen was going to fight me to the bitter end, playing the role of a chaste heroine who would rather die than surrender. Chen Yubing trembled all over at his frivolous tone, and the feeling of humiliation overwhelmed her like a tide. She suddenly raised her head, her red eyes filled with bloodshot, staring at Lu Xian intently, squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me your conditions. The voice was cold and hard, as if it was fished out of an ice cellar, but the uncontrollable trembling exposed her inner weakness. My request. He paused, admiring Chen Yubing's extremely nervous expression, and then slowly uttered the second half of the sentence. Since Director Chen has admitted it, he acknowledges that this thing is yours. Then I won't waste any more words. Don't you know that what you did is shameful? Are you worthy of your father? Chapter 38. You must apologize to your father. You must apologize. Chen Yubing's face was no longer pale, it was a kind of almost transparent, bloodless despair. The pride and dignity she had carefully maintained were shattered at this moment without leaving a trace. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target's psychology, make amends for their mistakes, and turn them back to good ways to receive rewards. Classmate. Her lips trembled, and her voice was as thin as a spider silk that would break at any moment. Can you change your request? Please. I really can't apologize publicly. Otherwise, I'm done. She seemed to have grasped the last straw, and a glimmer of morbid hope flashed in her eyes. I'll stamp your application right now. No, more than a stamp, I'll give you money. A lot of money. Really, much more than the scholarship you applied for. With that much money, why would you even need a scholarship? She spoke incoherently, trying to solve the disaster in front of her using the method she was most familiar with and confident in. Money and power, the things that had always been in her favor, now became her only hope. The coldness in Lu Xian's eyes showed no sign of melting. Instead, because of her words, it was filled with even more undisguised disgust and contempt. You guys? He shook his head slightly, his tone sounding like a sigh, but also like a mockery. Why do you keep talking about money? Do you think everything in this world can be measured and settled with money? He took a step forward and looked down at Chen Yubing, who was slumped in the chair. His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-wrenching. Today I want to let you know that there are some things that money can't buy. And there are some debts that can't be written off just by having money. Lu Xian came here today to enforce justice. Everything is for justice. No other purpose. As he spoke, Lu Xian slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and skillfully turned on the recording function. Director Chen, you actually want to be famous so badly, you really want to be an internet celebrity. How about I help you today? How about I make you famous in front of the whole nation? Today, in front of your netizens, admit your mistakes. Chen Yubing felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he completely understood Lu Xian's intention. Her face turned from pale to ashen, and even her eyes, which were wide open with fear, lost all their luster, leaving only endless emptiness. If the whole country knew about this, how would I still be able to live? No, don't. Classmate, please, let me go. Change your request. As long as I can do it, I will agree to anything you ask. She raised her head suddenly, a last glimmer of desire to survive bursting out of her eyes, and her voice became sharp with excitement. My dad. Yes, my dad. He can help you. How about I ask him to recruit you? I'll let you join the military district headquarters. That's a place so many people can't get in even if they try their best. As long as you nod your head, I promise to help you rise to the top and have a bright future. She stared at Lu Xian closely, not missing any subtle changes in his facial expression. She didn't believe that this young student would remain unmoved by such enormous wealth and such an opportunity to rise to fame overnight. This is the most important bargaining chip she can offer. However, Lu Xian just glanced at her indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown. Director Chen, are you still asleep? He scoffed, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. I think you got the order wrong, right? Once we're done filming our artwork, you'll naturally have plenty of opportunities to help me, right? Lu Xian no longer gave her any chance to speak, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Chen Yubing's neck, then slowly lifted her up and looked into her eyes. Chen Yubing slapped Lu Xian's arm frantically, cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Let go. Help. I was wrong. She tried to let you catch your breath. Lu Xian then let go, and Chen Yubing collapsed to the ground. He stared at Lu Xian with his eyes wide open. Lu Xian, you are a devil. You will die a horrible death. Chen Yubing struggled to get up, still unwilling to give up, and stepped forward to wrestle with Lu Xian. But Lu Xian's movements were faster and his strength was greater. Her tiny struggle was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of him. He looked at her futile actions coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Devil? He chuckled. Compared to some people who are hypocritical and sanctimonious, my tricks are nothing compared to them. And everything I do is for justice. She grabbed the stubborn Chen Yubing's neck again with a cold look in her eyes. As long as you admit your mistakes and swear to repent, then I will agree to it. Apologize to your father and explain your mistakes. Tell us how you plan to change for the better. Chen Yubing immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will change. At this moment, it was lunchtime and the entire administrative office building was quiet with almost no one walking around. The host has completed the transformation of the target character, corrected the target character's mentality, and turned from evil to good. A change in the target's psychology has been detected, and they sincerely want to make amends. Current compensation value, 8100. Reward, 2 black material exchange coupons. Reward points, 500 points. Get random drop reward, black material app upgrade fragment 110 pieces can upgrade the black material app. Black material app upgrade fragments? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This was an unexpected surprise. Can you actually upgrade this black technology app? He couldn't help but look forward to it, wondering what more awesome and incredible features this app would have after the upgrade. Chapter 39 Director Chen, can you stamp my document now? Director Chen, can you stamp my document now? Lu Xian asked slowly, his tone full of the composure of a winner. Call me Sister Bing, it's too unfamiliar to call me Director. She said softly. Of course we can build it. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Okay, stop talking nonsense and stamp it for me. Lu Xian suppressed his discomfort and urged. Okay, Xian. Chen Yubing responded, picked up the scholarship application form on the desk, found his seal swiftly, and stamped it with a click. Xian, can you tell me where you got those photos and videos? How do you know for sure it's me? Her voice was soft, with a hint of curiosity and tentativeness. Why, Sister Bing, are you still trying to trick me? He chuckled, his tone filled with a hint of fondness and a hint of warning. Don't worry about these. Chen Yubing took Lu Xian's arm again and moved closer. Xian, we are all in the same group, just tell me. Her tone was a little coquettish, yet a little stubborn. Don't ask questions that you should or shouldn't ask. I have my own methods. Lu Shen did not give a direct answer, but just said lightly. Then, as if he remembered something, he looked at her and said, "By the way, I'm curious, why are you making things difficult for me? I haven't provoked you before, have I?" When Chen Yubing heard this question, an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. "Actually, I'm not targeting you." She paused, as if choosing her words. "It's targeting by Yanxi from the finance department. We used to be best friends, and our families are old friends. Her father was also the head of a military region and is now the deputy political commissar." Lu Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. Wow, another second-generation military officer, and the daughter of the deputy political commissar. It seems that Yenqing University is really full of hidden talents. Any administrative director can be linked to the head of a military region. But Bai Yanxi always likes to steal my things. Chen Yubing's voice suddenly rose a little, with a hint of grievance and resentment. "When I was in junior high school, she came to my house and took away my favorite doll." Lu Xian. Just because of a doll? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Did this woman get her head stuck in a door when she was a child? From now on, we will be strangers. Chen Yubing became increasingly agitated as she spoke. "I'll get revenge on her when I get the chance. I never expected she'd even come to work at Yanda after getting a job. And she's closely connected to my department. She's always blocking my rules." She took a deep breath, her tone filled with helplessness and complaints. "That's why we always quarrel with each other. You just happened to run into me this time." After hearing her heartfelt explanation, Lu Xian almost laughed out of anger. "My goodness. I went through all this trouble, making threats and filming videos, and in the end, it was all because of a feud between these two women over a doll. I was just innocently caught in the crossfire." He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and felt it was a bit ridiculous. He pinched Chen Yubing's chin, forcing her to look up at him, his tone tinged with teasing and punishment. "You little brat, you really can cause trouble for others." When Lu Xian looked at her like this, the strong sense of contrast in his heart was aroused again. "Since you've admitted your mistakes and turned over a new leaf, do you want me to help you vent your anger?" Lu Xian suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. "I will avenge you. I will help you deal with this Bai Yanxi." Lu Xian thought to himself that he would have to find Bai Yanxi sooner or later anyway, so he might as well go with the flow and make Chen Yubing happy first, which could be considered as taking advantage of her connections. When Chen Yubing heard that Lu Xian was going to help her take revenge on Bai Yanxi, her eyes suddenly widened, and there was a star-like light in them, which was full of surprise and disbelief. "Is it okay? Really?" Her voice trembled, with a hint of cautious confirmation. Chapter 40. If I don't cheat on my bestie, who else should I cheat on? Lu Xian turned Chen Yubing's little face, which was full of anticipation and excitement, and pinched her chin in his hand. "You are my woman now." His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of rightful arrogance. "Of course there's no problem in dealing with her. Tell me, how do you want to deal with her?" Chen Yubing's eyes rolled around, flashing with a hint of cunning and viciousness. Then, as if she had come up with a brilliant idea, her eyes suddenly lit up, gleaming with a strange brilliance, and she said excitedly, "I got it. Honey, can you let her shoot an apology video with us?" Even though Lu Xian prided himself on being knowledgeable and experienced, he was still choked by Chen Yubing's earth-shattering idea. This woman's way of thinking is really different from that of normal people. Filming together? This is so fucking exciting. Lu Xian couldn't help but admire her creativity. What kind of wonderful ideas were in this little head? He had never thought about it in this way before. "You're such a good friend. You're really trying to screw your bestie over." Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh in amazement, and reached out to pinch her smooth face. "Little slut, you really know how to play." "But I like it." Knock, knock, knock. The untimely knock on the door was like pouring a bucket of cold water on boiling oil. Chen Yubing trembled like a frightened deer, and reflexively pushed Lu Xian gently. Lu Xian frowned slightly. It felt unpleasant to be interrupted. However, he also knew that this was an office after all, in broad daylight, and if someone really caught him, it would be a big joke. "It doesn't matter to me, but Chen Yubing's face will never be kept in Yin University in the future." He reluctantly let go of Chen Yubing's sweet lips and gently pecked her swollen lips. "Deal with it first." Lu Xian quickly stepped back, walked quickly back to the guest chair in front of the desk, sat down, crossed his legs, and resumed his cynical and leisurely attitude. Chen Yubing hurriedly tidied up her slightly messy hair. Then he quickly grabbed the coat draped over the back of the chair and put it on to cover his messy clothes. In just a dozen seconds, most of the charm and blush on her face faded away, replaced by the coldness and majesty of the past. Ahem. She cleared her throat, and her voice returned to that cold, distant tone, as if the passionate woman just now was just an illusion. Come in. The office door was pushed open, and a boy wearing black-framed glasses, who looked a bit honest and simple, walked in with his head lowered, holding a document in his hand, and seemed a bit uneasy. Hello, Director Chen, I have an application for a scholarship review and need your stamp. The boy's voice was a little nervous, and his head dropped even lower, not daring to look up at Chen Yubing. Obviously, Chen Yubing is known as the iceberg director in her daily life. This powerful aura is enough to make ordinary students dare not breathe in front of her. The boy carefully placed the application on the desk and pushed it over. Lu Xian sat opposite, looking at the boy leisurely, then looked at Chen Yubing, who was pretending to be serious, and an imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, really interesting. At this moment, Lu Xian deliberately coughed heavily. Cough. The boy was startled by the sudden cough, his shoulders shook, and he almost dropped the pen in his hand. He looked up blankly and noticed that there was another person in the office. Chen Yubing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Xian coughing. He glared at him fiercely, his eyes seemed to say, "Behave yourself." Of course she knew that Lu Xian did it on purpose. This guy just liked to see her make a fool of herself and liked to test the limits of such excitement. Then, she turned to the confused boy and said calmly, "Student, I've reviewed your application materials and there's nothing wrong with them. However, I'm processing this student's application. Please wait a moment, his will be ready soon." She pointed to the application form in front of Lu Xian, which had already been stamped. Oh, okay, Director. I'll go out and wait. The boy nodded hurriedly as if he had been pardoned, and fled out of the office, not forgetting to close the door gently before leaving. As soon as the office door closed, Chen Yubing's cold mask collapsed instantly. She breathed a long sigh and patted her chest. She was so nervous just now, afraid that the student would find out something. Lu Xian looked at her with amusement, stood up from the chair, and walked slowly to Chen Yubing. The director, who was as cold as a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice just now, has now become charming and gentle. If the boy could see this scene, his eyes would probably fall out of his head in shock and his worldview would be shattered. Humph, bad guy, you only know how to bully me. Chen Yubing pouted and gently punched Lu Xian's chest with her pink fist. The force was no different from tickling. Lu Xian was aroused by her coquettish look, especially when he thought of her arrogant and cold look just now. Chapter 41: The daughter of the Deputy Political Commissar of the Military Region. This strong sense of conquest, this extreme tenderness after the iceberg melts, is so exciting. Hubby, Chen Yubing snuggled in his arms, her breath as sweet as orchid, her voice carrying a hint of lazy coquettishness. The student is still waiting outside. Can we hurry up? Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were blurry, and she was obviously a little moved. What's the hurry? He lowered his head and blew hot air into her ear, his voice bewitching. It will be quick. Think about it, that silly boy is waiting outside the door eagerly. He must still be thinking about your aloof look just now, and maybe he's still secretly fantasizing about it. If he knew that Director Chen was sacred and inviolable in his mind. Ah! Don't say that! Chen Yubing's face turned red and his heart beat faster because of what he said. Lu Xian returned to the guest chair where he had just sat, feeling refreshed. He drank water leisurely with a satisfied smile on his lips. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her inner turmoil. She cleared her throat again, and her eyes and expression quickly switched back to that of the stern and cold director. Classmate, come in. The voice was still clear and cold, but if you listened carefully, it seemed to have a subtle hoarseness and fatigue than before. The boy outside the door heard the call and immediately pushed the door open and walked in with a hint of uneasiness on his face. Chen Yubing picked up the application form on the table, looked down at it, then picked up the seal and stamped it cleanly with a click. Okay, your stamp is ready. She handed over the application with a calm tone. The boy took the application, feeling relieved, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Chen, thank you, Director Chen. The boy fled the office as if he had been pardoned, not even daring to look back, as if Chen Yubing was some kind of monster. Yes, with Director Chen's aura on a daily basis, if ordinary students don't feel their legs trembling in front of her, they would be considered to have strong mental qualities. Lu Xian stood up slowly, a playful smile on his lips, and glanced at Chen Yubing, who was standing behind the desk, with a lingering smile on his cheeks but trying hard to regain his usual cold expression. Okay, I'm going to avenge you now. He spoke in a low voice. I'm going to the finance department to meet your good friend, Bai Yanqi. Upon hearing this, the frost on Chen Yubing's face melted instantly. He was filled with joy, and his eyes were full of charm. There was no trace of the coldness he had just had. She took a few steps forward, her voice so sweet it could squeeze water out of her. Thank you, husband. You are the best to me. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe and gave Lu Xian a quick kiss on the cheek. Mum. Lu Xian felt the soft touch and the deliberate moisture on his cheek, and felt amused. The contrast between this woman before and after is too great, but he likes her. He smiled slightly, said nothing more, turned and left the office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. The corridor was empty. It was lunchtime and most people were still resting. Lu Xian walked towards the floor where the finance department was located without haste. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and expertly connected to the campus intranet. He clicked on the faculty and staff information query system and entered the keywords finance department and Bai Yanqi. Soon, a photo of ID popped up. Bai Yanqi in the photo does bear some resemblance to Chen Yubing in her eyes and eyebrows. Both of them have delicate features and a cool temperament. However, unlike the icy beauty that Chen Yubing deliberately created, Bai Yanqi's coldness was accompanied by a heroic spirit, with sharp eyes and a serious expression, as if she could see through people's hearts. Even if it is just a simple ID photo, one can feel her tempered military temperament that is different from that of ordinary women. TSK, another tough guy. Lu Xian muttered to himself. He took a screenshot of the photo and saved it, then logged out of the campus network and clicked on the familiar black app icon with a hint of evil, the Black Material app. The interface was still simple, and Lu Xian imported the ID photo of Bai Yanqi that he had just saved. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, cold and mechanical. Scanning photo information, please wait. On the screen, a small progress bar appeared below Bai Yanqi's photo, moving forward slowly. Lu Xian waited, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. What unknown secrets does this best friend of Chen Yubing's who has loved to steal her things since she was a child have? After a few seconds, the scan is complete. Target person, Bai Yanqi. Information analysis completed. A series of data unfolded before Lu Xian's eyes like a waterfall. Name, Bai Yanqi. Appearance, 97. Compensation value, 0-100. Measurements, 82-55-80, surprisingly similar to Chen Yubing, but feels a bit tighter. Height, 172 centimeters, wow, this height is enough to be a model. Weight, 54 kilograms, a healthy body. Lu Xian's focus fell on the last one. Target evaluation, competitive and has a strong admiration for the strong. Seeing this comment, Lu Xian almost laughed out loud. His mind instantly flashed to Chen Yubing's face as she angrily accused Bai Yanqi of stealing her doll. No wonder he even wants to snatch a doll. It turns out it's his nature. Lu Xian touched his chin and understood. Being competitive, admiring the strong. Interesting, very interesting. This kind of character might be handled even more simply and directly than Chen Yubing. The system prompts continue. Negative material is being generated. Please wait. This time the waiting time seems to be a little longer than before. The loading icon in the center of the screen rotates slowly, whetting people's appetite. Lu Xian's fingertips tapped lightly on the phone screen unconsciously, his eyes deep. This Bai Yanqi, the daughter of the deputy political commissar of the military region, has a beautiful face, a good figure and a good temperament. She also has a strong personality. What is her black material? Finally. Black material generated. Option 1, 2,000 points to exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, 2 black material exchange coupons to exchange for a complete black material package. 2,000 points? Lu Xian's eyebrows suddenly raised. He remembered clearly that the system had only offered 1,500 points for Gu Yunqi's black material package. This Bai Yanqi actually has 500 points higher than Gu Yunqi. How dark and explosive must this black material be? How explosive must it be to be judged by the system to be of such high value? Lu Xian couldn't help but lick his lips, and the desire to explore the unknown in his heart was completely aroused. He now has 959 points, which is still far from 2,000. It seems that the only option is to use the exchange voucher. Lu Xian pondered secretly. The last time he dealt with Chen Yubing, he was rewarded with 2 black material exchange coupons, which would be perfect for this purpose. Although it was a bit painful, after all, redemption coupons were rare, but when he thought of the black material content worth up to 2,000 points, Lu Xian felt that it was worth it. Exchange, he said to himself without hesitation. Chapter 42, Stealing Military Secrets for Uncle? Exchange completed. 2 black material exchange coupons were deducted. The system's prompt sounded in Lu Xian's mind, without a trace of emotion. Immediately afterwards, a stream of information came in that made him dumbfounded. Core details of the scandal: Bai Yanxi, director of the finance department of Yenching University, is in love with her own uncle. To save her uncle's life, she steals important military secrets from the military region. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. This melon is too explosive. Adoring her own uncle? This is already challenging enough to challenge worldly ethics, but it also involves stealing military secrets? This Bai Yanxi is even bolder than he imagined. He is simply dancing tango with his head tied to his belt. He suppressed the shock in his heart, took a deep breath, and continued to read the shocking details. Detailed description: the target, Bai Yanxi, comes from a prominent military and political family in Tianjin. Her father, deputy political commissar of a military district headquarters, holds the rank of colonel. Raised by her father's strict, even harsh, upbringing, her goal was to become an outstanding soldier and inherit the family's glory. However, fate seemed to take a sharp turn at crucial moments. She fell in love with her uncle, known in the military as the King of Soldiers and captain of the Wind Wolf Squad, the district's most powerful special forces unit. During a near-death secret mission abroad, her uncle was captured while shielding his teammates. Determined to rescue her uncle, whom she revered as a god, Bai Yanxi, under coercion and inducement, ultimately agreed to the enemy's demands. Using her position and family connections, she stole the district's defense maps and several crucial military secrets. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target character's evil mentality and turn them back to good ways to receive a reward. Oh my goodness. Lu Xian couldn't help but smacking his lips. This was no longer just simple black material, it was treason. Once the truth is revealed, not only Bai Yanxi herself, but the entire Bai family will be doomed, falling directly from the clouds into the 18 levels of hell, never to be able to turn over. He couldn't wait to open the PPT file that came with the system. The evidence inside was like an iron chain, one link after another, with more than 100 pieces listed. The first thing that caught my eye was a scanned copy of Bai Yanxi's personal diary. The handwriting is beautiful, but it reveals a suppressed madness. Most of the text describes her love for her uncle with an almost morbid obsession. Those explicit words gave Lu Xian goosebumps. Words like "You are the only light that illuminates my life, and for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world." TSK, when a literary young woman goes crazy, even gods and Buddhas can't stop her. Following closely behind were photos and scanned copies of the documents that Bai Yanxi had stolen, such as the XX Area Troop Deployment Map, the XX Plan Latest Progress Report, and even several encrypted communication key algorithms. Each document was stamped with the bright red words "Top Secret," which was frightening to read. What's even more amazing is that the PPT also includes screenshots of surveillance video of Bai Yanxi stealing documents from the military district's information room. Although the picture is a bit blurry, the figure and profile are definitely her. Furthermore, there are photos and short videos of her secretly meeting with a suspected enemy spy on the street. The man's hooked nose and blue eyes are very distinctive. The chat logs further reveal the details of the transaction, including the time and location. Lu Xian held the phone, feeling that it was more difficult to handle than a hot potato, but it also made him more excited. This Bai Yanxi is simply a super gift package delivered to your door. He put away his phone, put on an unfathomable smile, and walked briskly towards the office of the director of the finance department. The sunlight filtered through the corridor windows, casting mottled shadows on him, as if foreshadowing that a great show was about to begin. At this moment, the finance department was still crowded with students and faculty members waiting in long queues for reimbursement and signatures, and a hint of anxiety hung in the air. Lu Xian didn't even raise his eyelids, walked straight through the crowd, ignored those surprised or dissatisfied looks, and walked directly to the front of the line. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he pushed open the office door that symbolized power and majesty. The office was unusually quiet, in stark contrast to the noise in the corridor outside. A faint scent of high-end perfume wafted into my nose. Bai Yanxi was lowering her head, meticulously signing and stamping a document. She was wearing a well-tailored dark business suit, and her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate profile. His whole temperament is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and sharp, with the capability and majesty unique to a soldier. There is an unwritten rule in Bai Yanqi's office, or rather, an iron rule she said herself: people who come in to stamp and sign must do so one by one and remain silent. The A4 paper printed warm reminder at the entrance: pay attention to the queue, keep quiet, enter one by one, violations will not be processed, and the consequences will be at your own risk. There is an undeniable strength between the lines. Hearing the door open and seeing someone rushing in without saying hello, Bai Yanqi paused slightly for a moment, and her handsome brows immediately furrowed tightly. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and she looked up at Lu Xian. "Student, didn't you see the note on the door?" Her voice was cold, with obvious displeasure and a hint of anger at being interrupted. "Get out and line up." The powerful aura that is unique to soldiers who have been in a high position for many years and are used to giving orders suddenly burst out, and the air in the office seemed to solidify a little. The female classmate, who was trembling with fear waiting for her to process the documents, was so frightened by this momentum that she didn't dare to breathe. Her face turned pale and she wished she could become invisible on the spot. Chapter 43, Neither Humble Nor Arrogant, by Yanqi. Lu Xian had a playful smile on his lips and his eyes swept around the office, finally landing on the frightened female classmate. His voice was as gentle as that of a big brother next door. "Classmate, has your application been stamped?" The female classmate nodded hurriedly as if she had been pardoned, as if she was afraid that she would be frozen into an ice sculpture by Bai Yanqi's gaze in the next second. She grabbed the documents on the table and rushed out of the office as if escaping, forgetting even to say thank you. Lu Xian walked to the door and locked it from the inside with a click. This completely stopped the thoughts of the people queuing outside and also blocked their inquiring gazes. He walked leisurely to the desk, pulled out the chair opposite Bai Yanqi without any hesitation and sat down, putting his arms on the table, his posture as relaxed as if this was his living room. "Director Bai, don't be so angry. It's my turn now, right?" Lu Xian spoke with a smile, but his tone sounded full of provocation to Bai Yanqi. "Have you lined up?" Bai Yanqi's voice was cold, and her eyes were sharp enough to penetrate people's hearts. "I have my own rules here. Go out and line up." She emphasized every word, and her unquestionable dominance was enough to make any ordinary student's legs go weak. However, Lu Xian seemed not to feel the overwhelming momentum. Instead, he leaned back in his chair leisurely and spoke slowly. "Director Bai, why are you so repulsive? I'm not here just to get a stamp. I've brought something special with me, and I'd like you to appreciate it." As he spoke, Lu Xian leaned forward slightly, pretending to take his cell phone out of his pocket. Bai Yanqi reacted extremely quickly, almost subconsciously. The office chair she was sitting on slid back suddenly, creating a distance of half a meter between her and Lu Xian. Her eyes were full of vigilance and disgust. This subtle movement quietly aroused Lu Xian's desire for control, and the smile on his lips deepened. He liked this cat and mouse game, and he especially liked watching these women who usually acted high and mighty, their disguises gradually stripped away, revealing their true panic. "My dear classmate, I don't care who you are or what you want to show me." Bai Yanqi's voice grew increasingly cold, with a hint of impatience. "There are so many people trying to get in touch with me through the back door every day. Everyone wants to show me something good. But here, we only follow the rules. Now, immediately, get out." The last two words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Tsk tisk," Lu Xian shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. "Director Bai's temper is really like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard. But, after reading this thing I brought you today, I promise that not only will you not be angry, you might even beg me for it." He slowly took out his cell phone, tapped the screen with his fingertips, and a photo suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a scanned copy of a diary page. The handwriting was beautiful, but it was filled with almost pathological love and obsession. "Director Bai, does the handwriting here look familiar?" Lu Xian turned the phone screen towards Bai Yanqi, his tone tinged with joking. The moment Bai Yanqi's gaze touched the screen, her pupils suddenly shrank. That familiar handwriting, that secret suppressed deep in the heart, was like being pulled out by an invisible big hand and exposed in broad daylight. "You!" She almost wanted to reach out and snatch Lu Xian's phone immediately. Her movements were quick and urgent, with a hint of hysterical madness. Lu Xian was prepared and easily avoided her grabbing with a flip of his wrist, while he was amazed. "Hey, Director Bai, your reaction is really quick. It's exactly like the friends I met before. They all like to grab the phone first. Fortunately, I was agile, otherwise I would have lost the phone." Bai Yanqi's chest heaved violently. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying hard to suppress the turmoil in her heart. She took a deep breath, and her eyes became cold and sharp again, as if she wanted to see through Lu Xian. Where did you get these photos? Did you secretly take photos of my diary? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, but she still pretended to be calm. I'm warning you, this is an invasion of privacy. I can call the police and have you arrested immediately. If I do, I can put you in jail for several years just for this. She tried to use the law and threats to intimidate Lu Xian. This was her usual method of dealing with those ignorant students, and it always worked. Hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled as if he had just heard something ridiculous. Call the police? Okay, Director Bai, I wholeheartedly support you calling the police. But before the police come, don't you also consider whether the contents of this diary, if made public, would have a greater impact on you than if I went to jail? He paused, his eyes amusement watching Bai Yanqi's pretty face, which was slightly distorted by anger, and slowly added, after all, the stories in this diary are more exciting and thrilling than the 8 o'clock family ethics dramas. You are the only light that illuminates my life, and for you, I am willing to become the enemy of the world. TSK, Director Bai, I didn't expect you to have such an artistic side. Bai Yanqi's face turned pale instantly, but she still held on, sneering, humph, whoever I like and admire is my freedom. Even if everyone knows, so what? Is there anything wrong with loving someone? Oh? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised. Director Bai is truly a man of character. I admire you so much. It seems you're quite confident about falling in love with your own uncle. These words, like a bolt from the blue, struck Bai Yanqi hard on the head. She could no longer maintain her composure, and the blood drained from her face, leaving only a dead gray. She thought Lu Xian just got the diary, but she didn't expect that he knew the most core secrets in the diary. What nonsense are you talking about? There was a hint of barely perceptible panic in her voice. Nonsense? Lu Xian's smile grew even brighter. Director Bai, would you like me to read you the more explicit descriptions in the diary? For example, your fantasy about being with your uncle, the king's soldier. Shut up! Bai Yanqi slammed the table and shouted, trying to interrupt Lu Xian. But her eyes betrayed her inner panic. Lu Xian shrugged, with an expression that said, see, I was right. He knew that Bai Yanqi's first psychological defense line had begun to loosen. He leisurely scrolled through the screen of his phone and pulled up a few more photos. This time, they were no longer diaries, but screenshots of surveillance videos and some document photos. Director Bai, since you think the contents of the diary are harmless, how do you explain these things? Lu Xian pushed the phone in front of Bai Yanqi again. These military deployment maps, these documents marked top secret, and the photos and videos of you and this hook-nosed, blue-eyed international friend having an intimate conversation on the street. Bai Yanqi stared at the screen of her mobile phone. When she saw the contents of the photos clearly, her body shook violently and she almost fell off the chair. Her face could no longer be described as pale, it was a kind of almost transparent, bloodless despair. Her lips trembled and she wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say a word. Each of those photos was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her heart. Those things she thought she had done perfectly, those secrets she thought no one would ever know, were now laid naked in front of a strange man. What is this? I don't understand. Bai Yanqi's voice was dry and hoarse. She tried hard to appear calm, but she couldn't hide the fear and despair in her eyes. Her brain was working rapidly, with only one thought in her mind: how could these evidence that was enough to doom her, fall into the hands of an unknown college student? This is impossible. It must be fake. It's photoshopped. It's fake. Yes. That must be it. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and a cold light reappeared in her eyes. Staring at Lu Xian, he said word by word, stop exaggerating. These things are all forged by you. You want to use these to blackmail me? I tell you, you've made a wrong calculation. Chapter 44, Secrets of the Military Region Deputy Political Commissar's Daughter. Forged? When Lu Xian heard this, he was not at all flustered. Instead, he looked as if he had heard a huge joke, and the corners of his mouth raised even more. He leaned back in his chair leisurely, his fingers sliding lightly across the smooth screen of his mobile phone, as if he was carefully selecting something. Director Bai, being stubborn is not a good habit. Lu Xian's voice was still unhurried, but with a calmness that seemed to understand everything. Since you say these are fake, why don't we try something more real? As if performing magic, he swiped out a few more photos. This time they were no longer screenshots of files, but several clear scenes. Director by March 15, 2021, Yanjing White Night Cafe, table 15 by the window. Lu Xian's eyes swept lightly across Bai Yanqi's face, and his tone was so flat as if he was stating a trivial matter. It was a nice sunny afternoon. The Blue Mountain coffee you ordered had no sugar, right? Bai Yanqi's pupils suddenly shrank, and the layer of frost on her face that had been condensed with great difficulty suddenly cracked. White Night Cafe, table 15. That was one of the fixed places where she and that person secretly exchanged information. How could he know so clearly? Lu Xian seemed to think the blow wasn't powerful enough, and continued slowly, "Oh, by the way, there's also April 1st, 2021, April Fool's Day, at the artificial lake pavilion in Sinuate Park in the western suburbs of Yanjing. The weather wasn't very good that day, a little overcast, and you were wearing an off-white windbreaker, right?" Every precise date, every clear location. The psychological defenses she had carefully constructed began to crumble bit by bit in the face of these ironclad facts. Under the desk, the pair of hands that were originally clenched now had veins bulging and the joints were a frightening white from the excessive force. She felt that her breathing became difficult. "You, who are you?" Bai Yanqi's voice was dry and hoarse, with a slight tremor that she herself was not aware of. She couldn't understand how these secrets, which even her parents didn't know, could fall into the hands of such a seemingly ordinary student. Lu Xian ignored her question and turned the phone screen towards her again. On it was a screenshot of a surveillance video. Although the picture is a little blurry, it can still be clearly identified that the heroine in the video is Bai Yanqi herself, and the person she is talking to is the foreign man with a hooked nose and blue eyes. "Director Bai, do you need me to remind you of some more interesting details?" Lu Xian's smile was filled with a hint of devilish mockery. "For example, what treasures were stored in the black USB drive you exchanged with this international friend?" "That's enough." Bai Yanqi suddenly roared, like a beast on the verge of collapse. She bit her lower lip tightly. Her once beautiful face was now pale without a trace of blood, and her eyes were full of despair and fear. After a long time, she seemed to have lost all her strength. She leaned dejectedly against the back of the chair and slowly closed her eyes. When he opened his eyes again, although they were still cold, there was a hint of resignation and deadness in them. "Tell me, what do you want?" Her voice was eerily calm, as if she wasn't the one who had lost her composure just now. "I don't believe you went through so much trouble just to play a joke on me. Is it for money? Or do you want to use me to connect with the Bai family and secure a better future? Or, do you want to join the military district?" She has given up the futile resistance. These evidences are enough to ruin her and even bring down the entire Bai family. Now, she just wants to know the other party's cards. Ha, Director Bai is indeed a smart person. Talking to smart people saves effort. The smile on Lu Xian's face grew brighter, yet it also made people feel even colder. Money? Power? If I want those things, I'll naturally find ways to get them. He leaned forward slightly, staring at Bai Yanqi with scorching eyes, and said word by word, "My request is simple. I want you to be my use, and the Bai family will become my toy. And you must take back all the secrets you betrayed, and even more importantly, obtain important secrets from the enemy country for our country." "What did you say?" Bai Yanqi suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her originally pale cheeks turned red in an instant, showing extreme shame and disbelief. She never expected that the other party would make such an impossible request. "Change the conditions." She practically gritted her teeth as she squeezed out these words, "Except for this, I can consider everything else." "Oh?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, and asked slowly, "Director Bai, this is difficult. But I'm curious, could it be that our uncle has already surrendered to the enemy?" "You!" Bai Yanqi jumped up from her chair like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and slammed her hands on the desk, making a loud bang. Her chest heaved violently with anger, and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Shut up! I won't let you insult him. There's nothing innocent between us. I just have a one-sided admiration for him." Her voice was shrill with excitement and a hint of hysteria. This is the purest forbidden area in her heart, and no one is allowed to defile it. Oh, such a big reaction? Seeing this, Lu Xian felt cheerful instead. He loved to see these high-ranking women lose their composure. "So, you haven't surrendered to the enemy yet?" He touched his chin and pretended to understand something. "Oh, that's great. In that case, there is still hope." Bai Yanqi was so angry that she was shaking all over. She stared at Lu Xian with a look that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. This man is not only despicable and shameless, but also hurtful with every word he says. Lu Xian, right? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions, her voice icy and chilling. What do you want? Come on. Stop using those dirty words here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will be rude to you. She comes from a military family and has been influenced by it since childhood, and has a fierce spirit of never giving up. You're welcome? Lu Xian stood up suddenly as if he had heard a huge joke, with a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Bai Yanqi's pretty face, which was covered with frost, with a loud slap. You stinky bitch, you still dare to fight me? In a flash, Bai Yanqi subconsciously raised her arm and with a snap, blocked Lu Xian's sudden slap. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Xian's eyes, and then turned into a deeper coldness. This woman actually has some skills? But, so what? Hey, you're quite capable, bitch. You dare to fight back? You dare to block me? Lu Xian sneered, and the speed and strength of his hands suddenly increased, not giving Bai Yanqi any chance to react. Bang! This time, the slap landed firmly on Bai Yanqi's face. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the quiet office. A clear, bright red five-finger mark quickly appeared on her fair cheek, and a burning pain spread instantly. Bai Yanqi staggered after being hit, a trace of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his hair was a little disheveled, and he looked in a miserable state. She covered her face, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger, staring at Lu Xian like a wounded she-wolf. If you have the guts, beat me to death if you have the guts. She gritted her teeth and spoke word by word, her voice trembling slightly with pain and anger. If I frown or say no, I won't be named Bai. Oh shit, you're quite stubborn, huh? Lu Xian was amused by her unyielding appearance. He liked this kind of traitor who would rather die than bend. This way, you will feel a sense of accomplishment when you make them surrender and admit their mistakes. Okay, since you're so courageous, I wouldn't mind letting more people appreciate your style. He slowly took out his cell phone and began to edit slowly in front of Bai Yanqi. How about this, I'll post these touching diaries and those wonderful video screenshots of yours on TikTok. Lu Xian's movements were not fast, but each click was like a heavy hammer, hitting Bai Yanqi's heart hard. As he edited, he muttered seriously, well, I've got a title ready. It's called The Forbidden Love of the Deputy Political Commissar's Daughter, falling in love with her uncle, a soldier king, and becoming a traitor to her country to save her lover. What do you think of this title? Is it explosive enough? It's sure to get tons of hits. Bai Yanqi's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. If the previous evidence only made her feel despair, then Lu Xian's actions at this moment were to completely nail her to the pillar of shame, so that she would never be able to turn over. No. Don't. Her voice was crying, full of helplessness and fear. Chapter 45. From now on, you can be called Xiaobai. Lu Xian didn't care about her rather die in glory than live in disgrace drama. He was here today to teach this ignorant woman a lesson and let her understand why the flowers are so red. His fingers moved quickly on the screen. He didn't change the title, but he kept the content secret. For the time being, he only selected a few screenshots of the diary. He was not in a hurry to release the more deadly military secrets and contact photos. Okay, it's been sent out. Lu Xian waved the phone screen in front of Bai Yanqi's eyes, a malicious smile on his face. You stinky bitch, are you happy now? Do you really think I dare not touch you? Bai Yanqi's eyes were fixed on the phone screen. When she saw clearly that Lu Xian had really made those disgusting diary contents public. Although the references to someone, the familiar beautiful handwriting and the morbid love all indicate that the protagonist is her. Others can't tell it's her, but she recognized it at a glance, and maybe her parents would recognize it too. Her heart sank to the bottom in an instant, and all the blood in her body seemed to freeze. But immediately, she also keenly noticed that what Lu Xian released was just a diary, and it did not contain any fatal evidence that would doom her and her entire family. This discovery made her heart, which had been in her throat, calm down a little. It was like seeing a faint glimmer of light in the endless darkness, but it might be a trap. Lu Xian temporarily gave her a glimmer of hope. The fear receded a little like the tide, but what followed was deeper humiliation and powerlessness. She knew that she was completely doomed, at the hands of this young but extremely ruthless man. This time, she no longer dared to be arrogant or resist. Bai Yanqi bit her lower lip tightly, her pearly teeth almost making the tender lips bleed. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting two light shadows under the light, concealing all the emotions in her eyes. When she opened them again, the pair of phoenix eyes that were once as sharp as a knife were now filled with dead silence. Student Lu Xian. She struggled to squeeze out these words from between her teeth, her voice hoarse. I promise you. I was wrong. Please, let me go, let the Bai family go. He. Lu Xian let out a low, ambiguous laugh, which sounded particularly harsh in the quiet office. You know you're wrong now? Fortunately, it's not too late. His gaze fell on Bai Yanqi's legs, which were trembling slightly due to anger and humiliation. His tone was calm but carried an unquestionable command: kneel down. These two simple words were like two heavy hammers, hitting Bai Yanqi's heart hard. She suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Xian in disbelief. Forcing her, the director of the finance department of Yenqing University and the daughter of the deputy political commissar of a military region, to kneel before a student? This would be more painful than killing her. What? Are you deaf? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice became 3 points colder. I tell you to kneel down. Bai Yanqi's body trembled violently, and her nails dug deeply into her palms, causing a sharp pain. She gritted her teeth, veins bulged on her forehead, and her inner pride and the threat of reality were torn apart wildly. As time passed, the air in the office seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Finally, under Lu Xian's cold gaze, Bai Yanqi's tense body slowly relaxed. She lowered her once proud head, like a defeated peacock, and put away all her gorgeous feathers. She moved in front of Lu Xian step by step with difficulty, and every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. Then, his knees gave way, and with a plop, he slowly and humiliatingly knelt on the cold floor. He slowly bent down, stretched out his fingers, gently lifted Bai Yanqi's chin, and forced her to look up. That once beautiful face was now covered with a blush of humiliation and traces of tears, but her eyes still held a hint of stubbornness and deep hatred. Look at me. Lu Xian's voice was low and magnetic, but with a hint of danger. Bai Yanqi was forced to look him in the eye, the hatred in her eyes almost solidifying into substance. I don't like the look in your eyes. Lu Xian's fingertips gently stroked Bai Yanqi's smooth chin. His tone was gentle, but every word was piercing. From today on, you must do everything Lu Xian, say. I won't do anything you say. Bai Yanqi's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Did you hear that? I'm going to ask you another question. Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned harsh. Yes, I heard. I heard it. Bai Yanqi's voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a strong nasal tone. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from her throat, full of humiliation and despair. Very good. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, the smile on his lips becoming more and more devilish. You must have a suitable name now. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai. Noob. Lu Xian's voice was tinged with joking. Go, tell those students waiting outside for their stamps to go back and stop waiting here foolishly. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Bai Yanqi's exquisitely shaped body, and added meaningfully, it's not good for you or me if they're eavesdropping outside, especially for your reputation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanqi felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her heart filled with fear and anxiety. She knew what Lu Xian was going to do next, and the feeling of humiliation almost made her collapse. She thought about resisting and fighting to the death. But she didn't dare. This man named Lu Xian is simply a devil. He really can do anything. Once the evidence concerning military secrets is exposed, the entire Bai family will be doomed, and my father's life's glory and hard work will be destroyed. From childhood to adulthood, her father taught her that family is the most important thing and that family honor is above all else. For the sake of her family, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself. Bai Yanqi stood up from the ground with difficulty. Her legs were a little weak due to kneeling for a long time and the huge psychological pressure. Her body shook a few times and she almost fell again. She held onto the cold wall and walked towards the office door step by step like a zombie. He reached out his hand tremblingly and grasped the cold door handle. With a click, the door lock was opened. Outside the door, the corridor was still bustling with people, and students gathered in groups of 3 or 4, waiting anxiously. Seeing the office door open, everyone's eyes turned to look over. When they saw Bai Yanqi's pale face and messy hair, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, vaguely feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Bai Yanqi took a deep breath, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and said in a hoarse voice, "Classmates, you can go back first. Today, the finance department has something going on, so we can't handle business for the time being. Come back tomorrow. Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. When the students in the corridor heard this, they were suddenly in an uproar, and sighs could be heard one after another. Huh? What happened? I waited so long for nothing. That's right, I've been waiting here for over an hour. Director Bai looks so bad today, is he sick? Amidst the discussions, although the students were full of complaints, they did not dare to say much. After all, Bai Yanqi's usual majesty was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. They dispersed in twos and threes, and the corridor soon became empty. Bai Yanqi looked at the empty corridor, feeling despair in her heart. She slowly closed the office door. The heavy door blocked out everything from the outside world, and seemed to block out all her hopes. A crystal teardrop finally couldn't be controlled, slid down from the corner of the eye, ran down the pale cheek, dripped onto the cold floor, and shattered into a splash of water. Chapter 46 Bai Yanqi, I'm sorry, Brother Xian, I was wrong. The students in the corridor dispersed in twos and threes. Soon, the corridor returned to silence. Bai Yanqi leaned against the door, her body trembling slightly. She knew that facing Lu Xian's threat, she could not hide and had nowhere to escape. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if gathering up her last bit of courage, and waiting as if accepting her fate. However, the expected action did not happen immediately. Lu Xian was still sitting in the same spot she had been in. He didn't stand up, nor did he approach. He just spoke slowly, his voice carrying a kind of bewitching magic. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target character's evil mentality and turn them back to good ways to receive a reward. Xiao Bai, come here. Lu Xian waved his hand, his gesture relaxed and casual. Bai Yanqi's face instantly changed from pale to red, and then quickly faded away, leaving only an almost transparent paleness. Xiao Bai, this name, this action, is a torture that is more unbearable than directly humiliating her. She bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She opened her eyes and saw Lu Xian's face with an evil smile. She dragged her heavy feet, each step felt like it was filled with lead, and walked tremblingly to Lu Xian. Bai Yanqi used to be known as Mulan in the military district headquarters. Her fighting skills are outstanding, and even the top soldiers in her father's guard squad are rarely her match. He lowered his proud head in front of Lu Xian. If those who once admired and feared her saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Bai Yanqi has a large number of fans on the campus network, and many students and teachers are pursuing Bai Yanqi. She also has the title of cold female teacher on Weibo and has a large number of fans. Bai Yanqi looked at Lu Xian with her big eyes, and could no longer hold back tears, which flowed down her cheeks. Don't forget what you said. You have to keep those secrets for me. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Don't worry, Director Bai, I keep my word. Lu Xian's plan is to control everything about the Bai family. As long as you admit your mistakes, take back the secrets you betrayed, and then obtain enemy secrets of equal value. Bai Yanqi nodded, okay, Brother Xian, I will do it, I promise you. Bai Yanqi knew that if she didn't repent and those things were released, then the Bai family would really be finished. The host completes the transformation of the target character, successfully turning evil into good. Detected changes in the target person's psychology, cognitive errors, and a large number of compensatory mentality. Current compensation value, 100. Reward, a 100 square meter apartment in Bai Jingyuan near Yinqing University. Reward points, 500 points. Get random drop reward, entry-level PUA. Lu Xian looked at the system prompt and was secretly happy. Originally, he planned to rent an apartment outside, after all, he really couldn't stand the disgusting things in the dormitory. I didn't expect that someone would send me a pillow when I was sleepy. I got an apartment directly, and it was in Bai Jingyuan near Yinqing University. It is a family building in a military compound, and the security and environment are excellent. What is even more surprising is that the PUA skill was dropped. This is a good thing. Wouldn't it be much easier to fool those girls in the future? Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing, the daughter of a deputy political commissar of a military region and the daughter of a military region chief, respectively, these two people will definitely be of great use to me if they can help me. He smiled evilly and patted Bai Yanqi's cheek gently. Xiao Bai, be good. I'm a little thirsty. Go get me a glass of water. Lu Xian ordered. Okay, Brother Xian. Bai Yanqi responded almost subconsciously when she heard his words, her voice softer than ever before. Bai Yanqi walked gently to the water dispenser and filled a glass of water. Then he looked at Lu Xian with admiration, gently picked up the cup of water and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the cup of water, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, Xiao Bai, Lu Xian put the water cup on the table and pointed to the documents on the table, which contained some students' reimbursement applications. Please stamp this for me. Okay, Brother Xian. Bai Yanqi responded respectfully again, then picked up the documents on the table and began to stamp them. Her movements were still as efficient as those of a soldier, but her expression had completely changed. There was no longer the previous majesty and impatience in her eyes, only a gentleness. After stamping the document, Bai Yanqi suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Xian with a plop, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Xian, it was all my fault before. I made things difficult for you. I'm sorry. She looked extremely scared, afraid that Lu Xian would be angry because of her previous attitude. Oh, it's okay, Lu Xian said in a relaxed tone, I'll forgive you once I stamp the seal. And you promised me that you would bring back those secrets later. He paused, a playful glint in his eyes. Also, you have to get along well with Director Chen Yubing in the future. You two will be good friends again. When Bai Yanqi heard the name Chen Yubing, her body trembled almost imperceptibly. Chapter 47 Encountering the Department Flower Luo Xiaoran. Lu Xian smiled slightly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Once Bai Yanqi's proud shell was completely shattered, the exposed core was so submissive and obedient, even more well-behaved than a domestic kitten. The original coldness and sharpness that kept people at a distance were now gone, replaced by a cautious flattery. Xiao Bai, Lu Xian's voice was playful, and he reached out and patted her head gently, as if comforting a frightened little animal. From now on, you and Director Chen Yubing must get along well. You can't continue to be at loggerheads like before, putting on a scene of Mars colliding with the Earth every day. He paused and added meaningfully, you should understand what I mean about some things. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Chen Yubing has now turned over a new leaf, admitted her mistakes, and is willing to make amends. When Bai Yanqi heard this, a look of disbelief and surprise quickly flashed across her phoenix eyes, which had just regained some of their spirit. She opened her mouth slightly, as if wanting to confirm something. Really, Brother Xian? Chen Yubing, she also. That woman, his former best friend, actually had some unspeakable faults? He reached out and gently touched Bai Yanqi's soft hair, his movements showing an unquestionable control. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? She's just like you. Bai Yanqi raised her head meekly and met Lu Xian's deep eyes, which were full of curiosity and a hint of imperceptible awe. Brother Xian, I'm very curious, why did you choose us too? Did we offend you in some way before? Lu Xian chuckled, his smile tinged with a hint of playfulness and nonchalance. Actually, if you two hadn't been so reckless and kept me here like a dog, I wouldn't have thought of attacking you. But then again, the mistakes you two made were not minor, so I'm naturally doing this for justice. After all of this is your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. He snapped his fingers as if brushing off some insignificant dust. Okay, don't ask so many questions that you shouldn't ask. Lu Xian stood up, straightened his sleeves, and returned to a calm tone. The stamp has been completed. Please quickly complete the scholarship application process and transfer the money to my card as soon as possible. As for you. He glanced at Bai Yanqi, a devilish smile curling up the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, the excitement is still to come. Next time you're outside, remember to call me by my name, not master. If someone hears, they might think we have some hidden secret. Bai Yanqi quickly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly hot. She nodded meekly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Yes, master. No, classmate Lu Xian, I remember. Lu Xian hummed in satisfaction, said no more, turned around and walked out of the office. Everything is done, and the next step is to inspect the house located in Bai Jingyuan that the system has just rewarded. That place is a famous military compound family building near Yenching University. It has a superior geographical location, first-class security measures, and an impeccable environment. Having my own nest will make things much more convenient in the future. Whether I want Chen Yubing, Gu Yunqi and others to come and report on their work, or I just want to have some peace and quiet, it will be a perfect choice. As soon as I walked out of the office building, a gust of hot early summer wind blew towards me. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and was about to take out his cell phone to call a taxi, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that there seemed to be a small accident on the tree-lined avenue not far away. A tall girl with a curvaceous figure was now lying on the ground in a somewhat embarrassing manner, with scattered documents and books all over the floor. The girl was wearing a white chiffon shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white skin. She wore a pair of tight light blue jeans on her lower body, which perfectly outlined her slender legs. Even when she fell, her proud figure could not be concealed. Lu Xian was not a nosy person, but for some reason, he was in a particularly good mood today. Plus, the girl was indeed pretty, so he took a step and walked over there. Only when he got closer did Lu Xian see the girl's appearance clearly. She was frowning, supporting herself on the ground with one hand and covering her right ankle with the other. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of her smooth forehead and her expression looked extremely painful. She had a standard oval face with delicate features that looked as if they were painted, especially her big watery eyes, which were now misted with pain, making her look even more pitiful. A name quickly flashed through Lu Xian's mind: Luo Xiaoran. That's right, it's her. The recognized beauty in the acting department right after entering the university, she established her status as a goddess among the freshmen of Yenching University with her outstanding appearance and figure, as well as the stunning classical dance at the welcome party. In his previous life, when Lu Xian was still an unknown loser student, he often admired the beauty of this beauty from Luo University on school forums and various school beauty rankings. At that time, he could only lick the screen silently behind him and didn't even have the courage to say a word to others. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would meet you in this way. TSK, is this fate? How can we miss the opportunity that comes to our door? Lu Xian laughed secretly in his heart, and his pace quickened a bit, with a concerned expression on his face at the right time. Classmate, are you okay? He walked to Luo Xiaoran and asked in a gentle voice, while naturally extending his hand to support her arm. The soft, smooth and delicate touch made his heart flutter. Well, it feels good. Luo Xiaoran obviously didn't expect someone to come to help so quickly, and she subconsciously looked up at Lu Xian. When she saw a handsome face, she was stunned for a moment, then grimaced because of the pain in her ankle. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears of grievance, and her voice was also tinged with tears. Classmate, I seem to have sprained my ankle. My ankle hurts so much and I can't move. She bit her lower lip, and her tearful look was enough to make any man feel pity for her. Can you help me up? I have a very important form here that I need to submit to the Academic Affairs Office now, otherwise, it will be too late. Luo Xiaoran pointed to the pieces of paper scattered on the ground and said anxiously. Only then did Lu Xian notice that there were indeed some documents scattered around her, one of which seemed to be some kind of application form. He felt something in his heart and thought to himself that it was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was just worrying about how to start a conversation with this beautiful girl in the school. He quickly withdrew his hand, which had been dazed from accidentally touching the other person's arm. A serious expression appeared on his face, and he said, of course. Helping others is a fine tradition among contemporary college students. Don't worry, let's see if the injury is serious first. As he spoke, he squatted down and his eyes fell on Luo Xiaoran's slender ankles. Chapter 48. The beauty in the department changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Lu Xian had a faint smile on his face and said politely, Classmate, can I help you up? Luo Xiaoran was slightly stunned, and her big watery eyes blinked and looked at Lu Xian. A thin layer of mist quickly condensed in her eye sockets, as if tears were about to fall out in the next second, and her voice trembled with a hint of endearingness. No. It's okay, classmate, thank you so much. Anyone who saw her weak and boneless appearance would feel sympathy. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, gently placed it on Luo Xiaoran's arm, and with a little force, he helped her up from the ground. It's delicate and soft when I get it, and the feel is really good. Ouch. Luo Xiaoran had just stood firm when he let out another cry, as if he felt unbearable pain in his ankle. She took a small tentative step, and her body immediately tilted exaggeratedly, almost falling again, and she gasped with cold air in her mouth. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. This time, tears really fell. Big tears rolled down her delicate cheeks, and she looked so pitiful. She looked at Lu Xian helplessly. Classmate, I really can't walk anymore. Seeing this, Lu Xian showed a look of concern on his face. He supported her again and said softly, Classmate, I think you are seriously injured. You should go to the school hospital first. Don't delay. No. Luo Xiaoran shook his head anxiously and pointed at the documents scattered on the ground. Student, I have a very important form here that must be submitted to the Academic Affairs Office immediately, otherwise it will be too late to select the scholarship. She bit her lower lip, her eyes full of helplessness and pleading, as if her life would be bleak if she missed this form. How about this, classmate? She seemed to have made a great decision. An unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Can you pick me up? And then take me to the Academic Affairs Office, okay? The pair of tearful eyes looked at Lu Xian timidly, just like a frightened little rabbit waiting for rescue. Lu Xian readily agreed, no problem. Helping others is a fine tradition of our contemporary college students. Before he finished speaking, he bent down swiftly, held Luo Xiaoran's knees firmly with his left hand, and wrapped his right hand around her slender waist, and picked her up sideways in a standard princess hug. The body in my arms was soft and fragrant, yet with a barely perceptible stiffness. However, just as Lu Xian picked up Luo Xiaoran and was about to take a step, Luo Xiaoran in his arms suddenly exploded. Ah! Classmate! What are you doing? Let me go! Luo Xiaoran let out a sharp scream, so loud that it could penetrate half of the campus. Her originally pitiful expression instantly turned into one of terror, as if Lu Xian was some kind of monster. Calm down, classmate. What you're doing is illegal. You're being a hooligan. You're committing a crime. She placed her hands on Lu Xian's chest, seemingly pushing him away with all her strength, but the force was light and fluttery, more like a caress that was both resisting and welcoming. But the expression on her face was extremely exaggerated, her eyes were wide open, full of humiliation and anger. Then, an even more dramatic scene occurred. Luo Xiaoran's tears burst out like a flood, and she cried out with all her might, "Classmate, I beg you, please let me go." Woo woo woo. How could you do this in broad daylight? I just asked you to take me to the academic affairs office, how could you? How could you do this to me? These sudden and unexpected changes made even Lu Xian raise his eyebrows slightly. He stopped and looked down at Luo Xiaoran, who was performing in his arms with great devotion, feeling a little amused. This little girl is really good at playing tricks. Is this a scam that has happened to me? Classmate, Lu Xian's voice remained calm, even with a hint of amusement. What do you mean? Didn't you ask me to pick you up? What do you want me to do? Luo Xiaoran seemed to have heard a huge slander, and her voice suddenly rose, with a crying tone, but every word was clear. Classmate, even if you are attracted by my beauty, you can't use such despicable means to force me. I'm not that kind of girl. Please, let me go. Otherwise, I will call for help. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc, and without wasting time talking to her, he placed her steadily on the ground. As soon as Luo Xiaoran's feet touched the ground, the ankle that was too painful to walk just now recovered instantly. She stood there steadily, without any sign of sprained ankle at all. She even subconsciously adjusted her posture, fearing that others would not be able to see her strength after being humiliated. This is not the end yet. Luo Xiaoran's next move made Lu Xian feel that even the Oscars owed her a little golden man. She took a deep breath, an expression of utter grief and indignation appeared on her face, and then she grabbed the collar of her chiffon shirt with both hands. Sizzle! There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing. Luo Xiaoran actually tore a big hole in the collar of her shirt, revealing the edge of her light-colored underwear and a larger area of snow-white skin. Her actions were so decisive and her expression was so precise, as if she had really suffered some inhuman treatment and was about to die to prove her determination and expose the atrocities. After doing all this, she staggered back 2 steps, covering her torn collar with one hand and pointing at Lu Xian with a trembling hand, her voice shrill, You beast! Hooligan! Along the boulevard, a few passing students were attracted by the movement here and were looking around curiously. Chapter 49, The beauty in the department likes to take advantage of others? Only a refund? Lu Xian looked at the dramatic scene in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this little girl playing herself a fool, or does she think all the men in the world have to bow down to her and let her do whatever she wants? Is this a scam? It's really fresh. Lu Xian has lived 2 lifetimes and has seen all kinds of monsters and demons. This kind of low-level fraud actually happened to the beauty of Yinqing University. He was afraid that people would laugh their heads off if he told others about it. Classmate, the ground is cold. Are you almost done with your act? Lu Xian crossed his arms and looked at her leisurely, with a hint of undisguised teasing in his tone. Luo Xiaoran seemed to be caught off guard by Lu Xian's reaction. Her crying stopped abruptly, and the grief-stricken expression on her face froze. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she shrieked, What nonsense are you talking about? You did this to me, and you still dare to deny it? Everyone, come and see. This hooligan molested me. When she shouted, the students who were already looking around curiously immediately gathered around like cats smelling fish, pointing and talking. Hey, isn't this Luo Xiaoran from the acting department? What happened? Look at that man, he looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect. Luo Xiaoran was crying so hard that her collar was torn. She must have run into some hooligans. Lu Xian listened to the discussions around him, unmoved. He slowly pulled out his phone and took a picture of Luo Xiaoran's tearful, pitiful face and the evidence she deliberately displayed, her torn collar. Luo Xiaoran was stunned by his sudden action, and then became even more angry. You dare to take pictures? Are you trying to threaten me? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Don't worry, Luo does beauty. Lu Xian shook his phone, a meaningful smile on his lips. I like to speak with facts. Don't worry, you will be very happy to explain to me what happened later. He was too lazy to waste words with a movie queen level woman like this, and the best way was to just let the system handle it. As long as the negative information comes out, he doesn't believe that he can't pry her mouth open. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded in my mind at the right time. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Luo Xiaoran. Immediately afterwards, a series of data emerged in Lu Xian's consciousness. Name, Luo Xiaoran. Appearance, 94. Mastery value, 0. Measurements, 78-62-77. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. With a beauty score of 94, she was indeed worthy of the title of the school beauty. But these measurements and weight, wow, are too thin, just like a paperman, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. How much weight loss must one have worked to achieve this? It was a dull moment. Target evaluation, he comes from a well-off family, but he loves to take advantage of others, and feels pleasure in doing so. He is also very concerned about his reputation and has a strong sense of self-esteem. Love taking advantage of others? Lu Xian touched his chin. Combining her performance just now, he had a rough idea in his mind. It seems that this beauty in the school is not an easy person to deal with in private. Black material generated. Option 1, 3,000 renminbi in exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. Only 3,000 yuan worth of black material? Lu Xian curled his lips. Based on past experience, black material at this price point was only average in quality and wouldn't cause much of a stir. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Being able to make this top student from the acting department suffer a setback is worth the price of the ticket. 3,000 yuan for exchange. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Exchange completed. 3,000 yuan deducted from account balance. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar torrent of information instantly flooded into Lu Xian's mind, complex yet clearly organized. At the same time, a brand new PPT document was quietly generated on the encryption app interface of the mobile phone. Lu Xian suppressed the smile on his face and clicked on the summary of the PPT. Core details of the scandal: Luo Xiaoran, a freshman in the Department of Acting at Yenqing University, has been repeatedly scamming customers on online shopping platforms, only offering refunds. Puff. Even though Lu Xian had extraordinary self-control, he almost couldn't help laughing when he saw this line of words. Get a free pass? Only a refund? This style of painting changed too quickly. A glamorous and beautiful school goddess, wearing all famous and trendy brands, and with the aura of a rich girl exuding the "I'm not short of money" in her every move, is actually a habitual offender who is crazy about getting the best deals on major online shopping platforms and is happy to play the refund-only game? This contrast is so cute, it's absolutely amazing. Lu Xian suddenly felt that the 3,000 yuan was well worth it. This was no longer just a black material, it was the source of his happiness today. He suppressed his laughter and continued reading. Specific description: the target, Luo Xiaoran, comes from a well-off family. Her father is Luo Zhenxiong, vice-governor of Sichuan in Jiangsu province and director of the Public Security Department, and her mother is Lu Qin, the warden of Yangzhou City's first women's prison. Raised with her maternal grandmother, Luo Xiaoran suffered from a lack of parental love due to her busy parents' work schedules, which led to certain personality flaws, manifested in her excessive pursuit of material things and a tendency to seek psychological satisfaction through small gains. She returned to her parents after junior high school, but her penchant for taking advantage of small gains remained ingrained and difficult to change. She has been engaged in malicious, unscrupulous practices on multiple online shopping platforms, including Taobao, JD.com, and WeChat, including exploiting vulnerabilities, malicious returns, and false advertising to gain illicit profits. She is particularly prone to refunds only, no returns. Each order involved ranged from 10 to 1,000 yuan. Preliminary estimates suggest the total illegal profits from these activities amounted to over 1.5 million yuan. After reading this detailed description, the expression on Lu Xian's face was wonderful. He used to think that Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing's backgrounds were good enough. One was the daughter of a deputy political commissar of a military region, and the other was the daughter of a military region chief. Unexpectedly, this beauty from Luo University is even more awesome. Her father is a vice-ministerial governor who holds real power, and her mother is a prison warden at the division level. How could such a proud girl from a noble and powerful family do such shameful things? And the amount is so huge, more than 1.5 million. If this gets out, not only will Luo Xiaoran be unable to stay in Yenqing University, but her parents will also be in trouble. The world is so big, and there are so many wonders. Lu Xian felt that he had opened his eyes today. This is no longer simply a love of taking advantage, this is simply a distortion of personality and a mental disorder. He couldn't wait to open the PPT document that was said to have hundreds of pages, ready to appreciate the glorious deeds of this beautiful girl from Luo University. He wanted to see how many surprises were hidden in it. The discussions around were still noisy, and Luo Xiaoran was still there crying and playing the victim, but her crying sounded a little lacking in strength and confidence. Lu Xian raised his head and looked at Luo Xiaoran's tearful face. He suddenly felt that it would be a waste of this beauty's talent if she didn't win an Oscar. Chapter 50. Let us see who dies first. Lu Xian looked at the epic scene of fraud in front of him, and the joy that Bai Yanqi brought to his heart was immediately diluted a lot. She is worthy of being the beauty of the acting department. She is only a freshman, but her acting skills are comparable to those of veteran actors. Lu Xian swiped the screen of his mobile phone and clicked on the PPT that was hundreds of pages long. Wow, you won't know until you see it, it's so shocking. It is packed with accounts of various online shopping platforms registered by Luo Xiaoran using different phone numbers: Taobao, JD.com, CC, Youku, Pinui. He simply dominates all platforms. A rough count of the phone numbers shows there are at least 10. And there are dozens of shopping accounts associated with these phone numbers. The PPT listed every brilliant achievement in detail: those orders that she had ripped off, those outrageous operations that only refunded but did not return the goods, which were simply too numerous to list. What is even more outrageous is that it also includes screenshots of chat records of her friendly and cordial negotiations with various businesses, as well as chat records of her blatantly threatening businesses after friendly negotiations failed. Between the lines, there was a sense of arrogance and domineeringness, which was completely different from her pitiful appearance at the moment. Not only that, this beauty is also a senior member of more than a dozen exchange groups and refund-only mutual aid groups, and she even proudly posted a lot of practical tutorials and 100% success secrets for refund-only in the groups. Lu Xian flipped through the pages one by one, and his scalp was tingling after reading hundreds of pages of PPT. This Luo Xiaoran is really very capable in the broad road of fleecing the sheep. This is no longer just a simple attempt to take advantage of a small profit, it is simply a scam that is killing the merchants. Lu Xian could even imagine how many small businesses had been driven to ruin and even had their families broken up by people like Luo Xiaoran. At this time, many students who came to watch the fun had gathered on both sides of the tree-lined path. They stretched their necks, pointed at this side, and whispered, "Hey, isn't that Luo Xiaoran from the acting department? Why is she crying like this? Who's that guy next to him? He looks quite polite. Did he do something? Look at Luo Xiaoran's collar, it's torn. Oh my god, he must have run into a hooligan. This boy is too arrogant. That's right, in broad daylight, it's so inhumane." Lu Xian listened to the increasingly biased discussions around him. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was secretly sweating in his heart. If I didn't have the system in my hand, I would never be able to clear myself of the responsibility for what happened today, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. One is a beautiful girl from a wealthy family, and the other is a poor student from an unknown family. It's easy to guess who everyone will believe. Why would the beauty in the school try to scam a poor boy like you? Because you're young? Because you don't shower? There is a saying on the internet, beauty is justice, you're so beautiful, everything you say is right. By then, I will definitely be hung on the campus wall again, and be subjected to the spit of all the teachers and students in the school. A new round of deluxe upgraded version of the online violence package is waiting for me. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more scared he became. He had clearly been careful and avoided Zhang Yining's big pit, but how could he turn around and fall into Luo Xiaoran's cesspool? Am I destined to be involved with this kind of false accusation-making talent in this life? Is there a cyberbullying KPI waiting for me to complete? Thinking of this, Lu Xian felt that he could not delay any longer. Once this kind of thing starts to ferment on the internet, 3 people will make a tiger. By then, even if you can produce solid evidence, you may not be able to stop the gossip. The look in Lu Xian's eyes when he looked at Luo Xiaoran instantly changed from watching the show and the excitement to a bone-chilling coldness. That look was like a knife tempered with ice, sharp and intimidating. Luo Xiaoran was immersed in her own tragic drama, trying hard to squeeze back tears, and was about to accuse Lu Xian of a few more atrocities, but she suddenly felt a chill. She subconsciously looked up and met Lu Xian's cold eyes. That look is so familiar. It was the look of a superior looking down at an ant, with unquestionable pressure and a hint of impatient murderous intent. She had only vaguely felt this kind of look from her father's powerful colleagues when he was really angry. How could this happen to an ordinary student? Luo Xiaoran's delicate body trembled violently, the movement of wiping her tears froze in mid-air, and her sobbing stopped abruptly like a duck with its neck strangled. Even the crying that had been brewing for a long time and was about to escalate again was forced back. The air seemed to be stagnant for a moment. Lu Xian took a step forward, one step at a time, and walked slowly in front of Luo Xiaoran. With every step he took, Luo Xiaoran's heart sank a little. Student Luo Xiaoran, Lu Xian's voice was low, but it carried an undeniable coldness. Hasn't your Oscar-level acting skills been enough? He paused, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. That's enough, enough is enough. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Lu Xian's patience had clearly run out. I don't know why you're so deliberately trying to harass me, or rather, to frame me. But none of this matters anymore. As he spoke, Lu Xian suddenly raised the phone in his hand, and the screen was facing Luo Xiaoran. On it was a page of the PPT, clearly showing one of her small accounts and a glorious refund-only order record. Luo Xiaoran, look carefully. Lu Xian stared at Luo Xiaoran with cold eyes. What's this? Don't tell me you don't know what this is. His eyes suddenly became fierce. If you say one more word of nonsense, I will post this hundreds-page PowerPoint presentation online, intact. On every major forum and campus wall, I'll post it everywhere. Don't you like acting? Aren't you going to frame me? Lu Xian raised his lips in a cold arc, and said word by word, then let's see who dies first. Chapter 51: The Anonymous Person Behind. The color on Luo Xiaoran's face faded quickly from red to pale like the tide, and finally turned into an almost transparent grayish-white. The big eyes that were just filled with tears of grievance were now filled with horror and disbelief, as if they had seen something more terrifying than a ghost. The victim posture she had carefully maintained collapsed in an instant, and her crying stopped abruptly like a chicken with its neck strangled, leaving only slight, uncontrolled sobs. She stretched out her hand, trembling, trying to reach Lu Xian's phone. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. What? Don't you recognize me? Lu Xian waved his phone idly, and the lines of shocking records on the screen seemed particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Luo, which account on this doesn't belong to you? Which glorious achievement do you need me to help you recall? He swiped his finger lightly, and the screen switched to another page, which showed a heated argument between Luo Xiaoran and a small merchant over refund only. In the chat history, Luo Xiaoran's words were arrogant and his attitude was rude, which made him completely different from the tearful little white flower in front of him. No. No. This isn't me. Luo Xiaoran's voice was as thin as a mosquito, filled with desperate struggle, but that pale excuse seemed so powerless in the face of the hard evidence. She watched Lu Xian make a few more strokes, and each page was like a heavy hammer, hitting her heart hard. Those little actions that she thought were unnoticed by anyone, those fleecing skills that she was proud of, and those achievements that she showed off in her small circle were now laid bare by this man in broad daylight. This is you. Where did you get it? Luo Xiaoran finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The accumulated fear was like a flood that broke through the dam and drowned her in an instant. She no longer cared about her image or the halo of being the most beautiful girl in the school. She cried out wow, crying heart-wrenchingly, with her face covered with snot and tears. The crying was no longer the tearful crying sound that was performed before, but the fear and collapse that came from the heart. Can you please delete these things? I beg you, Luo, otherwise I'm done, I'm really done. She begged incoherently, clutching the corner of Lu Xian's clothes tightly with both hands, as if that was her last straw. The students around who were originally filled with righteous indignation and pointing fingers at Lu Xian were now dumbfounded. Isn't this plot twist too fast? How come the poor little kid who was being bullied by a gangster the previous second was hugging the gangster's thigh and crying for mercy the next second? Hey, what's going on? What happened to Luo Xiaoran? What did that man show her? Why is she so scared? Could it be Luo Xiaoran is acting? The discussion gradually changed direction, from sympathy for Luo Xiaoran to curiosity and confusion about the scene before them. Lu Xian gently shook her hand off, his face expressionless. Now you know it's over? Where's that urge to try to scam me just now? He looked down at Luo Xiaoran, who was slumped on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He will not be in a good mood towards someone who wants to kill him. Speak now, Lu Xian said softly, but with undeniable pressure. Why are you looking for trouble with me? What good will it do you to frame me? Luo Xiaoran cried until she was out of breath, sobbing and speaking intermittently. It was last night. Someone contacted me through TikTok. He said, he's my fan. He said he'd give me 100 carnivals. Let me wait for you here at this time today, and then I'll accuse you of molesting me. Take a video and post it online, to ruin your reputation. She cried as she spoke, afraid that Lu Xian would not believe her, and hurriedly took out her mobile phone from her designer bag. With trembling fingers, she opened Douyin and showed the chat history to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the phone and quickly browsed through it. It was indeed an anonymous user, and his avatar and nickname were the system defaults. The chat records also confirmed Luo Xiaoran's statement that the other party used 100 carnivals as bait to ask her to carry out this plan. No one knows Luo Xiaoran's true identity and family background, so holding 100 carnivals sounds reasonable. Lu Xian thought to himself, but he still felt something was wrong. He raised his eyes to look at Luo Xiaoran, his eyes sharp. You don't know what your family's conditions are? Your father is Luo Jinxiong, and your mother is Lu Qin. How could you be short of money for these 100 carnivals? One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, so 100 of them would be 300,000 yuan. It is a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but for a rich and beautiful girl like Luo Xiaoran, it is just pocket money at most. When Lu Xian called out her parents' names and identities, Luo Xiaoran's face turned 3 shades paler than before, and her pupils dilated a little with fear. She didn't expect that Lu Xian even knew her family background clearly. I'm not doing this for the carnival. Luo Xiaoran's voice became smaller and smaller, and her head drooped even lower. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said in an almost inaudible voice, I just think. I think that this thing of scamming you is quite fun. What the hell? Lu Xian almost thought he had misheard and scratched his ears. What did you say? Fun? He was almost amused by the woman's train of thought. Just because you thought it was fun, just because you were looking for excitement, you almost ruined someone's life? What kind of weird logic is that? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Classmate Lu Xian, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Seeing that Lu Xian's face was getting uglier and uglier, Luo Xiaoran was so scared that she kowtowed repeatedly, and her tears fell like water. Lu Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to slap her to death. Now was not the time to lose his temper. He had to clean up the mess first. He glanced at the crowd of onlookers who were gathering around him, then at Luo Xiaoran, who was crying like a tearful person, and said coldly, "That's enough. Stop crying. Since this is a false accusation, there must be an accomplice filming you. Call them out. We have to come up with an excuse to make this go away. Otherwise, you, an idiot, will really ruin my day today." There was suppressed anger in Lu Xian's voice. What he is more curious about now is who is the anonymous user who paid Luo Xiaoran to mess with him. Is it Zhang Yining who still has evil intentions, or is there someone else? It seems that after I was reborn, troubles have been piling up one after another, with no end in sight. Chapter 52 resolved the crisis. Lu Xian's mind was racing. Zhang Yining? It shouldn't be her. That woman suffered such a great loss. Unless her brain was stuck in the door, she would never dare to provoke me again. Besides, she didn't have the ability to accurately predict that she would appear here today and choose the right time. Mom and Dad? Even less likely. They're enemies? That's not the case. 100 carnivals? That's 300,000. Who would spend such a huge sum of money to design him? But the person behind this actually knew that Zhang Zi would come to this building for the scholarship, and even calculated the time so precisely. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the tighter his brows furrowed. There's something strange about this matter. How could a small person like me from a remote village be worth others going to so much trouble to plot against me? Just as he was lost in thought, Luo Xiaoran was already crying and trembling as she called out to a bush not far away, "Xiaomei. Xiaomei, you come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the bushes shook a few times, and a girl wearing a baseball cap, who was not tall but had a pretty figure, poked her head out. She was also holding a professional-looking SLR camera in her hand, with the lens facing this side. "Oh, Xiaoran, are you finally done?" The girl trotted over, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "You two acted so convincingly. It was amazing. Especially you, Xiaoran. You cried so easily that I almost thought it was real." As she spoke, she excitedly raised her camera to show Luo Xiaoran, "Look at this angle, this lighting, it's amazing. It's sure to go viral if I post it on Douyin." Lu Xian raised her eyebrows and looked at this best friend who suddenly appeared calmly. Luo Xiaoran's face turned pale and blue, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She glanced at Lu Xian for help, but when he didn't react, she gritted her teeth and explained to the girl in a mosquito-like voice, Mimi, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xian. We were just rehearsing a skit for the school's short video competition." The more she spoke, the softer her voice became and the lower her head drooped, looking like a primary school student who had done something wrong and was waiting to be scolded. The script is about him. He plays a slightly paranoid suitor who falls for me, and then does this to me. Oh, so that's how it is. Guomini suddenly understood, clapped her hands, and looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of admiration. "Hello, handsome guy, hello, I'm Guomimi, Xiaoran's roommate and best friend." She extended her hand carelessly. "Your acting is incredible, isn't it? I could sense that fierce look from a distance just now. It was so intense." Lu Xian looked at the hand she extended and gently shook it, a warm smile on his face, as if the one with the cold eyes and intimidating aura just now was not him. "Hello, classmate Guomimi. It's all Xiaoran's good script, I just acted according to it." He took over the conversation and said loudly to the crowd of onlookers who had not yet dispersed, "Classmates, let me explain to everyone that we were just filming a legal awareness video about campus safety and preventing harassment. This is Luo Xiaoran from the acting department. I'm her partner, Lu Xian. That's our cameraman, Guomini. I'm so sorry to have startled everyone." He spoke clearly and sincerely, and his appearance was advantageous, with a sunny and upright face. Most of the suspicious looks immediately dissipated. "Oh, so they're filming a video. I was wondering why Luo Xihua would argue with someone in the street. This guy is quite handsome, and playing a villain is quite a contrast. The legal education short film is great. There really needs to be more publicity in this area on campus." The discussions gradually died down, and the crowd of onlookers began to disperse in twos and threes. After all, only real conflicts are interesting to watch. Staged dramas are not that exciting. Seeing this, Lu Xian felt a little relieved. He turned to Guomini, his smile still radiating. "Mimi, how's the video going? Can you show me the results first? We can make adjustments accordingly." "Great, great." Guomini already had a very good impression of Lu Xian, and now, hearing him address her with such magnetic voice, her heart was filled with joy. She handed the camera over without any hesitation and said sweetly, "Brother Lu Xian, just look. My technique is very stable." Lu Xian took the camera and operated it skillfully. The video was shot very clearly, from Luo Xiaoran falling down, to himself approaching her to chat, to the princess hug, as well as Luo Xiaoran's fierce resistance and accusation at the top of her voice. Every detail was recorded clearly. In particular, Guomini seemed to be particularly familiar with the traffic password. Several shots gave close-ups of Luo Xiaoran's tearful, pitiful face and her torn collar. Lu Xian was secretly shocked when he saw this. If this was really taken out of context and posted online, he would not be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. He calmly checked the memory card, then in front of Guomini, he directly selected the video file and pressed the delete key. "Hey! Brother Lu Xian, you." Guomini was stunned. "Oh, I just checked and found that the lighting in several shots is not very good, affecting the overall effect." Lu Xian lied calmly, and Xiaoran seemed a little out of sorts just now. "We plan to find a place with good lighting and shoot a few more takes. For things like this, it's better to strive for perfection, right, Xiaoran?" He looked at Luo Xiaoran meaningfully. Luo Xiaoran didn't dare to say no, and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Lu Xian, classmate is right, we need to reshoot. I was too nervous just now and couldn't control my expression well." Now she only hopes that Lu Xian can show mercy and not expose her negative information. Although Guamini felt a little sorry, seeing that the male and female protagonists had said so, she couldn't insist any longer. She just muttered, "Okay, then you guys do your best. By the way, brother Lu Xian, Xiaoran, your script is quite interesting. Next time you have such a good thing, come to me. I will be your photographer for free." Lu Xian smiled and said, Of course. Nini, thank you for your hard work today. Xiaoran and I still have some script details to discuss, so I won't take up your time. I'll treat you and Xiaoran to dinner some other day to thank you very much. Really? That's great. Guamini's eyes lit up, and then she showed an I understand expression and winked at Luo Xiaoran ambiguously. Okay, then I won't be a light bulb. Xiaoran, communicate the script with brother Lu Xian. Come on. After saying that, she made a cheering gesture to Luo Xiaoran, then hummed a little tune and turned away contentedly. Luo Xiaoran looked at Guamini's receding back, and the words for help she wanted to ask for were stuck in her throat. The forced smile on her face was uglier than crying. It was not until Guamini's figure completely disappeared at the end of the tree-lined avenue that the smile on Lu Xian's face receded like the tide, replaced by a cold look. He turned his head, and his deep eyes locked onto Luo Xiaoran again. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to analyze her completely from the inside out. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the chirping of summer cicadas around seemed to be suppressed by this invisible pressure. Luo Xiaoran felt her whole body crawling with fear when he looked at her. She couldn't help but shiver, and the tears that had just stopped were about to burst out again. Chapter 53 Luo Xiaoran admits her mistake and apologizes. Luo Xiaoran's pale little face now looked like an eggplant hit by autumn frost, drooping in without any trace of the arrogance and grievance she had just now. She was trembling, her eyes dodging, not daring to look into Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Lu Xian, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Look, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved and Guamini has left, how about I go back first? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, with a strong nasal tone. She had already started to move backward in small steps, as if she was ready to slip away at any time. Go back? Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth in a half-smile arc. In Luo Xiaoran's opinion, that smile was 3 times more terrifying than the devil's grin. Luo, the beauty of the department, you're changing your ways faster than turning the pages of a book. Where's that desire just now to send me to jail and ruin my reputation? He took a slow step forward, and Luo Xiaoran shrank back like a frightened rabbit. What do you want to do? Luo Xiaoran's voice was filled with tears, and tears began to well up in her eyes again. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. My father is Luo Jinxiong. Oh? Luo Jinxiong? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Deputy Governor and Director of the Public Security Department, what a powerful position. Tell me, what would Vice Governor Luo's expression be if he knew his beloved daughter was not only a habitual fraudster at Yenqing University, but also a business genius who's been exploiting so many people that she could write a book about her? No. Don't. Luo Xiaoran screamed and covered her ears tightly with her hands, as if this could stop Lu Xian from saying those words that terrified her. She trembled all over, her face as pale as paper. Please, Lu Xian, I beg you. Don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone. I'll do anything you ask me to do, just don't expose those things, don't expose those things. Anything is fine? Lu Xian's smile deepened, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Instead, it revealed a chill that made people feel cold in their hearts. This place is quite quiet. Lu Xian chuckled and approached step by step, while Luo Xiaoran retreated step by step until his back was against the trunk of a thick sycamore tree, with nowhere to retreat. Lu Xian, what do you want? Luo Xiaoran's voice was trembling with despair. She could clearly feel the unquestionable sense of oppression emanating from Lu Xian. It was the look of a hunter staring at his prey, which made her tremble from the bottom of her heart. What do I want? Lu Xian stretched out his hand and gently lifted Luo Xiaoran's chin, forcing her to look at him. A cold light flashed in his deep eyes. Student Luo, weren't you really into your performance just now? You were crying, tearing your clothes, and shouting molest. Tell me, if I really did something to you right now, and then posted this evidence of your crimes online, along with the video of your wonderful performance just now, who would people believe? Luo Xiaoran's pupils suddenly contracted, and fear overwhelmed her like a tide. She wanted to scream and call for help, but her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand and she couldn't make a sound. She had no doubt that if she really shouted it out, Lu Xian would definitely do what he said. By then, not only will she be ruined, but her family and her parents will also be dragged into this abyss from which there is no escape. No. Don't, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken string, and she pleaded incoherently, "Classmate Lu Xian, no, brother Lu Xian. I beg you, please let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'll be your slave." "Oh? Like a slave?" Lu Xian snorted softly, stroking her smooth chin with his fingers. The cool touch made Luo Xiaoran tremble even more. "You are so delicate and tender, what kind of slave can you be? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have something serious to tell you." He paused, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. "Luo Xiaoran, don't you like acting? Don't you like taking advantage of small things? Don't you think it's fun to hit someone with a fake car?" With every word he spoke, Luo Xiaoran's heart sank a little. "Now, you must admit your mistake. And return all the stolen money." Lu Xian's tone was icy cold. He grabbed Luo Xiaoran's arm, and regardless of her tears and stumbling, he pulled her deeper into the woods. "There's no one here anymore. You should apologize to the merchants you exploited. Return the stolen money to me immediately." Lu Xian raised his phone and started shooting a video. Luo Xiaoran lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again from now on. I will return all the money I got for fleecing you, and I will also compensate you part of it." Then he looked at Lu Xian. "Brother Lu Xian, is it okay? I know I was wrong." Lu Xian nodded and said, "It is a great virtue to correct one's mistakes as soon as one realizes them." Gradually, a few pedestrians began to walk on the forest path again. In my mind, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Successfully transformed the target person's character and successfully turned from evil to good. Ding. Detected a change in the target's psychology. Sincerely admitting mistakes and showing a strong desire to make amends. When compensation control value, 8100. Reward, Black Material App Upgrade Fragment 1 piece. Random drop, a micro-nano high-tech drone with a built-in 4K quality camera, walkie-talkie, video recording, and photo-taking functions. Lu Xian's heart moved, and he spread out his palms, and an exquisite little box appeared out of thin air in his hands. When I opened the box, I saw a pair of glasses lying quietly inside that looked no different from ordinary black-framed glasses. He put on the glasses, and a light blue operating interface immediately appeared in his field of vision. At the same time, a red frame was marked in an inconspicuous corner, indicating the location of the drone in the interlayer of the glasses case. Following the system's prompts, Lu Xian performed a simple operation with his mind, and a prompt appeared on the lens of his glasses, indicating that the drone was connected to the mobile phone app. He took out his mobile phone and found an unfamiliar app icon. With the professional drone driving skills he had acquired previously, he was able to control this little thing with ease, as if it were his own arm. This micro-drone is only the size of a millet grain and flies silently. It is extremely difficult to detect without careful observation. The 4K camera was incredibly clear, and the intercom function was also very useful. Lu Xian tested each function one by one, nodded with satisfaction, and then carefully placed the drone back into the compartment of the glasses case. "What a good thing." Lu Xian smiled. "This thing will be very useful in the future." Hearing Lu Xian's footsteps, Luo Xiaoran's body trembled violently, and she raised her head like a frightened deer, her eyes filled with fear. She hurriedly wiped the tears from her face. Her voice was hoarse and nasal, but it was more cautious and submissive than before. Lu Xian, it's nothing. I'll go back first. I have professional classes in the afternoon. Seeing her like this, Lu Xian's frustration at being schemed against dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of control. He smiled faintly, but his tone was undeniable. "All right, from now on, be as well-behaved and sensible as you are now. That's what a good student should be like." He changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. "I have one more thing for you. When you get back, find a way to lure out the man behind this whole situation. Tell him the video has been filmed, and ask him when the transaction will take place. You decide the location." Luo Xiaoran's body stiffened again when she heard this, but this time, she didn't hesitate at all. She just nodded vigorously, her voice trembling slightly. I understand, brother Lu Xian. I will definitely see to it." Looking at her timid look, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to see who that mouse hiding in the dark was. Chapter 54 Goodbye Zhao Mingqi. Lu Xian got into the car and started the engine, his brows still furrowed. The feeling of being secretly watched and manipulated was like an invisible net, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Who was it that was going to such great lengths to manipulate him? Could it be that this person was the one who, in the previous life, used Zhang Yining's hand to push himself into the abyss? In this life, Zhang Yining has gone through many twists and turns, and now she is considered to be someone by his side, and is also obedient to him. Could it be that the mastermind behind this all gave up on Zhang Yining and turned to look for Luo Xiaoran, the prettier school beauty, because he noticed the change in her relationship with him? Thinking of this, Lu Xian picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yining, briefly asking her if any stranger had contacted her online recently with the intention of inquiring about her affairs. Within a few minutes, Zhang Yining's reply came, along with a screenshot of the chat history. Brother Lu Xian, now that you mention it, a few days ago, a strange person actually added me and asked if I knew you. I replied, "What can I do for you, Brother Lu Xian?" And then that person never spoke again. Lu Xian clicked on the screenshot. The other party's account avatar was gray and the nickname was a string of garbled characters. It was obviously a small account that was deliberately hiding its identity. Moreover, this account is not the same one that contacted Luo Xiaoran before. Quite cautious. Lu Xian curled his lips into a sneer, tapping the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips. This guy hiding in the dark is not only meticulous, but also seems to have a lot of resources. He can even operate different vests at the same time. He couldn't help but recall what happened in his previous life. Zhang Yining immediately posted those so-called evidence photos to the campus network, causing an uproar. I was extremely anxious at the time, and the first thing I thought of was the school's Internet Information Center. I found Director Zhao Mingqi, hoping that the post could be deleted and the facts clarified. However, Zhao Mingqi used various high-sounding excuses at the time, such as no right to interfere with students' freedom of speech, needs layers of approval, and technically difficult to brush him off. Eventually, the rumor spread like a virus across campus, becoming increasingly serious. Soon, the whole school knows and all the students in the school can testify became the last straw that broke the camel's back, nailing him to the pillar of shame as a perverted voyeur, and he would never be able to turn over in his life. In this life, since the mastermind behind the scenes is so deliberate that he can even instigate someone with Luo Xiaoran's background, then the other party must also have some plans for the internet. Zhao Mingqi. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Perhaps, we can find some breakthrough from this woman. Even if she still chose to play it safe, he could still smell something unusual from her reaction. Having made up his mind, Lu Xian no longer hesitated and drove towards the first teaching building of the computer department of Yenqing University based on his vague memories from his previous life. The Network Information Center is on the third floor of that building. The afternoon sun shines through the dense leaves of the sycamore trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The teaching building of the computer department is more solemn and quiet than that of the performance department. Lu Xian parked the car and walked straight in. Occasionally, students carrying laptops and walking hurriedly pass by in the corridor. Third floor, Network Information Center. Lu Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A woman's voice with a slightly soft Wu dialect came from inside the door, gentle and delicate, nourishing the heart like spring rain. Lu Xian pushed the door open and walked in. The office is not big, but it is elegantly decorated. The most eye-catching thing is by the window, where a woman in a dark green cheongsam is standing with her back to the door, watering several pots of lush orchids on the windowsill with her head down. Her figure is slim and well-proportioned, the cheongsam outlines her soft curves, and her black hair is tied up with a simple hairpin, revealing a snow-white and delicate neck. The sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a soft halo on her, like a Jiangnan ink painting with a profound artistic conception. To add a touch of ancient charm, there is a dark-colored pipa hanging on the wall of the office, as if it can play melodious tunes at any time. "Classmate, what's going on?" The woman did not turn around, her voice remained steady and unhurried, with the gentleness that is unique to Jiangnan women. Lu Xian calmed himself down and moved his gaze from the orchid pot to the woman's back. If it weren't for the unbearable memory in his mind, he would probably really think that Director Zhao Mingqi in front of him was a good teacher who was not aggressive, gentle, and kind. But in his previous life, this seemingly gentle face concealed indifference and impatience. He still remembers the sarcastic remarks made insinuatingly. "Hello, Teacher Zhao," Lu Xian said in a calm voice. I'm Lu Xian from the Chinese department. I'd like to consult you about something. As the word Lu Xian fell, the figure by the window, who had been moving slowly, paused noticeably. The hand holding the small kettle stopped in mid-air, and water droplets dripped from the spout, splashing on the orchid leaves, making a barely perceptible sound. After 2 or 3 seconds, Zhao Mingqi slowly turned around. She was indeed a very charming woman, about 32 or 33 years old, with fair skin, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a scholarly and quiet air. But at this moment, when her eyes met Lu Xian's, a hint of imperceptible sharpness and scrutiny flashed across her gentle eyes, but was immediately replaced by a gentle smile that was just right. Lu Xian, right? Hello, hello. Zhao Mingqi put down the kettle, walked to the desk and sat down gracefully. Please take a seat. I wonder what Mr. Lu would like to consult you about. Her voice was still soft, as if the strangeness just now was just Lu Xian's illusion. Lu Xian sneered inwardly, but remained calm as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Teacher Zhao, this is what's going on. There seem to be some unpleasant comments on the school forum recently, involving the privacy of some students. I'd like to know if this happens, does the school's Network Information Center have any effective handling mechanism? Or, in other words, can they help track down the anonymous IP addresses that are maliciously spreading rumors? His words were tactful, but they got straight to the point. He wanted to see what kind of excuses Director Zhao would come up with to deal with him in this life. Chapter 55, Still Evading and Perfunctory. Zhao Mingqi smiled slightly, and that smile was like the orchid she carefully tended, elegant but with a hint of alienation. She picked up the celadon teacup on the table and took a sip, her movements neither hurried nor slow, her voice still in that soft Wu dialect. Student Lu Xian, you also said that these remarks involved the privacy of our classmates. Our Network Information Center is primarily responsible for the technical maintenance and information security of the school network. To be honest, when it comes to tracking down anonymous IP addresses, our authority and technical means are very limited. Also, the school has always advocated for freedom of speech. As long as it's not excessive, we generally won't interfere too much. These words sound flawless. They express that I can't help you but also put myself on the moral high ground of complying with the rules. Lu Xian sneered in his heart. It was just the same old saying as in his previous life. Could it be that Director Zhao is the mastermind behind all this? But I have never met her before and we have no grudges against each other. Why would she deliberately try to harm me? This doesn't make sense logically. Unless... Lu Xian's gaze fell on Zhao Mingqi's well-maintained face. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes stretched out just right when she smiled, adding a touch of mature feminine charm. Teacher Zhao, Lu Xian leaned forward slightly, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable penetrating force. May I ask, has anyone given you any favors that have allowed you to turn a blind eye to certain things, or even provided you with some convenience? As soon as the words fell, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Zhao Mingqi's hand holding the teacup trembled almost imperceptibly, and a drop of tea swayed out of the edge of the cup and landed on her dark green cheongsam, quickly spreading a small dark mark. Her smile froze at the corners of her mouth. Although it was only for a moment, a trace of panic and fierceness quickly flashed across her eyes that were originally smiling. But she was a seasoned person after all, and almost immediately, she suppressed that slight feeling of strangeness, and replaced it with a slight anger of being offended. Student Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Although she was still trying to maintain a steady tone, the gentleness of a Jiangnan woman was gone, and her voice became a little sharper. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. As the director of the Network Information Center, I always act impartially. How could I possibly do something like what you're saying? She put the teacup heavily on the table, making a dull thump sound. I've already answered your question very clearly. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I still have a lot of work to do here, so I'm sorry I can't keep you company. The order to expel the guests was issued without any courtesy. Lu Xian seemed not to hear it, but instead showed a knowing smile on his face. Done. I was afraid she wouldn't react at all. The more she tries to distance herself from the matter, the more it shows that she has something to hide. It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes had indeed arranged everything in advance and was just waiting for Luo Xiaoran to send the evidence. Why is Teacher Zhao so excited? Lu Xian leaned back in his chair leisurely, with a faint smile on his lips. I'm just asking casually. After all, to make a rich girl like Luo Xiaoran willingly act out a scam, the people behind it must have put a lot of thought into it and made some connections. It's understandable. Zhao Mingqi's face became increasingly ugly, her chest heaving slightly, and she was obviously very angry. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking boy could be so stubborn, and his words were so sharp, hitting the key points in every sentence. You. She kept saying you for a long time but couldn't say a complete sentence. Seeing that the situation was almost heated, Lu Xian stopped talking nonsense with her. Since you won't tell me, I'll investigate it myself. He slowly took out his cell phone, pointed at Zhao Mingqi's face, which was slightly distorted by anger, and took a photo with a click. The flash was particularly glaring in the slightly dim office. Lu Xian. What are you doing? Zhao Mingqi stood up from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and screamed sharply, "Why did you take my picture? Delete it now." She wanted to step forward and snatch the phone, but when she saw Lu Xian's half-smile and his physique that was much stronger than that of an average student, she stopped abruptly and just scolded him in a timid manner. Lu Xian ignored her shouting and just stared at his phone screen. Almost at the moment the photo was taken, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Zhao Mingqi. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. After a few seconds, the information on the screen refreshed. Name, Zhao Mingqi. Gender, female. Age, 33. Appearance, 95. Control value, 0-100. Measurements, 79-62-76. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Target evaluation, appears gentle and understanding, but in reality is narrow-minded, vindictive, and highly skilled in disguise. She usually presents herself as a considerate and caring sister, but in reality, she is scheming and controlling, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for revenge at the slightest dissatisfaction. Lu Xian looked at the evaluation given by the system, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Wow! Another actress-level contestant. On the surface, she is a gentle, well-educated and graceful beauty from the south of the Yangtze River, but deep down she is a narrow-minded, vindictive and vicious woman. This contrast is much more exciting than that of Luo Xiaoran's silly and innocent character. Especially the sentence, "like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark," is the finishing touch. Lu Xian. I told you to delete the photos, did you hear me? Zhao Mingqi saw Lu Xian fiddling with his phone with his head down and ignoring her completely. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. The dark green cheongsam was stretched tighter, showing more mature curves. Lu Xian raised his head, put his phone back into his pocket, and smiled harmlessly. Teacher Zhao, don't be angry. I just think you look so elegant in this cheongsam today, and I couldn't help but want to take a picture as a souvenir. Don't worry, I won't share this photo randomly. Zhao Mingqi was so angry at his ruthless appearance that she almost couldn't breathe. She pointed at Lu Xian, her fingers trembling. You are shameless. Teacher Zhao, you're too kind. Lu Xian smiled and stood up. Since Teacher Zhao is busy with official duties, I won't bother you. However, I still want to advise Teacher Zhao that it's better not to wade into muddy waters lightly. Otherwise, if your shoes get wet, it won't look good. After saying this, he stopped looking at Zhao Mingqi's dark face, turned around and walked out of the office leisurely. It was not until Lu Xian's footsteps completely disappeared in the corridor that Zhao Mingqi sat back in her chair dejectedly, as if all her strength had been drained away. She picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to drink some water to calm herself down, but she found that her hands were shaking so badly that the tea spilled all over the table. Bastard! Little bastard! Zhao Mingqi cursed in a low voice, her eyes sinister, no longer as gentle as before. She took out her cell phone, tapped her fingers quickly on the screen, and made a voice call. Hello? Something seems to be wrong. Her voice was very low, with a hint of imperceptible panic and resentment. Chapter 56 Hit and Run. Lu Xian did not leave immediately. He lurked patiently outside the door like an experienced hunter. It takes some time to generate negative information, and this time can be used to verify some of his guesses. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but his ears were like radar, capturing any movement in the office. Sure enough, as soon as he left, there was a slight noise in the office. Zhao Mingqi's vigilance was even lower than he had imagined, or rather, she was completely confused and eager to seek instructions. Click. The door lock made a slight sound. Lu Xian flashed and hid silently in the shadow of the door of an empty office next door like a civet cat, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes exposed, staring at the door of Zhao Mingqi's office. The door of Zhao Mingqi's office was opened a crack, and her well-maintained pretty face poked out. She looked around vigilantly, and when she saw that the corridor was empty, she seemed to be relieved, quickly retracted her head, and then with a bang, she closed the door completely and locked it from the inside. "Ha, old fox, are you finally going to contact your boss?" Lu Xian sneered in his heart, but his feet were as light as a cat. He tiptoed back to the door of Zhao Mingqi's office and put his ear against the cold door panel. Unfortunately, the sound insulation effect of the door panel was unexpectedly good. Zhao Mingqi's voice inside was extremely low and intermittent, and it was impossible to hear what she was saying. "Looks like I have to ask my drone for help," Lu Xian thought to himself, and with a thought, he took out the micro-nano high-tech drone the size of a millet grain from the inconspicuous compartment of the glasses case in his pocket. This thing is simply a magical tool for eavesdropping and taking secret photos. The drone transformed into an almost invisible ray of light and silently slipped in through the tiny gap under the door panel. It then flew lightly to the leaves of a hidden potted plant in the office, with its camera precisely aimed at Zhao Mingqi by the window. At this moment, Zhao Mingqi was standing in front of the window with her back to the door, holding the mobile phone close to her ear in one hand and nervously covering the microphone with the other hand. She lowered her voice, but the anxiety and uneasiness in her tone were clearly audible through the weak audio coming from the drone. "That Lu Xian actually found me." "Yes, it's him." Zhao Mingqi's voice was trembling with a subtle sense of panic. "And it's already afternoon, and there's still no sign of that Luo Xiaoran you mentioned. Where's he?" Someone on the other end of the line seemed to be saying something, and Zhao Mingqi spoke faster. "I've already deployed a hot promotion for the term in the background. As long as Luo Xiaoran posts the post, I can immediately put her on the campus network's hot search headlines. Then the whole school will see it." She paused, as if listening to the other party's instructions, and then raised her voice with some dissatisfaction. "What you said has nothing to do with me. I did everything I could. And when Lu Xian came just now, I can guarantee that he didn't reveal any clues. He was sent away perfunctorily with just a few words. He must not have noticed anything." At this point, she changed the subject, her tone revealing an eager greed. "When will you transfer the remaining balance to me? Also, you promised me that my mother must have surgery tonight with the first surgeon at the central hospital. This matter can't be delayed any longer." However, the news on the other end of the line seemed to be news that was hard for her to accept. Zhao Mingqi's voice suddenly became sharp. "What? What did you say? We have to wait until things are done and there are results. That's not what you said at the time. You said as long as I do what you ask, it will be fine, but you didn't say there must be results." Her voice trembled slightly with anger and disbelief. You're not keeping your word. Believe it or not, I'm going to tell that Lu Xian everything right now. Let him come and get you in trouble." Beep beep beep. The answer she got was a cold, busy tone. The other party actually hung up the phone directly. "Ah!" Zhao Mingqi let out a scream that was suppressed to the extreme. Her usually gentle and quiet face was now distorted by anger, and she could no longer maintain her carefully disguised composure. She turned around suddenly and swept the orchid pot on the windowsill that she had carefully taken care of to the ground. Snap! The precious purple clay flower pot shattered, and the emerald green orchid leaves and moist soil scattered all over the ground, creating a mess. "How dare you lie to me? You all dare to lie to me." Zhao Mingqi was so angry that her whole body was shaking. The exquisite curves outlined by the dark green cheongsam were now fluctuating due to her heavy breathing. She slumped in the chair, her eyes filled with resentment and a hint of despair. Lu Xian saw all of this clearly through the drone, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Is the defense broken already? The best is yet to come." Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Black material generated. Option 1, 200 points to exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. Wow, 200 points? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, it seems that Director Zhao's scandal is quite significant. However, compared to Bai Yanqi's scandal, which easily racked up thousands of points, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Points are meant to be used. Only by spending them can you earn more rewards. Exchange. Lu Xian chose option 1 without hesitation. Exchange completed. 200 points were deducted from the account balance, leaving 1259 points. Almost instantly, a huge and explosive stream of information poured into Lu Xian's mind like a flood, and materialized as an encrypted PPT document on the mobile phone app interface. Lu Xian opened the document and browsed through it quickly. Core details of the scandal: Zhao Mingqi, director of the Network Information Center at Yenching University, is a veteran roadkiller, responsible for 2 hit-and-run incidents. She was once kept by someone in college. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my god. He almost cried out, roadkiller? And 2 fucking hit-and-runs? Chapter 57: The Devil is on Earth. I was wondering why this woman always seemed to have an inexplicable hostility about her. So, it turns out the root of this is here. He continued to read. I was kept by someone in college, TSK. Lu Xian stroked his chin, a playful smile on his face. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by its depth. On the surface, she's an elegant, detached orchid fairy, but behind the scenes, she's a socialite who's relied on her sponsor to get to the top. No wonder she's able to get the position of director of the Network Information Center at such a young age. Turns out she left. Each of these negative news is enough to ruin Zhao Mingqi's reputation. Lu Xian retrieved the nano-drone that flew back silently and put it back into the compartment of the glasses case, with a sneer of control on his face. Director Zhao, I have a firm hold on your handle. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for what you have done. Detailed description: the target, Zhao Mingqi, was born in the impoverished mountainous region of northwest China. Both her parents were hard-working farmers. She was the second of 5 children, with an older sister, 2 younger sisters, and a brother who held high hopes. Her original name, Zhao Zhaodi, was quite characteristic of the era, and her beloved younger brother was known as Zhao Yaozu. Zhao Zhaodi, Zhao Yaozu. Lu Xian muttered these 2 names, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. This name combination is simply a microcosm of the patriarchal ideology of that era. It seems that Director Zhao has lived in an unhappy family environment since childhood. Zhao Mingqi displayed exceptional intelligence and beauty from a young age, her academic performance far exceeding her peers. However, her impoverished family nearly forced her to drop out of elementary school. Fortunately, her homeroom teacher, unbearable to see her talent go unnoticed, generously donated funds to help her complete her primary school education. Later, through her homeroom teacher's help, an unnamed kind-hearted individual, Li Yuan, began providing long-term financial support until she successfully entered university, ultimately escaping the difficult situation that had plagued her for over a decade. Seeing this, Lu Xian frowned slightly. It stands to reason that when someone does you a favor, you should repay them with a spring. Director Zhao was an inspirational role model in the first half of his life. How come? She had originally thought that through her own hard work and the help of kind-hearted individuals, she could completely change her fate and leap into the Dragon Gate. However, fate played a cruel trick on her. During her graduate studies, the kind-hearted Li Yuan, who had been silently supporting her, went bankrupt due to business failure and had to stop providing her financial aid. Sadly, Zhao Mingqi, far from being grateful for the favor, instead harbored a grudge against Li Yuan, believing he had ruined her bright future. To continue her studies and maintain her glamorous lifestyle, she hooked up with a wealthy older businessman online and began a life of being kept. Fuck. Lu Xian couldn't help but curse. This reversal was unexpected, but also reasonable. When an extremely selfish person faces the loss of his interests, the first thing he abandons is often the so-called favor. After graduating from graduate school, Zhao Mingqi knew that exposure of her past would be devastating. So, she meticulously embarked on a series of whitewashing schemes. Her first step was to change her name, from the unassuming Zhao Zhaodi to the poetic Zhao Mingqi. She then pursued various cosmetic procedures for whitening and contouring her figure, and engaged in a frenzy of fitness, striving to transform herself into a Jiangnan talent of both elegance and beauty. She even painstakingly transferred her household registration to the city where Southern Sichuan University was located, transforming herself into a true Southern Sichuan native. Lu Xian was secretly shocked. This woman's scheming and tactics were even more powerful than the palace fighting champions in TV dramas. In order to conceal their origins, they will do anything. However, the most outrageous thing was that, in order to completely erase her shameful past and leave no future consequences, she actually planned and carried out 2 accidental accidents. In the first, she invited her wealthy sponsor, Lu Feiyu, to a remote mountain area and faked a car that had lost control and fallen off a cliff, brutally killing him. Due to the remote location, lack of surveillance, and the fact that the wealthy man's family did not investigate further, the case was ultimately closed as an accident. The second time, she targeted Li Yuan, the kind-hearted man who had helped her financially through college. After learning he had gone bankrupt and was living in poverty, she feigned a visit, luring him to a deserted mountain area and then, using the same method, running him to death. Both cases remain unsolved to this day, due to their covert methods and remote locations. Seeing this, Lu Xian felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Is this person still a human being? He took a deep breath. He had previously thought that Luo Xiaoran's fraudulent scheme was disgusting enough, but compared to Director Zhao, it was nothing. This is no longer a simple moral corruption, it is a complete antisocial personality, a devil in human skin. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. Lu Xian muttered to himself, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Before, he just suspected that Zhao Mingqi had accepted the bribes and turned a blind eye to it. Now it seems that this woman has two lives on her hands. Moreover, one of them was her benefactor. To conceal her identity as someone who came from the mountains, to create a persona as a literary family or Jiangnan talent, she would have run her benefactor to death? How dark and hard-hearted is that? Lu Xian suddenly remembered the footage captured by the drone before, where Zhao Mingqi bargained with the mastermind for her mother's surgery. Now it seems that the face of a filial daughter was probably just a carefully performed drama by her. How deep can a person who can crush his benefactor to death without hesitation have feelings for his mother? Most of the time, it is just to create a perfect image of oneself as a filial piety. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and continued to look through the PPT. The following content is even more shocking. All the evidence is so extensive that it takes up more than 200 pages. Among them, there are detailed records of copies of the receipts from her primary school class teacher who paid her tuition, bank transfer records of every scholarship from that kind-hearted person, and even some daily living expenses transfer vouchers for caring about her well-being. Every transaction is clearly traceable. There are also all the large-scale transfer records and luxury goods purchase records of the rich businessman during the period when he supported Zhao Mingqi, as well as the hotel booking records of the 2 and major 5-star hotels, detailed even to the specific date and room number. The most crucial thing is the scanned copy of Zhao Mingqi's household registration booklet, whose original name was Zhao Zhaodi, as well as all the official document records of her step-by-step name change, household registration transfer, and identity forgery. The last straw that broke the camel's back was 2 videos. A video was taken by a reconnaissance satellite hanging high in the sky. It captured clear images from all angles in an inconspicuous corner many years ago. Zhao Mingqi was driving a car on a winding mountain road and crashed another car off a cliff. Another video uses the same method, except the location and victim have changed. The system is awesome. Lu Xian silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. This old case happened in a remote mountainous area with sparse surveillance. If it weren't for the system's magical power, these 2 lives would probably have been buried forever. All these evidences are linked together to form a complete chain of evidence, which is enough to send her to jail for life. Ha! Lu Xian let out a long breath, and the shock in his heart took a long time to calm down. However, he quickly calmed down. Zhao Mingqi deserves to die, but now is not the time to touch her. She is just a pawn. What we really want to uncover is the mastermind behind all this. Director Zhao, you're covered in so much negative information, but it's really a great gift to me. Lu Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. I want to use you to catch the big fish behind you, it shouldn't be difficult, right? He put his phone away, a calculating glint in his eyes. When the time comes, we'll settle all the old and new accounts together. No one can escape. Chapter 58, Crazy Zhao Mingqi. This time, Lu Xian didn't even bother to knock on the door. Bang clang. With a loud bang, the office's already old wooden door was kicked open by him. The door lock broke, wood chips flew everywhere, and the poor door panel hit the wall, then bounced back weakly, hanging there dangling. In the office, Zhao Mingqi, who had just swept the orchid pot to the ground in frustration because the phone call was hung up, was now holding her chest and gasping for breath, trying to calm the anger of being fooled and the fear of the future. The sudden loud noise frightened her so much that she almost jumped out of her chair. Ah! She screamed subconsciously, covered her ears with her hands, and suddenly closed her eyes like a frightened rabbit. Lu Xian came in, his eyes sweeping across the mess of broken porcelain pieces and dirt on the ground, finally landing on the frightened Zhao Mingqi. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Director Zhao, it's just a small noise, you shouldn't be so scared, right? His voice was low, but it carried the composure of someone who knew everything. He continued slowly, from your past experiences, I've noticed that you've been incredibly courageous, and your heart is as solid as a rock. Why are you so frightened now? Zhao Mingqi recognized Lu Xian's voice and finally calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes and put down her hand. When she saw clearly that the person coming was indeed Lu Xian who had returned, and that he had broken in this way. Her pretty face, which was slightly distorted by anger and panic, was instantly covered with a layer of frost. She took a deep breath, suppressed her panic, and tried to maintain her dignity as the director of the Network Information Center. She said sternly, "Student Lu Xian, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing?" She suddenly stood up from her chair, pointed at the kicked-in door, and said in a sharper voice, "You are deliberately damaging school property. You must pay the price. Furthermore, I will immediately report your behavior to your counselor, and the school will definitely punish you severely." As she spoke, she walked in front of Lu Xian, trying to overwhelm him with her momentum. The dark green cheongsam swayed slightly due to her hurried movements, but at this moment, it no longer showed any of its usual gentleness and elegance. Lu Xian looked at her bluffing appearance, as if he was watching a lame one-man show, and the evil smile on his face deepened. He seemed to have completely ignored Zhao Mingqi's threat. He slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket and played with it between his fingertips. Payment? Punishment? Lu Xian chuckled and shook his head. "Director Zhao, let's talk about something else first. For example, old friends." He paused, his gaze fixed on Zhao Mingqi's, and he asked word by word, "Director Zhao, Li Yuan, do you still remember this name?" The blood color on her face faded away completely, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her body shook almost imperceptibly. The eyes that had just tried to express anger and majesty now only contained unconcealable horror and panic. She opened her mouth, but her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand and she couldn't make a sound. After several seconds, she forced herself to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Her eyes were wandering and she didn't dare to look Lu Xian in the eye. "You, who are you talking about?" I don't know any Li Yuan." Her voice was dry and hoarse, with a noticeable tremor. "Student Lu Xian, I think, considering you're young and this is your first offense, I won't pursue this matter. You can go home now. I promise not to tell your counselor about what happened today." She was so eager to get rid of Lu Xian that she didn't even bother to pursue the matter of the broken door. "You don't have to pay for the door. You won't be reported to the school for any disciplinary action. Just leave." "Oh? Don't you know him?" Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face became more playful. He took a step forward, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. He could clearly see the fine beads of sweat oozing from Zhao Mingqi's forehead, and the unconcealable fear deep in her eyes. He lowered his voice, like a whisper between lovers, but with a chilling chill, "Since Li Yuan doesn't know her, then. Zhao Zhaodi, this name should at least have some impression of you, right?" The three words Zhao Zhaodi were like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhao Mingqi's mind. If Li Yuan only made her feel a fatal threat, then Zhao Zhaodi, a name buried deep in the bottom of her memory and wrapped in countless lies and disguises, completely broke down all her psychological defenses. "No! No!" Zhao Mingqi took a big step back, her back hitting the cold wall with a dull thud. She looked at Lu Xian in horror, as if she were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. "What nonsense are you talking about? What Zhao Zhaodi? I don't know her. I don't know her at all." She screamed hysterically and waved her hands wildly, trying to drive away the nightmare before her. "Get out! Get out right now! I have a lot of work to do here, get out right now!" At this moment, how could Zhao Mingqi still have the elegance and charm of a gentle, quiet, well-educated and classical Jiangnan beauty that she had when they first met? Her hair was disheveled, the collar of her cheongsam was askew due to the violent movement, her face was covered with tears and her expression was hideous and distorted, like a madwoman who had completely lost control. Lu Xian looked at her miserable appearance and felt a morbid pleasure in his heart. He took 2 steps forward again, almost face to face with Zhao Mingqi, his deep eyes flashing with a cold and cruel light. TSK, what a pity, what a pity." Lu Xian shook his head, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Since you don't even recognize your real name, Zhao Zhaodi, which your parents gave you, then. Mr. Lu, you should have some impression of Lu Feiyu, the man who made you so successful and led such a life of luxury, right?" Lu Xian's expression was extremely wonderful. The cat-and-mouse playfulness and the look of control over everything were like the sharpest knife, stripping Zhao Mingqi's last dignity and disguise to pieces. This made her feel ashamed and even more desperate. "No. I don't know. I don't know anything." Zhao Mingqi completely collapsed. She covered her ears with her hands and shook her head frantically, as if this could drive away those terrible names and memories from her mind. Her carefully styled bun was already in disarray, with a few strands of hair soaked with sweat sticking to her pale cheeks, making her look even more disheveled and crazy at the moment. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. She screamed incoherently, her voice becoming hoarse and shrill due to extreme fear. Get out. Get out of my office. Get out. Get out. Chapter 59. Which one is the real you? Zhao Mingqi was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, or like a drowning person who had grabbed the last straw. She shook her head like crazy. I don't know her. I don't know anyone. Who is Zhao Xiaodi? I'm not Zhao Xiaodi. Her eyes, like a frightened beast, scanned the office randomly, and finally stopped on the pair of silver scissors used to trim orchid branches on the windowsill. The scissors, which were usually an elegant tool in her hands, now became her only weapon in despair. You forced me to do this. A hint of madness and determination flashed in Zhao Mingqi's eyes. She turned around abruptly, grabbed the scissors, and pointed the sharp tip directly at Lu Xian. Her normally well-maintained face was twisted by extreme anger and fear, no longer gentle, only ferocious. Since you know about Zhao Xiaodi and Lu Feiyu, then forget about living. Die with them. All of you. Before she finished speaking, she rushed towards Lu Xian like a mad lioness, holding a pair of scissors in desperately. The sharp scissors drew a cold arc under the light, with a slight whistling sound that broke through the wind. Lu Xian looked at her quietly, his eyes as calm as a bottomless ancient well, without the slightest ripple. Just as the scissors were about to touch the clothes on his chest, Lu Xian moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he arrived first even though he was the last to start. Bang! A loud and crisp slap, louder and more decisive than any previous one. Zhao Mingqi only felt a huge force coming from her cheek, and the whole person felt like being hit head-on by a high-speed truck. Her head buzzed, the world spun, and her body fell uncontrollably to one side. The scissors in his hand also flew out, bounced a few times on the ground, and finally landed in the corner of the wall. Bang! She fell to the ground in a mess, knocking over a low table next to her, and the documents on it scattered all over the floor. At this moment, Zhao Mingqi no longer had the demeanor of a director of the Network Information Center, let alone the gentleness and elegance of the classical Jiangnan beauty when they first met. Her hair was disheveled like a chicken coop, with a few strands sticking messily to her sweaty forehead. A streak of bright red blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The half of her cheek that was beaten was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a steamed bun made of leavened dough. The pair of eyes that were once full of affection and bright eyes were now filled with terrifying bloodshot, staring at Lu Xian as if they were about to spit fire. Lu Xian walked over slowly and looked down at Zhao Mingqi, who was lying on the ground, as if he was admiring a piece of art that he had broken with his own hands. He slowly squatted down, stretched out two fingers, and frivolously pinched Zhao Mingqi's chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. He smiled faintly, and that smile seemed scarier than the devil to Zhao Mingqi. Ha, Director Zhao, your heart is even more vicious than I imagined. You want to kill someone to silence them over a disagreement. Your decisiveness really makes me look at you with new eyes. Bah! Zhao Mingqi suddenly opened her mouth and wanted to bite Lu Xian's fingers. Lu Xian had anticipated this and cleverly dodged her attack with a flip of his wrist, then slapped her on the other side of the face with his backhand. Bang! Now, it's symmetrical. Zhao Mingqi was completely stunned. Her cheeks were burning with pain, her ears were buzzing, and her vision was blurry. But the hatred that penetrated her bones supported her. She used all her strength, stared fiercely at Lu Xian with her eyes wide open, and said in a hoarse and sharp voice, "Come on. Kill me if you dare. Kill me. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I will definitely kill you." She screamed hysterically, as if only this could vent the fear and despair in her heart. You think this little thing can threaten me? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. I've lived in fear for these years, neither human nor ghost. I've had enough. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. The worst that can happen is that we die together. As he shouted, the fierceness he had forced himself to maintain quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. Zhao Mingqi's shoulders slumped, and the fear, grievance, and unwillingness that had been accumulated for many years burst out like a flood. She could no longer control herself. She covered her face with her hands, and let out a suppressed and desperate sob, her body shaking violently. Lu Xian looked at her from madness to collapse, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The crazier she acts, the more it shows that she is afraid of losing deep down. How could she be willing to give up so easily all the hard-earned things she had worked so hard for over the years? Her first thought just now was to kill herself to silence her, rather than choosing to perish together with her. This just shows how much she cherishes everything she has now and how unwilling she is to let go. The fact that she chose to kill another person without hesitation to cover up the secret of the past is enough to prove that she values her present life more than anything else. This is exactly what Lu Xian wants to see. If Zhao Mingqi really gave up and chose to fight to the death, it would be difficult to deal with. After all, it doesn't matter to Lu Xian whether Zhao Mingqi is caught or not. What really matters is that he cannot let the clues to the mysterious man behind the scenes be interrupted. Lu Xian slowly stood up, symbolically brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, took a step back, and kept some distance. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Zhao Mingqi's ears. "Director Zhao, you'd better keep your crying down. The soundproofing in this office isn't very good. If someone outside hears it and draws a crowd, it'll be really troublesome." Zhao Mingqi's crying stopped abruptly. Although she was still sobbing, she was obviously trying hard to control the volume. Her eyes, red and swollen from crying, glanced in fear through her fingers at the office door that was kicked in by Lu Xian. Seeing this, Lu Xian's smile deepened. He slowly pulled his phone from his pocket and pretended to dial. "Director Zhao, since you said so, I'm also a law-abiding citizen. For the sake of social fairness and justice, and to seek justice for the tragic death of Li Yuan and that Lu Feiyu, I'm going to call the police right now and have them deal with you, this femme fatale." His fingers slid slowly across the screen, and in Zhao Mingqi's eyes, every movement was like a judge's pen that could determine her life or death. Zhao Mingqi lowered her head, her messy hair covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The crying gradually died down, and the only sound in the office was her heavy breathing. Her mind was working rapidly, weighing the pros and cons and thinking of a way to escape. Lu Xian didn't actually press the dial button, he was just observing Zhao Mingqi's reaction. If he could see Zhao Mingqi's eyes hidden under her hair at this moment, he would definitely find that there was a strange light flashing in those eyes. It was a kind of determination that grew out of desperation, to grasp the last ray of hope at all costs. It was so similar to the strong flame of revenge he had when he was just reborn. After a long time, Zhao Mingqi finally took action. She took a deep breath, her voice hoarse from crying, yet surprisingly calm, even with a hint of her usual, deliberately disguised gentleness. "Tell me, what exactly do you want? What do you want in exchange for keeping this secret forever?" She slowly got up from the ground, her movements a little stiff, but she still tried to maintain her decency. She raised her hand and tucked her messy hair behind her ears, revealing a red and swollen face with tear marks. "Do you want money?" She looked up at Lu Xian with a complicated expression, filled with fear, resentment, and a hint of desperate determination. "Or, do you want me?" She tried to straighten her back. Although her dark green cheongsam looked a little messy due to her struggle just now and her makeup was smudged due to her tears, she still tried to regain a trace of composure that belonged to the director of the Network Information Center. "Tell me your conditions. As long as I can do it, everything is negotiable." Zhao Mingqi's voice was very soft and faint, as if the hysterical, crazy person just now was not her at all. At this moment, she was eerily calm. Chapter 60. But I'm worried about you. Lu Xian looked at the woman in front of him. The speed of her transformation from hysterical madness to her forced calm negotiation posture was astonishing. Her red and swollen face, streaked with tears, coupled with her eyes that pretended to be calm and even had a hint of coquettishness, created a strange sense of disconnection. "Interesting, really interesting." Lu Xian chuckled in his heart. This Zhao Mingqi was truly a natural actor. She had just been trying to commit suicide, but now she could quickly adjust her state and try to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong opponent. He even felt that if Zhao Mingqi's unscrupulous and even somewhat twisted madness to survive was used in the right way, she might really be able to achieve something. But now, if her madness could be tamed properly, it could become a useful knife, a sharp knife that could accurately stab some enemies hiding in the dark. There was a faint arc at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He looked around the office that he had kicked into a mess, glanced at the broken porcelain pieces and dirt scattered on the ground, and finally his eyes fell on Zhao Mingqi. He walked slowly to the relatively intact reception sofa nearby, as if he was at home. He casually pushed aside a few scattered documents on it, sat down leisurely, and even crossed his legs comfortably. "Pa!" He took out a cigarette box from his pocket, shook out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, then took out a lighter and lit it. Bluish-white smoke curled up, blurring the expression on his face, but adding a sense of calmness and oppression that seemed to be in control of everything. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled the smoke toward the ceiling. Then he turned his gaze back to Zhao Mingqi, who was standing not far away, her body still trembling slightly. "Director Zhao," he began. His voice was quiet, yet it carried an undeniable penetrating power, as if every word carried a hook that could easily evoke a person's deepest fears. You just asked me, do you want money or you? He paused, as if thinking of something funny, and the curve of his mouth deepened. As for money, I'm not very sensitive to numbers. I'm afraid I won't be able to count too much if there are too many. As for you. Lu Xian's eyes looked over her unscrupulously, from her messy bun, to the dark green cheongsam that was pulled a little askew, and finally stopped at her face, which looked a little funny at the moment. Director Zhao, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Or do you have some unrealistic fantasies about yourself? He chuckled, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. Others might be fooled by your carefully crafted facade of Jiangnan talented woman and intimate sister, but I see much more clearly than they do. He flicked the ash off his cigarette, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Under that shiny shell of yours, you've been rotten for a long time, haven't you? A body filled with desires and lies. To be honest, I really have no interest in you. So, put away your self-righteous tricks. You want to use this piece of rotten meat of yours to negotiate terms with me? Director Zhao, you think too highly of yourself, and you think too highly of me, Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi was deeply hurt by Lu Xian's words. The blood color on her face instantly faded, and then suddenly turned red again, as if she had been slapped hard several times. She bit her lower lip so hard that her nails almost dug into her palm. The anger and humiliation that had been suppressed deep in my heart surged up again. When had she ever suffered such humiliation in school and in front of her suitors? She is the high and mighty director of the Internet Information Center and the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people. But now, in front of this boy who was 10 years younger than her, all her disguises were torn to pieces. The dirty past that she was most reluctant to face and wanted to bury the most was casually spread out in the sun by him, leaving her nowhere to hide. He was right. She herself felt that she was dirty and hated Zhao Zhaodi, who would do anything to get ahead, and she hated herself, who was sinking in money and desire. In order to erase the unbearable past, she can do anything. In order to maintain everything she has now, she can do anything. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She raised her hand and wiped the tears from her face in a somewhat embarrassed manner, then casually pushed the scattered hair behind her ears, trying to tidy up her appearance and regain a bit of her usual composure. Lu Xian, right? She spoke, her voice still hoarse, but with a hint of deliberate hardness. Don't think that just because you have something on me, you can insult me so unscrupulously. Don't you just want to know who the person who contacted me is? She straightened her chest. Although the cheongsam looked a little ill-fitting due to her previous struggle, she still tried to act fearless. I can tell you. But I have one condition. You must promise me, otherwise, I won't say anything. When Lu Xian heard this, he felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He extinguished the cigarette but on the edge of a broken flower pot nearby, and looked at Zhao Mingqi calmly. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes, as if he was looking at a clown who didn't know how to live or die. Zhao Mingqi, don't you understand the current situation? Lu Xian's voice turned cold. You are a woman with 2 murders on your hands, who relied on selling your body to get to the top. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now? He stood up and walked slowly towards Zhao Mingqi, every step seemed to be stepping on her heart. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Lu Xian stood in front of her, looking down at her with a cold tone. I have 100 ways to make you speak. Believe me, each one will be more painful than you can imagine right now. Do you still want to negotiate with me? I have no interest in your sordid past. You are a piece of rotten fish and shrimp, and you have nothing to do with me, Lu Xian. If the person behind you hadn't set his sights on me, do you think I would even look at you? He took a step forward, almost touching Zhao Mingqi, and lowered his voice, saying word by word, now, immediately, tell me who is the person who ordered you. After that, I will leave immediately, otherwise. Zhao Mingqi was almost suffocated by the powerful aura emanating from him. She subconsciously took a small step back, but her back hit the cold wall and she had nowhere to retreat. Fear flooded over her again like a tide. But in this extreme fear, a crazy idea began to grow in her mind. She suddenly raised her head and met Lu Xian's cold gaze. A hint of determination to fight to the death flashed in her bloodshot eyes. I'm worried about you, she said, her voice trembling, yet with a strange determination. What if you tell my secret later, what should I do? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her quietly, wanting to see what tricks she was going to play. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath and suddenly forced a strange smile on her face. The smile looked particularly distorted on her red and swollen face. Lu Xian, didn't you say you're not interested in me? Her voice suddenly became a little greasy, with a hint of deliberate teasing, but, now, I'm very interested in you. Before she finished speaking, she stretched out her slightly trembling hand, and under Lu Xian's astonished gaze, she slowly unbuttoned the delicate buttons on the collar of her dark green cheongsam one by one. Chapter 61. This woman is really crazy. Lu Xian never dreamed that he would be outmaneuvered. He sat there, thinking that everything was under control, waiting for Zhao Mingqi to reveal the person behind the scenes. Who knew that this woman would do such a thing? I came here to conquer her, but she, in turn, wants to feed me like a gigolo? Lu Xian's eyes flashed, and he forced himself to calm down. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had met a woman who came to him on her own initiative and was so crazy and determined to fight to the death. To say that you can remain completely calm is bragging. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target character's evil mentality and turn them back to good ways to receive a reward. After all, Zhao Mingqi, this woman, putting aside her vicious heart, is indeed top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. On weekdays on the Yanda campus, she is the goddess that countless male teachers and male students dream of at midnight. Just one look from her can make those lickspittles go through fire and water for her. Now, the goddess, in a gesture of self-sacrifice, unbuttoned the second button of her cheongsam, revealing more delicate skin and exquisite collarbone. Ahem, Lu Xian cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. His tone was filled with an undeniable coldness. Director Zhao, I think we should just stop here. Are you trying to silence me this way? Or, do you want to tie me to the same boat with you and end up in the same boat together? He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a half-smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not interested in spreading your little deeds everywhere. As long as you tell me who is behind you, I promise that your secrets will rot in my stomach. But... Lu Xian changed the subject, his voice suddenly becoming cold. If you continue to act like this, I'll post all your glorious deeds and your hospitable appearance online. Or, I'll call the police and have them have a good chat with you about your life and those 2 friends who died in an accident. As he spoke, Lu Xian pretended to pick up his phone, unlocked the screen, and pointed his finger at the dialing interface. No! Zhao Mingqi screamed and pounced forward like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lu Xian thought she was going to snatch the phone, so he subconsciously dodged sideways, but unexpectedly, Zhao Mingqi's target was not the phone at all, but him. Bang! Lu Xian was caught off guard and was pounced on by her like a hungry tiger, pushing him directly onto the sofa behind him. The soft sofa made a muffled sound, and Lu Xian's back sank into it. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This woman is really crazy. Zhao Mingqi supported her hands on both sides of his body, her messy hair hanging down, a few strands brushing across Lu Xian's cheek, carrying her complex scent of orchid in sweat. Her expression was a little distorted, with a desperate madness, but deep in her eyes there was a hint of puzzling tenderness. Lu Xian, listen to me. Her voice was hoarse and tearful, yet remarkably firm. I haven't been this desperate in years. Today, consider this our exchange. I know you look down on me, think I'm dirty, and think I'm cheap. But, you must accept it today. Only in this way can I feel at ease. She seemed to think that only by dragging Lu Xian into the water and making him also be dirty could they become true accomplices and her secret could be truly safe. What a sick and twisted logic this is. Lu Xian was so angry that he laughed at her amazing operation and logic. He looked at the tearful yet crazy face so close to him and sighed helplessly. Zhao Mingqi, are you fucking sick? You're just trying to get yourself into trouble, right? You think you can control me like this? You're a complete idiot. He suddenly raised his voice, with undisguised disgust. I don't think you want to keep it a secret. With a pia sound, Lu Xian slapped Zhao Mingqi hard on the left cheek. Ah! Zhao Mingqi screamed, and the offensive and defensive positions switched. Lu Xian looked down at her, his eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. Director Zhao, let me remind you that the door of this office is still open. You're crying and making a fuss, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Zhao Mingqi was so shocked by his cold words that she didn't dare to scream anymore. She just bit her lips tightly. Lu Xian doesn't want to end up in trouble. He raised his hand to her other good cheek. Bang! Another crisp slap. Okay, now it's symmetrical. Lu Xian's voice was calm, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Zhao Mingqi was completely stunned by the 2 sudden slaps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head, and her messy hair covered her red and swollen face. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the target person's character. They have successfully turned from evil to good. Ding! detected that the target person, Zhao Mingqi, has experienced a dramatic change in her mental state. She feels guilty about her mistakes and wants to make amends. Current compensation value, 100. Congratulations to the host. The target, Zhao Mingqi, has developed a compensatory mentality. Reward, Black Material App version upgrade, current version 1.0.1. Black Material App version 1.0.1 features. The activated Black Material app is bound to the host's soul. The host can seamlessly migrate and activate the app between different mobile devices at any time without worrying about the risk of data loss or leakage. Reward points, 500 points. Randomly drop special reward, activate the host's hidden musical cells, granting the host a high level of musical talent including but not limited to the ability to quickly master instruments such as piano, guitar, and violin. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Just a few simple slaps and she confessed her mistakes? It would be great if every bad guy was so easy to deal with. It's good to upgrade the app. Before, he was really worried that if his phone was lost or broken, the Black Material system would have problems. Now soul binding can be changed at any time, and the safety factor is greatly improved. As for the 500 points, it can be considered a nice windfall. And this musical talent. Lu Xian touched his chin, remembering his previous life's talent of being tone deaf and having the ability to seduce people with his singing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This reward made up for one of his major shortcomings. Maybe I can show off in some occasions in the future. It's always good to have more skills. Chapter 62. He has been pursuing Zhao Mingqi for 3 whole years. Now, can you tell me? Who is the person hiding behind you and ordering you to do these dirty jobs? His voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible pair of pliers, tightly strangling Zhao Mingqi's throat. Lu Xian was indeed a little impatient. From the initial discovery of Luo Xiaoran's fraud, to the digging out of the big fish Zhao Mingqi, to this moment, he felt that he was only one step away from being the real mastermind behind the scenes. She slowly raised her hand and tucked a few strands of messy hair behind her ears with some difficulty, her movements slow and stiff. Her eyes were erratic, and she didn't dare to look into Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a heavy nasal tone and a hint of despair trembling. I actually don't know who that person is. Whom? Lu Xian's brows instantly twisted into a knot, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He suddenly sat up straight, originally leaning relaxedly on the sofa, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire office. What did you say? Lu Xian's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of disbelief and anger. Are you fucking kidding me? You've been playing melodrama and honey traps with me for a long time, even playing with Asaimu, and in the end you tell me you don't know who it is? He stood up suddenly and walked in front of Zhao Mingqi in a few steps. He stared down at her with a look that seemed to be spitting fire. You are trying to get something for nothing from me? Ha! Director Zhao, do you think I, Lu Xian, am easy to fool? Zhao Mingqi was frightened by the violent aura emanating from him and shivered all over. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found that there was a cold wall behind her and she had nowhere to retreat. No. Student Lu Xian, please listen to my explanation. She waved her hands hurriedly, her voice tinged with tears. I really didn't know. He only used a hidden account to contact me. Explain? I'll fucking listen to your bullshit. Lu Xian laughed in anger and raised his hand to teach her a lesson again. At this moment, bang, a louder noise was heard. The office door, which was already shaking due to Lu Xian's kicking, was kicked open from the outside this time. The entire door panel fell to the ground with a clang, stirring up a cloud of dust. A tall, strong, dark-skinned boy who looked like he spent years in the gym rushed in angrily. He was wearing sportswear, his muscles were bulging, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he had run here in a hurry. Chi-Chi. Are you okay? As soon as the boy came in, his eyes were fixed on the scene in the office. When he saw the redness and swelling on Zhao Mingqi's face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, as well as Lu Xian standing in front of her, pretending to hit her, his eyes instantly turned red. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch Chi-Chi? I'll kill you. The dark-skinned gym student roared, and rushed forward like an enraged bull, opening his arms to protect Zhao Mingqi behind him. He glared at Lu Xian, stretched out his finger, and almost poked Lu Xian's nose. Kid, which department are you from? Which class? What's your name? You dare to hit a teacher in Yanda? I think you are tired of living. I'm calling the police now. You will pay the price. As he said that, the athlete took out his cell phone from his pocket and pretended to press 110. Lu Xian looked at the flower protector who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was stunned at first, but then he understood. Is he one of Zhao Mingqi's many bootlickers? Judging from his appearance, he is still a fool with not very bright brain. Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at him. He just cast an impatient look at Zhao Mingqi who was protected behind him. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident: get rid of this fly for me quickly. Zhao Mingqi was startled by Lu Xian's cold eyes and dared not hesitate at all. She quickly squeezed out from behind Chen Zhe, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Her voice was unquestionable and resolute, even with a hint of the detachment and annoyance she usually felt towards her suitors. Chen Zhe, why are you here? I'm fine, go back first, you have nothing to do here. Chen Zhe, who was overflowing with a sense of justice and ready to stand up for his goddess and rebuke the thugs, froze in mid-air with his hand holding the phone. He looked back at Zhao Mingqi in shock, as if he didn't recognize the woman in front of him. Chi-Chi, he was clearly hitting you just now. I saw it all. Your face is swollen. Chen Zhe pointed at Lu Xian, then at Zhao Mingqi's face, sweating profusely in anxiety. Zhao Mingqi's patience had obviously run out. She now just wanted to get rid of this idiot as soon as possible to avoid angering Lu Xian again. She frowned, her tone getting heavier, and with obvious impatience, I've already told you, I'm fine. This has nothing to do with you. Don't you understand? She paused, looking at Chen Zhe's unbelievable hurt expression. A flicker of pleasure flashed through her heart, but more of it was anxiety, so she simply said it more decisively, go away quickly, don't be an eyesore here. Don't be an eyesore here? Chen Zero was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned, with his mind blank. He has been pursuing Zhao Mingqi for 3 whole years. When Zhao Mingqi first came to work at the Network Information Center of Yanda University, he saw her for the first time at the welcome event and was deeply attracted by her gentle and tender temperament. The pure white Cheongsam and the classical Jiangnan charm in her every gesture were the perfect embodiment of his dream goddess, the future wife he thought about day and night and dreamed of. He knew that Zhao Mingqi had many suitors, including some rich second generations who drove luxury cars and spent lavishly, and even some young and promising teachers. However, he observed that Zhao Mingqi seemed to keep a distance from those people, even with a hint of disdain. This made him feel that he had a chance. Although Chen Zhe is not a rich second generation, he is also the main force of the school basketball team. He is good looking and his family background is also decent. He firmly believes that sincerity can move mountains and open up new horizons. So, for the past 3 years, rain or shine, we have continued to work hard. Every morning, a cup of warm imported milk is delivered to Zhao Mingqi's desk. Every Monday, a bouquet of carefully selected flowers is delivered on time, guaranteed to be the freshest and best suited to her temperament. Every month, he would rack his brains and carefully prepare a small gift, either a handmade item or a gadget that another female teacher said she liked, and it would be delivered on time. Asking about her well-being was a common occurrence, from reminding her to add or remove clothes when the weather changed, to immediately offering her various supplements when she occasionally showed a hint of fatigue. He thought that the goddess saw and remembered all his efforts. Even if she hasn't accepted it yet, it's only a matter of time. She must be testing herself. But today, now, what did he see? A brat who appeared out of nowhere actually beat up his goddess in front of him. And his goddess, Chi-Chi, who was pure and unattainable in his heart, not only did not resist, but instead found him an eyesore. No. Impossible. Chen Zhe felt that his worldview collapsed at this moment, shattered to pieces without leaving any residue. The goddess who was out of his reach and whom he regarded as a treasure, the dream lover whom he was afraid of disturbing even by speaking loudly. What the hell is going on? Chen Zhe stood there in a daze, the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a click, and the screen shattered into pieces in an instant, just like his heart at the moment. Lu Xian watched this farce with great interest, with a mocking arc on the corner of his mouth. TSK, another innocent boy's dream is shattered. He glanced at Chen Zhe, who was already pale and shaky, then looked at Zhao Mingqi, signaling her to continue. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She gave Lu Xian a flattering and humble smile before turning to Chen Zhe and urging him again in a cold and hard voice, Chen Zhe, what are you still standing there for? Get out now. Chen Zhe looked at the smile on Zhao Mingqi's face that he had never seen before. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. It turns out that the clown is actually himself. Chapter 63 is actually a hacker? Chen Zhe felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His pitiful self-esteem and persistence were shattered into powder by Zhao Mingqi's cold and heartless words. He staggered, his face as pale as paper, and turned around in a daze, wanting to immediately escape from this place that made his heart ache, and escape from this nightmare that overturned all his beautiful fantasies. Stop! Just as Chen Zhe took a step forward and was about to step out of the broken doorframe, a lazy voice sounded behind him. Lu Xian had stood up straight without him knowing when, brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves, with a smile on his lips, and casually stretched out his right arm, blocking Chen Zhe squarely. I just told you to get out, but you refused and insisted on jumping out to be the flower protector. Lu Xian tilted his head, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Why, now that the show is over, you want to just pat your butt and leave? Chen Zhe suddenly looked up and met Lu Xian's bottomless eyes. An inexplicable fear gripped him. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked. Lu Xian didn't give him a chance to speak. His eyes suddenly became fierce. Without giving Chen Zhe any time to react, he kicked him with a clean and sharp whip kick with a sound of breaking wind. Bang! A dull thud was heard, followed by a teeth-grinding sound of bone-breaking crack. Chen Zhe's strong body, which he was proud of due to years of exercise, was as fragile as paper in front of Lu Xian. He only felt an irresistible force coming from his right knee, and severe pain instantly swept through his body. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. With a bang, he hit the wall on the other side and slid to the ground again. Ah, my leg! My leg is broken! Chen Zhe hugged his right leg and let out a shrill scream. His forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. His body curled up on the ground, twitching violently. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. Lu Xian slowly walked up to him, looking down at him condescendingly, his tone calm but with an undeniable warning. Boy, today we'll teach you a lesson. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't look at people you shouldn't look at. After saying that, he grabbed the back collar of Chen Zhe's sportswear with one hand as if he was picking up a chicken, dragged him up effortlessly, and then swung his arm and threw the 170-180 kilograms athlete out. Bang! There was another dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground, accompanied by Chen Zhe's suppressed groan of pain. In the office, Zhao Mingqi stood aside, watching Lu Xian's decisive move, her face turned even paler with fright. She opened her mouth, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Lu Xian. He will be okay, right? Do you want to call an ambulance? Lu Xian turned his head and glanced at her coldly, a mocking arc on his lips. What? Director Zhao, are you still afraid of death? The lives you have on your hands are enough for him to take? Zhao Mingqi was choked by his words and trembled all over. She fell silent instantly and didn't even dare to breathe. Lu Xian snorted coldly, his tone cold. Director Zhao, my patience is limited. Since you're of no value, there's no need for me to keep your secret. I think you should go and explain to the police yourself how Li Yuan and Lu Feiyu died accidentally. As he spoke, Lu Xian picked up the phone again and pretended to dial. No! Zhao Mingqi screamed, her soul was gone, and she no longer cared about decency and dignity. With a thump, she knelt heavily in front of Lu Xian, holding his calves tightly with both hands. Whoa. Don't call the police. No! No! Lu Xian, I beg you. Her cheek was pressed tightly against Lu Xian's trouser leg, her face covered with tears and snot, and her voice was filled with despair. I am useful. I really am useful. Brother Xian, please believe me. Lu Xian lowered his eyes and looked at the disheveled and tearful woman at his feet. There was no pity in his heart, but instead a morbid pleasure arose. This is human nature. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Oh? He raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. What else are you good for? Tell me. If you can't explain it clearly, I don't have the time to waste with you. Zhao Mingqi seemed to have grasped at a lifeline. She suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flickering in her red, tear-swollen eyes. Brother Xian. I'm a hacker. I don't know the man's identity, but he's been contacting me through an encrypted, hidden account. I can track down his IP address. I'm sure I can find him. She eagerly expressed her value, fearing that Lu Xian would change his mind the next second. When Lu Xian heard this, his eyes moved slightly and the fingers holding the phone paused. He slowly bent down, stretched out two fingers, and frivolously pinched Zhao Mingqi's slippery chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. A sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You bitch, you have to be pushed to this point before you tell the truth? Ha! Pa! He slapped Zhao Mingqi twice with his backhand, crisp and loud, mercilessly hitting her already red and swollen cheeks. Ouch! Zhao Mingqi was beaten so hard that she saw stars and more blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. However, she didn't even dare to dodge. Instead, she choked with a hint of morbid flattery, Brother Xian, it's my fault. I'm a jerk. I didn't recognize the real man and offended the master. That's enough. Lu Xian impatiently pulled his hand back and shook it off, as if it was stained with something dirty. You're regretting it now? What were you doing before? He stood up and glanced at the wall clock. Lunch break is almost over, and there should be more people outside. If you don't want the whole school to see you like this, get up right now and explain everything. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian, for not abandoning me. Zhao Mingqi got up from the ground in a hurry as if she had been pardoned. She wiped the tears and blood from her face, and hurriedly tidied up her messy hair and the crooked collar of her cheongsam. Although her cheeks were still swollen and she looked disheveled, her eyes were surprisingly bright, filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and almost fanatical admiration and dependence on Lu Xian. Brother Xian, please come with me. Zhao Mingqi's voice was filled with a hint of eager flattery. She quickly walked to her desk, pulled out a chair, and pointed at the high-end computer. Brother Xian, I can become the director of this network information center not just by relying on my looks and connections. My computer skills are among the best in Yen University, and even in the whole country. They all call me the keyboard goddess. How dare that bastard plot against the master? I'll dig up his entire family. As she spoke, she had already turned on the computer and her hands began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Countless complex codes and windows popped up on the screen in an instant. Her concentration and confidence were completely different from the humble and begging look she had just had. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, walked behind her, looked at the dazzling characters on the screen, and thought to himself, this Zhao Mingqi is really capable. It seems that today's trip was not in vain. Chapter 64, The murderer behind the scenes is in his hometown? Zhao Mingqi seemed like a different person at this moment. Her previous humble and tearful look disappeared, replaced by an almost fanatical concentration. There was a strange light in her still red and swollen eyes, as if she had found the only way to prove her own worth. Master, don't worry. If he dares to contact me through that encrypted channel again, I will definitely find him. As she spoke, her fingers flew, typing out a series of dazzling codes on the keyboard. On the screen, various windows and data streams are refreshed as rapidly as a waterfall, and ordinary people would probably feel dizzy at just one glance. Lu Xian stood behind her, his arms folded across his chest, watching with interest. This woman is really good at computer science. That confidence and professionalism formed a sharp contrast with her previous servile appearance, and even revealed a somewhat morbid charm. Keyboard goddess? Lu Xian's lips curled up in a playful arc. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Zhao Mingqi. I hope you, the goddess, won't let me down. Zhao Mingqi's body trembled slightly, but her hands moved faster. She knew that this was her only chance and her last redemption. The other party is very cunning, using several layers of springboards, and the source IP seems to be overseas. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Zhao Mingqi's forehead as she stared intently at the constantly changing data on the screen. However, since he dared to contact me, he must have left some clues. Time passed minute by minute, and the only sounds in the office were the crisp tapping of the keyboard and Zhao Mingqi's slightly rapid breathing. Suddenly, Zhao Mingqi's eyes lit up and she slammed the enter key. Got it! Her voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement and a sense of joy as if she was taking credit for something. Master, I intercepted his real IP address the last time he accessed my reserved backdoor through a secret proxy. Although he encrypted it with layers of encryption, I was still able to track it back. On the screen, a progress bar loaded rapidly and finally froze. Found it! Master, look! Zhao Mingqi excitedly pointed at the line of address that was finally parsed on the screen, her voice trembling. Lu Xian leaned over to look, and when he saw the familiar place names clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Ningqiu Province, Jinchuan City. That's his hometown. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Lu Xian felt as if all the blood in his body was about to solidify. Since his rebirth, all his enemies and schemes have been concentrated in Yanjing. He never imagined that the mastermind behind this would be thousands of miles away, and in his hometown. Jinchuan City, where his relatives are. Zhao Mingqi, Lu Xian's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Can you find a more detailed address? Which street, which neighborhood? Zhao Mingqi shuddered at the sudden burst of murderous aura from him. She quickly shook her head, her voice tinged with fear. I'm sorry, Master, their anti-tracking technology is very advanced. They must be top-notch hackers. I've already reached the limit of tracking them to Jinchuan City. Every time he contacted me, he would jump through layers of anonymous servers abroad. This time, he was able to pinpoint Jinchuan because he accidentally revealed a trace in his eagerness to contact me, and I caught him. She paused and added cautiously, but I can be sure that the ultimate mastermind, or at least one of his important bases, must be in Jinchuan City. Lu Xian's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Jinchuan City, who is it? In his previous life, his family was broken up and his parents died early. They come from poor families and have no power or influence. What on earth is there that is worthy of people's such scheming and concern? Could it be that the root cause of the tragedy in the previous life lies in Jinchuan? One question after another made him feel confused and at a loss. It seems that I must find time to go back to Jinchuan as soon as possible. There are some things that I must personally investigate thoroughly. Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His eyes became sharp and cold again. He glanced at Zhao Mingqi. You're still somewhat useful. Remember, this is your last chance. If you dare to play tricks on me again, or hide anything. He didn't finish his words, but the warning in his eyes made Zhao Mingqi feel like she was falling into an icy cave. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Zhao Mingqi instantly fell from the state of keyboard goddess back to that humble servant. She turned around abruptly and knelt down in front of Lu Xian with a thump, her forehead pressed against the cold floor. Her voice was filled with tears and deep fear. Master, I was wrong. I will never dare to have any small thoughts again. I swear, from now on, I, Zhao Mingqi, will be your most loyal dog. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to bite someone, I will never hesitate. Looking at her like this, Lu Xian felt the pleasure of being in control of everything rise again. He liked the feeling of crushing his prey beneath his feet. Okay, get up. Lu Xian said calmly, remember what you said today. Also, don't call me master all the time outside. If someone hears you, it's not embarrassing for you, but it's troublesome for me. Yes, yes. Classmate Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi was as if she had been pardoned. She quickly got up from the ground, but still had a flattering smile on her face. However, that smile looked particularly weird against the backdrop of her swollen cheeks and the blood at the corners of her mouth. Clean this place up and don't leave any traces. Lu Xian glanced around the messy office, then glanced at the wall clock. Lunch break is almost over. Play your role as the gentle and graceful director Zhao of the network center and don't let anyone see any flaws. Yes. Don't worry, classmate Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi nodded and bowed, keeping a very humble attitude. Lu Xian said no more, turned around and walked out. The reason why he spared Zhao Mingqi's life was certainly not because he suddenly had a kind heart. Firstly, this woman was indeed still useful. A top hacker could be very useful in many situations. Secondly, he is still inexperienced. In the deep waters of Yanjing, having an extra chess piece that can be used at will is better than fighting alone. Zhao Mingqi has been working at Yanda for many years, and his position as director of the Network Information Center can provide him with a lot of convenience. As for the dirty things she had done in the past, Lu Xian didn't care at all. As long as she is obedient and can be used for your own purposes, she is a good knife. If she doesn't listen. Lu Xian curled his lips into a sneer. He didn't mind breaking the knife with his own hands and sending her to where she should go. Jinchuan City. He couldn't figure out who was trying to harm his family. Chapter 65, Ex-Girlfriend is Looking for Death. Coming out of Zhao Mingqi's office, which was filled with the atmosphere of humiliation and submission, Lu Xian took a deep breath of the air on campus that was slightly scented with grass, and the depression in his chest was slightly relieved. Jinchuan City. In his previous life, his family was broken up and his parents died young. Could it be that the source of all this is really hidden in the place where he grew up? He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts. There is also a professional course in the afternoon, Chinese classical literature. A cold arc appeared on Lu Xian's lips. He felt that the number of people on this Yanda campus who had stabbed him in the back when he was down and out in his previous life was enough to form a reinforced company. Those so-called teachers and classmates made him fully experience the coldness of the world and the wickedness of human nature during the darkest moment of his life. In his previous life, his incident was magnified infinitely and eventually turned into a scandal known throughout the country. News headlines, hot search lists, and overwhelming discussions on major self-media platforms. In order to gain traffic, countless internet celebrities added fuel to the fire and did their best to smear the incident. The wave of public opinion that almost completely drowned him lasted for more than half a year. It was precisely because of that damned popularity that he was exposed by unscrupulous media and nosy people. His home address was exposed, and his parents were harassed by those fly-like internet celebrities and reporters all day long, and they had no peace of mind. So, everyone, whether they knew him or not, couldn't wait to jump out and step on him hard, as if they didn't do so, they would not be able to keep up with the trend of the times and would not be able to get the huge traffic. The betrayal of 3 roommates and the kicking of his ex-girlfriend when he was down were just the tip of the iceberg. What he despised most were those so-called teachers who had taught him, and even those who hadn't. They all appeared one after another, under the banner of deep sorrow and educational reflection, but in fact they treated him as a traffic password. As long as the title contains the word Lu Xian, and some seemingly plausible inside stories are fabricated, and a few slanderous remarks are added, the number of video views can easily exceed 1 million. For example, Lu Xian's mentor XXX, Lu Xian's teacher XXX, Lu Xian's friend XXX. Countless. Looking back now, there was clearly an invisible hand behind all of this, secretly pushing it forward. Otherwise, how could an ordinary campus incident ferment to that extent? Zhang Shuyi, the teacher of this Chinese classical literature course, was one of the first teachers to stand out and take the lead. Lu Xian remembered clearly how teacher Jiang, who usually appeared gentle, intellectual and peaceful, recalled him, the problem student, with deep sorrow in front of the camera. How she cleverly portrayed herself as a good teacher who tries her best to guide but is unable to change the situation, and also hinted at a few omissions in school management, which attracted many netizens to praise her, and her number of fans skyrocketed overnight. It's similar to what Gu Yunqi did. Oh, being a role model? Today, I'll let her experience what karma in this life means. Lu Xian parked the car steadily downstairs of the teaching building where classes were held. As soon as he opened the car door, he saw Lu Ming's familiar face approaching, and behind him was a figure following closely. Although there was a distance between them, Lu Xian recognized her at a glance. It was Xin Yahui. When Lu Ming saw Lu Xian, his eyes lit up and he rushed to Lu Xian in 2 steps, with a self-righteous smile on his face. "Brother Xian, you are finally here. Your girlfriend is looking for you, and I thought you must be taking classes here, so I brought you here." That expression made him look like a pug wagging its tail and waiting for its owner to reward it with meat bones. The words "praise me quickly" were almost written on his face. Lu Xian's eyelids twitched, and he said fuck in his heart, and almost couldn't help but kick him. Is Lu Ming stupid or what? Why did he bring this bitch here at this very moment instead of earlier? You fucking. Lu Xian was about to start cursing when Lu Ming was already looking at him in confusion, as if he didn't understand why he was being scolded for trying to help out of kindness. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Xin Yahui rushed up behind him like a cannonball, her sharp voice piercing the silence around them. "Lu Xian! You bastard! You checked into a hotel room and fooled around with some other woman, and you still have the nerve to call me a bitch? Are you even a man?" As she spoke, Xin Yahui had already pounced on him with her fangs bared, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish flashing with cold light, rushing straight towards Lu Xian's cheek, like a shrew fighting in the vegetable market. Lu Xian frowned, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He casually raised his left hand and accurately blocked Xin Yahui's wrist. He pushed her, and Xin Yahui staggered back a few steps and almost fell. Some students passing by were attracted by the movement here and cast curious glances. Lu Xian didn't want to expose Xin Yahui's disgusting black material in public. Wouldn't that be a disguised admission of being cuckolded? He, Lu Xian, couldn't afford to lose face. Although Lu Xian is not to blame for the cuckold, she is still disgusting. By then, not only would Xin Yahui be disgraced, but he himself would also be implicated and become the laughingstock of the whole school. This matter is really fucking difficult to deal with. I originally thought of dealing with it coldly, finding an opportunity to explain the breakup to her, and when the time was right, I would package her glorious deeds and post them online, letting her also have a taste of social death. Who knew that this woman would be so impatient and come straight to the school? Lu Xian took a deep breath and felt that this was the most difficult situation he had encountered since his rebirth, except for facing that crazy woman Zhao Mingqi. If you don't handle it properly, you might get dragged into the water and be covered in mud that you can't wash off. His brain was working rapidly, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Direct action? No, the impact would be too bad and would play into someone's hands. Expose it publicly? No, killing 1,000 enemies will only result in 800 casualties of our own. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind like lightning. It's not a perfect plan, but right now, it seems like this is the only way we can get away with it. He cleared his throat, and his face instantly changed to an expression of surprise and a little hurt. Looking at Xinyahue, his tone became a little complicated, as if he couldn't believe it, but also with a hint of grievance of being wronged. Chapter 66 You are a slut. Lu Xian took a deep breath at this moment, knowing that he had to perform today's scene perfectly, otherwise he would be nailed to the pillar of shame of Yanda along with Xinyahue, the mess. He glanced at the growing crowd of students watching from the corner of his eye, sneered in his heart, but his face had already changed into an expression of heartbreak and despair. Xinyahue, Lu Xian's voice was just the right amount of hoarseness, as if something was stuck in his throat, or as if he was trying hard to suppress his immense grief. Are we really going to have to go this far? He tilted his head slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. He looked like a poor man who had been ruthlessly hurt by the one he loved deeply. Xinyahue was so confused by his sudden change of expression that she forgot to continue her tantrum and stared at him blankly. Lu Xian, what tricks are you trying to play now? Lu Xian smiled sadly and shook his head, his voice filled with exhaustion and disappointment. A trick? In your eyes, all my kindness and tolerance towards you were just tricks? I ask myself, when we were together, you knew how I treated you. After we broke up, I also hope that you can be well, but why did you have to chase me to school and use this method to destroy me? What did I do wrong to make you hate me so much and force me into a desperate situation? This series of questions filled with affection and grievance were like bombshells, exploding among the crowd. What the hell? What's going on? From the looks of it, this guy got dumped, and this girl is chasing him to school to cause trouble? No way, I just heard that woman scolding him for fooling around in a hotel room. TSK Tisk, there's a story here. Quick, get the melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water in the front row. Lu Ming stood aside, completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Xian's grief-stricken expression, then at Xinyahue's stunned face, and his mind was completely confused. Brother Xian, what is this? He was cheated on by this woman, and he's trying to turn the tables on her? Xinyahue finally reacted, shaking with anger. She pointed at Lu Xian and screamed, Lu Xian! Stop confusing right and wrong. It was obviously you who was having an affair with another woman. And you still dare to say that I ruined you? We've been apart for so long. Lu Xian suddenly raised his voice, a hint of despair that came from being pushed to the limit. Why won't you let me go? Do you really think I know nothing? He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. His eyes swept over Xinyahue with sadness. I've known about your cheating for a long time. I originally thought that after all, we had loved each other, we should part ways amicably and save your face. But what about you? You actually ran to my school and insulted me in front of so many people. You are a slut. What? Cheating? Holy crap, what a reversal. Is this woman cheating? That's what I said, this guy looks so handsome, he doesn't look like that kind of person. The discussions in the crowd became louder, and their eyes swept back and forth between Lu Xian and Xinyahue like searchlights, full of curiosity, gossip, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Xinyahue's face had turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. It was a spectacular scene, comparable to the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. She never expected that Lu Xian would bite back, and what he said was so sincere and heartfelt. I know everything about you. Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned cold, with a hint of suppressed anger. Not only did you cheat on me, but you also cheated on me 3 times. That greasy fat guy is old enough to be your father, right? Xinyahue, are you going to humiliate yourself in our past relationship like this? Now, you come to me and throw all this dirty water on me. Do you think I, Lu Xian, am easy to bully, or do you think everyone in the world is a fool? Boom! The crowd was completely blown away. 3 legs at the hip? Oh my god! There's an old man? This taste is too strong. What's the point? Because he's old and doesn't take a shower? A boy couldn't help but burst out laughing, causing everyone around him to laugh. No wonder they're still making a fuss after breaking up. They're the master of fish pond management, and 1 fish got away. They're not happy about that, are they? Xinyahue was completely devastated by Lu Xian's series of revelations and the ridicule from the people around her. She felt her head buzzing and her vision went dark. She didn't know how Lu Xian knew all these things. She thought she had hidden them very well. Her face was as pale as paper and her lips were trembling. She wanted to explain, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't say a word. She could only gasp for breath and try to calm herself down. You are slandering me. She finally managed to squeeze out a few words, but her voice was dry and hoarse, full of powerlessness and paleness. What evidence do you have? You are slandering me. When did we break up? We didn't break up at all. Lu Xian seemed to have expected her to say that. A mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes swept over the students around him who had been completely led astray by him and were looking at Shen Yahue with contempt. It's been a long time since we broke up, don't you know? Lu Xian sneered, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Shen Yahue, who do you think you can hide those awful things of yours from? Your best friend couldn't stand it anymore and told me all your glorious deeds. That's why I decided to break up with you. Best friend? Several names flashed through Shen Yahue's mind, and her eyes became even more flustered. At this moment, a full-throated roar came from outside the crowd. Wee wee. Which blind bastard bullied you? I'm here to vent your anger. Before he could finish his words, a burly young man wearing a tight t-shirt, with a dragon tattooed on his arm and a gold chain as thick as his little finger around his neck, pushed through the crowd and rushed in aggressively. He had a face full of flesh and looked like a tough guy. There was sweat on his forehead, and it was obvious that he had been running here. The young man immediately saw Shen Yahue, who was surrounded by the crowd, with a pale face and a shaky body, and Lu Xian, who was standing opposite her with a sad and angry expression. Huihui, why don't you wait for me for a while? Why are you running so fast? The young man walked up to Shen Yahue and asked in a rough voice. Then he glared at Lu Xian fiercely. Are you the pretty boy named Lu Xian? How dare you bully our Huihui? I think you are tired of living. Today I must let you know why the flowers are so red. As he spoke, he began to crack his finger joints, making a cracking sound, as if he was about to take action. When Shen Yahue saw the reinforcements coming, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xian took the lead. Lu Xian looked at the tattooed young man, a complex expression of understanding and sympathy on his face. He sighed softly, another one. Alas, big brother, you were also deceived by her, right? Lu Xian knew that this person was one of the other three, named Chen Kuei, and was a fitness coach. Chapter 67. This is the proof that you are a slut. Chen Kuei was stunned, his face full of confusion. He asked in a gruff voice, what the hell are you talking about? Who got cheated? His small eyes moved back and forth between Lu Xian and Shen Yahue, and he obviously didn't quite understand Lu Xian's meaningful words. Seeing this, Shen Yahue's heart skipped a beat. She was afraid that Chen Kuei, this young man, would be fooled by Lu Xian's words. She quickly grabbed Chen Kuei's strong arm and pulled it back with all her strength. She forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Kuei, don't you still have to go to the gym to teach? Everything is fine here. Go back quickly and don't delay your work. As she spoke, she kept winking at Chen Kuei, looking so anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Hey, Huihui, I'm not in a hurry. Let's deal with this guy first. Chen Kuei thought Shen Yahue was afraid that he would suffer if he took action, so he patted his chest and acted heroically, saying, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Xian looked at Shen Yahue's embarrassed look, eager to distance herself from the matter. The curve of his mouth deepened, and he added leisurely, Brother, you are a very honest person, but your eyesight is not very good. Some women look glamorous on the surface, but they can do anything behind the scenes. You'd better open your eyes and don't let others use you as a gun and happily count the money for you. Who the hell are you talking about? Chen Kuei finally realized that Lu Xian was implying Shen Yahue, and he immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Lu Xian's nose and starting to curse. Shen Yahue was so frightened that she hugged Chen Kuei's arm tightly and screamed, Brother Kuei. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is a lunatic. Let's go and ignore him. She almost dragged Chen Kuei out of the crowd with such force that even Chen Kuei was a little surprised. Hey, Huihui, why are you pulling me? I haven't. Just then, someone in the crowd finally couldn't stand it anymore. A gentleman wearing black-framed glasses pushed his glasses up and said loudly, Dude, I see you're a straightforward person. Don't be fooled by this woman. She's a sea king. She's got multiple girlfriends. Right, someone nearby immediately chimed in, their voice filled with the excitement of watching the fun unfold. This woman is really cheating. She was just dumped by Lu Xian, and now she's bringing her new love to school to cause trouble. What's going on? Is she trying to prove she's so attractive that she has no shortage of men? I heard that Lu Xian broke up with her because she cheated on him and was caught by him. But she's the first to file a complaint and even comes here to slander Lu Xian. Tisk, TSK, 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 these days, there really are all kinds of birds in the forest. How can someone who looks like a decent person be so evil at heart? The discussions came like a tide, and every sentence was like a slap in Shen Yahui's face. As Chen Kuei listened to what the people around him said, the anger on his face gradually turned into confusion, and then from confusion to shock. He looked at Shen Yahui, who was pale and trembling in his arms, in disbelief, and then looked at the indignant students around him. His mind was a little confused for a moment. Hui, are they telling the truth? Chen Kuei's voice was a little dry. Shen Yahui felt dizzy at the moment. She clutched Chen Kuei's arm tightly, as if grasping at the last straw. Her voice was filled with tears, and she argued incoherently, "Brother Kuei, don't believe them. They are all talking nonsense. They are all hired by Lu Xian. They are jealous of me, jealous of us being together, so they deliberately framed me. Let's go, let's go." Hey, you're still trying to turn the tables? A tall boy in a basketball uniform sneered. So many of us, are we all just shills? Do you think this is a movie? Besides, what am I jealous of you for? Are I jealous of your thick skin, or your big fish pond? Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Shen Yahui was almost driven crazy by this merciless ridicule. She suddenly shook off Chen Kuei's arm, pointed at the people around her and screamed, "Shut up! What evidence do you have to accuse me of cheating? Ha! If you can't produce any evidence, then stop spitting bloody slander here." She took a deep breath, as if she had found a way to fight back. She turned to Lu Xian with a resentful look in her eyes. "Lu Xian, you've admitted that we've broken up. Since we've broken up, who I'm with is none of your business. What gives you the right to control me?" She became increasingly agitated, her voice shrill. "I came to you today because you cheated on my best friend. You're such a scumbag, playing with my feelings. That's why I'm here to enforce justice. Stop distorting the truth and pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Yes. We've broken up. I'm dating Brother Kuei, openly and above board. How does that bother you?" Shen Yahui turned to Chen Kuei and tried to win him over. "Brother Kuei, don't be fooled by them. They are just a bunch of sour grapes." Fuck. Is this woman crazy? She even cursed at me? Stinky loser? Why doesn't she even take a piss and look at herself? What kind of character is this? If Lu Xian wasn't blind, would he be interested in her? That's right. I saw that Brother Lu Xian was so handsome and elegant, so he must have been the one she pursued relentlessly, right? Now that he's been dumped, she's not willing to accept it, so she comes here to throw a tantrum. The anger of the crowd was completely ignited, and all kinds of unpleasant words stabbed at Shen Yahui like knives. Shen Yahui was scolded to the point of trembling with anger. She pointed at Lu Xian and yelled hysterically, "Lu Xian! Tell me. Show me the evidence. You said I cheated on you, but where's the evidence? Since we've broken up, it's my freedom to date anyone I want. You have no right to interfere." She thought she had something on Lu Xian. As long as Lu Xian couldn't produce any substantial evidence, today's farce would end with the woman continuing her relationship normally after the couple broke up, while the man was making unreasonable demands. Lu Xian looked at her cowardly appearance and sneered in his heart. "That's what I want you to say." The sadness on his face perfectly transformed into a look of determination, as if he was forced into a desperate situation. He said in a sad voice, "Shen Yahui, you forced me to do this. I wanted to leave you one last bit of dignity, but since you insist on breaking up, don't blame me for being rude." He slowly raised his phone and said loudly to everyone, "There's plenty of evidence in my phone. Chat records, photos, videos. Today, I'll show everyone what kind of woman you, Shen Yahui, are." As soon as he finished speaking, a tech geek-looking guy in a plaid shirt and glasses excitedly stood up and shouted, "Dude! Don't bother sending messages one by one. I can project your phone onto the big screen at the entrance of the teaching building. Let the whole school see this bitch's true face." As he spoke, he excitedly pointed to the huge LED display screen above the entrance of the teaching building not far away. Chapter 68, Bitch Fighting Conference. Lu Xian had a faint smile on his lips, and calmly pulled out the PPT that he had prepared long ago, which was specifically for Shen Yahui, from the Black Material app. Lu Xian handed the phone to the boy in the plaid shirt who volunteered. When the latter took the phone, his fingers trembled slightly, as if he had received something sacred. His face flushed with excitement, as if it was a great honor for him to be able to participate in the exposure of this century's biggest scandal. Dude, hold on, don't shake your hands, this is high definition and uncensored. Lu Xian patted his shoulder with a relaxed tone, as if he was just sharing a funny joke. The boy in the plaid shirt nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. I guarantee every pixel will clearly show the elegance of this sea queen. He quickly connected his phone to the huge LED display screen at the entrance of the teaching building. With a slight sound of electricity, the screen that was originally playing the school promotional video suddenly dimmed, and then lit up. It was the PPT cover on Lu Xian's phone. Done. The boy in the plaid shirt made an OK gesture and returned the phone respectfully to Lu Xian. His eyes looked as if he was looking at a triumphant general. Lu Xian took the phone and calmly held it up. His voice wasn't raised, but it carried clearly to every corner of the already boiling crowd. Classmates, fellow spectators, I know you've all been waiting impatiently. As the saying goes, words are not enough, seeing is believing. Here, I have irrefutable evidence that this classmate Shen Yahui is having multiple affairs. Oh no, this is irrefutable evidence that she's cheating. Open. 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 Someone in the crowd started shouting first, and then a thunderous roar resounded through the sky, in unison and with great momentum, as if they were not just watching gossip, but waiting for a grand trial. Shen Yahui's face was now completely pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattered, and her eyes were filled with fear and despair. But she still held on to the last bit of her sanity, or the last bit of luck. Lu Xian, you, stop bluffing. You're fabricating. You're slandering. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, but it revealed a sense of weakness. She didn't believe it. She would never believe that Lu Xian could have any substantial evidence. She calls herself a time management master and handles those chat records and transfers cleanly every time, deleting them without leaving any residue. These men, including Chen Kuei, were all played around by her without her ever suspecting anything. Lu Xian had practically lost contact with her since they graduated from high school. How could he possibly know all this? He must be trying to trick her. Yes, that must be the case. Lu Xian looked at her stubborn demeanor, his eyes flashing with cold sarcasm. He didn't waste any words, and lightly tapped the phone screen with his slender fingers. Swish! The PPT on the big screen turned to the next page. The first thing that caught the eye was the almost seamless chat screenshots of Shen Yahui and Chen Kuei, as well as two other men whose nicknames were Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports and Little Puppy Jr. in the same time period. The densely packed dialogue boxes are dazzling. Baby, what are you doing? I miss you kiss. This was sent to Chen Kuei. The next second, the same content appeared with a different name. Baby, I miss you so much. This was sent to the Little Puppy Jr. Then, there was another message. Dear, are you tired from work? Please take care of yourself. I have made some soup for you when you come back. This was sent to the Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports. The three messages were sent with almost only a few seconds difference. There was a sudden gasp from the crowd, mixed with suppressed exclamations and snickers. Holy crap! Is this a copy-paste mass message? Master! A true Sea King, time management is precise to the second. How strong a heart must one have to remain calm and composed? Lu Xian slid the screen slowly, turning over the PPT pages one by one. More chat logs were revealed. The sweet words Shen Yahui repeatedly used to the three men, those corny love words, made people's skin crawl. What is even more exciting is that there are a large number of transfer records. Today she asks Chen Kuei for the latest bag, tomorrow she hints to her little junior that her cosmetics are out, and the day after tomorrow she tells the Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports in a coquettish way that she has her eyes on a necklace. The amount ranges from a few hundred to tens of thousands. As for the Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports, judging from the scale of the chat records and the frequency and amount of transfers, even a fool can see that this is a naked relationship of support. Oh my god. This Gentle Uncle, the note seems to say Mr. Li? Could he be the CEO of some company? TSK, what a good appetite. He eats everyone, young and old. The climax is yet to come. Lu Xian lightly tapped his finger, and several thinly coded photos suddenly appeared on the screen, but it was still clear that the protagonist was Shin Yahui's private photos. The background seems to be in a hotel room. Shin Yahui is wearing revealing clothes and posing in various seductive poses. It is obvious that the photos were taken for the appreciation of specific people. Immediately afterwards, short videos began playing on the screen. Boom! The crowd was completely blown away. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's too exciting! This woman is really good at having fun. What a pure girl! It completely changed my worldview. This is the drama of the year. It's even more exciting than a movie. Countless mobile phones were held high, flashes lit up, and the sound of photos clicking was endless. This is the annual headline news of Yanda University. No, it is a huge piece of news that is rarely seen in a decade. Shin Yahui completely collapsed at this moment. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils dilated, and she stared blankly at the disgusting scenes on the big screen, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She opened her mouth, wanting to scream, but no sound came out, as if her throat was filled with cement. How is this possible? These things, how did Lu Xian get them? Those chat records, those photos, those videos, she clearly deleted them all. Plop! Shin Yahui's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chen Kuei, who was standing next to her, had a face darker than the bottom of a pot. His face, covered with flesh, was distorted by extreme anger, his chest heaved violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged like coiled earthworms. He stared at the screen intently, and then at Shin Yahui, who was lying limp on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief, humiliation, anger, and a fury of deep betrayal. He treated Shin Yahui with genuine affection, cherishing her as his future wife and even beginning to plan their lives after graduation. He thought he had found true love, the woman he could spend his life with. But he never expected that the pure fairy he held in his hands was actually such a shameless, promiscuous bitch. Bitch! Chen Kuei squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper was rubbing against him. He suddenly raised his big hand like a palm leaf fan, and with all his strength, slapped Shin Yahui hard in the face. Bang! A crisp and loud slap sounded particularly harsh in the noisy crowd. Shin Yahui screamed miserably, and was blown away by the huge force. She rolled twice on the ground, blood instantly flowing out of the corner of her mouth, and half of her face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shin Yahui! Damn it! Damn it! Chen Kuei, like a mad tiger, his eyes red, pointed at Shin Yahui lying on the ground and cursed, "I'm sincere to you. I worship you like an ancestor. You're just playing tricks on me like this? You bitch. You slut. I'm going to beat you to death today." Chen Kuei roared and rushed forward to punch and kick Shin Yahui, who was curled up on the ground. Although he was angry, he still had some restraint in his attack. He avoided the vital parts and focused on the fleshy areas. Ah! Stop hitting me! Brother Kuei! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Shin Yahui hugged her head and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, screaming and begging for mercy. "Brother Kuei, please forgive me. I'm done with them. I'll only be with you from now on. I'll follow you my whole life. Let's get married. Let's get married right away." Bah! Chen Kuei spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Shin Yahui's tearful face, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. "You stinking bitch. You still want to marry me? You wish. I think you're dirty. The money I transferred to you. The things you bought. You have to pay me back every last one. And I'll also pay for mental damages. I'll hire a lawyer. Just wait for me." After saying that, he kicked Shin Yahui hard a few more times before stopping, panting. Not only did the students around not step forward to dissuade them, but they burst into cheers instead. Well done. Women like this deserve to be beaten. You deserve it. You deserve it. It's so satisfying. I enjoyed eating this melon so much today. Chen Kuei took a few deep breaths and calmed down a little, then turned around and looked at Lu Xian with complicated eyes. He walked step by step to Lu Xian. The burly man who had looked ferocious just now had a look of embarrassment and sincere gratitude on his face. He reached out, held Lu Xian's hand tightly, and shook it vigorously. "Brother, thank you. Really, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would still be kept in the dark by this stinky bitch. Maybe I would really marry her home." Chen Kuei couldn't help but shudder when he thought of that possibility. Lu Xian shook his hand back, his expression still as nonchalant as if he had only done something insignificant. You're welcome, it's just a small favor. I also can't stand people who corrupt this kind of atmosphere. He glanced at Shin Yahui, who was still groaning and looking miserable on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Today's show ended perfectly. Chapter 69: Shin Yahui's Social Death. Lu Xian glanced at the messy scene, the limp Shin Yahue, and Chen Kuei, who was still breathing heavily beside him, his face still angry but with a hint of relief. He said calmly, "All right, the fun is over, everyone can go home." He paused, and then his clear voice rang out again, with a hint of earnestness, "Class is about to start. It's not worth it to delay studying for such unworthy people and things." And he seemed to suddenly remember something, deliberately raising his voice a bit, his expression becoming more serious. "Everyone, just watch what happened today, but please don't post the video or photos online, especially on platforms like Weibo, Xiaopozen, or Chaos. It's not good for the reputation of the school, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into all sorts of ambiguous laughter in whispers. "Student Lu Xian is really so kind. Yeah. Even at this point, you're still thinking about the school and, her? I understand. Classmate Lu Xian is being sarcastic. He's really good." Some students who were still hesitating or had only taken a few photos suddenly felt enlightened after hearing Lu Xian's reminder. They took out their mobile phones, adjusted the angle, and took a lot of pictures of Shin Yahui's face and the grand occasion around her. Some even turned on the video mode directly, for fear of missing any wonderful moments. The tech geek boy in a plaid shirt who was helping with the screen projection was now looking at Lu Xian with admiration, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. "Boss. Don't worry, I've already recorded the entire thing in HD, ensuring there's no blind spot from any angle. As for whether to post it or not, hey, we all understand." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Xian, his expression as if to say, "Brother, I'll do the job, don't worry." Lu Xian sneered inwardly. These guys really just wanted to watch the fun, but that was exactly what he wanted. Shin Yahui's social death meal today was clearly arranged. Sure enough, some people in the crowd immediately began to speak up for justice. "Student Lu Xian, you are too soft-hearted. A woman like this deserves to be ruined." "That's right. If she hadn't gone too far and pushed you so far, you definitely wouldn't have produced this evidence. We can all see that you were forced into this. Lu Xian, you are truly a true man who values affection and loyalty. We support you." For a moment, praises came one after another, and many people looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of sympathy and admiration. Especially the girls, their maternal love was overflowing, and they were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could personally go down and tear Shin Yahui, the biggest scumbag of the century, to pieces. "Senior Lu Xian is so handsome. How could such a handsome guy lie? That's right. It must be that shameless Shin Yahui, playing with multiple women and then biting back. I felt sorry for you for 3 seconds. Fortunately, I found out in time. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by this kind of woman for the rest of my life." Lu Ming finally recovered from his shock. He quickly moved to Lu Xian's side, a flattering smile plastered on his face. He said in an exaggerated tone, "Brother Xian. You're truly amazing. You're a master of strategy, able to win battles from afar. I was so blind just now that I almost got tricked by that bitch. It's really you, Brother Xian, who have a sharp eye and see things so clearly." As he spoke, he gave Lu Xian a thumbs up, and his gesture seemed to indicate that he wanted to carve "I am your most loyal bootlicker" on his forehead. Lu Xian glanced at him and ignored him. "I haven't found the time to deal with him yet, so I'll let him run around for a few more days." He smiled faintly at the still indignant classmates around him, revealing a perfectly balanced expression of helplessness and relief. "Thank you all for your understanding and support. Actually, if she hadn't been so aggressive, coming to school and taking matters so seriously, I really wouldn't have wanted to make these private matters public. After all, well, we did know each other once." His generous words aroused admiration. Listen. This is the demeanor of a real man. Student Lu Xian, you don't have to say that. You did the right thing. You can't be soft-hearted when dealing with people like this. That's right. We all support you. If that woman dares to harass you again, we'll help you cut her down." Seeing that class time was really approaching, Lu Xian waved his hand and said, all right, classmates, disperse. It's time for class. Stop gathering around. It's a bad influence. The crowd then gradually dispersed with a lingering feeling, and before leaving, they did not forget to look back at Shin Yahweh, who was lying on the ground. Lu Xian ignored him and walked straight towards the teaching building. Dealing with Shin Yahweh was just a small episode in his revenge plan, and he did it as he pleased. The real fun is yet to come. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and clicked on the apps of Yin and Weibo. As expected, within just a few minutes, entries about Shin Yahweh popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and their popularity soared at a rocket-like rate. Hashtag Yanjing Vocational College of Science and Technology now has a hardcore female Sea King hashtag. Hashtag having 3 boats? No, it's N boats. Yankee University School of Science as Shin Yahweh refreshes her 3 perspectives hashtag. Hashtag cheating woman Shin Yahweh was exposed by her ex-boyfriend in public, with irrefutable evidence hashtag. Hashtag I feel sorry for the guy surnamed Lu, who encountered the most scumbag woman of the century hashtag. Every title is extremely eye-catching. When you click on it, you will see videos, photos, and screenshots of chat records from various angles, accompanied by exaggerated text explanations. It is simply an online carnival. The comment section exploded with all kinds of obscenities, ridicule and sarcasm, nailing Shin Yahweh to the pillar of shame and repeatedly whipping her corpse. Holy crap! This woman is so awesome. She's a master of time management. I'm throwing up. He looks so decent, but I didn't expect him to be so disgusting. I suggest a thorough investigation. How did someone like this get into university? Stop harming other honest people. At Yanjing Vocational and Technical College of Science and Technology, your school has produced such a talented person, why don't you come out and show your talents? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. He could fully predict that it would not be long before the Yanqing Vocational and Technical College of Science and Technology, where Shin Yahweh was studying, would expel her as quickly as possible in order to distance themselves from the matter and maintain the school's reputation. Social death is just the first step. Next, she will face a comprehensive reckoning from her family, society, and those boyfriends who were manipulated by her. All of this was part of his plan, and the results were even better than he had expected. He put away his phone and took a deep breath. The Chinese classical literature class was about to begin. He will have a good talk with teacher Jiang Shuyi next. Chapter 70 Terrible Jealousy. Lu Xian walked into the classroom. There were still many students gathered in 2s and 3s in the lecture hall, discussing in low voices the thrilling criticism meeting that had just taken place. The focus of the topic was naturally the embarrassed Shin Yahweh and Lu Xian, who turned the tide. Hey, what do you think? How will Shin Yahweh continue to stay in her school in the future? Stay? I'm afraid she can't even stay in their school. The school must deal with this kind of thing, otherwise their reputation will be ruined. Serves her right. She's the one who made her so careless, and now she wants to bite back. She's really asking for trouble. Lu Xian is truly amazing. That PPT was a dead giveaway. The logic was clear, the evidence was irrefutable, and Shin Yahweh didn't even have a chance to refute it. That's right. I thought at the time, this guy is really patient. He was cuckolded, but he could hold it in for so long, and finally he came out with a big bomb. When Lu Xian appeared at the door of the classroom, the discussion stopped abruptly, and all eyes turned to him, full of amazement and admiration. After all, being able to hammer his ex-girlfriend so thoroughly and remain calm requires a character and skills that not everyone can possess. Brother Lu, you're here. A boy sitting in the front row greeted him with a flattering smile on his face. Student Lu Xian, you are truly doing a great service to the people. Another girl also agreed with a smile, with admiration twinkling in her eyes. Lu Xian smiled faintly and nodded in response to these compliments, whether sincere or false. He was not interested in enjoying this short-lived hero halo. Shin Yahweh was just a small stone on his road to revenge, which he could just kick away. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over, and Zhang Yining twisted her slender waist and quickly approached Lu Xian, her voice so sweet that it could squeeze water out of her. Brother Lu Xian, you are finally here. We were so worried about you. She blinked her big eyes and looked Lu Xian up and down with pretended concern, as if she was afraid that he would be hurt by Shin Yahweh, that shrew. Lu Xian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and snorted softly, "Get away." He paused, as if remembering something, and added, "Don't sit with me during class later. It'll ruin my mood." The smile on Zhang Yining's face froze instantly, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over her head, chilling her from head to toe. She originally thought that since Lu Xian and Shen Yahui had just completely broken up, and it was a period of emotional emptiness, she could take advantage of the opportunity, show some concern, and maybe they could take things a step further. Who knew that Lu Xian wouldn't even give her a good look, and his tone was even colder than when he treated Shen Yahui. "Brother Lu Xian, how can you say that to me?" Zhang Yining pursed her lips in grievance, tears quickly filling up her eyes. She looked so tearful that any man would probably feel pity for her. It's a pity that she was facing Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at her anymore, and walked straight to the window seat at the back of the classroom. This location is quiet and has a good view, which makes it convenient for him to observe and also convenient for him to slack off. As for Zhang Yining, Lu Xian sneered inwardly. He had kept this woman around before simply because he saw she had connections that might be useful. But now, as the lines of Bai Yanxi, Shen Yubing, and even Luo Xiaoran have become clearer, Zhang Yining's value has become minimal. A woman who is beautiful but shallow in heart will be a nuisance to keep. When he finds a suitable opportunity, he wouldn't mind preparing a surprise gift package for Zhang Yining. Not long after Lu Xian sat down, the classroom suddenly became quiet. A beautiful figure walked up to the podium. The person who came was Jiang Shuyi, the teacher of Chinese classical literature. Today she was wearing a pair of yoga pants that showed off her figure perfectly, outlining the lines of her slender legs. Her upper body was a tight sports vest, revealing her flat and tight belly and a snow-white waist. Her long hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, and her face was painted with delicate light makeup. She looked young, beautiful, and full of energy. This outfit would not be surprising if seen in a gym or yoga studio, but in a class like Chinese classical literature, which sounds old-fashioned and serious, it would seem a bit shocking. Many of the boys in the classroom stared at her and swallowed quietly. Even some girls couldn't help but take a few more glances, their eyes filled with a bit of envy and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. "Classmates, be quiet, class is about to start." Jiang Shuyi's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of the softness of a Jiangnan woman, which formed a sharp contrast with her hot outfit. Lu Xian looked at Jiang Shuyi on the podium with interest, a playful smile on his lips. Teacher Jiang, the teacher of classical literature, is quite interesting for coming to class dressed like this. Jiang Shuyi skillfully opened the teaching multimedia, and a green QR code was quickly projected on the screen. "Classmates, this is my green bubble," Jiang Shuyi said with a smile, shaking her phone. "Please add me, everyone. I'll add all the students in our department who are taking this course to a group chat. It will be more convenient for me to post any notifications or course materials in the group." "Okay, Teacher Jiang." Teacher John's method is good and saves trouble. The students took out their mobile phones and scanned the QR code on the screen. Lu Xian also slowly took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. On the Add Friend interface, he moved his fingers slightly and seemingly casually pointed the camera at Jiang Shuyi on the podium and lightly pressed the camera button. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Jiang Shuyi. In my mind, the system prompt sound came as expected. A few seconds later, Jiang Shuyi's detailed information appeared on the virtual screen in front of Lu Xian. Name, Jiang Shuyi. Appearance, 93. Control value, 0. Measurements, 88-61-79. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Target evaluation, extremely jealous, will do anything to achieve their goals, extremely concerned with reputation being their top priority. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. With a face value of 93, she is indeed a great beauty with a very good figure. But this target evaluation is extremely jealous and will do anything to achieve his goal? This is interesting. Jealousy is human nature, but it can be specially marked as extremely strong by the system, even at all costs. Then this beautiful teacher who looks harmless and even a little eccentric may not be as simple as she seems. What would she be jealous of? A colleague's academic achievements? Or perhaps some student's youth, beauty, and a privileged family background? Or perhaps, is it to climb up in school, by any means necessary? Lu Xian's gaze once again turned to Jiang Shuyi on the podium, his eyes deepening a little. Chapter 71: Abandoning his younger siblings at the age of 9. Lu Xian remained calm on the surface, tapping the screen lightly with his fingertips. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. The notification sound of the app sounded like the sound of nature, quietly ringing in Lu Xian's consciousness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze seemed to casually sweep over Jiang Shuyi, who was smilingly explaining the course schedule on the podium, but his heart was filled with cold expectation. What's Mr. Jiang up to? The description of him as extremely jealous, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, doesn't necessarily label him as a good person. Time passed minute by minute, and Jiang Shuyi on the podium had already begun to explain the course outline. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and her logic was clear. But Lu Xian's mind was obviously not on those yellowed ancient books. Finally, black material generated. Lu Xian cheered up. Then, a new line of prompts popped up. Separate option: 3 copies of the black material PPT backup are exchanged for the complete black material package. Oh? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not money anymore? Instead, they're exchanging it for a backup of the black material PPT? This app is getting more and more fun to use. However, for him, this is not a big deal. Just in case, he had backed up all the negative PPTs he had generated. Exchange. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Exchange completed. Almost at the moment the command was given, an explosive torrent of information penetrated deep into his consciousness and quickly materialized as a specially encrypted PPT document on the interface of the mobile phone app. And when the title of the core black material came into his mind, even though Lu Xian claimed to be used to seeing all kinds of dirty things, his pupils suddenly shrank. Core details of the scandal: Jiang Shuyi, a teacher of Chinese classical literature at Yenqing University, deliberately abandoned her twin brother and sister when they were young. Lu Xian's knuckles gripping the phone tightened unconsciously, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Abandoning your own siblings? And they were twins? He took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. Who would have thought that the beautiful teacher on the podium with a bright smile, fashionable clothes, and who seemed a little eccentric at most, would actually do such a heartless thing? What kind of deep hatred, or what kind of twisted mentality, could make a little girl commit such a cruel act against her own blood-related brother or sister? Lu Xian couldn't wait to delve deeper into the specific description. Detailed description: the target, Jiang Shuyi, comes from a prominent business family in Bingcheng. Her father is Jiang Tianzheng, the city's renowned wealthiest man and chairman of the Tianzheng Group, and her mother, Li Ranbing, was once a well-known local television host. Jiang Shuyi is not Jiang Tianzheng's biological daughter, but rather his adopted daughter. Early in life, Jiang Tianzheng was diagnosed with infertility due to health issues. After achieving success in his career and seeking help from renowned doctors, the couple, disheartened, adopted the then 3-year-old Jiang Shuyi, loving her as their own. However, as fate would have it, when Jiang Shuyi was 6 years old, 3 years after being adopted, Jiang Tianzheng's body miraculously regained its fertility. Not long after, his wife Li Ranbing gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. The birth of her younger siblings cast a profound shadow over Jiang Shuyi's young heart. As they grew older, she keenly sensed that her adoptive parents' love was no longer hers alone. The majority of their attention and care went to her younger, more vulnerable biological children. This disparity left her with a profound sense of imbalance and intense jealousy, which gradually evolved into a pathological paranoia, with her perpetrating a constant fear that her younger siblings would take away everything that belonged to her: the love that wasn't entirely hers, the family fortune, and even her entire family. Then, when Jiang Shuyi was 9 years old, a sinister thought took root in her heart. Taking advantage of her adoptive parents' busy work schedules and their lack of supervision, she strategically and unnoticedly lured her 3-year-old twin brother and sister away from home twice, abandoning them on a crowded, unfamiliar street. Afterward, Jiang Tianzheng and his wife, heartbroken, mobilized all their connections and financial resources in a frantic search. Despite years of relentless pursuit, they found no trace of their children, neither alive nor dead. The case remained unsolved, a source of eternal pain for the Jiang family. Lu Xian took a breath of cold air. 9 years old. Just 9 years old. And yet she could plan and execute such a meticulous abandonment scheme, twice, targeting 2 3-year-old children. This level of scheming, this level of viciousness, is simply outrageous. Just because of that ridiculous jealousy, worrying that your younger siblings will take away your so-called love? She seemed to have completely forgotten that everything she had was a gift from her adoptive parents. Lu Xian suppressed the discomfort in his heart and clicked on the encrypted PPT. Unexpectedly, the content of this PPT is not that much, only 2 thin pages, plus 2 long videos. The text section of the PPT detailed the time and location of Jiang Shuyi's 2 crimes, how she used sweet talk to lure the innocent twins out of their home, and ultimately abandoned them on specific street corners and in the corner of a market. Every detail was crystal clear, as if it were happening again yesterday. And those two videos are even more chilling. The power of the Black Material app was once again demonstrated. It seemed to have broken through the limitations of time and space. In that era when surveillance cameras were far from popular, it recorded Jiang Shuyi's crimes with incredible clarity from a bystander's perspective. In the first video, little Jiang Shuyi is holding the hand of a delicate little boy. The little boy obviously trusts her and jumps all the way. When they reached a busy intersection with a vegetable market, Jiang Shuyi took advantage of the crowd and coaxed the little boy to stand there and wait for her to buy candy. Then she quickly blended into the crowd and disappeared without looking back. The little boy waited obediently at the beginning, then looked around in confusion, and finally cried helplessly with his mouth wide open. His weak cry seemed to penetrate the screen and touch people's hearts. The scene of the second video has changed to a relatively remote street park. This time it was the same cute little girl. Jiang Shuyi used similar methods to leave the little girl alone on a park bench, and then quietly left. At the end of the video, the little girl is sitting alone on a bench, looking blankly at the strangers coming and going, with fear and helplessness written all over her face. The two videos are not bloody, but they make people feel colder than any bloody scenes. Lu Xian's face was as gloomy as water, and his fingers tapped lightly on the phone screen unconsciously. This teacher, Jiang Shuyi, is truly a well-hidden figure. If it weren't for the Black Material app, who would have connected this beautiful and charming lecturer with the 9-year-old girl who pushed her younger siblings into the abyss? Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Xian sneered in his heart, and looked up at Jiang Shuyi, who was speaking enthusiastically on the podium. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, without any ripples, but hidden a whirlpool that could swallow people. Teacher Jiang not only teaches vividly, but his life story is also extremely wonderful. So, what should we do next to make good use of this wonderful opportunity? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth slowly curled up into a cold and cruel arc. Chapter 72 Photos from 20 years ago. The class was already halfway through, and Jiang Shuyi was talking about a passage in the Book of Documents. Her tone was steady and gentle, trying to make this boring ancient text more vivid. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports vest today. Although it was out of tune with the classroom atmosphere, it still attracted a lot of attention, especially from boys. Lu Xian sat in the back row, spinning his pen boredly, his finger lightly tapping the interface with Jiang Shuyi's green bubble just added, the one retrieved from the Black Material app. Although it appeared a little blurry after being specially processed by the system, it was still recognizable as a photo of Jiang Shuyi's sister when she was young, and it was sent quietly. So, we should pay attention to the multiple meanings of this passage. Jiang Shuyi was speaking intently when the screen of the mobile phone on the podium suddenly lit up, accompanied by a very slight vibration. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely ignore it. But today, for some reason, she glanced at her phone. With just one glance, she felt as if struck by lightning and froze instantly. On the screen was a picture of a little girl. That face, the face she had spent 20 years trying everything to completely erase from her memory. A bone-chilling chill, as if coming from the depths of hell, rushed up along the soles of her feet and straight to the top of her head. In an instant, she felt as if she was thrown into an ice cave in the coldest days of winter, and even her blood was about to solidify. With a buzz, her brain went blank and all the sounds in her ears disappeared. Only the photo remained, like a poison knife, piercing into her eyes and into the darkest corner of her soul. Her right hand, holding the phone, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Her fingertips were cold, and the phone was shaking along with it. The little girl on the screen, with those innocent eyes, seemed to be staring at her, questioning her silently. 20 years. She thought she had forgotten it long ago, completely forgotten it. She thought that the sinful past had been completely buried by time and no one would ever know about it again. But this photo. She was 9 years old at the time, and her twin brother and sister were only 3 years old. She clearly remembered how she had lured her brother to the vegetable market with a smile, and how she had left her sister alone on a park bench. She remembered the last look they gave her, which went from dependence to confusion, and then to fear and despair. Over the years, she would occasionally be awakened by those broken images in her dreams at midnight, but she could always quickly suppress them and tell herself that they were just nightmares. But now, this photo, like a key, instantly opened Pandora's box. All the memories that she had deliberately forgotten, like a flood, surged back into her mind. The tender cries of my younger brothers and sisters, their helpless little hands, and the heart-wrenching grief of their adoptive parents, every scene is so clear as if it happened just yesterday. I looked at the contact person, his name was Lu Xian. The friend I just added should be a student in this classroom. How did he get this photo? What does he want to do? Jiang Shuyi's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, cold sweat oozed from her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. She forced herself to look away and frantically slid her fingers across the screen, trying to delete the photo, but her hands were shaking so badly that she clicked the wrong place several times. Finally, the photo was deleted. She stared at the contact named Lu Xian, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. No! Don't panic. You absolutely cannot lose your composure in front of the students. She took a deep breath, and the cold air rushed into her lungs, calming her down a little. She tried hard to move the corners of her mouth, trying to force out a smile like usual, but that smile was uglier than crying, and as stiff as a cheap mask. Ahem, classmates, her voice was a little hoarse, with a barely perceptible tremor. Teacher has something urgent to attend to, so today's class will end here for now. Everyone, please study on your own for now, and after class, you can leave on your own. As soon as the words fell, a suppressed discussion suddenly sounded in the classroom. What's going on? What happened to Teacher Jiang today? Yeah, the class was going on fine, but suddenly it ended? You look so ugly, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Shuyi had no intention of paying attention to the students' whispers. She forced herself to stand up straight and quickly scanned the classroom, finally fixing her eyes on the figure in the back row who seemed unusually calm from beginning to end. Student Lu Xian, are you there? She tried to keep her voice steady, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a subtle hint of tension. Lu Xian put down his pen and slowly stood up, his expression nonchalant, as if the person who had just dropped the bombshell wasn't him at all. Teacher, I'm Lu Xian. What can I do for you? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the classroom. Jiang Shuyi looked at Lu Xian's handsome yet distant face, and her heart was filled with turmoil. This student, who is he? Where did he get the photos? How much does he know? She tried hard to see something from Lu Xian's expression, but he was too calm, so calm that it made her feel uneasy. Teacher, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Lu Xian asked again lightly, without any emotion in his tone. Jiang Shuyi finally woke up as if from a dream. She quickly gathered herself and forced a smile. Ah, it's a little thing. I have some important study materials here, supplementary materials for our course. They're quite important. I want you to take them to my office for me, and I'll explain them in detail. This excuse was so lame that she felt embarrassed, but she really couldn't think of a better reason at the moment. Now she just wanted to take Lu Xian away from here immediately and find out what he wanted to do. After saying that, she didn't care about the students' reactions. She grabbed the bag on the podium and walked out of the classroom door with a somewhat unsteady step. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and followed slowly. The two left one after the other, and the classroom instantly exploded. What the hell? What's going on? Teacher Jiang asked Lu Xian to go to the office alone? A boy lowered his voice, his tone full of surprise and gossip. You say Lu Xian is so handsome. A beautiful teacher like Teacher Jiang remembered him in the first class and even called him to the office to show him some warmth. Oh no, to give him some information, another boy said with a wink. TSK, I don't think it's just a show of support, a girl curled her lips. Have you forgotten what happened this morning? Lu Xian just tore his ex-girlfriend apart, and now he's been called away by the beautiful teacher. This plot. TSK, could it be that Teacher Jiang has also taken a fancy to him? That's possible. A hero saving a beautiful girl. No, it's a handsome guy exposing a scumbag girl. In this kind of drama, the teacher is also a woman. I think that Lu Xian's aura, his methods, and the clear and organized PPT he made this morning with solid evidence, make it clear at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Teacher Jiang might be looking for him because he really needs help with something serious. A bespectacled academic pushed his glasses and tried to analyze rationally. Come on, what serious matter requires us to go to the office to discuss it alone? And why do you choose to discuss it after class? I think Lu Xian's luck with women is unstoppable. He just dealt with Shen Yahui this morning, and this afternoon, this Teacher Jiang. It's going to be a good show. If only he were handsome, how could someone like Shen Yahui be so shameless as to come to school and get back together with Lu Xian? Even though she was eventually defeated, it still shows how charming Lu Xian is. The discussions in the classroom became more and more heated, with all kinds of speculations emerging one after another, but Lu Xian and Jiang Shuyi naturally couldn't hear all of this. Chapter 73, Still thinking of eradicating the problem completely? Jiang Shui almost fled into the so-called teacher's office, which was actually more like a temporary lounge for teachers to take a breath between classes or deal with emergencies. After all, most university teachers disappear after class, and few of them are in office regularly. At this moment, the lounge was empty and so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat like a drum. Dong dong dong. She leaned her back against the cold wall and felt her legs go weak. The calmness that I had forced myself to maintain in the classroom just now disappeared at this moment. My head was buzzing with the picture of the little girl and the name Lu Xian. How could he have that? Who is he? Jiang Shui rushed to the water dispenser, took a glass of cold water with trembling hands, and drank it without caring about anything. The cold liquid slid down her throat, but it could not extinguish the burning panic in her heart. One cup was not enough, so she drank another, until the coolness slightly suppressed the fear churning in her chest. Then she held on to the table, breathing heavily. It has been 20 years, and she thought that the past had long been buried in the dust of time, rotten in the deepest part of her memory, and no one would mention it again. But today, just now, the student named Lu Xian casually revealed a corner of her most unbearable secret. No, don't panic. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her breathing. The more times like this happen, the calmer you need to be. Jiang Shui's journey from an adopted daughter to where she is today was not solely due to luck. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps was heard at the door. Jiang Shui looked up suddenly, a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes, but then a gentle smile quickly appeared on her face, as if the distraught person just now was not her at all. Lu Xian walked in leisurely, his eyes casually glancing at her face, and then fell on her hand, where she had just put down the water cup and her fingertips were still slightly white. Lu Xian, Jiang Shui's voice tried to remain as soft and gentle as usual, even with a hint of just the right amount of concern. I'm so sorry to have made you come all this way. She paused, as if weighing her words, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise and anxiety. Where did you get that photo you just sent me? She took 2 steps forward, her tone more earnest. That's my long-lost sister. Over the years, our family has never given up looking for her. If you can provide any clues, or if you know her. Her name is Jiang Yuzhu, my sister, Jiang Yuzhu. When she said the 3 words Jiang Yuzhu, her voice paused almost imperceptibly, as if the name itself carried a 1,000-pound weight, making her feel a little breathless. Deep in my heart, a cold voice was shouting wildly, Jiang Yuzhu, the jade of the Jiang family, the pearl in my palm. That bitch who stole all the attention of her adoptive parents the moment she was born. Why can she be called Yuzhu? And she, Jiang Shui, will always be just a substitute, an adopted daughter who may be abandoned at any time. If these 2 little bastards were still alive. A hint of cruelty flashed across Jiang Shui's eyes, so fast that it was impossible to catch. She must find them first, and then, put an end to all future troubles. Everything in the Jiang family can only belong to her, Jiang Shui. Lu Xian looked at her sincere and heartfelt performance and sneered in his heart. Teacher Zhang's psychological quality is really not to be underestimated. She made up a story so quickly and also created an image of herself as a good sister who was desperately looking for her relatives. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he spoke slowly, Oh? Teacher Zhang's sister? It's really touching. After so many years of separation, the teacher still misses her. His tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard in it, but it made Jiang Shui's heart sink suddenly. She always felt that there was something else behind Lu Xian's words. I don't know. Lu Xian took out his phone slowly, tapping the screen with his fingertips as if casually swiping. Does the teacher know this person? As he finished speaking, Jiang Shui's phone vibrated slightly again. A strong sense of foreboding, like a poisonous snake, wrapped around Jiang Shui's heart. She almost held her breath and clicked on the new message with trembling hands. When another childish boy's face appeared clearly on the screen, a face that looked 70% similar to Jiang Yuzhu, equally innocent, but belonged to her twin brother Jiang Cheng, who was abandoned with her back then, Jiang Shui felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Jiang Cheng. It's Jiang Cheng. How is that possible? A photo of her brother Jiang Cheng. How did he get Jiang Cheng's photo? Pa. The phone slipped from her weak fingers and fell heavily on the smooth floor with a sharp, crisp sound. She seemed to have lost all her strength and staggered back 2 steps. If it weren't for the cold wall behind her, she would have collapsed to the ground. How is that possible? How could he even have a picture of his younger brother? She had clearly separated from him and abandoned him back then. The time and place were different. What on earth did this Lu Xian know? He knows everything. He has pictures of both of these little bastards. They didn't disappear together. How could he have gotten both photos at the same time? Unless he knew the truth. An unprecedented fear gripped her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She stared at Lu Xian intently, her eyes filled with fear, resentment, and a hint of imperceptible despair. Disguise. In the face of absolute evidence, any disguise seems so pale and powerless. Zhang Shuyi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trying to calm her heart that was about to jump out of her chest. She held onto the cold wall and forced herself to stand steady. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in pretending any longer. She raised her head, her eyes fixed on Lu Xian, her voice hoarse as if sandpaper was rubbing against her. Who are you? What do you want? The look in her eyes was no longer gentle and soft as before, nor was it deliberately pitiful. Instead, it was filled with a desperate ruthlessness, like a she-wolf that had been forced into a desperate situation. Now that things have come to this, no amount of disguise is of any use. She took a deep breath, her voice hoarse, but with a hint of determination. Classmate, you don't need to try anymore. She stared at Lu Xian intently and asked word by word, tell me, what do you know? What do you want? Chapter 74 Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Zhang Chang, Zhang Yuzhu. Zhang Shuyi's lips moved silently. These two names were like two invisible mountains, weighing heavily on her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Zhang Chang, the expectation of inheriting the family business. Zhang Yuzhu, the apple of my eye's eye. From these two names, one can clearly feel how much love and expectations the adoptive parents have poured into the twins, a boy and a girl. And these should have belonged to her, Zhang Shuyi. At least, in her opinion, it was the appearance of her younger siblings that turned her from the unique apple of her eye into an adopted daughter who needed to share love. So, they must be eliminated. This idea was planted in her mind when she was 9 years old. Now, in front of Lu Xian's two life photos, it grew wildly again. Remorse. Endless regret. Zhang Shuyi's nails dug deep into her palms, and the sharp pain made her a little more sober. She regretted that she was too young and not cruel enough, so she just abandoned them instead of eliminating the trouble forever. If she had been more ruthless and done things more cleanly back then, how could she be in such a passive position today? She prided herself on being meticulous, and for so many years, she had kept the secret tightly closed, hiding it from everyone, including her adoptive parents who loved her dearly. She even imagined countless ways to deal with it after her secret was exposed, but all the plans were for her adoptive parents. She never imagined that it would be a seemingly ordinary student, a stranger who had just been given a green bubble, who would tear open her ugliest scar in such a nonchalant way. Call. Zhang Shuyi let out a long breath. The expression on her face, distorted by fear, strangely calmed down after a fierce inner struggle. It was not so much calm as a kind of indifference that was almost numb. At this point, any amount of pretense and struggle seems ridiculous. She raised her head, and there was no longer any gentleness or tenderness in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Instead, there was a cold, desperate determination. Lu Xian, right? Her voice was still hoarse, but it revealed a calmness that seemed to have accepted her fate. Whatever you want to know, or rather, whatever you already know, you might as well tell me. She stared at Lu Xian intently, as if she wanted to see through him. What do you want? As long as I can give it, I can agree to it. Yes, she is not afraid. Since the other party chose to approach her in this way instead of directly making the so-called evidence public, it means that the other party must have some ulterior motive. As long as there is an ulterior motive, there is room for negotiation. Money? Zhang Shuyi was backed by the Zhang family, the richest family in Bingcheng. Money was just a string of numbers to her. Or, something else? Her eyes lingered on Lu Xian's young and handsome face for a moment, and a trace of humiliation flashed through her heart, but it was quickly suppressed by a stronger desire to survive. Beauty? If she could trade this skin, which she had always been proud of, for the eternal preservation of her secrets, she wouldn't mind. As long as she can keep everything she has now, keep the Zhang family's reputation, and keep her decent job at Yenqing University, she will accept any price. Looking at her desperate look, ready to speak frankly, Lu Xian's faint smile deepened, but he still said nothing. He just looked at her calmly, as if he was appreciating an interesting work of art, or evaluating a commodity to be sold. His silence was like an invisible hammer, hitting Zhang Shuyi's tense nerves again and again. You want money? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhang Shuyi lost her patience and asked tentatively, how much? Just tell me the amount. As long as I can afford it, I can satisfy you. She stared into Lu Xian's eyes, trying to catch a trace of greed in his eyes. 1 million? Is that enough? Lu Xian still had that nonchalant expression, as if 1 million was no different from 100 yuan in his eyes. Jiang Shuyi's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and raised the stakes, or 5 million? She didn't believe there was anyone in the world who didn't love money, especially an ordinary-looking college student. 5 million was enough to save an ordinary person decades of hard work. However, Lu Xian still didn't say anything, but his deep eyes made her feel uneasy. 10 million. Jiang Shuyi practically squeezed out the 3 words through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Student Lu Xian, 10 million, cash or bank transfer, it's your choice. As long as you keep everything you know, and all that stuff, to yourself, the 10 million will be yours. She clenched her fists tightly, the stinging pain in her palms keeping her conscious. She believed that this price was enough to tempt anyone. Lu Xian finally responded. He shook his head slightly, with a playful smile on his lips. In Jiang Shuyi's eyes, that smile was scarier than the devil. Teacher Jiang, he finally spoke, his voice low but with a calmness that seemed to show a thorough understanding. You don't seem to understand yet. He paused, then said leisurely, money, to me, is the most meaningless thing. Jiang Shuyi's pupils suddenly shrank. Money, meaningless? How is this possible? What on earth is he planning to do? A fear, even stronger than the one she felt when her secret was revealed, instantly gripped her heart. If even money couldn't move him, then what could he possibly be plotting? This can be seen from what Jiang Shuyi did in her previous life. Jiang Shuyi undoubtedly values reputation the most. And the Jiang family's reputation. In the previous life, stepping on her foot was undoubtedly for reputation, just to become famous. Lu Xian's mind flashed with the system's evaluation of Jiang Shuyi, as well as her previous life's various actions of taking advantage of others' misfortunes in order to become famous. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Lu Xian knew exactly what teacher Jiang cared about most. He looked at Jiang Shuyi, whose face was pale and even had beads of sweat on her forehead, and the smile on his face became more meaningful. Teacher Jiang, what do you think? Lu Xian took a slow step forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shuyi, as if it were real, with a faint sense of oppression. If I take the touching story of your father, Mr. Jiang Tianzhang, the richest man in Bingcheng, and Ms. Li Ranbing, the former TV host, and how they tragically lost their twins and searched for them for 20 years in vain, along with those 2 heartwarming videos, and then give it a little artistic processing and release it to the public. He deliberately dragged out his tone, and saw with satisfaction that Jiang Shuyi's body swayed, his face paler than paper. Tell me, by then, will your reputation as a filial adopted daughter and excellent teacher be more resounding, or will the Jiang family's reputation as incompetent parenting and unlucky family be more eye-catching? Or, let's try something else, Lu Xian said with a hint of cold amusement in his smile. I can just send this interesting information anonymously to the leadership of Yenqing University, or to major media outlets. Teacher Jiang, what do you think of a university teacher suspected of intentionally abandoning, and possibly even indirectly causing the death of, their own sibling? No. Don't. Jiang Shuyi finally broke down. She screamed, her voice as shrill as a cat whose tail was stepped on. You can't do this. Lu Xian. What do you want? Tell me. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of being ruined and the Jiang family being disgraced because of her. That would be a more painful punishment than killing her. Lu Xian looked at her out-of-control appearance, the curve of his mouth remained the same, but his eyes were as cold as ice. What do you want? He chuckled and shook his head. Teacher Jiang, the price you offered is too low. He stretched out a finger and shook it gently. You can't give me what I want now. But... He changed the subject, his smile becoming somewhat enigmatic. I can give you a chance, to slowly pay it back. Chapter 75, for the Jiang family, I can give everything. Jiang Shuyi's brows were twisted into a knot, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of bloodshot. She stared at Lu Xian as if she wanted to eat him alive. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target person's psychology and turn them from evil to good to receive a reward. Can't afford it? Lu Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of unbelievable sharpness. What is it that I, Jiang Shuyi, can't afford? As long as you don't tell others about those things, just ask. She thought Lu Xian would ask for an exorbitant sum, quote an astronomical figure, or propose some conditions that would embarrass her but that she could still do. However, Lu Xian just smiled slightly, and in her opinion, that smile was more terrifying than any ferocious face. There was an almost playful scrutiny in his eyes, as if he was sizing up a prey about to fall into a trap. Teacher, Lu Xian's voice was low, but every word was clear, with a chilling calmness. If I say I want the entire Jiang family, can you give it to me? What? Jiang Shuyi's face turned pale instantly, as if someone poured a basin of ice water over her head, chilling her from head to toe. The entire Jiang family? Is he crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Shuyi's voice rose with extreme shock, a crack in her voice. The Jiang family belongs to my father. Even if I can inherit it in the future, that will be more than 10 years from now. My father is in the prime of his life and in excellent health. You are dreaming. She tried to find a hint of joking on Lu Xian's face, even if it was just a morbid teasing. But no, Lu Xian's eyes were calm and there was only a bottomless certainty. So, teacher, Lu Xian spread his hands, his tone as relaxed as if he was discussing the good weather today. You really can't afford this condition right now. He took a step forward, his leisurely posture carrying an imposing aura like a mountain pressing down on one's head. So, you need to slowly repay. Lu Xian's lips curled up in a cold arc, like a sharp blade unsheathed in the dark night. The first step is simple. Admit your mistakes, find those you harmed, and compensate their families. You bastard. Jiang Shuyi was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her chest was heaving violently. She had never suffered such a great humiliation in her life. Lu Xian ignored her angry scolding and continued slowly. The second step is naturally to do everything possible to legitimately inherit the Jiang family. I believe that with teacher Zhong's scheming and means, this should not be a difficult task. After all, you can even lose your 3-year-old siblings without anyone noticing, right? These words were like a poisoned dagger, piercing Jiang Shuyi's heart and leaving her speechless for a moment, leaving only heavy breathing. As for the third step, Lu Xian's smile grew brighter, yet also grew colder. It's to hand over the entire Jiang family to me, intact and in one piece. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Jiang Shuyi, whose face was ashen, and asked with a hint of considerateness, Teacher, do you understand these 3 simple steps? You're dreaming. I'll never agree to it even if I die. Jiang Shuyi squeezed out these words from between her teeth, her eyes filled with desperate madness. Oh? Really? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. Teacher, you'd better think it over carefully. If I get upset and edit those interesting videos and materials a bit, like adding reports about the adoptive parents' heart-wrenching search for their children, and then send them anonymously to major media outlets, or directly to the leaders of Yenching University. Tell me, by then, who will be disgraced first, you, the talented and beautiful teacher, or will the Jiang family, the richest family in Ice City, be known for their bad parenting and unfortunate family? By then, it's hard to say whether the Jiang family can still maintain its position as the #1 family in Ice City. What do you think your father, who values his reputation as his life, will do to you? Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Shuyi's heart hard. What she feared was never what would happen to herself, but that the Jiang family would be disgraced because of her, and that the life's work of her adoptive parents would be destroyed. The Jiang family is everything to her, the only thing she has been striding to get her hands on since she was a child. No. Don't. Jiang Shuyi's body trembled uncontrollably, her lips quivered, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Lu Xian walked slowly up to her, reached out his hand, and pinched her smooth and small chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. Teacher, don't worry. The Jiang family will belong to me from now on. Then in a sense, the Jiang family also belongs to you. Jiang Shuyi thought for a while, and it seemed that what Lu Xian said was right. He leaned in closer, his warm breath touching the shell of her ear. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, the Jiang family will always be yours. You'll still be the high-ranking Miss Jiang, a glamorous university professor. But if I tell anyone about those things, TSK, not only will you be savaged by public opinion, but the Jiang family's reputation will also be ruined, its stock price will plummet, and it's hard to say whether it can even gain a foothold in Ice City. So, teacher, you'd better think about it carefully. Jiang Shuyi's whole body froze, as if she was hit by an electric current. She gasped suddenly and wanted to scream, wanted to push him away, but her body seemed to be nailed down and she couldn't move. Humiliation, anger, fear, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, almost tearing her apart. And the vague pressure, like a cold poisonous snake, coiled around her and suffocated her. In the end, all the struggles were in vain. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently because of her endurance, and 2 lines of tears silently slid down from the corners of her eyes and sank into her hair. For the Jiang family, for everything she has now. I can lose, but the Jiang family cannot lose miserably because of her. Zhang Shuyi has been strong all her life and has never bowed her head to admit defeat, but this time she had no choice. She didn't even have the chance to ask the Zhang family for help. Besides, she didn't dare let the Zhang family know about those things, otherwise she would definitely be dealt with by the elders of the Zhang family first. Even so, she is willing to sacrifice everything for the Zhang family. What Zhang Shuyi didn't know was that Lu Xian's real goal was always the Zhang family and to control the Zhang family. Zhang Shuyi looked at Lu Xian and said, "Okay, I will admit my mistake, and I will find the victim's family and compensate them." Ding! Detected, target Zhang Shuyi's mental state has undergone a dramatic change. Due to her extreme desire for the Zhang family and a strong desire to protect herself, Zhang Shuyi has chosen to temporarily repent in order to prepare for the next step. Current compensation value, 99,100. Note, due to her ambition to control the Zhang family's future and her suspicions about the host's true intentions, Zhang Shuyi is unable to fully repent, leaving a slight possibility of backlash. Congratulations to the host. You've nearly perfectly transformed the target character, Zhang Shuyi. When Lu Xian heard the system prompt sound in his mind, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. 99 points? Interesting. It seems that Mr. Jiang is still unwilling to give up. However, precisely because of this chess piece becomes more interesting to use. He leaned close to Zhang Shuyi's ear, and chuckled in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Teacher, remember your choice today. From now on, the Zhang family will be at my disposal." Zhang Shuyi's body trembled violently, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. But for Zhang Shuyi, hell has just begun. Chapter 76, My Cousin's test scores were replaced? Lu Xian had just come out of Zhang Shuyi's so-called temporary lounge, and the system prompt sound in his mind had not yet completely dissipated. Reward, Black Material App Minor Version Update, updated version 1.0.2. Reward, 400 points. Black Material App version 1.0.2, the automatic exposure and reporting function can be set. The host can choose the Black Material setting. If the host does not log into the Black Material app within 3 days, the Black Material will be exposed and reported immediately. Lu Xian paused, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This function seems like an insurance tailor-made for him. He did have some concerns before. What if he were to capsize one day? Wouldn't all the Black Material he had painstakingly collected be buried with him? Now, if you don't log in for 3 days, it will automatically detonate. This is like putting another tight ring around the neck for all those who are under his control. Anyone who wants to touch him in the future must first consider whether they can afford the consequences of mutual destruction. Interesting. He murmured to himself, feeling a lot more relaxed because of this unexpected guarantee. As for the 400 points, they are better than nothing. Save them for now, as they may come in handy someday. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated, breaking his thoughts. When I took it out and looked at it, the word "Mom" was jumping on the screen. The cold and playful look on Lu Xian's face quickly faded, replaced by the expression of a good son, and he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." "Hey, Xian," came the mother's voice, slightly excited and joyful, from the other end of the line. "The school has given us the scholarship. And it's the highest end one. Guess how much it is? 10,000 yuan all at once. Oh my god, I've never seen so much money transferred to one card in my life." Lu Xian couldn't help but smile as he listened to his mother's somewhat rustic exclamation and the excitement that could not be concealed in her words. 10,000 yuan, for him now, is not even a fraction of the hush money asked by Zhang Shuyi, but for his mother who has worked hard for half her life, it is a huge sum of money that is enough to make her excited for several days. He matched his mother's mood and raised his voice a little. "Really? That's great, Mom. The school is quite efficient. Now you don't have to work so hard." "That's right." Lu Xian's mother's voice was choked with sobs, as if she had thought of something and was suppressing it forcefully. Mom will transfer 2,000 yuan to you right now, for your living expenses for the next 2 months. Don't treat yourself badly at school. Buy whatever you want to eat, and don't save money for Mom. Do you hear me?" Lu Xian could clearly hear the sound of his mother sniffling on the other end of the phone, as well as the sobs she was trying to suppress. He felt a little warm in his heart, but also a little helpless. "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm not a child anymore," he said jokingly in a light-hearted tone. "Besides, your son is doing well now. This 10,000 yuan scholarship will be enough for me to spend for a long time. Don't worry about me. Keep the 2,000 yuan for yourself." Buy something nice or some new clothes. Silly child, what are you talking about? Lu Xian's mother scolded, but her tone was obviously much softer, with a hint of relief. It's because I'm not capable. I can only give you 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. I know that college students have high expenses nowadays. 3 meals a day, even if you eat sparingly, will cost at least 30 yuan. You are in the period of growth, you can't go hungry. As Lu Xian listened to his mother's nagging concern, the slight anger in his heart caused by controlling Jiang Shuyi also dissipated a lot. Oh, Mom, don't worry, Lu Xian said with a smile, 1,000 yuan is enough. Let me tell you, the food in the cafeteria is very varied now, and it's delicious and not expensive. Besides, the restaurants outside our school, like Chotuan, Bailim, and Jingxi Takeout, have discounts every day. Ordering takeout is even cheaper than eating in the cafeteria. I go out for a meal with my classmates every now and then, and I live a very comfortable life. He knew what his mother was worried about, so he deliberately made his life sound easier and more comfortable. Is it true? Lu Xian's mother was skeptical. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Xian continued to lie. Don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself. And my dad, tell him to drink less and smoke less. Do you hear me? I'll check on him when I get back from vacation. You kid, you're even controlling your dad. Lu Xian's mother burst out laughing at his amusement, and her previous sentimental mood disappeared. All right, I know you're filial. Oh, let's not talk about this anymore. Mom is looking for you. I have something else to tell you. Huh? What's the matter? Lu Xian asked with pretended curiosity. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became low, with a hint of anxiety and worry. Xian, do you still remember Zhu Siyuan from your second aunt's family? He's your cousin. Like you, he's also taking the college entrance exam this year. Zhu Siyuan? Lu Xian searched for the name in his mind. My second aunt's cousin has the impression of being a very honest, even a little dull boy, but his academic performance seems to have always been excellent. I remember, what's wrong? Something happened. Lu Xian's mother's voice was haggard and filled with anxiety. They say his college entrance exam scores were replaced. Now his college entrance exam scores can't be found in the system at all, and even the information about him applying for the exam is gone. It's been a few days since the university started, and other kids are happily going to college, but Siyuan has to stay at home every day, feeling completely depressed. Replaced by someone? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. How dare such things happen so blatantly in today's information age? Even Zhang Yining only forged her grades. It's more like private enrollment than forging them. I haven't heard of such a thing as replacing a candidate for many years. That's right. Lu Xian's mother's voice was filled with indignation and helplessness. Your second aunt was almost going crazy. She contacted the school, but they said they were only responsible for admissions and that the scores were entered centrally. Then she went to the education bureau, but they said they couldn't find anything in the system and told them to figure it out on their own. What kind of thing is this? Isn't this pushing people to a dead end? A country kid has worked hard for more than 10 years to study, hoping to get into a good university and change his fate, but in the end. Sigh. Lu Xian listened quietly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the phone case. Your second aunt came to me this morning crying, with tears and snot all over her face. She said a lot of heartfelt words, and it was very painful for Mom to hear them. There was a hint of helplessness in Lu Xian's mother's tone. Xian, what a pity for Siyuan. He finally got the test results, but someone else took his place. Sigh. We can't do anything about this, but we can still help with other matters. Lu Xian was silent for a few seconds. Zhu Siyuan had his college entrance exam results replaced. Chapter 77 Xiaoxian, your second aunt saved your life. Lu Xian's fingertips tapped unconsciously on the phone case, making a slight knock-knock sound. Second aunt's house. Zhu Siyuan. The image of his second aunt's sharp tongue but kind heart appeared in his mind. In his previous life, when his family was in poverty, the second aunt often criticized them, both openly and covertly, saying that his mother had poor taste and married the wrong person, and that they were living in poverty, and that even they, the relatives, were ashamed. But he has been helping his family behind the scenes. During festivals, he always brings some things to his family on the pretext of buying too much. My second aunt is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She may say she dislikes me, but she is actually the most worried about me. If it were any other relative, he would definitely not help and would stay as far away from them as possible. He, Lu Xian, was not a saint who would repay evil with kindness. But he must help with the affairs of the second aunt's family. He took a breath, his tone calm and steady. Mom, this matter. Normally, I'm afraid we can't take care of it. I'm a freshman in Beijing, and I don't know anyone there. What connections can I possibly have? Where can I find out about things in the education system? You know what's going on in our family. How can ordinary people fight against others? He paused, his voice calm. To be frank, if there really is someone behind this, for a family like ours, what else can we do except accept our fate? Are you accepting your fate? Lu Xian's mother on the other end of the phone covered her mouth and cried. Xian, why is your cousin so unfortunate? He studied hard for more than 10 years, hoping to be able to get into a good university and have a bright future like you. Now everything is ruined. Your second aunt is almost going crazy. She came to see me this morning with her eyes swollen like rotten peaches. She couldn't speak coherently and kept wiping away tears. Lu Xian frowned slightly. His mother is soft-hearted, and this matter is about his second aunt's family. It seems that his second aunt has really made her anxious this time. Mom, don't get excited, he tried to calm his mother down. That's not what I meant. I meant that this matter is very complicated. Lu Xian remained silent, listening to his mother's suppressed sobs. He could imagine his mother's dilemma and anxiety at the moment. Mom, leave this to me. He sighed, his voice slowing down involuntarily. You know, this kind of thing is very complicated. You'd better not get involved. Can you do it, Xiaoxian? You can't be too stubborn about this. Xiaoxian, I feel sorry for your cousin, but I feel even more sorry for you. Don't act so arrogant. Lu Xian's mother's voice suddenly choked with sobs, with a deep sense of powerlessness, but the subject suddenly changed. Xiaoxian, you may have forgotten that when you were 4 years old, you had a high fever and were delirious. It was pneumonia. The doctor said that if you had been taken to the hospital any later, you would have died. How could our family have any money back then? Your dad was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It was me, I was the one who called your second aunt in tears. She didn't say a word. In the middle of the night, she borrowed money from everywhere and managed to scrape together enough money to save your life. She then took a car to the hospital that very night. Without your second aunt's support, you might have died long ago. Mom will remember this kindness in her heart for the rest of her life. Xiaoxian, you did the right thing. Mom supports you, but you have to do what you can. If we can't help, then we won't help. We can't just do it head on. Lu Xian's hand holding the phone suddenly stiffened, and his knuckles turned white from the force. 4 years old high fever pneumonia borrowing money from my second aunt. Some dusty, blurry fragments suddenly flashed in his mind like mist blown away by the wind. He seemed to be able to feel the dizziness he felt when he had a high fever that year, and a pair of warm hands anxiously caressing his forehead. He always thought that his impression of his second aunt's family was only those trivial complaints and occasional help, but he never expected that there was such a past hidden deep inside that was enough to change his life. He, Lu Xian, has always prided himself on being vindictive. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will retaliate even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. But at the same time, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, which is also a principle engraved in his bones. If what the mother said is true, then this kindness has long surpassed the scope of a drop of water. It is a real life-saving grace. For a moment, my second aunt's occasional harshness and criticism over the years, those sharp words but soft-hearted criticisms, didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Perhaps, it was just a habitual complaint from a middle-aged woman who was tired of life, or perhaps it was an awkward and clumsy way of expressing her concern for her loved ones? Lu Xian took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Mom, his voice was much calmer, but if you listen carefully, you could detect a subtle sense of relaxation and warmth. Don't worry, I will do my best. I'm not stupid. The sobbing on the other end of the phone obviously subsided. Xian, you. Don't worry about this matter. Lu Xian rubbed his swollen eyebrows and spoke in a much more decisive tone. Please ask my second aunt to send me Zhu Siyuan's admission ticket number, ID number, and the school and major he applied for. I'll think of a way and give it a try. But let me be clear, I can't guarantee 100% success. After all, this kind of thing involves too many things. Hey! Hey! Good. Good. Lu Xian's mother immediately burst into laughter, her voice filled with relief at surviving the disaster and indescribable excitement, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Let me say this again. If this thing can't be done, forget it. We're not some big family. Listening to his mother's repeated instructions in worried voice, Lu Xian shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. This old lady's mood changes faster than turning the pages of a book. I was crying and wiping tears just now, and now I'm worried about myself. Okay, Mom, don't worry too much about me. I haven't even started yet. He paused, then said half-jokingly in a deliberately relaxed tone, if you keep crying like this, second aunt will think that a son like me has done something to you. With her fiery temper, she might even rush to Yinjing to scratch my face. You little brat, it's already this hour and you still dare to tease your mother. Lu Xian's mother was amused by him and burst out laughing. The previous suppressed sadness and gloom dissipated a lot, and her tone became much more relaxed. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm going to get down to business. Xian, this time, thank you so much. Mom knows this matter must have taken a lot of your time and effort. Mom, we're a family, it's too formal to say these things. Lu Xian chuckled, wait for my news, I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian put the phone back in his pocket and looked out the window. Chapter 78 Is that your goddess Zhang Yining? Thank you for saving my life. Lu Xian whispered to himself, gently stroking his chin with his fingertips. In his previous life, he did not have a very good impression of his second aunt's family. Second aunt's mouth always seems to be coated with arsenic and poisoned, and the words she says can choke people to death. But now, my mother's words are like a key, opening the dusty corner deep in my memory. For years old, high fever, pneumonia, those blurry, sick and dizzy fragments now become unusually clear. He seemed to still be able to feel his little self being held in his arms, with anxious calls and suppressed cries in his ears, and a pair of slightly rough but warm hands wiping his hot forehead again and again. If his mother hadn't mentioned it, he would probably never have remembered this past event. Tisk, Lu Xian smacked his lips. The unhappiness and resentment in his heart caused by the memories of his previous life suddenly seemed a little ridiculous in the face of this heavy life-saving grace. Lu Xian has always been clear about gratitude and resentment. He will repay a drop of kindness with a spring, and the grace of saving his life will naturally not be vague. As for how to help, a name immediately flashed through his mind, Zhang Yining. Doesn't this young lady's father have some influence in the education system? Although he had previously planned to report Zhang Yining, it now seems that it would be a good idea to make use of the waste. Lu Xian took out his cell phone, found Zhang Yining's number from the address book, and dialed it directly. The phone rang 3 times before someone cautiously picked it up. Zhang Yining's voice, tinged with timidity and flattery, came through. Hello? Brother Lu Xian? Yes, it's me. Lu Xian's voice was emotionless. I need your help with something. Help. Zhang Yining on the other end of the phone was obviously nervous, her voice trembling. Brother Lu Xian, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely. I have a cousin whose college entrance exam results seem to have been replaced by someone else, Lu Xian said succinctly. Isn't your father in the education bureau? See if you can ask him to help investigate what's going on. College entrance exam results, replacing someone? Zhang Yining's voice instantly rose several degrees, then suddenly dropped again, with obvious panic in her voice. She herself was able to enter Yinqing University by faking her grades thanks to her father's connections, and was as sensitive to such things as a cat whose tail was stepped on. Brother Lu Xian, Zhang Yining's voice was a little weak, with a barely perceptible tremor. This kind of thing, it's not convenient to talk about it on the phone, right? How about we talk in person? She was afraid that Lu Xian would say something shocking on the phone. If someone heard it, it would be terrible. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't refuse. All right. You know the youth cafe on campus, right? We'll be there in half an hour. I know. I'll be there right away. Zhang Yining responded repeatedly as if she had been pardoned. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian put the car keys in his pocket. He strolled to the parking lot, opened the car door, got in, started the M4 and drove towards the cafe. Youth Cafe is a well-known restaurant in Yinqing University. It has an elegant environment and relatively affordable prices. It is the first choice for many student couples to go on dates or have group discussions. Lu Xian parked the car steadily in the parking space in front of the coffee shop, attracting the attention of many passing students. After all, on a university campus, students driving such million-dollar sports cars are still quite eye-catching. As soon as he got out of the car, two fashionably dressed girls' eyes lit up. They pushed each other and mustered up the courage to come forward. "Hello, handsome guy. Are you from our school?" One of the girls with big wavy hair smiled like a flower and said in a sweet voice. "Can you add a green bubble? We are also freshmen. We can play together in the future." Another girl with short hair also blinked her big eyes and looked at him expectantly. Lu Xian just glanced at them lightly, with no expression on his handsome face. He walked straight between the two of them and pushed open the glass door of the cafe. The cold and aloof look made the two girls stand there in a daze, feeling a little at a loss, but they also thought that this handsome guy was so cool. After entering the coffee shop, Lu Xian chose a quiet seat by the window and sat down, casually ordering 2 cups of cappuccino. Not long after, Zhang Yining rushed in like a gust of wind. She had obviously been running all the way here. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, her carefully styled long pink hair was a little messy, her chest was heaving slightly, and she was breathing heavily. Seeing Lu Xian, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over and sat down opposite him, her voice still a little unsteady. "Brother Lu Xian, huh? I'm not late, am I?" Lu Xian looked up at her and said calmly, "Not bad, quite on time." Zhang Yining nervously twirled her fingers, secretly glancing around, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu Xian, what is so important that you need to meet in person to discuss it?" She was very nervous, afraid that Lu Xian would settle the score with her. Lu Xian picked up the coffee cup, but did not drink it. He just tapped the wall of the cup with his fingertips, making a crisp sound. He raised his eyelids and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "Zhang Yining," his voice was low, but it carried an undeniable pressure. "Have you fucking forgotten who you are now? Is it your place to ask about my affairs?" His tone suddenly turned cold, with a hint of undisguised sarcasm. "I'm telling you, listen. After you've listened, do as I ask. As for those nonsense you shouldn't ask, swallow them. Understand?" Zhang Yining was frightened by his sudden power and trembled all over. Her face turned pale instantly and her breathing, which had just calmed down, became rapid again. "Yes. I'm sorry. Brother Lu Xian. It's my fault. I spoke too much." A strong sense of fear gripped her. Without thinking, she raised her hand and slapped herself in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping was particularly loud in the quiet coffee shop, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. Several students at the neighboring tables looked over in astonishment, their faces filled with surprise and gossip. "What the hell? What's going on? Why is that beautiful woman hitting herself? Did she have a fight with the boy sitting across from her? It doesn't look like it." The boy was quite calm. In a corner not far away, a boy wearing black-framed glasses and looking somewhat gentle suddenly raised his head. When he saw clearly that the person who slapped him was Zhang Yining, who had eye-catching long pink hair and was usually arrogant, he was completely stunned. "Holy crap! Old Zhu, look! Isn't that the goddess Zhang Yining you always talk about?" His companion nudged his arm and lowered his voice, his tone full of gloating. "What is she acting like? It's like she's begging for mercy from that handsome guy across the street? TSK, your goddess's private life is quite explosive." The boy called Lao Zhu felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. His face flushed red, his lips trembled, and he murmured, "No. Impossible. Yi Ning. How could she?" He watched helplessly as the goddess who was pure and innocent in his mind became so humble in front of another boy that she even slapped herself in the face. Her tearful and pitiful look made him feel distressed and at the same time, inexplicably humiliated and angry. Chapter 79 The Goddess I Have Been Chasing for 3 years. Lu Xian frowned as he looked at Zhang Yining, who was about to cry and slapping herself. "What's with all these people watching? You're afraid others won't know there's something exciting going on here, right?" What he hates most is this kind of idiot who is noisy and can't control his emotions. "That's enough." Lu Xian's tone was filled with impatience. "Put away your tricks to gain sympathy. I'm not interested in watching them. I have a cousin whose college entrance exam results seem to have been replaced by someone else. Doesn't your dad have some influence in education? Ask him to help investigate what happened. It would be great if he could solve it." He lowered his voice. "College entrance exam scores, replacing?" Zhang Yining's pupils shrank suddenly. The slap just now made her cheek burn with pain, and the horror in her heart at this moment made her hands and feet cold. "Brother Lucien," Zhang Yining's voice was tearful and trembling. She looked around cautiously, fearing that someone might be listening. This kind of thing, I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about it on the phone? How about? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. "You fight now." "Ah? Oh, okay. Zhang Yining was a little uneasy. She quickly took out her cell phone from her bag and found her father Zhang Jiangluo's number with trembling fingers. The phone rang several times before it was connected. A calm, middle-aged male voice came over. "Hello, Yining, what's up? Dad's in a meeting here." "Dad?" Zhang Yining took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound normal. She glanced at Lu Xian, who had no expression on his face, and said with a stiff upper lip, "Dad, my boyfriend has a cousin. There seems to be something wrong with his college entrance exam results this year. Someone took his place. I'd like to ask you to help find out what happened." In a hurry, she directly called Lu Xian her boyfriend, thinking that this might make her father pay more attention to him. Zhang Jianguo on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then his tone suddenly became serious. "Replacing grades? Wait a minute, tell me the name, I'll check." Why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend?" Zhang Yining blushed. "Oh, Dad, please check it out." Zhang Yining recounted the details of her cousin's situation. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianguo called soon. "Ningning, you'd better not get involved in this matter. I can't interfere." Zhang Yining was about to cry. "Dad! You have to take care of this. That's my boyfriend's younger brother." "Nonsense! How can you just meddle in this kind of thing? Who is that so-called boyfriend of yours? Let his family figure it out. Yining, I'm warning you, don't get involved in this mess, and don't drag me down with it. Do you know how many people are watching my position? Behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yining to say anything else, the phone was hung up with a click. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Zhang Yining's face turned pale, even paler than the slap mark she had just given her. She looked at Lu Xian for help, her lips trembling, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lu Xian's face darkened instantly, and his eyes were as cold as the surface of a lake in the coldest days of winter. "Zhang Yining," he said slowly, his voice low but carrying a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come, "you really don't take me seriously now, do you?" He stood up slowly, and the invisible pressure made Zhang Yining almost unable to breathe. "Follow me." Lu Xian said these 3 words and walked towards the bathroom of the coffee shop first. Zhang Yining was so frightened that she didn't dare to hesitate at all. She jumped up from her seat in a hurry and followed Lu Xian, even forgetting to pick up the exquisite little bag that fell on the ground. The other customers in the cafe were a little confused when they saw this scene. Just now the beautiful lady was slapping herself, and now she is walking one after the other with the handsome guy. What is going on? In a corner not far away, the boy named Lao Zhu, who was wearing black-framed glasses, was staring with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. "Oh my god! Lao Zhu, your goddess left with that handsome guy. Judging from the direction, it seems like she went to the bathroom?" The companion next to him poked his arm, his tone full of excitement. TSK, this plot development is quite exciting." Old Zhu's face flushed crimson, his lips trembling, and he pushed his companion's hand away. "Don't talk nonsense. Yining, she's not that kind of person." Although he said this, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had been scratched by a cat. He had liked Zhang Yining for a long time and had always regarded her as a pure and innocent goddess, but the scene just now. "Wait a moment, I'll go over and take a look." Old Zhu couldn't sit still anymore, so he left a word and stood up in a hurry. Full of doubts and a sense of foreboding, he also walked towards the bathroom. The cafe's toilets are at the end of the corridor and are divided into men's and women's. Old Zhu wandered around the door of the men's bathroom for a while, but didn't see Lu Xian come out. He looked towards the women's bathroom again, but didn't see Zhang Yining either. After a while, Zhang Yining came out. At this moment, Zhang Yining was in an extremely miserable state. Old Zhu only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was hit hard by a sledgehammer. Is this still the radiant and superior goddess Zhang Yining in his mind? Lu Xian glanced back at the distraught Zhang Yining, and said in a chilling voice, "What I told you must be done for me. Otherwise." He took out his mobile phone and clicked a few times quickly, bringing up the interface of a social media account named Little Angel exposing black material. Then, in front of Zhang Yining, he quickly edited a message, which was about the revelation that Zhang XX from Yenching University committed academic misconduct and falsified grades to gain admission, but his full name was hidden. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as being anonymous. Lu Xian's mouth curled up in a cruel arc, and his finger lightly tapped the send button. No! Don't! She let out a shrill scream, not caring that this was the corridor of a busy coffee shop. With a thump, her knees softened and she knelt straight in front of Lu Xian, holding his calves tightly with both hands. Brother Lu Xian! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please. Please delete it. I'll go ask my dad for help. I'll definitely ask him for help. Please. She cried so hard that she didn't notice old Zhu standing there like a petrified man not far away. At this moment, old Zhu felt as if the world was spinning and he was struck by lightning. His goddess. Zhang Yining, the goddess he longed for and cherished like a treasure, actually became so humble in front of a man. What on earth just happened in that cubicle? Now, she actually knelt down to this man. Lao Shu felt that his three views were shattered at this moment. That young and passionate heart of love also cracked inch by inch, fell to the ground, and broke into countless petals. It turns out that beneath the halo of the goddess lies such an unbearable scene. He just felt nauseous and his throat was burning, as if something was about to burst out. Chapter 80 Your Goddess? Just my dog. Lao Zhu felt that his worldview was shattered at this moment. It felt like there was a ball of red-hot charcoal blocking his throat, or like countless steel needles were piercing his heart, causing a burning pain and twitching. I wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Is that his broken heart? Lao Zhu and Zhang Yining are actually high school alumni. Since his freshman year in high school, when he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yining at the opening ceremony, her bold and confident smile was like a ray of bright sunshine, instantly illuminating his somewhat dark adolescence. Zhang Yining is the school belle and is the center of attention. She is pretty, cheerful, and has excellent grades. She is the center of attention wherever she goes. The boys pursuing her can line up from the school gate to the end of the street. And he, Zhu Hongliang, is just the most inconspicuous one among the countless people. He wears thick black framed glasses, has an introverted personality, and his grades are just average. He has been secretly in love with Zhang Yining for 3 years. In the past 3 years, the greatest achievement of his courage was that on the eve of graduation, he pretended to bump into her accidentally in the corridor, and then said sorry with a red face. Zhang Yining didn't even look at him, but just nodded politely, and then walked away chatting and laughing with the sisters around her. Normally, he didn't even dare to look directly into Zhang Yining's eyes, for fear that his humble thoughts would be seen through. In his heart, Zhang Yining is a fairy who is not of this world, a holy white moonlight, so shining and dazzling that he feels ashamed of himself. When he heard that Zhang Yining's goal was Yenching University, Lao Zhu studied like crazy. For a whole semester, he worked hard and made a comeback from being an average student. His college entrance examination scores were firmly ranked among the top 10 in the school. He remembered that Zhang Yining was not only the school belle, but also had always been a top student, ranking in the top 10 in every exam. He also vaguely heard that Zhang Yining seemed to be a few minutes late for the college entrance examination English test. At that time, he was worried about her. Later, when the results were announced, he saw Zhang Yining's name on the admission list of Yenching University, and he finally felt relieved. It seems that the rumors about being late are false. The goddess is indeed a goddess and is born to be a favored child of heaven. Today was the first time he accidentally met Zhang Yining at Yenching University. But the scene before him was like a thunderclap, which struck him so hard that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and shattered his 3 views. After not seeing her for a summer vacation, Zhang Yining is still the beautiful and charming Zhang Yining, but she seems no longer the superior Zhang Yining in his memory. In his impression, it was always the boys who held gifts and knelt humbly in front of Zhang Yining, begging her to take a second look. But now, why is his goddess kneeling before a man? That man old Zhu's gaze unconsciously turned to Lu Xian. His face was handsome to an extreme, yet also cold and chilling. He didn't even glance at Zhang Yining who was kneeling on the ground, as if she was just an insignificant object. Lu Xian passed by the petrified old Zhu without even glancing at him, as if he was just a piece of air in the way. Brother Lu Xian! Don't go! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Seeing Lu Xian was about to leave, Zhang Yining ignored the pain in her knees and frantically tried to pull Lu Xian's trouser legs, but Lu Xian ruthlessly threw them away. She lost her balance and fell to the ground in a mess, screaming in pain. Old Zhu reacted almost instinctively. He rushed over and squatted down to support her, Yining. Are you okay? The goddess fell. His heart tightened. Zhang Yining's face was covered with tear marks, her hair was disheveled, and her delicate makeup was smudged by tears. She looked so pitiful that old Zhu felt so distressed. However, just as his hand was about to touch Zhang Yining's arm, Zhang Yining suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of disgust and impatience, and she violently pushed his hand away. Get away, you stinky loser. Don't touch me. The sharp and piercing sound was like an icy awl, piercing Lao Zhu's heart. Stinky loser? Old Zhu was struck by lightning. He froze and all the color drained from his face. He couldn't believe that these 3 words came out of the mouth of the goddess he had been thinking about, and were spoken to him. At this moment, Zhang Yining didn't care who he was. She just felt that this person was meddling in other people's business and was an eyesore. She got up from the ground in a panic, not even bothering to shake off the dust on her body, and staggered to catch up with Lu Xian, who was almost at the door of the cafe. Yining. Old Zhu came back to his senses, an indescribable anger and heartache welling up in his heart. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Yining's wrist, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Zhang Yining. Why are you doing this to yourself? That man doesn't cherish you at all. He took a deep breath, mustered up the greatest courage he had ever had, and practically shouted, it doesn't matter if he ignores you. You still have me by your side. Xu Hongliang. I will always be by your side. I will treat you well. This sudden and affectionate confession made Zhang Yining stop. She frowned and looked at the boy in front of her with a blushing face and black-framed glasses in confusion, trying hard to search her memory. A few seconds later, she looked at Lao Zhu as if he were crazy, and spat impatiently, her tone full of contempt and disdain. No, who the hell are you? Are you sick? What the hell is it to you what I do? It's none of your business. After she finished speaking, she shook off Lao Zhu's hand and rushed to the door without looking back, still shouting anxiously, Brother Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian, wait for me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't go. Brother Lu Xian. Bang. The glass door of the cafe was slammed shut, blocking her out. In the corridor, only Lao Zhu was left, standing there like a soulless statue. Who the hell are you? Are you sick? Stinky loser. Zhang Yining's cold and harsh words were like poisoned daggers, stabbing his already broken heart countless times. Every time the knife was cut, it was filled with bloody mockery. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that he almost suffocated. My stomach was churning, and a fishy sweet smell rushed into my throat. Puff. Old Zhu suddenly bent down, and finally couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, which spurted out and splashed onto the smooth floor, like broken peach blossoms, shocking to the eye. It turned out that the goddess he had spent his entire youth looking up to only gave him one word: stinking loser, when he mustered up the courage to reach out his hand. It turns out that the so-called chosen one of heaven, the so-called pure and innocent, can be humble to the dust in front of another man, and even kneel down. Old Zhu felt completely hopeless and his vision went dark. He used up his last bit of strength to hold on to the wall to prevent himself from falling. The soft music faintly coming from the cafe now sounded to him like a funeral melody for his tragic secret love. His youth seemed over. In a humiliating and tragic way he had never imagined. Chapter 81: Kneeling in Public, Becoming a Hot Topic. Lu Xian walked out of the coffee shop. The cool autumn breeze blew past, but it couldn't blow away the coldness between his brows. Zhang Yining was a chess piece that was originally intended to be discarded after squeezing out every last bit of value. As for her father, Zhang Jianguo, who works in the education sector, he wants to clear himself of any responsibility with a casual remark of "I can't help you." What a joke. The word "forget it" does not exist in Lu Xian's dictionary. Since you, Zhang Jianguo, say you can't do it, then I will force you to do it. Lu Xian took out his mobile phone, his fingertips quickly swiped across the screen, and the browser loaded instantly. Enter the keywords Zhang Jianguo of the Education Bureau, and a slightly bloated official standard photo will appear in the search results. It is the deputy director. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc and saved the picture casually. He clicked on the familiar black icon, the Black Material app, and expertly began editing. The target, Zhang Jianguo. Just as he was about to click upload, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, accompanied by Zhang Yining's tearful scream, "Brother Lu Xian! Brother Lu Xian! Please, give me another chance. I can definitely help you. I definitely can." Zhang Yining rushed to Lu Xian like a gust of wind, her hair disheveled and her delicate makeup had long been stained by tears. She no longer had the charm of a school beauty candidate as usual. At this moment, she didn't care about the increasing number of eyes around her, nor did she care about the mobile phone cameras that had been quietly raised. She stared at Lu Xian as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. "Brother Lu Xian, please don't send out my father's name. I will go and beg him again. I will definitely ask him to help you. Please." Her voice was hoarse and full of pleading, and tears fell like beads with broken strings. Lu Xian looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes as cold as ice. "I've already given you a chance." He paused, his tone calm. "It's you who's not up to the task, and it's your father who doesn't appreciate it." The discussions around came like a tide, growing louder and clearer. "Damn, isn't that the ruthless Lu Xian who tore his cheating girlfriend apart with his bare hands before? What's going on today?" A boy wearing glasses pushed his companion and lowered his voice, his tone full of excitement. "That girl next to her, isn't she Zhang Yining, the girl who almost got picked as our department's most beautiful girl? Why is she crying like this? Did she get dumped? It looks like Zhang Yining is pursuing Lu Xian, right? But that's normal. Haven't you seen how handsome Lu Xian is? And the last time I saw him, he was driving a BMW M4, and it seemed to be a limited edition. Which girl wouldn't be confused by such a tall, rich, and handsome guy?" A fashionable girl said sourly. "Hey, stop watching. You can't learn this kind of fight between gods." A boy next to him shook his head and pretended to be deep. In another corner, someone sneered, "That's absolutely right. She was our unattainable goddess in the past, but now look at her, in front of this wealthy second-generation man with real money. Isn't she still wagging her tail and begging for mercy like a lapdog?" These harsh comments were like needles piercing Zhang Yining's heart. She knew how embarrassed and ashamed she was at the moment. But compared to the family's downfall and disgrace, what does this little bit of face mean? She looked at Lu Xian's handsome but cold face, and the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. This man really did what he said and really didn't leave her any wiggle room. She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and no longer cared about dignity or decency, let alone the flashing cell phone cameras. Plop! A muffled sound. Zhang Yining's knees softened and she knelt straight on the hard concrete floor beside Lu Xian's feet. The moment her knees touched the ground, she gasped in pain, but an even more humble plea appeared on her face. "Brother Lu Xian, can you give me one more chance? One last time. As for my dad, I'll tie him up and make him do it for you." She hugged Lu Xian's calves tightly, her face covered with tears and snot, and her voice was distorted. "Please, don't ruin me, don't ruin our family." This kneeling was earth-shattering. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence, followed by a series of gasps and suppressed exclamations. "Fuck! Kneeling? Oh my god! Zhang Yining actually knelt down to Lu Xian. Who on earth is this Lu Xian? Is he so charming? Big news. Definitely big news. Hurry up and take pictures. I've even thought of the title, Yen de Storm, former goddess is crazy about love and kneels down in public to beg for reconciliation. That title is lame. It should be shocking. The mysterious charm of Yanda's male god Lu Xian actually makes the candidate for the department beauty bow down in public. For a moment, all kinds of mobile phones and cameras were aimed at this dramatic scene, and the sounds of shutter clicks and video prompts filled the air. Those students who were originally still hesitating whether to post on WeChat Moments, or WeChat Moments are now like chicken blood, with their fingers flying, for fear of missing out on this year's biggest melon. The speed of internet communication is amazing. Just a few minutes ago, the post about #YenDeGoddess's college entrance examination scores fake hashtag posted anonymously by Lu Xian spread like a virus, and once topped the hot search list of major platforms, causing an uproar in the education circle and the general public. However, at this moment, the wind direction suddenly changed. Zhang Yining's shocking kneeling, with its explosive visual impact and popularity, instantly overshadowed the previous academic misconduct scandal. The new terms dominated the hot search list at a faster speed and with greater momentum. #YNU Goddess Zhang Yining kneels down to ask for a relationship. #YNU male god Lu Xian has a dog licker under his feet. #Yenqing University's annual emotional drama, The Fall of the Goddess. #Lu Xian, a man who makes goddesses kneel down. Those netizens who were indignantly denouncing academic corruption had not had time to dig deeper into who this person was. They were blinded by the sudden hot search and rushed into the new battlefield, marveling, gossiping, and playing with memes, having a great time. Lu Xian lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yining, who was crying while holding his calf. His eyes were still calm, as if the scene before him that was enough to shock the whole school and even the whole internet was just a boring farce. He simply lifted his foot lightly, signaling her to let go. Zhang Yining felt the unquestionable force, and the despair in her heart deepened. Chapter 82. Lu Xian has something on me. Outside the coffee shop, there was already a lot of noise. Holy crap! He's really kneeling. Am I seeing things? A boy rubbed his eyes vigorously and nudged his companion. Old Wang, pinch me, am I dreaming? Our Chinese department's beauty candidate, Zhang Yining, is kneeling before Lu Xian? Hissed the boy called Lao Wang, gasped, forgetting to chew the Rujiamo in his hand. Who the hell is this Lu Xian? Why didn't I realize how awesome he is before? In the crowd, many boys were beating their chests and stamping their feet, their hearts broken like dumpling fillings. That was Zhang Yining. The goddess who usually looked down on everyone and ignored everyone was now as humble as dust. It's over, it's over. My youth is over, a boy wearing glasses wailed, his voice tinged with tears. My goddess Yining, how could this happen? Of course, there are also different voices. Several girls gathered together, whispering. I think Zhang Yining is quite brave. What's wrong with lowering her status for love? A girl with twin ponytails defended herself, her eyes sparkling with longing for romantic love. That's right, the girl next to them immediately agreed, and don't you think Lu Xian is really handsome? He was too low-key when choosing the school hunk before. If he stood out, who would have a chance? Zhang Yining has good taste. He's handsome, but this is too. Another girl curled her lips and muttered quietly, it feels like a TV drama, too dramatic. Various comments came like a wave, some expressing sympathy, some expressing confusion, some expressing contempt, and some simply wanting to watch the fun. Lu Xian was in the center of the hustle and bustle, but it seemed as if there was an invisible barrier between him and the crowd. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Yining, who was still holding his calf tightly and crying, and his brows frowned almost imperceptibly. This woman, isn't that shameful enough? It's not that he sympathizes with women, but he just thinks it's a bit embarrassing to cry in public. Don't you think it's embarrassing that you're like this? Lu Xian's voice was not loud, which made her cry pause. Zhang Yining raised her head with tears in her eyes and met Lu Xian's bottomless eyes. There was no pity in them, only indifference. Her heart trembled, and the chill was worse than the pain from her knees hitting the ground. Get up right now. Lu Xian's tone remained calm, yet it carried an unquestionable command. Go back to your dad and get this done. He paused slightly, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Yining's tear-stained face, a hint of sarcasm curling up at the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is the last time. He spoke these words very softly, as if they were just whispers between lovers, but they were full of power. Only Zhang Yining, who was close to him, could hear them clearly. Every word hit her heart like a hammer. Zhang Yining's whole body trembled, as if a weak electric current was injected into her. She knew that this was Lu Xian's final ultimatum. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all shame and embarrassment. Lu Xian swung his legs impatiently. The force was not strong, but it was enough to make the distraught Zhang Yining let go of her hand. Without even looking at her, he turned around and tried to leave through the crowd. Brother Lu Xian! Zhang Yining screamed, ignoring the severe pain in her knee, and hurriedly got up from the ground. She knew she had to grasp this last straw. When the crowd around saw that the main person had spoken and one of the protagonists was about to leave, they began to boo and jeer in ambiguous ways. Oh my god! Lu Xian is so handsome! He dumps such a beautiful goddess like that? A real man never looks back at an explosion, oh no, never looks back at a kneeling goddess. He is truly a role model for our generation. This operation cannot be learned, really cannot be learned. A boy shook his head, his face full of admiration. Zhang Yining wiped the tears and snot from her face, no longer caring about her image. She listened to the harsh discussions around her, feeling extremely humiliated, but she forced a trace of stubbornness on her face. She turned around and shouted at the onlookers, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman chasing a handsome man?" After saying that, she ignored the stunned expressions of those people and limped and chased in the direction where Lu Xian left in a miserable state. The crowd erupted in even louder laughter and whistles. Oh my god, what a reversal! The goddess becomes a bootlicker, and she's still stubborn. He has character. I like it. Even though he's on his knees, his spirit is commendable. This farce, with Lu Xian's indifference and Zhang Yining's frantic pursuit, temporarily came to an end. But the online storm had only just begun. Zhang Yining jogged all the way and finally caught up with Lu Xian in the parking lot. She didn't dare get any closer, but just watched from afar as Lu Xian opened the car door and got into the eye-catching BMW M4. It was not until the blue sports car disappeared from sight that Zhang Yining leaned against a tree, exhausted, gasping for breath. After calming down, huge fear and trepidation overwhelmed her like a tide. She took out her cell phone from her bag tremblingly, and there were still traces of tears on the screen from her crying just now. Her fingertips trembled and she pressed the wrong numbers several times before she finally dialed her father Zhang Jiangwo's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Zhang Jiangwo's slightly tired and impatient voice came from the other end. "Hello, Yining, what's up? Dad is busy here." "Dad." Zhang Yining's disguise and strength instantly collapsed when she heard her father's voice, and she could no longer hold back her tears. "Dad, you must help me. Please. What's wrong? Why are you crying so much? What a shame." Zhang Jianguo frowned and said sternly, "Didn't I tell you that I can't take care of that matter? Why are you still?" "Yes, and no. Anyway, Dad, you have to help me this time." Zhang Yining babbled incoherently, almost jumping up and down in anxiety. "Lu Xian is my boyfriend. I love him so much. You have to help him." In order to increase her persuasiveness, she once again used the word boyfriend and even added the corny embellishment of "I love him very much." Zhang Jianguo on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, obviously confused by his daughter's sudden boyfriend and loving him very much. He cleared his throat, his tone still serious. "Nonsense. Can you just interfere in something like college entrance examination substitution? Besides, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Who is this Lu Xian? What does his family do?" "Oh, Dad." Zhang Yining stamped her feet anxiously. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Anyway, he is very important to me. You must help him with this matter. I beg you, Dad." Zhang Jianguo sighed, his tone softening slightly, but still firm. "Yining, it's not that Dad won't help you. This kind of thing is too complicated, with too many hidden dangers. If you don't handle it well, it could easily backfire. Do you know how many people are watching my position? Let your so-called boyfriend figure it out on his own. Don't get involved, and don't drag me down with you." Hearing her father's refusal again, Zhang Yining's heart sank to the bottom. She took a deep breath, knowing that begging like this would be futile. Her voice suddenly calmed down, trembling with a hint of despair. "Dad, what if I tell Lu Xian about my college entrance examination and he knows everything?" "What?" Zhang Jianguo's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. His originally calm tone suddenly became sharp. "What did you say? What did he know?" Zhang Yining closed her eyes, tears welling up again. "He knows my college entrance exam results are fake, Dad. He knows everything. He has detailed evidence, and he made a PPT. If you don't help him this time, he will expose my affairs. Then, not only will I be finished, you will be implicated too, Dad. You idiot." Zhang Jianguo's voice was shaking with anger, and he practically roared, "My silly daughter. How could you tell him something like this? Even if you love him so much, you can't let anyone else get hold of this. You're digging your own grave. Do you want to drag me down with you?" He couldn't believe his ears. He had worked so hard to climb to where he was today, being so cautious and careful, afraid of making any mistakes, but in the end, everything was ruined by his good-for-nothing daughter. "No. Dad. I didn't tell him." Zhang Yining cried inconsolably and gasped for breath. "I don't know how he knew that. He knows it in so much detail, every number, everything is crystal clear. He has a PPT, Dad. This is no joke. If it were to get out, our family would be ruined. All your life's work would be in vain." Zhang Jianguo felt dizzy as he listened to his daughter's cries filled with fear and despair. PPT. Evidence. Who was this Lu Xian, and how could he have such secret and detailed information? A chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Zhang Jianguo's hand holding the phone felt uncontrollable trembling for the first time. He realized that this time, he might be in real trouble. Chapter 83 1353 Exchanges of Interests. The BMW M4 was parked steadily in a secluded corner near Yincheng University. Lu Xian turned off the engine. He placed one hand on the steering wheel, tapping it unconsciously with his fingertips, while he took out his cell phone with the other hand. The screen lit up and he clicked on the familiar black icon Black Material app. Zhang Yining's father, Zhang Jianguo. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. I can still vividly remember Zhang Yining crying and kneeling down to beg at the entrance of the coffee shop just now, and the source of all this points to the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Let me see how clean you, the deputy director, are. Lu Xian muttered to himself, and selected the official standard photo of Zhang Jianguo that he had saved earlier, which was a bit bloated, and uploaded it. A faint blue light flashed on the phone screen. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the app interface, Zhang Jianguo's ID photo with a bureaucratic smile was instantly surrounded by countless fine light blue data streams, as if a scan and analysis with atomic precision was being carried out. The data stream sometimes converges and sometimes disperses, accompanied by a slight electric current sound effect, giving it a full sense of technology. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and waited quietly. He was already familiar with this process. After a few seconds, perhaps a dozen, the data stream suddenly stabilized, then receded like the tide, and clear text appeared on the screen. Name, Zhang Jianguo. Gender, male. Age, 52. Occupation, Deputy Director of the Dongting Municipal Education Bureau. A series of basic information was listed, but Lu Xian just glanced over it briefly, as it was not the main point. He waited patiently for the sequel, which was the real show. Sure enough, the text on the screen changed again. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. The progress bar moved forward at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost in a flash. Black material generated. Next, there are the familiar exchange options. Option 1, 1,000 points to exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and was about to make a choice between points and redemption vouchers. After all, for a person of Zhang Jianguo's level, negative information would not come cheap. However, the next second, the prompt that popped up on the screen made him slightly startled. It has been detected that the target person's negative information involves many people and has a wide range of influence. In order to maintain the balance of system data, this negative information will be provided free of charge. Lu Xian's fingertips paused, a playful smile on his face. Free? The sun is rising from the west? This stingy system has actually changed its nature today? He touched his chin, feeling that things might not be that simple. A free lunch often tastes the best. Maintaining system data balance? That sounds very high-sounding, but I think you're worried that this melon is too big and there's too much data? Lu Xian chuckled and complained to the air. However, don't refuse the negative information that comes to your door for free. The next moment, the core negative information about Zhang Jianguo exploded in front of Lu Xian like a blockbuster bomb. Core details of the scandal: Zhang Jianguo, Deputy Director of the Dongting Municipal Education Bureau, was involved in a total of 1,353 instances of various forms of profiteering during his 25-year career in the education system. Even though Lu Xian was used to seeing all kinds of dirty things, he couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. 1,353 times. He quickly did some mental math: 25 years, an average of over 50 times per year. This meant that almost every week, Deputy Director Zhang was engaging in a power for money transaction or favor-giving scheme. Fuck. Lu Xian couldn't help but curse, a trace of horror flashing in his eyes. Zhang Jianguo, does he treat the Education Bureau like his own backyard and his power like an ATM? How can the waters of the education sector be so shady? He originally thought that Zhang Jianguo had at most tampered with his daughter's college entrance examination, and had also committed some routine corruption and bribery, but he did not expect that beneath the iceberg lay such a shocking corruption network. The information on the screen continued to refresh, and a more detailed description emerged. Detailed description: the target, Zhang Jianguo, came from a poor farming family. Through his own hard work, he entered university and became a civil servant after graduation. Starting as a grassroots township clerk, he steadily rose through the ranks of the education system, ultimately rising to the position of Deputy Director of the Dongting Municipal Education Bureau. His struggle is an inspiring example. However, beneath this glamorous appearance, he exploited his position for over 2 decades to meddle in numerous matters, including but not limited to the allocation of elementary school enrollment quotas, transfers to key junior high school classes, high school selection criteria, university special admissions recommendations, teacher title evaluations, misappropriation of education funds, and kickbacks in textbook procurement. He engaged in 1,353 acts of profiteering. An inspirational example? Lu Xian scoffed, his tone filled with sarcasm. How can this be inspirational? This is clearly a history of the downfall of a poor family kid, a record of the development of an educational parasite. He seemed to be able to see that behind those 1,353 transactions were the helpless sighs of countless families, the destinies of countless students that had been tampered with, and the eyes that were thirsty for knowledge that had been blinded. A complete poisonous insect. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. What shocked him even more was the scale of the negative PPT generated by the system. This negative information has been automatically organized into a 14,888-page PPT format, including detailed text records, photocopies of relevant bills, screenshots of bank statements, excerpts of call recordings, a relationship map of key figures, and some video footage. 14,888 pages. Lu Xian felt his temples throbbing as he looked at the figure. This wasn't even a PowerPoint presentation, it was a complete encyclopedia of Zhang Jianguo's criminal career. On average, each exchange of interests was supported by nearly 10 pages of documentation. One could only imagine how detailed it was. System, you really spent a lot of money this time. Lu Xian slid the screen and quickly flipped through several pages of PPT thumbnails. Pictures, tables, densely packed text, every page reveals unquestionable, irrefutable evidence. He noticed a detail: in the records involving specific transactions, the name, photo and video footage of the other party who exchanged interests with Zhang Jianguo were all covered with thick mosaics, leaving only Zhang Jianguo as a clear target. Oh? You even know how to censor it? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Are you worried that I'm going to wipe out all my connections in the Dongting City education sector in one fell swoop, and your system server won't be able to handle it? He changed his mind and felt that the system might have other plans. System prompt: to avoid triggering widespread social panic and uncontrollable chain reactions, this free black material is only available for the core target, Zhang Jianguo. The information of the other individuals involved has been blurred. If the host wishes to obtain the complete black material of a specific related person, they must still redeem it according to the normal process. This system is committed to precise strikes and opposes indiscriminate map-based attacks. Yeah, it's also precision strikes against map-based attacks. Lu Xian was amused by the system's whimsical operation. To put it bluntly, they're just worried that I'll get too much for free and affect your subsequent points income? What a profiteer system that won't give up until it sees the rabbit. However, he also understood that the negative information about Zhang Jianguo alone was enough to shock the world. Lu Xian took a deep breath and turned off the phone screen. The car fell into silence again, but his heart was already surging. Zhang Jianguo, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, 1,353 exchanges of favors over 14,000 pages of incriminating evidence. He originally just wanted Zhang Jianguo to do a small favor to solve the problem of his cousin's college entrance examination scores being replaced. It now seems that Deputy Director Zhang himself is in danger. I just wanted to make you bleed a little, but you insisted on being pretentious with me. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, but the cold curve at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Now, I wonder if you, Deputy Director Zhang, can accept this great gift? He could already imagine how wonderful Zhang Jianguo's bureaucratic smile would become when part of this generous gift was quietly delivered to him. Chapter 84: Underestimating Lu Xian's Strength. Lu Xian tapped his fingertips on the screen of his mobile phone and carefully selected a page from the 14,888-page PPT and took a screenshot. There is not much content, just a blurry surveillance camera remake with a few lines of text description, recording that half a month ago, Zhang Jianguo, Deputy Director of the Dongting Municipal Education Bureau, had a cordial conversation with a friend in a private room of a high-end tea house, and eventually helped the friend's child solve the problem of admission to a key primary school. Compared with those 1,353 shocking exchanges of interests, this little thing is just a drizzle. Lu Xian chose a recent event to wake Zhang Jianguo up, otherwise Lu Xian was worried that Zhang Jianguo would not remember the past. After all, he had done so many things over the years. He sent the screenshot to Zhang Yining via social media, along with a short message. Let your father take a look at this scene. Does it look familiar to him? My patience is limited. I hope to see a satisfactory result tomorrow regarding my cousin's matter. You know I'm impatient and don't like to wait for people. Message sent successfully. On the other hand, Zhang Yining had just recovered from the nightmare of public kneeling. She hid in the bathroom of the dormitory and slapped her tear-stained face with cold water. The phone rang softly, and she shivered with fear, almost dropping it into the pool. When she saw the sender was Lu Xian, her heart instantly rose to her throat and she clicked it with trembling hands. When Zhang Yining saw the screenshot and the text below clearly, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. In the photo, that middle-aged man with a wrinkled face smiling in the teahouse, who else could it be but her father Zhang Jianguo? Dad! Zhang Yining's lips trembled, her face pale as paper. Lu Xian! How could Lu Xian have such a thing? Who the hell is he? Fear was like an invisible hand, tightly strangling her throat. She no longer cared about her face and decency, grabbed her cell phone and rushed out of the bathroom. She didn't care about the strange looks from her roommates, stumbled to the balcony, and called Zhang Jianguo. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Zhang Jianguo's voice came from the other end, sounding a little drunk, as if he was socializing. Hello, Yining, it's so late, what's the matter? Dad is busy here. There was a hint of displeasure at being interrupted in his tone. Dad! Zhang Yining's voice was filled with tears as she opened her mouth, almost screaming, Dad! Something happened. Something terrible. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? Zhang Jianguo was a little irritated by his daughter's distraught tone. He lowered his voice and scolded, Talk it over. What's wrong with crying like that? Dad! Lu Xian, he has your photo. Zhang Yining spoke incoherently and tremblingly relayed the screenshots and text content sent by Lu Xian to Zhang Jianguo. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jianguo's voice, which was originally a little drunken, suddenly became much more sober. When he finished listening to his daughter's narration, especially the sentence, Help your friend's child get a place in a key primary school, his originally calm heart suddenly sank. Photos? What photos? Zhang Jianguo was no longer drunk, and his voice revealed a barely perceptible nervousness. He quickly recalled that something like this did happen in the tea house half a month ago. For him, helping the child of an old friend of a friend get a place in primary school is just a piece of cake. He has no idea how many such things he has to deal with every year. He also said, I want you to see if he looks familiar. Zhang Yining sobbed and repeated Lu Xian's original words. Zhang Jianguo held the mobile phone, a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his back felt a little cold. How could Lu Xian actually get something like this? Was it a coincidence, or? He forced himself to remain calm and said into the phone, Yining, don't panic. It's just a photo. What does it mean? Is your boyfriend trying to scare me with this? Dad! He's not trying to scare me. Don't forget that he knows about my college entrance exam. Zhang Yining finally said the most crucial sentence, her voice full of despair. Oh, yes. I was confused. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Jianguo felt a buzzing in his head and almost crushed his phone. He personally handled his daughter's college entrance exam and thought he had done it perfectly. How could Lu Xian know about this? He knows everything, he said he has detailed evidence. PPT. Zhang Yining's voice became smaller and smaller, filled with deep fear. Zhang Jianguo was shocked and angry at this moment, but he felt more of a chill as if he was being targeted by an unknown force. He was silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. This Lu Xian was definitely not simple. Yining, give me his contact information. No, tell him I want to see him. I'll book a flight right now and rush to Yanjing tonight. I want to see what kind of monster he is. Zhang Jianguo's voice became gloomy, carrying the pressure of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. He thought to himself, even if a college student has something in his hand, how big a wave can he make? I have been in the officialdom for decades, what have I not seen? Most of them are young people who don't know their place and want to extort some benefits. Dad, he is not easy to deal with. Zhang Yining wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhang Jianguo. All right. Don't worry about it. Send me your location, and I'll go straight to your school when I get there, and then you take me to see him. Zhang Jianguo's tone left no room for doubt. What a little bastard, can't I deal with him? Don't worry, Daddy is here. Tonight, I'll make him keep all those so-called secrets to himself. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianguo immediately asked his secretary to book the next flight to Yanjing. At the same time, he used his connections within the education system to retrieve Lu Xian's academic records. A few minutes later, detailed information about Lu Xian was sent to his mobile phone. Lu Xian, male, 19 years old, a freshman in the computer science department of Yanqing University. Zhang Jianguo read every word, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. When he saw the column about family background, which stated that his parents were ordinary farmers and that his family was poor, and that they had only just managed to escape poverty, his frown suddenly relaxed, and he even let a sneer appear at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I thought he had a remarkable background, but after all this time, you're just a poor student?" Zhang Jianguo's heart was immediately relieved. In his opinion, this powerless and poor boy was the easiest to deal with. Either give him some money to keep him quiet, or put a little pressure on him to make him behave. A young man who just escaped poverty dares to act so rudely in front of me? You don't know how to live or die. Zhang Jianguo snorted coldly, with a hint of contempt and ruthlessness in his eyes. He had already thought of 7 or 8 ways to make Lu Xian obedient. As for the PPT and detailed evidence his daughter mentioned, he didn't take it to heart at all. Most likely, this guy heard something from somewhere and exaggerated it, trying to blackmail you. Even if someone were caught on camera doing something as trivial as helping a friend's child secure a place in primary school, what would happen? At most, it would be considered an illegal operation that could be suppressed with a little effort. He had no idea that what Lu Xian sent him was just the tip of the iceberg, an appetizer. And that main course of more than 14,000 pages is enough to completely bury his entire career, as well as the rest of his life. Zhang Yining was still immersed in great fear. She was unable to clearly describe to her father how terrifying Lu Xian was, nor did she tell him about his almost demonic methods and cold-blooded and ruthless nature. In her opinion, her father is the deputy director, and he holds a high position of power and authority, so he will definitely be able to solve everything. Chapter 85. Meet in Yanjing tonight. Zhang Yining clutched her phone, her palms full of cold sweat, and her fingertips turned slightly white from the force. She took several deep breaths before mustering up the courage to call Lu Xian. Every time the waiting tone sounded, it was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. "Hello." Lu Xian's voice was still cold from the other end of the phone, without any emotion. Brother Lu Xian." Zhang Yining's voice was shaking and a little hoarse from crying. My dad, he wants to see you. He said he'll be in Yanjing tonight." "Oh? Pretty quick." Lu Xian's tone was calm, as if he was just discussing an insignificant matter. "Okay, I got it. You guys decide on the location, and let me know when it's ready." This extraordinary calmness made Zhang Yining's fear deepen a little. She bit her lower lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally, driven by an inexplicable impulse, she lowered her voice and said in a volume close to a whisper, "Brother Lu Xian, and my dad, he seems to want to deal with you. You'd better be prepared." After saying this, Zhang Yining felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, her heart was pounding, and her hands and feet were cold. She didn't know why she reminded Lu Xian, since that man was obviously her father. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Lu Xian let out a barely audible chuckle, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Deal with me? Ha, it seems your dad still isn't satisfied and wants to solve the problem from the root?" He paused, a hint of teasing in his tone, "But you did quite well this time. You know who your master is." "I?" Zhang Yining's cheeks flushed instantly. The words "know who your master is" hit her like an electric current, making her feel ashamed, but at the same time, a strange, recognized joy welled up in the depths of her heart. Brother Lu Xian actually praised me. He actually said I did a good job. This feeling made her forget her father's impending wrath and her own predicament. "That's it," Lu Xian said lightly and hung up the phone. Zhang Yining held the beeping cell phone in her hand, her heart racing in her chest and her cheeks burning. The compliment just now was like a piece of honey, bringing a hint of sweetness to her chaotic heart. As long as I can get Brother Lu Xian's approval, it seems that everything I do is worth it. She had no idea that she had unknowingly handed over her father's trump card. Poor Zhang Jianguo was still on the flight to Yanjing, rubbing his hands in anticipation, imagining how to crush that ignorant poor student, but he didn't know that his own daughter had turned against him and become the enemy's messenger. As the night deepens, the autumn wind in Yanjing becomes particularly bleak. Zhang Jianguo rushed to the vicinity of his daughter's school and sat down in a private room of a restaurant that Zhang Yining had booked in advance. Zhang Yining was the only one in the private room, with her head down, fidgeting restlessly. Where are they? That kid named Lu Xian hasn't arrived yet? Zhang Jianguo glanced at his watch, his brows knitted into knots, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction. He's so arrogant. He makes me, an elder, wait for him? He snorted heavily, picked up the teacup and took a sip, but the tea could not extinguish the anger in his heart. Dad, don't be angry. Brother Lu Xian, he might have been delayed by something. Zhang Yining defended Lu Xian in a low voice, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Zhang Jianguo suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes slashing across his daughter's face like a knife. Silly girl. It's already this time, and you're still speaking for him? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? He has something against our family and is threatening us. Do you understand? He grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, pointing at Zhang Yining's nose. I'm telling you, when he comes, you can't say a word. Just wait and see how I deal with this ignorant brat. I'll make him know how capable the Horse King is. Zhang Yining lowered her head after being scolded by her father and dared not say anything. However, her heart was in turmoil. She was worried that her father would really do something to Lu Xian, but she also secretly hoped that Lu Xian could resolve everything lightly as he did before. At this moment, the door of the private room creaked and was pushed open from the outside without even the courtesy of knocking. Zhang Jianguo was full of anger. When he heard the sound, he turned around suddenly, ready to take the initiative and give the other party a warning. Standing at the doorway was a tall young man in simple casual attire, his hands casually tucked into his trouser pockets. He had an indifferent expression, his eyes as calm as a bottomless ancient pond. It was Lu Xian. Zhang Jianguo looked at Lu Xian and had to admit that this boy was indeed handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a temperament far beyond his peers. Judging from their appearance alone, standing next to his daughter, they are truly a match made in heaven. It's a pity. He threatened me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Jianguo's anger grew instead of subsiding. The more outstanding this kid was, the more annoying he felt. Brother Lu Xian, you're here. Seeing this, Zhang Yining quickly stood up and walked towards him like a frightened little rabbit. She subconsciously wanted to hold Lu Xian's arm to seek a sense of security. Lu Xian, however, subtly dodged her touch by moving to the side. His gaze passed over her and landed directly on Zhang Jianguo, whose face was ashen, sitting in the main seat. A subtle smile curved the corners of his mouth as he said with a forced smile, Deputy Director Zhang, huh? Nice to meet you. This kid. Too arrogant. Zhang Jianguo was so angry at Lu Xian's arrogant attitude that he almost slammed the table on the spot. What does nice to meet you mean? Doesn't this guy even know the most basic manners? Lu Xian seemed completely unaware of Zhang Jianguo's fiery eyes. He walked straight to the table, casually pulled out the chair next to Zhang Yining, and sat down with his arms and legs spread out. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was the master here. Uncle, Lu Xian leaned back slightly in his chair, his tone as flat as if he was chatting with an unrelated person. Time is precious, let's not beat around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. This made Zhang Jianguo furious, his lungs almost bursting with rage. This kid was too arrogant. How rude. He simply treats me, the deputy director, like nothing. He was about to explode when he saw Lu Xian slowly take out his cell phone from his pocket and casually threw it on the old wooden round table in the private room with a pop. The phone slid a short distance and stopped right in front of Zhang Jianguo. Uncle, you should take a look at what's inside first. Lu Xian crossed his legs leisurely, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it without paying attention to others, took a deep puff, and then blew a light smoke ring towards Zhang Jianguo, his eyes filled with a hint of contempt. It's not too late to get angry after you finish reading it. Zhang Jianguo was stunned by Lu Xian's series of smooth movements, and the words of criticism he had prepared in his heart were forced back into his mouth. He looked at the black cell phone on the table, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. His condescending attitude unconsciously diminished a little. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, reached out, and picked up the mobile phone on the table somewhat stiffly. Chapter 86, A Life or Death Struggle? The barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Zhang Jianguo let out a breath. Even though the air conditioning in the private room was turned on high, a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. For some reason, he felt inexplicably guilty when facing the young Lu Xian in front of him. This kid is so calm that he doesn't seem like a college student who has just reached adulthood. He stretched out his hand, and when his fingertips touched the cold screen of the phone, he paused slightly. The screen lit up, showing the very PPT that he had previously scoffed at. The first page was a photo of him at the Jingxin Tea House half a month ago, with a few lines of small words next to it, recording the time, place, box number, and his deeds of helping an old friend's child to get a place in a key primary school. Even the brand and approximate market price of the set of purple clay teapots given by the other party were clearly marked. Zhang Jiangwo's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart skipped a beat. How is this possible? He forced himself to remain calm and slid his fingers stiffly to the right. Page 2, page 3. Every page is a stain, a transaction in his working life over the past 20 years. Time, place, people the other party is censored, course of events, amount or items involved, some even come with screenshots of bank transactions, or a few key text summaries of call recordings. All those things he had deliberately forgotten, thought had been buried deep, and even those things he thought he had done perfectly, were now transformed into cold words and pictures, nakedly displayed before his eyes. He saw a photo taken 5 years ago. In a luxuriously decorated KTV box, he was hugging the shoulders of an educational equipment supplier, his face beaming with smiles. There were several thick envelopes on the table. He also saw a photocopy of a document from 10 years ago, with his flamboyant signature on it, which was about the misappropriation of a special education fund. He remembered that he had to use several layers of connections and went to great lengths to suppress that matter, thinking that no one would know about it. The color on Zhang Jiangwo's face faded little by little, and cold sweat slid down his temples and dripped onto the dark tablecloth, leaving a small wet mark. The hand holding the phone began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. This wasn't some PowerPoint presentation, it was clearly a ledger of his crimes. A death warrant that would doom him to eternal damnation. He turned the pages one by one, and the more he turned, the colder his heart became, and the more his hands trembled. The terrifying number of 14,888 pages circled in his mind, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Who the hell is this guy? How could he possibly know so much detail? At this moment, he finally understood how wrong he was. He completely underestimated Lu Xian's strength and overestimated his own energy. When he turned to a certain page and saw a blurry photo of himself, drunk and supported by a young woman as he walked into a high-end hotel, Zhang Jiangwo could no longer hold back and almost threw his phone away. Who? He breathed heavily, reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and coughed heavily a few times, trying to cover up his loss of composure. The air in the private room seemed to freeze, leaving only his increasingly rapid breathing. Finally, he put down his phone tremblingly, slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Xian. On that normally dignified face, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and his voice was barely perceptible with a hint of hoarseness and flattery. Lu Xian, look at what a fuss this has caused. Actually, we're all family, why make things so awkward? He tried to make his tone sound more friendly, even with a hint of elder's kindness. As for you and Yining, I actually saw through it a long time ago. Yining has been spoiled by me since she was a child. She has a bad temper, but she has a kind heart. It's a blessing for her and for our Zhang family that you like her. Zhang Yining was stunned listening to this. Her little face turned red instantly. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers nervously picking at the corner of her clothes. She had never expected that her usually strict father would have such a 180-degree turn in his attitude. Dad, what are you talking about? She muttered softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's, but her heart was beating like a little rabbit. Brother Lu Xian, about me? Seeing his daughter like this, Zhang Jiangwo cursed her inwardly, idiot, but smiled even more kindly. Yining, look at you, you're still shy. Lu Xian is so outstanding, you better seize the opportunity. Mom and Dad support you. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Xian, his smile growing even brighter, as if the domineering deputy director just now was just an illusion. Lu Xian, when you young people are in love, it's not right for us, as elders, to interfere too much. However, since you two are so close, have you ever considered when to finalize the marriage? I know your family's financial situation might be, a little difficult for now. It's okay. Zhang Jiangwo waved his hand, looking generous. Car, house, our family will take care of it all. As long as you two live in harmony, that's better than anything else. Ha ha. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits, as if Lu Xian was already his son-in-law. Zhang Yining was standing aside, her cheeks so red that they seemed to bleed. She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Dad actually agreed and even bought us a car and a house. This silly girl was completely immersed in her own unrealistic fantasy and was completely unaware of the strange intense atmosphere in the private room. Oh. A very light sneer broke the tenderness and affection that Zhang Jianguo directed and acted in. Lu Xian's crossed legs swayed gently, cigarette smoke curled between his fingers. He looked at Zhang Jianguo with a half-smile, his eyes full of undisguised contempt and mockery. Deputy Director Zhang, he began slowly, each word a slap in the face. It's only what time is it, and you're already talking nonsense? Or are you already drunk before you even have a drink? Zhang Jianguo's smile froze on his face in an instant, and his muscles twitched unnaturally twice. Your precious daughter, Lu Xian's gaze turned to the still blushing Zhang Yining, his lips curled up in a playful arc. If I tell her to go east, will she dare to go west? If I tell her to kneel down, will she dare to stand? Just based on this, you want to talk to me about marriage? Deputy Director Zhang, don't you think this is ridiculous? When Zhang Yining heard this, the blush on her face instantly faded and turned pale. Shame, embarrassment, and a sense of inexplicable grievance surged in her heart, and her eyes suddenly turned red. The muscles on Zhang Jianguo's face trembled even more violently, turning blue and white, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart and said in a dry voice, Lu Xian, my friend, leave a way out for us so that we can meet again in the future. You are still young and have a long way to go. There is no need to do things so drastically, right? Oh? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Deputy Director Zhang, do you mean to fight to the death with me? You. Zhang Jianguo suddenly stood up from his chair, and because he stood up too quickly, he almost knocked over the chair behind him. His face flushed crimson, his eyes widened as he pointed at Lu Xian, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Lu Xian. Don't go too far. I, Zhang Jianguo, have been in Dongting City for decades, and I'm not a pushover. If you push me to the limit, the worst that can happen is that we'll all be finished together. He tried to regain a little dignity and initiative by using this attitude of mutual destruction. However, Lu Xian just looked at him indifferently, his eyes as calm as if he was looking at a clown. The next second, Lu Xian suddenly reached out and picked up the cup that Zhang Jianguo had just filled with tea. Bang! A cup of boiling hot tea was poured right onto Zhang Jianguo's face, which was twisted with anger. Tea leaves and water droplets flowed down his astonished cheeks, looking very miserable. Ah! Zhang Yining screamed in fright and covered her mouth. Zhang Jianguo was stunned by the sudden cup of hot tea. His mind went blank and he felt a burning pain on his face. Damn it, I gave you face, didn't I? Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned cold, with a chilling murderous aura. You still dare to fight to the death with me? He stood up suddenly and slammed the empty cup in his hand onto the table with a dull bang. Come on. I'm barefoot, why should I be afraid of you who wears shoes? Lu Xian took a step closer, his eyes sharp as a knife, piercing Zhang Jianguo's heart. I'm going to post this stuff online right now. I'll make you, Deputy Director Zhang, a hot search headline in a minute. Do you believe it or not? Before you even leave this door today, someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission Investigation Bureau will come over and invite you back for tea? Chapter 87 The Desperate Zhang Family Father and Daughter. Zhang Jianguo watched Lu Xian's slender fingers slide slowly across the phone screen. His fingertips pressed 3 numbers and finally stopped at the dial button on the dial interface, as if he was about to press it in the next second. His mind buzzed, and all his official authority, calculations, and anger were washed away by fear in that instant. In his eyes, the cold screen of the mobile phone was more terrifying than a death warrant. No! No, no, no! Zhang Jianguo almost rolled and crawled up from the chair. Because he moved too violently, his knee hit the corner of the table hard. He grimaced in pain, but he didn't care. He took 2 steps at a time and trotted to Lu Xian's side, with a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He grabbed Lu Xian's wrist as he was about to press the dial button. Lu Xian. My dear son-in-law. Oh, my dear son-in-law. Zhang Jianguo's voice was filled with tears, but he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of angering the gentleman. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just kidding. Uncle was just joking with you to liven up the atmosphere. Look at you, kid, why did you take it so seriously? His other hand trembled as he fished out a cigarette box from his pocket. He didn't even bother to check the brand. He randomly pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Xian with both hands, his waist bent almost 90 degrees. Come on, my dear son-in-law, have a cigarette, calm down, calm down. We are all family, and we should not have different opinions. He looked so servile and fawning, without any dignity of a deputy director at all. He was just like a fawning waiter. Zhang Yining watched on, stunned. When had she ever seen her powerful father like this? For a moment, she even forgot to be afraid and just watched stupidly. Lu Xian didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, letting Zhang Jianguo grab his wrist, his tone flat and calm. Family? Deputy Director Zhang, I can't afford to marry you. Oh, my dear son-in-law, that's a bit too formal, isn't it? Zhang Jianguo's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes on the back were soaked. Your cousin's matter is just a matter of a word. Uncle will definitely handle it for you. It's just a small misunderstanding here. Let me explain. He swallowed hard, carefully formulating his words. My dear son-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that this matter is a bit tricky. I've also secretly checked, and your cousin's grades were indeed tampered with. They disappeared out of thin air. But they did it so cleanly, leaving no trace at all. I suspect the person behind this is quite powerful and has a lot of ulterior motives. So, that's why I didn't dare to act rashly. I was afraid of alerting the enemy and ruining the situation. Don't you agree? As Zhang Jianguo spoke, he secretly observed Lu Xian's expression. Seeing that he didn't react, he felt a little relieved and continued crying. Think about it, if the other party didn't have such powerful connections, how could he have done it so flawlessly? I'm doing this to protect you and our Yining. What if I provoke someone I shouldn't? The consequences. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to shift the blame to a fictitious powerful opponent. Lu Xian finally reacted. He slowly raised his eyes, and his gaze was like two ice-hardened knives, piercing Zhang Jianguo's heart. Oh? Really? Lu Xian's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. You mean, you can't do anything about my cousin's affairs? No. It can be done. It can definitely be done. Zhang Jianguo felt uneasy when Lu Xian looked at him, and waved his hands quickly. It just takes a little time, a little room for maneuver. Don't worry, my dear son-in-law, I will definitely. That's enough. Lu Xian interrupted him impatiently and swung his hand suddenly. Zhang Jianguo's hand holding his wrist loosened as if he had been electrocuted. The cigarette that Zhang Jianguo had been holding for a long time fell to the ground with a click. Then you've wasted my time for so long, are you just bullshitting? Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned cold, without a trace of warmth. Zhang Jianguo was shocked by the sudden scolding, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he felt embarrassed and ashamed. After all, he is a deputy director, and in Dongting City, he is a figure who can shake the ground with just a stomp of his feet. When has he ever suffered such humiliation by having his nose pointed at? He was nodding and bowing, and smiling. Why was this kid still getting ahead of himself? A surge of evil fire suddenly rose from the bottom of Zhang Jianguo's heart, instantly destroying his pitiful rationality. Bang! Zhang Jianguo slammed the table, causing the cups and dishes to clink. Lu Xian. His face flushed crimson, veins popping out on his neck. He pointed at Lu Xian's nose and roared, "Don't be so shameless. I'm Yining's father after all, your elder. What's with your attitude?" Zhang Yining was frightened by her father's sudden outburst and her whole body trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. She looked at Lu Xian timidly, then at her father, at a loss. Elder? Lu Xian sneered, his eyes full of contempt as if he was looking at a clown. He slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen in front of Zhang Jianguo, and tapped it a few times with his fingers quickly. Bah! Lu Xian spat on the ground. His voice was quiet, but full of extreme insult. With your character, you are worthy of being an elder? Go and tell the Discipline Inspection Commission if you have anything to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the progress bars of several files being uploaded rapidly appeared on the phone screen. Zhang Yining, don't blame me for being cruel. Lu Xian turned his gaze to the tearful Zhang Yining and said in a cold tone, if you want to blame someone, blame your confused father. You're asking for death. What did you do? Zhang Jianguo looked at the glaring progress bar on Lu Xian's mobile phone screen. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his whole body and he screamed. Nothing, Lu Xian said calmly, as if he had just done something insignificant. Pack up your 14,888 pages of glorious deeds and your precious daughter's little secrets of falsifying her grades, and post them online for the whole country to admire. Deputy Director Zhang, tell me, who will become famous first, you or your daughter? No. Zhang Jianguo was struck by lightning, his eyes widened and bloodshot instantly covered his eyeballs. He finally understood what Lu Xian had done. That PPT, those evidences, if they were really exposed. I'm going to fight you. Zhang Jianguo roared like a mad tiger and pounced on Lu Xian, trying to snatch his cell phone. He now had only one thought in mind, to destroy the phone at any cost. He regretted it, he really regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have smashed the phone. No matter what evidence it was, he would have destroyed it first. Little did he know that Lu Xian was using his mobile phone to operate in front of him just to increase the impact of this despair. Even if the phone is broken into pieces, the black material app system can spread the evidence to every corner of the internet. You bastard! How dare you destroy our Zhang family? I will kill you. Zhang Jianguo's face was ferocious and his eyes were red, like a beast forced into a desperate situation. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold. Facing Zhang Jianguo, who was rushing towards him, he did not dodge or evade, but just raised his foot casually. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Jianguo's slightly bloated body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall of the private room hard, and fell to the ground with a thud. He covered his stomach, hunched over like a cooked shrimp, and rolled on the ground in pain, unable even to scream. Dad! Zhang Yining screamed and rushed over crying. Lu Xian's eyes were cold, and he slapped him in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the private room. 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on Zhang Yining's fair cheek. She staggered and fell to the ground, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The huge impact and humiliation made her mind go blank, and tears rolled down her face like beads with broken strings. She cried bitterly, heartbroken. Brother Lu Xian, why did you do this to me? Why did you hurt me? Zhang Yining covered her burning cheeks, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with confusion, resentment, and despair. She didn't understand why brother Lu Xian, who had been so gentle to her just a moment ago, had become so cold and ruthless. Lu Xian slowly walked up to Zhang Yining, who was slumped on the ground, and looked down at her condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He reached out and roughly pinched her small chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Why? Lu Xian's lips curled up in a cruel arc, his voice as cold as ice. You should ask yourself and your smart aleck father this question. After saying that, he swung his hand suddenly and pushed Zhang Yining away. Zhang Yining fell to the ground again, distraught, looking at Lu Xian's resolute back with tears in her eyes. Lu Xian straightened his collar, as if he had just brushed off a few grains of dust. Without looking back, he opened the door of the private room and walked out, leaving behind a mess and 2 people in endless despair. Chapter 88. Zhang Jianguo was taken away for investigation. Zhang Jianguo felt as if he was hit head-on by a speeding truck, with all his internal organs dislocated. After a long while, the heart-wrenching pain eased a little. He supported himself on the cold wall and stood up unsteadily. Every time he moved, his ribs felt like they were about to break. Next to her, Zhang Yining's crying had changed from screaming at the beginning to intermittent sobbing. Her hair was disheveled, and there were clear slap marks on her face. Her delicate makeup had long been washed away by her tears, and she huddled in the corner pitifully. Dad! Dad, how are you? She saw Zhang Jianguo stand up and asked in a crying voice, her voice trembling. It's over. It's all over. The internet. It's everywhere. They're saying you're a corrupt official, and that. They're saying my grades are fake. Whoa! I'm trending. We're all trending. She held up her phone, and the screen was filled with trending searches on major social media platforms. Each headline was more shocking than the last. Shocking news. The downfall of Zhang Jianguo, deputy director of the Dongting Education Bureau, ironclad evidence of Yan Degata's Zhang Yining's college entrance exam cheating, father and daughter team up, exposing the chain of transactions. Zhang Jianguo only took a glance and felt a black screen in front of his eyes and his temples throbbing. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't panic. Yining, Dad is here. Dad will call first." He took out his cell phone from his pocket tremblingly. The screen was stained with the tea that had just spilled on it. He wiped it roughly, found a number he knew by heart and dialed it. This is Mr. Song, the person he considers to be his most reliable backer after years of working in the system. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. An old and calm voice came from the other end, without any emotion. Hello? Song, Mr. Song. Zhang Jianguo tried to sound less embarrassed, even forcing out a hint of flattery. It's me, Jianguo. I've got a little problem here, and I'd like to ask you. Jiangwo, Old Song interrupted him indifferently, a faint sigh in his tone. I already know about your situation. I've also read the stuff online. Zhang Jiangwo's heart suddenly sank, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. You, Old Master Song's voice remained steady, yet it radiated a coldness that kept people at a distance. You were too careless. How could something like this leave so many clues, and have them all revealed at once? How foolish. Mr. Song, Zhang Jianguo wanted to explain and beg for mercy. All right, it's come to this. There's no point in saying more. Elder Song's voice was tinged with impatience. You have to take responsibility for your own actions. Think about your wife and children. Be proactive and explain everything that needs to be explained. The higher-ups, maybe they will remember your past hard work. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up abruptly. Zhang Jianguo held the mobile phone, his arms hanging weakly, his eyes were empty, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead, wetting his already sparse hair and sticking to his scalp in a messy manner. It's over. Even Song Lao? He did not give up and thought of another person, a colleague who had received great favor from him, Lao Zhou. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw and hurriedly called Lao Zhou. Hello, is that Lao Zhou? It's me, Zhang Jianguo. Please help me, something bad has happened to me. His voice was filled with tears and desperate pleading. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Lao Zhou's slightly panicked voice came, Lao Zhang? Where are you now? Don't do anything reckless. I'm telling you, those things of yours, whoever gets involved will be in trouble. You better take care of yourself. Don't implicate innocent people like us. Think about your family. Bang. The phone was hung up again, faster and more decisively than when Old Song hung up. Zhang Jianguo was completely paralyzed, sliding down the wall like a puddle of mud and sitting on the cold floor. He knew he was finished. Those friends and supporters who had once called him brothers and shared cups with him, ran away faster than anyone else in the face of a real crisis. The evidence is irrefutable. Who would dare to lend a hand to him at this moment? Not adding insult to injury is already the most righteous act. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and eventually turned into ashes. For the sake of his wife and daughter, he had to take all the blame on himself and insist that it was all his fault. Maybe he could still give them a chance to survive. As for Yining, he will be expelled from school for sure, and whether he can avoid imprisonment depends on his performance. Yining. Zhang Jianguo's voice was hoarse. He reached out and gently held his daughter's cold hand, comforting her weakly. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy won't let anything happen to you. Zhang Yining had already sobbed uncontrollably. She clutched her father's hand tightly, as if she were holding on to the only piece of driftwood. Dad. Will I be arrested? I don't want to go to jail, I don't want to, woo-woo. No, Yining, Daddy promises you, nothing will happen to you. Zhang Jianguo's eyes dimmed as he continued to make promises that he himself didn't believe. It's just that I definitely won't be able to continue my studies. I'm going to be expelled. Before he could finish his words, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Several middle-aged men in dark suits and with serious expressions walked in. The leader glanced around sharply and finally fixed his eyes on Zhang Jianguo. Excuse me, is this Comrade Zhang Jianguo? The leader flashed a red work ID and spoke in a completely emotionless tone. We're from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. You are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law, and of abusing your power to seek improper benefits for yourself and others. Now, please come back with us and undergo an investigation. Zhang Jianguo hung his head, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant, without any of the dignity and demeanor of a deputy director as usual. He nodded silently, like a walking corpse with his soul sucked out. He stood up slowly, each step feeling like he was dragging a heavy burden, and followed the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission out of the private room. Dad! Dad! Zhang Yining cried and chased after him, but was stopped by a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Jianguo did not look back, but just hunched his back and disappeared at the end of the corridor. He was eventually taken into a black car parked in front of the hotel and drove away quickly. Lu Xian, the instigator of all this, was now leisurely walking on the tree-lined avenue of Yinqing University. The host successfully reported the black material of the special person Zhang Jianguo, and the black material app version was updated to version 1.0.3. Black material app version 1.0.3, unlock and expose black material to get rewards. Reward, 1000 points. Reward, king-level fighting skills. Reward, Constitution 8082. These unexpected rewards made Lu Xian very happy. The autumn night wind was a little cool, causing his clothes to flutter slightly. He took out his mobile phone and randomly opened several mainstream social platforms. Yenin, Weibo, Xiaopozen, Chaos. Without exception, the top few spots on the hot search list are firmly occupied by keywords such as Zhang Jianguo, Zhang Yining, and Yen de cheating. The comments section below exploded. Holy crap! This is a real-life version of the bureaucracy exposé. This melon is ripe. A 14,888-page PPT? How much money must have been embezzled? The comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission can use this as evidence. Yen de goddess? I think this is a joke of Yenda. How can such a person be worthy of entering our Yenda? Investigate thoroughly. This must be done. Every corrupt official in the education system must be apprehended. I feel sorry for the innocent candidate whose place she took. Where's the fairness? Chapter 89. Zhang Yining's mother, Lin Jiling. She looked at the empty doorway, and the scene of those stern-looking men taking her father away just now replayed in her mind like a slow motion. Dad! She murmured, tears welling up again. The cold fear was like countless small hands, tightly grasping her heart and making it difficult for her to breathe. It's over, everything is over. She collapsed on the ground, her body shaking constantly, staring blankly in the direction where Zhang Jianguo had just been taken away. What should she do? What should she do? From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a princess held in the palm of her hand. Zhang Jianguo is her sky, protecting her from wind and rain and making everything right for her. But now, the sky has collapsed. She wiped her tears frantically and fumbled for her cell phone from her bag. On the screen, those glaring hot search headlines were constantly refreshing, and every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her heart. Oh, Mom! She still has a mom! Zhang Yining seemed to have grasped the last straw, and with trembling fingers, she finally dialed the number of her mother Lin Jiling. The phone rang several times before it was picked up. A slightly lazy, yet still sweet and gentle voice came from the other end, with a hint of elegance. Hello, Ningning, it's so late, what's going on? Normally, this voice would sound pleasant, but to Zhang Yining, it seemed to come from another world, completely out of tune with the despair she felt. Mom, Mom! Dad has been taken away. Whoa! As soon as Zhang Yining heard her mother's voice, all her strength collapsed in an instant and she burst into tears. Lin Jiling on the other end of the line was visibly stunned for a moment, then her voice rose a few degrees, becoming less sweet and more pointed. What? He was taken away? What happened? Who took him away? It's someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Whoa, Mom, what should I do? Zhang Yining choked and gasped for breath. Disciplinary committee? Lin Jiling's voice turned cold. Ningning, don't cry first. Tell me slowly what happened. Although her tone was calm, the slight tremor still revealed her inner unrest. Zhang Yining sobbed and spoke intermittently. She finally managed to roughly recount what had happened, from the time Lu Xian took out the PPT to the time her father was taken away. Of course, she deliberately concealed the details of how she betrayed her father and tipped off Lu Xian. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then Lin Jiling's voice rang out again, a hint of suspicion and solemnity in her voice. That Lu Xian, how could he have such detailed evidence on your father? Who is he, exactly? Is he the son of a high-ranking official with connections? I don't know either, Zhang Yining sobbed. My dad checked before and said that his family is just ordinary farmers, without any background. Humph, an ordinary farmer? Lin Jiling snorted coldly, her tone filled with disdain and contempt for Zhang Jianguo's ability to get things done. Your father is also a loser. He can't even handle such a small matter. All those so-called friendships he painstakingly cultivated over the years, none of them can be relied upon at this critical moment. She paused, then said in an unquestionable tone, Ningning, don't panic or be afraid. Mom will book a flight to Beijing tonight. Your dad can't be relied on anymore, so I'll have to go back and ask your grandfather to intervene in this matter. When mentioning the word grandfather, Lin Jiling's tone unconsciously became more confident. Go back to the dormitory right now, don't think about anything, get a good night's sleep, and wait for Mom to come. Lin Jiling gave a few impatient instructions and then hung up the phone in a hurry, as if saying anything more would be a waste of time. Zhang Yining stood up dejectedly, holding the beeping cell phone. Grandpa! Mom wants to go find Grandpa. She has a very vague impression of Grandpa. She only knows that Grandpa's family seems to be very powerful, but Mom hasn't contacted Grandpa for many years. She walked out of the hotel in a daze, the night wind blowing on her face, bringing a biting chill. When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, the dormitory, which was originally quite lively, was now silent. Several roommates were sitting in their seats, but they all stopped what they were doing and looked at her in unison. The look in his eyes was complex and difficult to understand, containing surprise, contempt, gloating, and a hint of pity. Obviously, they have all seen the trending searches online. Zhang Yining's cheeks were burning, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She lowered her head and walked to her bed without saying a word. She quickly pulled the curtains to isolate herself from those inquiring eyes. She threw herself heavily on the bed, covered her head tightly with the quilt, and suppressed sobs came out muffled from under the quilt. She didn't understand how things turned out like this. Brother Lu Xian. She pulled out her phone and desperately called Lu Xian again, only to hear the same notification tone: "The number you dialed is busy." She knew she had been blocked. She didn't give up, opened the green bubble, and found that the friend relationship was still there. She quickly clicked on the dialog box, and her fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, sending messages one after another. Brother Lu Xian, why do you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? You clearly promised me that as long as I'm obedient. The message fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. Zhang Yining looked at the familiar avatar on the chat interface, the profile that she had secretly drawn countless times, and her heart was broken. She liked him so much that she even revealed her father's plan in order to gain his approval. But what about him? He mercilessly pushed her and her family into the abyss. Tomorrow, no, maybe tonight, the school will talk to her and then give her an expulsion notice. Her father had been arrested, and she didn't dare to think about what would happen in the future. After crying and cursing, Zhang Yining finally fell into a deep sleep in humiliation, anger, and endless exhaustion. On the other side, after Lin Jiling hung up the phone, the sweetness on her pretty face had long since disappeared, replaced by a frosty look. Lin Qiling was a popular singing star 10 years ago, known all over the country for her pure image and sweet voice. However, just when her career was at its peak, she suddenly announced her permanent retirement from the music scene and disappeared from the public eye, causing countless fans to sigh in regret. No one knew that she did it for love, for Zhang Jianguo, a handsome and eloquent man who was nearly 10 years older than her and was just a clerk at the time. Zhang Jianguo back then was indeed a very elegant and handsome man, otherwise he would not have given birth to such an outstanding daughter like Zhang Yining. He used sweet words and relentless pursuit to coax Lin Jiling, the darling girl admired by countless people, into being completely infatuated with her and even breaking up with her family in order to marry him. Lin Jiling's father, the old man of the Lin family, is a very important person. Naturally, he would absolutely not agree with this marriage. In his opinion, Zhang Jianguo was good for nothing except his face and mouth, and was not worthy of his precious daughter at all. The father and daughter had a huge argument over this. In the end, Lin Jiling was determined to follow Zhang Jianguo and move far away. For many years, she almost cut off contact with her parents' home. At this moment, Lin Jiling looked at her well-maintained face in the mirror, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Zhang Jianguo is a loser, more trouble than help. It seems that this time I have to swallow my pride and go back to beg the old man. I just don't know if the old man will still recognize her as his daughter after so many years. Chapter 90. Why hasn't your mother come yet? After Lin Jiling hung up the phone, her well-maintained face, which still showed the features that had captivated everyone in the past, had long lost its usual calm and elegance, replaced by a gloomy look. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, her nails almost digging into her palms. Zhang Jianguo is a useless guy who is always causing trouble and can't do anything good. She was really blind back then. Think of Lin Jiling, who was a popular singing star all over the country more than 10 years ago. She had countless fans and her suitors lined up from the east to the west of the city. But she was bewitched by Zhang Jianguo's coaxing mouth and decent appearance. Despite her family's strong opposition, she resolutely quit the showbiz, gave up her job as a cook, and married Zhang Jianguo, who was just a small clerk at the time, to Dongting City. What kind of family is the Lin family? In the entire Chunan province, they are such a powerful family that the ground will shake 3 times if they stomp their feet. The old man of the Lin family, Lin Shuntian, was once the top leader of Chunan province, and he had many students and former officials. The old man was so angry that he almost severed the father-daughter relationship with her. He felt that a man like Zhang Jianguo, who was good for nothing but sweet talk, was not worthy of the daughter of the Lin family. Over the years, Lin Jilin has been tough and said that she does not rely on her family, but she knows in her heart that if it were not for the Lin family's golden signboard, if it were not for the old man's intentional or unintentional care in private, how could Zhang Jianguo climb so fast? The Lin family has always turned a blind eye to Zhang Jianguo's activities outside, just to give their daughter face and let her live more comfortably in her husband's family. But now, this loser Zhang Jianguo has actually made things so bad that the evidence is irrefutable and has even been posted online, making it known to everyone. Lin Jilin walked to the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror, who was still beautiful. A hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. It seems that this time I really have to swallow my pride and go back to my parents' home to beg my grandfather. I just don't know if the old man has gotten over the anger after all these years. Without further ado, Lin Jilin immediately picked up the phone and started contacting the plane. She had to rush back to Changli City, the capital of Chunan Province, as quickly as possible. The Lin family's old house in Changli City, Chunan Province. In the study, the scent of sandalwood lingers. Lin Shuntian was wearing a plain tang suit and was practicing calligraphy by the window. His pen moved quickly and his demeanor was steady. He is nearly 70 years old and his hair is already gray, but he is in good spirits and his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle, and he is intimidating without even being angry. The housekeeper walked in quietly and whispered, "Master, the eldest lady is back and is waiting in the living room." Lin Shuantian's hand holding the brush paused slightly, and a small blob of ink spread out on the rice paper. He hummed expressionlessly, put down his pen, and said calmly, "Let her in." When Lin Jilin walked into the study, she felt very nervous. She looked at her father's still upright back, her eyes reddened, and her voice choked with sobs, "Dad." Lin Shuntian slowly turned around and his eyes fell on his daughter. He hadn't seen her for many years, and although she had taken good care of herself, the sadness and haggardness between her brows could not be concealed. He sighed inwardly, but his expression remained serious. "Humph, you still remember to come back?" "Dad, I was wrong." Lin Jilin knelt down with a plop, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm such an unfilial daughter. I haven't come back to see you in all these years." Seeing his daughter crying, Lin Shuantian's tense face finally softened a little. He sighed and said, "Get up. You're already grown up, and you're still crying. What a disgrace. After all, it's the flesh that fell off my body, so how could it not hurt?" Over the years, he has taken good care of his daughter's family, both openly and secretly. Seeing her father's tone soften, Lin Jilin felt a little relieved. She stood up sobbing and told the whole story of Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yining. Of course, she cleverly concealed the details of Zhang Yining's tip-off, and only said that the kid named Lu Xian got the evidence from somewhere and deliberately took revenge. Lin Shuntian listened quietly, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. When he heard about the 14,888-page PPT, his eyes narrowed. "Dad, Jianguo, although he is confused, he doesn't deserve this. And Yining is still so young. If she is expelled from school, her life will be ruined. You must save them." Lin Jilin pulled Lin Shuantian's sleeve and begged bitterly. Lin Shuntian was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke in a low and commanding voice, "Jilin, you're confused. The evidence of Zhang Jianguo's crime is irrefutable, and it's been exposed online. Now is the height of the crackdown. Who dares to protect him? Who can protect him? He brought this upon himself, and he must be punished to appease the public anger." Lin Jilin's heart sank. If her father said there was no way, then there really was no way. But Lin Shuntian changed the subject, a cold look flashing in his eyes. "That kid named Lu Xian is quite interesting. A mere college student, yet he was able to get so many things, and even manipulate Zhang Jianguo, a veteran official with many years of experience, into his hands. He's definitely not an ordinary person. The root of this matter lies with him. If I don't punish him, I won't be able to calm my anger, and it will also make my Lin family look like a nobody." Hearing this, Lin Jilin's eyes rekindled a glimmer of hope. "Dad, what do you mean? Zhang Jianguo's matter ends here. He broke the law and should bear the consequences." Lin Shuntian said firmly, "As for Yining, I will manage my connections in Beijing and have her withdraw from school or transfer to another school in a low-key manner, minimizing the impact. After all, she is the granddaughter of my Lin family, and I can't let her die like this." Lin Shuntian acted decisively and immediately made several phone calls. His tone was calm but with unquestionable authority as he arranged things one by one. Lin Jilin felt a little relieved as she watched her father strategizing. She knew that as long as her father took action, Yining's matter could at least be saved. "You should leave for Yanjing immediately and comfort Yining. I will handle the follow-up matters. Lin Shuntian waved his hand. Lin Jiling thanked him profusely, and after a brief chat with her family, she hurriedly booked the nearest flight and flew to Yanjing overnight. At this moment, Lu Xian was completely unaware of what was happening at Chu Nanlin's house. He had just finished his dinner leisurely and was wandering towards the dormitory. When I opened the dormitory door, a strong smell of instant noodles mixed with sweat hit me in the face. Chen Min and Zhao Qin were playing the game intently, their keyboards and mice making crackling sounds. Day. Holy crap! Lao Lu. You're tricking me again. Hold on. Point A is about to explode. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Min and Zhao Qin shrank their necks almost reflexively and slowed down their movements. The two turned around and saw Lu Xian, and immediately put on flattering smiles on their faces, like pugs meeting their master. Xian, brother Xian, you're back? Chen Min grinned, his voice trembling slightly. Zhao Qin also nodded and bowed quickly. Brother Xian, do you want some water? I have some iced black tea I just bought. Lu Xian glanced at them and ignored them. These two guys have been completely obedient since they were educated by him last time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, browsing his phone and humming a tuneless tune. Seeing Lu Xian come in, he jumped off the bed, walked a few steps to Lu Xian, put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulders, winked and said, Hey, brother Xian, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long that the flowers have wilted. Lu Xian frowned and shook his shoulders in disgust. Lu Ming was completely oblivious and continued to smile playfully. Brother Xian, from now on, I, Lu Ming, will follow you. You are my real brother. From now on, you can eat the meat, and I, little brother, can just drink some soup. As for those beauties you don't like, just give me one or two, and I will be very grateful. He. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold, and he swung his arm violently, slapping Lu Ming's hand off his shoulder. His tone was cold and emotionless. Who the hell are you calling a brother? Get out of here. Ouch. Lu Ming's hand went numb from being slapped. The smile on his face froze instantly. He looked at Lu Xian in surprise. What's your attitude? Brother Xian, we can't be like this, right? I really want to join you. Get out. Lu Xian only uttered one word, his eyes as cold as ice. Lu Ming shuddered in his heart when he saw Lu Xian's eyes, and his neck shrank. The dissatisfaction and grievance that had just risen in his heart disappeared instantly. He smiled awkwardly and muttered, Tisk, having a few bucks is such a big deal. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, for fear that Lu Xian would hear it. Then she retreated back to her bed in shame, picked up her cell phone, and pretended nothing had happened. Lu Xian ignored this clown and walked straight to Zhao Qin's bed. Zhao Qin sat upright, not even daring to breathe. Lu Xian reached out and gently patted Zhao Qin's pale face, a hint of a smile on his lips. Zhao Qin, how is Auntie's consideration going? When can you come over for a chat? Zhao Qin was so frightened by his light slap that his soul almost flew away. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and stammered, Xian, brother Xian, my mom, she's too busy. I'll tell her again, she must come. Definitely. He cursed Lu Xian 1,000 times in his heart. This kid is simply a devil. Chapter 91. Zhang Yining sells out her family. The smile on Lu Xian's lips deepened, and he said no more. But the look in his eyes made Zhao Qin's scalp tingle. He slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had just dusted off the dust, turned around and walked out of the dormitory without even glancing at his bed, as if nothing in the dormitory caught his eye. Brother Xian, take care. Brother Xian, take care. Zhao Qin, Lu Ming and Chen Min jumped up from their chairs almost at the same time, bowing and nodding as if they were sending off the god of plague, with their voices filled with extreme awe. Lu Xian opened the car door and stepped on the accelerator. The black car drove away from Yanqing University like a ghost and sped towards Bai Jingyuan. He had only heard of the name of Bai Jingyuan. It was said to be one of the most upscale residential areas in Yanjing, with strict security and excellent privacy. It was a nice and quiet place. It is indeed a bit lonely to live alone in such a big house. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took out his cell phone with the other. He skillfully dialed Bai Yanqi's number and gave the address and room number concisely. Bai Yanqi on the other end of the phone didn't seem to have any hesitation. Her voice was as cold and gentle as ever, and she responded obediently. After hanging up Bai Yanqi's call, Lu Xian swiped his finger and dialed Chen Yubing's number again, and also gave the address in a concise and clear manner. Chen Yubing's response was filled with a subtle hint of joy, as if he was very surprised by this sudden invitation. After everything was arranged, Lu Xian was in a good mood and stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. Just then, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Lu Xian frowned slightly and answered the call casually. "Brother Lu Xian, whoa, please don't abandon me." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yining's sobbing voice with a heavy nasal tone was heard. Her voice was hoarse and full of despair and humiliation. It turned out that Zhang Yining was awakened by a nightmare, and the strange looks from her roommates in the dormitory made her feel very uneasy. She really couldn't stand the torment, so she borrowed the cell phone of a classmate in the next dormitory whom she didn't interact with very often. She mustered up all her courage and dialed the number which she had already memorized. "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't want to waste time talking to you." Lu Xian's voice still lacked any emotion, and was as cold as if he was talking to an unimportant stranger. He was about to hang up. He was tired of this kind of crying drama. "No. Brother Lu Xian. Don't hang up." Zhang Yining was terrified when she heard Lu Xian's impatient tone. Fearing that the call would be disconnected, she hurriedly shouted, I have something important to tell you. It's about my mother. She went to see my grandfather. My grandfather's family is very powerful in Chunan province, and she will definitely not let it go. You must be careful." She paused, her voice lowered, a hint of eagerness and flattery. I heard my mother mention it before. My grandfather used to. I think he used to be the top leader of the provincial party committee. Although he retired many years ago, his influence is still there. Brother Lu Xian, you must be careful of their revenge." At this moment, Zhang Yining's heart has already been completely controlled by Lu Xian. Fear, dependence, and a hint of morbid expectation intertwined together, making her sell her mother and grandfather without hesitation. As long as she could get a little sympathy and attention from Lu Xian, she would do anything. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with amusement after hearing this. The Lin family? The provincial party chief? Interesting. Okay, I understand. Lu Xian's tone remained calm, as if he had just heard something insignificant. After a pause, he seemed to remember something and added, "You are quite useful." It was this light sentence, "You are still somewhat useful," but was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly injecting it into Zhang Yining's anxious heart. All the sadness, despair, and fear just now seemed to be thrown into the sky at this moment. She could even imagine the subtle curve at the corner of Brother Lu Xian's mouth when he said this. Brother Lu Xian. Zhang Yining's voice was filled with a hint of incredible joy and excitement, as if she had received a great gift from heaven. Tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time, they were filled with a bit of joy. However, Lu Xian did not give her another chance to express his loyalty and simply hung up the phone. For him, Zhang Yining, as a chess piece, could occasionally provide some unexpected information, which was considered to be making the best use of her. The night deepens at the gate of Bai Jingyuan. An elegant white Maserati slowly stopped and Bai Yanqi got out of the driver's seat. She was wearing a simple yet stylish dress, which made her figure even more graceful. She had just locked the car and was about to walk in when she caught a glimpse of a white Audi RS8 driving slowly towards her not far away. The car model was low-key yet exuded an undisguised luxury, especially the familiar license plate number, which made Bai Yanqi frown slightly. Chen Yubing's car? Why is she here too? The Audi RS8 parked steadily next to the Maserati. The door opened and Chen Yubing walked down slowly in high heels and a hot red miniskirt. She seemed a little surprised to see Bai Yanqi here, but she didn't show it on her face. She just glanced at Bai Yanqi lightly, not even bothering to say hello. She locked the car and walked towards the direction of the apartment building that Lu Xian told her. That arrogant attitude was as if Bai Yanqi was heir. What are you doing here? Bai Yanqi's cold voice sounded, with a hint of imperceptible vigilance and scrutiny. She knew very well that Chen Yubing's appearance at this point in place was no accident. Chen Yubing did not stop, but just raised the corner of his mouth to smile meaningfully. He did not even turn his head, but just snorted softly through his nose as a response. Of course she knew that Bai Yanqi must have been called by Lu Xian. It was she who kindly recommended Bai Yanqi to Lu Xian. Now, tonight, I must get back all the grievances I've endured at the hands of Bai Yanqi, that White Lotus, with interest. Bai Yanqi, just wait for me. Hey, Chen Yubing. What do you mean? I'm asking you a question. Seeing her arrogant look, Bai Yanqi raised her cold voice a few notches and quickly followed her. The more she walked, the more frightened she became, because she discovered that the direction Shen Yubing was heading was the building where Lu Xian lived. Could it be Lu Xian also called her? When Bai Yanqi thought of this possibility, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Shen Yubing! Stop right there! Wait for me! Bai Yanqi couldn't help but shout. Shen Yubing ignored her. Her high heels made a clicking sound and she walked faster. Her swaying figure exuded an indescribable charm in the night. After a while, she arrived at Lu Xian's house first and pressed the doorbell without hesitation. Bai Yanqi also ran over breathlessly, and just as she was about to ask questions, the door opened from the inside with a click. Lu Xian was wearing casual home clothes, leaning against the doorframe, looking at the two stunning beauties confronting each other at the door with a half-smile. What are you doing here? Bai Yanqi spoke almost at the same time as Shen Yubing, and then the two glared at each other, and the air was instantly filled with gunpowder. Chapter 92. Do you want to become an internet celebrity? Shen Yubing and Bai Yanqi blurted out almost at the same time, their voices filled with a sense of momentum. What's it to you? As soon as the words fell, the two seemed to be choked by each other's tacit understanding, and their beautiful eyes widened. Then, they snorted at the same time, turned their heads away in unison, no one looking at each other, with their chins slightly raised, and looked arrogantly like, I don't bother to argue with you. Lu Xian leaned against the doorframe, watching the dramatic scene in front of him, the curve of his lips deepening. These two women were usually cold and beautiful teachers at Yinqing University. They were both held in the palms of the hands of countless boys and were like stars surrounded by the moon. Now, they are arguing over trivial matters, just like two little girls in kindergarten fighting over candy, so childish and cute. All right, Lu Xian finally spoke, a barely perceptible smile in his voice. You're already grown up, yet you're still acting like a little girl. Come in first, are you standing by the door like a door god? He turned lazily and walked towards the living room, saying without even looking back, remember to close the door. Outside the door, Bai Yanqi and Shen Yubing looked at each other, and there seemed to be crackling lightning in the air. Bai Yanqi was not to be outdone. She took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and followed him in. When she closed the door, she used a little more force than usual. The two entered the living room one after the other, but they both tacitly kept a distance from Lu Xian, with their hands crossed in front of their chests, standing there awkwardly with an attitude of I'm very unhappy. Lu Xian sat down on the sofa with his arms and legs stretched out, took out a cigarette from the box, lit it slowly, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. I say, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, his eyes sweeping over the two of them, you two will be good sisters who see each other every day from now on. Don't start bickering like black-eyed chickens the moment you meet. Besides, weren't you best friends before? Is that fun? Lu Xian glanced at Bai Yanqi, then at Shen Yubing. She doesn't know what to do, but you know it too. Didn't I tell you I'd shoot a dance video tonight and post it online? A dance that's been very popular online recently. Upon hearing this, Shen Yubing curled up the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile and glanced at Bai Yanqi with a hint of provocation. Here at Lu Xian's place, there aren't so many complicated rules, nor are there so many spoiled brats. Lu Xian's voice suddenly became serious, and the playful smile just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by a domineering and unquestionable attitude. Listen up, both of you. Either you coexist peacefully from now on and play your respective roles, or... His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing across them. Get out of here now, immediately, right now. I don't have the time to coax you guys every day and mediate these trivial conflicts for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became cold. Shen Yubing curled her lips and muttered to herself, who was her good sister, if it weren't for you. But she didn't dare to say it out loud after all, only a hint of indignation flashed in her eyes, which was quickly suppressed. She knew Lu Xian's temper too well. He was a man of his word. If she really pissed him off, she would be the one who would suffer. Bai Yanqi's delicate body trembled slightly. It was not the first time she heard such a straightforward and rude warning from Lu Xian. That domineering aura made her heart inexplicably tight. She felt a little scared, and at the same time, she had a vague and inexplicable strange feeling. She secretly glanced at Lu Xian and saw that he looked stern and didn't seem to be joking. She quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to argue anymore. Come and sit down. Lu Xian pointed to the seat next to him. Shen Yubing and Bai Yanqi looked at each other and saw a hint of reluctance in each other's eyes, but they still moved over reluctantly and sat down next to Lu Xian, one on the left and one on the right. Shen Yubing seemed much more natural. He just twisted his body symbolically and leaned obediently on Lu Xian's shoulder. There was even a faint smug smile on the corner of his mouth. He glanced provocatively at Bai Yanqi, whose face was flushed. "Remember this," Lu Xian's voice rang out in their ears, a hint of warning in it. "Don't forget who you are now. Play your roles well in front of me, and don't do anything unnecessary." "Okay, let's talk business later." Lu Xian patted their shoulders and changed the subject. "Today, let's learn from those internet celebrities. Binger, let's do what you suggested before. That internet celebrity's dance video was very popular online. Let's follow suit and shoot one too." "Huh? Taking a video?" "Yeah, it's very popular now. Look at the photos taken by those internet celebrities. They all look great." Bai Yanqi was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Lu Xian blankly, then looked at Chen Yubing, who was standing next to her with an I knew it expression on his face. I understood too and nodded. "So what style do you want to shoot? Do you want me to dress you up?" The smile on Lu Xian's face became more and more evil. "Ha, you will know in a while. There's a really nice dance that's popular lately." Lu Xian was holding his phone contentedly in his hand, watching on fast forward. "Yeah, not bad, much more elegant than the internet celebrity Yanin." Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction and handed the phone to Chen Yubing next to him. "Binger, you and Xiaobai can appreciate it together and see how good my photography skills are." Chen Yubing took the phone, his eyes flickered and he was in a good mood. She leaned over and watched with Bai Yanqi beside her. "Wow, Lu Xian, your photography skills are really good," Chen Yubing said with a sweet smile, but glanced at Bai Yanqi with a bit of boasting and provocation. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now." Lu Xian saw that the situation was almost heated, so he put away his phone. His expression straightened and his tone became serious. "I called you two here today because I have something important to discuss with you." The excited smile on Chen Yubing's face also faded a little, and Bai Yanqi subconsciously sat up straighter, feeling that what Lu Xian was going to say next was no small matter. Lu Xian lit another cigarette, and the bluish-white smoke lingered in front of his deep eyes, making him look even more mysterious and unfathomable. He took a breath and exhaled slowly, his voice steady and clear. "Chun Nan, Lin family." He spoke each word slowly, his eyes sweeping across Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing's faces. "Have you heard of it?" Chapter 93. Chen and Bai families attack at the same time. Chu Nan, Lin family? Chen Yubing's slender eyebrows knitted slightly, and she parted her red lips slightly. "The Lin family of Chu Nan? I haven't heard much about them. But I do know the Lin family of Yanjing. They're such a powerful family that even a stomp of their foot would shake the whole city." There was a hint of disapproval in her tone, as if Chu Nan's Lin family was not worth mentioning at all. Lu Xian glanced at her and said nothing. These two women were more arrogant than the other. "Who doesn't know about the Lin family in Yanjing? Do you need to tell me?" Bai Yanqi couldn't help but interrupt gently. Her voice was not loud, but just loud enough for Chen Yubing to hear. As soon as she said this, she seemed to realize that Lu Xian's half-smile was falling on her. Her fair cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly stretched out her little hand to cover her mouth, with a hint of apology and regret in her eyes. She looked a bit like a young girl. She cleared her throat and looked at Lu Xian, her expression becoming more serious. "The Lin family of Chu Nan. I've heard my father mention it before. He said that the Lin family is a real local tyrant in Chunan province, with extensive influence. It's not an exaggeration to say that they can cover the sky with one hand." Seeing that Lu Xian and Chen Yubing were both looking at him, Bai Yanqi continued, "I remember my father said that the most powerful thing about the Lin family is that they have two secretaries. The elder one is Lin Shuntian, who used to be the top official in Chunan province. Although he has retired for many years, his influence is still very great because of his many students and former officials. His eldest son is Lin Ao, who is now the current secretary of Chunan province. He is said to be the youngest provincial party secretary in China's history. He is very capable and has strong methods." At this point, she looked at Lu Xian with a hint of worry in her watery eyes, and her voice became softer. "Xian, why are you asking about their family? Could it be?" When Lu Xian heard Bai Yanqi say this, his heart moved slightly. He knew that Zhang Yining's grandfather's family had some power, but he didn't expect it to be of this level. One is a retired provincial leader, and the other is the current provincial leader. This is really like stirring up a hornet's nest, which will only bring out the mud. This is what a so-called big family is like. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. A single move can affect the whole body. He sighed softly, tapping his fingertips unconsciously on the armrest of the sofa, and said in a flat tone, "Well, there is a little feud with their family. I'm afraid there will be some trouble." Although he said it lightly, Chen Yubing and Bai Yanqi immediately understood the significance of his words. What? Chen Yubing's captivating peach blossom eyes widened instantly. She sat up straight from the sofa with a swoosh, her tone filled with anxiety and unquestionable dominance. "Don't worry, Xiaoxuanshuan. With me here, I don't think anyone dares to bully you. What about the Chu Nan and Lin family? The emperor is far away, how can they reach out to Yanjing? I'm going to call my dad right now and ask him to tell Chu Nan that I want to see if the Lin family dares to not give my Chen family face." As she spoke, she hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag, as if she was about to mobilize troops in the next second. Seeing this, Bai Yanqi was not to be outdone. She straightened her already plump chest and raised her fair neck slightly, like a proud white swan. Her cold voice carried a hint of competition with Chen Yubing. "Tisk, you're not needed. I'll call my dad too. Xian. Lu Xian, don't worry, I'm here, I guarantee you'll be safe, and the Lin family won't dare do anything to you." After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips, took out her cell phone, tapped the screen quickly with her slender fingers, and dialed the number. In the living room, for a moment, the only sounds were the two women talking on their phones, and a strange atmosphere of competition filled the air. Looking at them like this, Lu Xian couldn't help but curl up a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. These two women were quite interesting. "Hello, Dad. It's me, Binger." Chen Yubing's voice suddenly became coquettish, completely different from her usual fiery queen appearance. "Hey, please promise me first, otherwise I won't say anything. You love Binger the most, right?" No one knew what was said on the other end of the phone, but the smile on Chen Yubing's face became even brighter. "Hee, I knew Dad was the best. This is what's going on. I have a boyfriend, and he accidentally offended Chu Nan's Lin family. Dad, you have to do me a favor, otherwise my boyfriend would be bullied and I would be so embarrassed." Yeah, I just had one. Very handsome, very manly. Next time I will definitely bring it home for you and my mom to see. Don't worry, I have good taste. So, you must do a great job for me on this matter. Otherwise I will ignore you." After a series of tricks, including coercion, inducement, and a series of punches, Chen Yubing hung up the phone contentedly, with a smug smile on his face. He raised his eyebrows provocatively at Bai Yanqi, as if to say, "Done." On the other hand, Bai Yanqi's conversation style was completely different. "Hello, Dad, it's me, Yanqi." Her voice was still cold, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a subtle softness and dependence. "Well, there's something. I might need your help. It's about a friend of mine. He's in some trouble and has some conflicts with Chu Nan's Lin family." She paused, as if trying to organize her words, her cheeks slightly flushed. He's very good to me and very important. So, Dad, I hope you can help him solve this problem. He's kind of like my boyfriend, right?" The last sentence, "consider him my boyfriend," was spoken so softly that it was almost inaudible, but Bai's father on the other end of the phone obviously heard it clearly. He didn't know what was said, but Bai Yanqi's ears turned red. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. The blush on her face had not completely faded. She raised her head and met Lu Xian's gaze, her eyes becoming firmer. Although she didn't take credit directly like Chen Yubing did, her expression of "I did it too" was obvious. "Humph, I've solved it too. Don't worry, Lu Xian, I promise everything will be fine," she said softly, with a hint of barely perceptible pride in her tone. At this moment, the Lin family in Chunan province was in great turmoil because of this. Lin Shuntian and Lin Ao, father and son, received a call from Yanjing almost at the same time. When they learned that Lu Xian, who they thought was just a clever kid from a peasant family, had actually alarmed the Chun family and the Bai family far away in the Tianjin military region, even such experienced bigwigs as them could not help but show surprise on their faces. The Chun family and the Bai family are both families that hold a very important position in the military, and their strength is comparable to that of the Chu Nanlin family. Moreover, the two families expressed their unanimous and firm attitude in their determination to protect Lu Xian. Lin Shuntian and Lin Ao knew exactly what this meant. Who is this Lu Xian? Lin Ao put down the phone, frowning, his tone filled with a hint of solemnity and confusion. Lin Shuntian was silent for a moment, a deep light flashing in his old eyes. He slowly said, "It seems that we have all underestimated this young man. He is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can make the Chen and Bai families come forward at the same time. Let's put this matter aside for now. It's not worth offending these two families for the sake of Zhang Jianguo. Although he was unwilling to accept this, he also knew how to assess the situation. The Lin family could call the shots in Qunan, but they had to be wary of the giant in Yanjing. This time, they had hit a wall and could only suffer this loss in silence. Lin Xiling also got the news soon. When she learned that her father and elder brother had chosen to give in because of the intervention of the Chen and Bai families, her pretty face was instantly covered with frost. The Chen family? The Bai family? Lu Xian actually has such a background? She originally thought that Lu Xian was just a small character with some tricks who was lucky enough to get hold of Zhang Jianguo's handle. Now it seems that things are far more complicated than she imagined. A strong sense of frustration and unwillingness surged in my heart. Is this the end of it? Zhang Jianguo is finished, Yining's future is also overshadowed, and all of this is blamed on that Lu Xian, and she is powerless to do anything? No. Lin Xiling is never someone who gives up easily. She took a deep breath, and a hint of determination and madness flashed in her eyes. Advance your flight. I need to go to Yanjing immediately. She coldly ordered the assistant on the other end of the phone. I want to meet this Lu Xian in person and see what kind of person he is. For the sake of her husband and daughter, Lin Xiling decided to take action herself. Since her father and elder brother were not convenient to take action, she would take action herself. She just doesn't believe that there is anything in this world that Lin Xiling can't handle or anyone she can't deal with. Since the hard approach doesn't work, let us try the soft approach. She just didn't believe that with her beauty, means and the connections she had accumulated in the entertainment industry, she couldn't control a young boy. Chapter 94 Auntie is coming? Then I must entertain her. Lu Xian stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. The high rise of Bai Jingyuan had an excellent view. The dazzling night view of the capital was like a flowing starry sky spread out at his feet. He slowly turned around, his eyes falling on Chen Yubing and Bai Yanxi, who were sitting on the sofa with different expressions, with an unfathomable smile on his lips. I just solved the little trouble with the Chu Nanlin family, thanks to you. However, he changed the subject, his tone becoming a little more relaxed. Actually, there's one more small matter that I might need the help of two beautiful teachers. Upon hearing this, Chen Yubing raised her eyes seductively and almost stuck to Lu Xian. Her soft arms naturally wrapped around Lu Xian's shoulders, and her voice was filled with a hint of lazy charm. Xiao Xian, your business is my business. What's the difference between us? Tell me, what's the matter? She was so intimate, as if Lu Xian was hers exclusively. Bai Yanxi frowned slightly as she watched from the side, muttering to herself that this woman was really showing off like a peacock all the time, but she was not willing to be outdone. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound calm and reliable. Lu Xian, just tell me, as long as we can do it. Lu Xian smiled and briefly recounted how his cousin's college entrance examination results were replaced by someone else, and how Zhang Jianguo from the local education bureau couldn't find any foul play after a lot of investigation. How ridiculous! Chen Yubing's eyes widened after hearing this, and her lazy charm was instantly replaced by anger. In broad daylight, in the open world, there is such a dirty thing. Xiaox Huangshuan, don't worry, I'll take care of it. As she spoke, she hurriedly took out her cell phone, apparently to call her father who held a high position in the Tianjin military region. In the interval of dialing, he did not forget to glance at Bai Yanxi proudly, as if to say watch me. When the call was connected, Chen Yubing's voice immediately switched back to that coquettish mode. Dad. It's me again. Oh, there's one more thing, very, very important. My boyfriend's cousin's grades were taken by someone else, and he's in a small place. She recounted the whole story with exaggeration, and at the end she added, Dad, you have to get to the bottom of this and find that bad guy. Otherwise, your daughter, won't be able to hold my head up in front of my boyfriend anymore. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Chen Yubing laughed so hard that her body shook. I know that Dad loves me the most. Then please hurry up, I'm waiting for your good news. Seeing this, Bai Yanxi naturally couldn't fall behind. She also called her father. Although her tone wasn't as exaggerated as Chen Yubing's, it was also quite serious. Dad, it's me, Yanxi. I need your help with something. Well, it's my friend's cousin. It seems there's something wrong with his college entrance examination results. Someone else took their place, and the local authorities can't find the results. Can you? Well, thanks, Dad. I know you have a solution. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yanxi raised her graceful chin slightly and looked at Lu Xian. a hint of confidence on her cold face. It's done. My dad said he will personally investigate this matter. Even if we can't find out who was behind this for a while, your cousin's grades will definitely be restored and his academic status will be properly handled. She paused and glanced at Chen Yubing meaningfully, unlike some people who promise too much and then fail to deliver. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Humph. Chen Yubing had just hung up the phone when he heard Bai Yanqi's insinuation and immediately retorted, "My dad is arranging people to investigate right now. We're going to act decisively and efficiently. Let's see who can get things done faster. Some people are just talking big and talking big. You. What's wrong with me?" Seeing that the two were about to quarrel over this little thing again, Lu Xian covered his forehead with his hands in pain, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right, this is really the temper of an ant and the fate of a young lady. Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing were unwilling to admit defeat. 2 hours later. Congratulations to the host for receiving an unexpected reward. Obtain unexpected bonus points, 200 points. Lu Xian was a little surprised that there was an unexpected reward dropped. Although it's only 200 points, it's better than nothing. In the end, there was no winner between Chen Yubing and Bai Yanqi. It was already very late at night, and the neon lights outside the window looked a little tired. Just then, an unfamiliar number called again. Lu Xian raised his brows slightly and answered the phone. "Hello, brother Lu Xian, it's me, Yining." From the other end of the phone came Zhang Yining's cautious voice with a tearful tone. She seemed to lower her voice deliberately, for fear of disturbing others, and also for fear of startling Lu Xian. My mom has already arrived in Yanjing. She said she'll meet you tomorrow. Brother Lu Xian, she's coming with such force this time, and she said she'd make you pay the price. You must be careful." Zhang Yining's tone was full of worry and anxiety, as if she was the one standing on the same side as Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's lips curled up in a playful arc, but his voice remained calm. "Oh? Auntie is here so soon? Since you are here, as a junior, I should give you a good reception." He paused, his tone becoming more casual. "By the way, what's your mother's name? Do you have a photo of her? I need to know what your aunt looks like so I can prepare some special gifts in advance to surprise her." Zhang Yining on the other end of the phone was completely convinced by Lu Xian's words. She had no idea that he was trying to get her information. She quickly said, "My mother's name is Lin Xiling. She used to be a singer. You can find photos of her when she was young by searching online." "Brother Lu Xian, do you really want to see her? She's very difficult to deal with." "Lin Xiling?" Lu Xian repeated the name silently. "Okay, I got it. Please send me the location of your agreed meeting place using the green bubble." "But, brother Lu Xian, you blocked me before." Zhang Yining's voice was filled with a hint of grievance and expectation. "Oh, really? Okay, I'll unblock you now," Lu Xian said lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian entered the 3 words Lin Xiling into the search engine without hesitation. The next second, a lot of information and photos about Lin Xiling popped up on the screen. You don't know until you search. After searching, even Lu Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Most of the photos of Lin Xiling are promotional photos and stills from her youth when she was a jade-like singing star. She has bright eyes and white teeth, is pure and lovely, and has a gentleness and spirituality unique to Jiangnan women between her eyebrows. Even from Lu Xian's picky eyes, her face is at least above 95 points. Tisk, Lu Xian stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yining's looks are only 90 points, but it seems she's really been seriously held back by her father, Zhang Jianguo. What kind of idiotic luck did Zhang Jianguo have to be able to seduce a fairy-like figure like Lin Xiling? He shook his head and thought to himself, Zhang Jianguo really deserves to die. He must die. Chapter 95, Singer Lin Xiling's Black Material. Lu Xian turned his head and glanced at the 2 people on the sofa. Chen Yubing was sleeping very restlessly. One of her long, beautiful legs had been placed on Bai Yanqi's body without her noticing. She even mumbled something in her sleep unconsciously, "Humph, mine is bigger than yours." Bai Yanqi, who was being pressed down by her, had her eyebrows tightly furrowed in her sleep, as if she was experiencing some unpleasant dream. She subconsciously shrank towards Lu Xian, seeking a more stable support. Lu Xian wanted to laugh. These 2 women were really fighting openly and secretly all the time, and they couldn't even sleep peacefully. He shook his head and returned his gaze to his phone. Lin Qiling. A woman who could give birth to a daughter like Zhang Yining, a woman who was once known as the Jade Queen of songs in the entertainment industry, and a woman who came from a top political family in Chunan. Now, this woman was rushing towards him aggressively. A little bit looking forward to it. I just don't know whether the butcher knife of time has left any traces on her face that once amazed time. Old illustrated magazines and news photos popped up one after another. The woman in the photo has bright eyes and a charming look. She is wearing a white dress and has a temperament as pure as a lotus on a snowy mountain. However, there is a sense of arrogance between her brows that seems to be otherworldly. TSK Zhang Jianguo, whose ancestral grave did he dig up in his previous life to be able to marry a woman of this caliber? Lu Xian touched his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems that Zhang Yining's 90-point appearance is really dragged down by her father. He casually downloaded a photo of Lin Jiling's most classic album cover and uploaded it to the Black Material app. No matter who she is or how strong her background is, when it comes to her own little piece of land, she has to be a dragon coiled and a tiger lying down. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He wanted to see what color this ant's underwear was. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the mobile phone screen, around the slightly grainy black and white artistic photo, a dark blue data stream cascades down like a waterfall, full of the beauty of technology and mystery. After a few seconds, the data stream suddenly converged, and lines of clear text appeared below the photo. Name, Lin Qiling. Gender, female. Age, 40. Appearance, 98. Control value, 0-100. Measurements, 82-62-79. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Target evaluation. The extreme desire for affection and the self-interest mentality instilled in him from childhood have created a fierce conflict within him, resulting in an extremely self-centered personality that will resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. 98 points of appearance? Lu Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A 40-year-old woman can still maintain a 98-point beauty score? This maintenance skill is simply amazing. Compared with the two stunning beauties in their 20s next to her, she is not inferior at all, and even has a bit more mature charm. Seeing the comment of using any means to achieve the goal, the curve of Lu Xian's mouth deepened. Isn't this the female version of myself? When she was young, she was able to fall out with her family for an illusory love, which shows that she has a bit of madness and decisiveness in her bones. This kind of person should either be left alone, or if you do, you must crush her to death at once and for all, so that she will never be able to stand up again. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. Black material generated. Option 1, 100 points can be exchanged for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. 100 points, exchange. Lu Xian chose the former without hesitation. Exchange completed. The next second, a detailed black material file appeared before him. Core details of the scandal. Lin Qiling, the third daughter of the Chunan Lin family, secretly drugged her biggest competitor at the age of 18 to win the national championship in the Super New Voice singing competition, causing permanent damage to her vocal cords. She also hired someone to cause a car accident, causing another popular contestant to be seriously injured and withdraw from the competition. Ha! Even Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this line of words. Wow, he dared to poison and cause a car accident just for the championship of a singing competition? And Lin Qiling is such a cruel and ruthless femme fatale. He continued to look down. Detailed description, target person, Lin Qiling, born into a prominent political family in Chunan. Her father, Lin Shuntian, and brother, Lin Ao, were both influential figures in Chuanan's political landscape. Lin Qiling has been a star since childhood, possessing remarkable artistic talent. She was writing poetry at the age of 3, painting at the age of 5, and composing music at the age of 6, practically mastering everything. She has demonstrated unparalleled singing talent since elementary school. Coupled with her striking appearance, she has consistently held the titles of top student and school beauty. This unwavering success fostered in her an extreme personality, obsessed with winning and not losing. In her second year of high school, she competed on the then popular national talent show Super New Voice, making it to the finals. However, on the final stage, she faced two formidable opponents whose talent and popularity rivaled hers, Queen of High Notes Zhang Jingyin and stage spirit Li Muchuan. Faced with an unprecedented challenge and the prospect of her first failure, Lin Jiling's inner pride and paranoia were completely ignited. She couldn't accept losing to anyone. So, on the eve of the finals, she resorted to despicable means to personally destroy the musical dreams of both her opponents. Lin Jiling poisoned Zhang Jingyin, damaging her singing voice, and arranged for a car to hit Li Muchuan, forcing both to withdraw from the competition. Ultimately, she won the championship as she had hoped, signed with a top entertainment company, and her stardom shone brightly, reaching the pinnacle of her beloved entertainment industry. The PPT was not very long, but it recorded in detail when, where, and how Lin Jiling put the poison into the water, as well as when she hired someone to hit someone, and there was a clear video recording. All the evidence can prove that Lin Jiling is guilty. So that's how it is. Lu Xian slowly exhaled, his eyes flashing with cold and excited light. A daughter of destiny, with incredible talent, she has won all the way to greatness, so she cannot afford to lose. This weakness is too fatal. He originally thought that dealing with Lin Jiling would require some effort, and he might even have to wrestle with the Chu Nanlin family. Now it seems that there is no need to go through so much trouble. Aunt Lin Jiling, who was about to kill him, looked aggressive, but in fact she was full of flaws. The halo she was most proud of, the starting point of her brilliant star journey, was itself a lie built on sin. Just a slight poke can cause the perfect image that she has worked hard to maintain for more than 20 years to collapse in an instant, and she will be doomed forever. Auntie, I would be disrespectful to refuse this generous gift from you. Lu Xian muttered to himself, with a sinister smile on his face. Just then, there was a soft ding-dong sound. It's the green bubble message alert tone. Zhang Yining selected the time and location, and sent a location at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yanjing, Kunlun Hotel, private room 808. Chapter 96. Lin Jiling with 98 points. The next morning, Lu Xian got up refreshed. Lu Xian found it funny and shook his head. He covered the man with a blanket and then packed up slowly and went out. After all, there is a distinguished aunt waiting for me today. Kunlun Hotel. As one of the top hotels in Yanjing, it exudes low-key luxury everywhere. Lu Xian was wearing casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets, and he walked leisurely to the door of private room 808, without any of the awkwardness that ordinary people would have when they first entered a place. He didn't even bother to knock on the door. He just turned the doorknob and pushed it open. In the private room, a tearful and loving drama between a mother and daughter is being played out. Zhang Yining was lying in a woman's arms, crying and accusing herself of something, her shoulders twitching, looking so pitiful. The woman she was holding instantly attracted Lu Xian's full attention. She was wearing a well-cut white slit cheongsam without any unnecessary patterns. It was extremely simple and elegant, but it perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. The slit of the cheongsam was just right, and as she comforted her daughter, a pair of slender legs wrapped in translucent stockings were faintly visible. What's even more terrible is that face. Time seems to be particularly kind to her. At the age of 40, her skin is still firm, fair, and as smooth as a baby's. Her face is 70% similar to Zhang Yining, but with countless more charm and grace. It is maintained to the same level as her 20-year-old daughter. The two don't look like mother and daughter at all, they look more like sisters. Her eyes and brows reveal the gentleness of a Jiangnan woman, as well as the arrogance of someone who has been in a high position for a long time. 98 points, well-deserved reputation. Brother Lu Xian. Zhang Yining noticed him immediately, her crying paused, and she quickly let go of her mother. With a look of grievance and questioning, she rushed to Lu Xian. The school expelled me. How could you do this to me? What did I do wrong? Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at her, and casually brushed her aside as if shooing away a buzzing fly. How many times do I need to tell you? If you can't figure it out, go back and look in the mirror and reflect on yourself. At this time, the beautiful woman in cheongsam slowly stood up, walked gracefully to Zhang Yining, and protected her daughter behind her. Her eyes, like an ice-hardened knife, fell coldly on Lu Xian. Are you Lu Xian? Her voice was pleasant, clear, and cold with a hint of magnetism, the same voice that had captivated so many fans back then. Since you're Ning Ning's boyfriend, there should be a limit to your temper. It's not good for anyone to get things to this point. As soon as she opened her mouth, she tried to occupy the moral and identity high ground, defining the conflict as a quarrel between an ignorant young couple. Auntie, you're mistaken. Lu Xian smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Who told you that I'm her boyfriend? He paused, admiring the fleeting look of surprise on Lin Jiling's face, and then slowly, word by word, uttered the second half of the sentence. I'm her brother Xian. Boom! Lin Xiling's expression darkened instantly, her disguise of elegance and composure shattered in an instant. Her eyes flashed with shame and anger. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Apologize to Ning Ning right now. Lu Xian seemed not to hear her words. His cold gaze passed over her and fell on Zhang Yining. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable command. Zhang Yining, have you forgotten your identity? Zhang Yining's delicate body trembled violently, and the color drained from her face. Brother Xian. Ning Ning. Lin Xiling's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. She screamed and frantically reached for her daughter's arm, trying to pull her up. What are you doing? Get up! Get up now! At this moment, a huge wave rose in Lin Xiling's heart. She couldn't believe it, her daughter who had been pampered since childhood and was as proud as a little princess. She was so angry that she was insulted like this by this hateful man. You beast! Lin Xiling turned her head abruptly, her eyes icy and murderous. Lu Xian, you beast! What on earth do you want to do? Destroying old Zhan wasn't enough, and you're going to destroy my Ning Ning too? Ha, auntie, that's wrong. Lu Xian walked to the main seat leisurely and sat down, crossing his legs with a lazy yet powerful posture. Your husband deserves it, and as for your daughter, she brought it upon herself. They all made mistakes. Lin Xiling felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she almost suffocated. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, her chest heaving violently. Lu Xian. Just wait for me. She gritted her teeth and said, I will make you wish you were dead. After she finished speaking, she looked at her daughter, her voice full of deep exhaustion and determination. Ning Ning, go out first and wait for me in the car. I have something to talk to Lu Xian alone. Chapter 97 Lin Xiling, I admit, I underestimated you. Zhang Yining's body froze in place, like a soulless puppet, ignoring her mother's instructions. Lu Xian raised a barely perceptible smile and spoke lazily, his voice low, don't you understand what your mother is saying? Or, now you can't even walk without my permission? These words were spoken frivolously, but they carried an unquestionable command. Zhang Yining shuddered all over, as if a switch had been activated by these words. She looked at Lu Xian as if waking from a dream, her eyes full of fear and pleading. Okay, go out and wait in the car. Don't be an eyesore here. Lu Xian waved his hand casually, as if he was driving away a fly. Yes, yes, brother Xian. After getting the permission, Zhang Yining felt as if she had been pardoned. She crawled to her feet, not even daring to look at her mother again. She lowered her head, opened the door in a panic and ran out. With a bang, the heavy door of the private room closed, separating the mother and daughter, and turning this small space into a battle arena between Lu Xian and Lin Xiling. Lu Xian. Lin Xiling could no longer maintain her superior elegance. Her chest heaved violently, and her beautiful, well-maintained eyes burned with anger that her bottom line had been touched. Are you even human? How can you humiliate my daughter in front of me, her mother? Lu Xian seemed not to hear her roar. He slowly took out a cigarette box from his pocket, knocked it leisurely on the corner of the table, and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Click! The crisp sound of a lighter rang out in the quiet private room, and a small cluster of orange flames jumped, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The bluish-white smoke swirled around, blurring the expression on his face. This extreme disregard is more lethal than any vicious words. Lin Xiling felt that the punch she had thrown with all her strength was like hitting cotton. The anger that had nowhere to vent almost burned her sanity to ashes. She took a deep breath, and then another deep breath, digging her nails deep into her palms, using the pain to force herself to calm down. She knew that losing control and being angry would be of no use to the man in front of her and would only make her look more pathetic. After a few seconds, the fire in her eyes gradually died down, replaced by a cold scrutiny and calculation. Lu Xian, she spoke again, the hysteria in her voice gone, leaving only a condescending coldness. I admit, I underestimated you. After seeing Ning Ning's condition today, I just hope you can let her go. She paused, as if considering the words that would best demonstrate her mercy. As long as you let Ning Ning go, I will forgive everything that happened between you. Not only that, I can even give you compensation. She stretched out 5 slender white fingers with an elegant gesture, as if she was giving away an insignificant item. 5 million. I think this price is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Lu Xian finally reacted after hearing this. He was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh softly as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. He 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 he. The laughter grew louder and louder, with undisguised mockery. Auntie, 5 million? Lu Xian flicked the ash from his cigarette and looked up at her, his eyes looking at her as if he were looking at a fool. Are you treating beggars badly, or acting in an idle drama? This line is too cliché. He shook his head, his tone contemptuous. To tell you the truth, I really don't care about this little money. You may think that I, a poor boy from the countryside, am talking nonsense, but believe it or not, as long as I ask, I will spend the money of Chen and buy as I please. Lin Jiling's pupils suddenly shrank. The Chen family? The Bai family? Could it be that their relationship has become so? Before she could think about it, Lu Xian's gaze had changed. This naked scrutiny made Lin Jiling, who had always been admired by others, feel uncomfortable and humiliated like never before. What's more, Lu Xian said slowly with a devilish smile on his lips, your daughter, even if I chase her away now, she won't move. Do you believe it? Lu Xian lowered his head, tilted his head, and whispered, Yining has to listen to me now. I have the final say. You pervert. Shameless hooligan. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and almost biting her silver teeth to pieces. However, after the extreme anger, a cold chill rose from the bottom of my heart. She forced herself to suppress the humiliation that surged to her head, and her mind began to work rapidly. She lost, and from the moment her daughter knelt down, she lost miserably. Power and money, the weapons she was proud of, became a joke in front of this man. In that case, Lin Jiling looked at Lu Xian's handsome yet evil face, and a crazy and bold idea quietly formed in her mind. Since he is an incurable pervert, then, let him die on that word. She had originally prepared a backup plan, intending to use the beauty trap to deal with him, but she didn't expect that he would be more difficult to deal with than she imagined, and more. As long as she could take a video and get evidence against him that he couldn't resist, she didn't believe that this arrogant boy could still turn over her five-finger mountain. Thinking of this, the anger in Lin Jiling's eyes quietly receded, replaced by a coldness and determination like a poisonous snake locking onto its prey. She didn't believe that the beauty trap couldn't win over Lu Xian, let alone her, Lin Jiling. She believes that no man can ignore her figure and appearance. As long as Lu Xian takes the bait, the video can be used to control Lu Xian. For the sake of his daughter, in exchange for her freedom and future. She felt that everything she had done was worth it. But she didn't know that she was a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 98. If we continue to make trouble like this, it will not be good for anyone, right? Lu Xian looked at the dramatic scene in front of him, and a somewhat absurd smile appeared in his heart. Lin Jiling, the woman who just now was like a lioness protecting her cubs and wanted to eat him alive, now actually put away all her claws and teeth, her eyes rolling and her charm full. The anger and coldness on her face faded away completely, replaced by a carefully crafted gentleness, like a spring breeze that could melt all the ice in the world. On that 98-point stunning face, there appeared a perfect smile, gentle and touching. Even though Lu Xian was used to seeing stunning beauties, he was still stunned by this sudden change of expression. The thought popped up in his mind again, that old bastard Zhang Jianguo, was he a driver for the Jade Emperor in his past life or something? How could he possibly be seduced by a fairy sister of this level? This is simply outrageous. This is like the sect saintly lady and an outer sect disciple practicing dual cultivation. If others saw this, they would definitely sigh and regret and curse, what a waste of talent. Just listening to Lin Jiling's voice, she has regained the soft, sweet voice that captivated thousands of fans back then. Every word she says seems to be wrapped in honey, sweet enough to touch people's hearts. Lu Xian, look, if we continue to quarrel like this, it won't be good for anyone, right? She seemed to have completely forgotten the tension just now, and her tone was so intimate as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. No matter what, you are Ning Ning's boyfriend. It's normal for young people to have some minor conflicts, but you can't treat her like this. She's still a child. As she spoke, she slowly stood up, walked around the table with light lotus steps, her figure swaying gracefully as she walked, and the curve of her beautiful legs was faintly visible at the slit of her cheongsam. She stopped not far from Lu Xian, her peach blossom eyes as charming as silk. Lin Jiling seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. Auntie wants to ask you a question. She just stared at Lu Xian, slightly opened her red lips, and exhaled a sweet breath. Do you think Auntie is beautiful? Am I not prettier than Ning Ning? My husband Zhang said Ning Ning is not as pretty as him. Done. Lu Xian sneered in his heart, but remained expressionless on his face. However, since my aunt is so interested and is personally directing this play, wouldn't it be too disrespectful if I don't cooperate? Besides, he hasn't thrown out the trump card in his hand yet. Let her be arrogant for a while and let her think she has a sure win. Later, when he throws the black material that has been buried for 20 years in her face, he wants to see whether this arrogant third daughter of the Lin family will kneel down more properly than her daughter. Thinking of this, Lu Xian instantly immersed himself in the role. He retreated to advance, and the original cynicism on his face was instantly replaced by a righteous look, and his back straightened a little. Auntie! You, what are you doing? Please respect yourself. He frowned and avoided looking like a frightened gentleman. Ning Ning, she's waiting outside. It's not good for us to do this. It's really not good. Lu Xian's acting skills were superb, and he even had a hint of panic in his voice. Auntie, you may be stunningly beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth, but I, Lu Xian, am an upright person with principles and a bottom line. I would never do such a thing. He. Seeing him like this, Lin Jiling felt even more contempt for him, but she let out a series of silver bell-like chuckles. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her whole body shook. An upright person? Lu Xian, you really know how to joke. She approached step by step, the fragrance blowing in her face. If you are an upright person, then there will be no bad people in this world. She had completely taken control of the rhythm. Looking at Lu Xian's fighting hard but blushing face, she almost foresaw the dawn of victory. As long as she adds fuel to the fire, the seemingly tough guy will completely fall under her spell. At that time, the miniature camera hidden in the dark will record everything. Once the video is in hand, I edit it, change the content of the conversation, and then use AI technology to modify the lip shape. Tomorrow's headline in Yanjing will be, shocking. A wealthy son-in-law is worse than a beast, actually doing this to his own mother-in-law. Humph, when the time comes, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Don't you still have to kneel down and beg me? A beast who plotted against his own mother behind his girlfriend's back. When the time comes, she will show this video in front of the Chen family and the Bai family. She doesn't believe that those two military and political families can tolerate such a morally corrupt son-in-law. Thinking of this, Lin Jiling's eyes became more charming. During the years she was in the entertainment industry, she had met too many directors and investors who had bad intentions towards her, but as soon as she revealed Chu Nanlin's family background, those people were all scared to death. She has absolute confidence in her beauty and family background. Lu Xian seemed to be cornered by her. With a face full of resistance and struggle, he said painfully, Auntie! You can't do this. You are forcing me. You are forcing me to do that evil thing. Absolutely not, no. Seeing that he said no but his eyes were getting more and more passionate, Lin Jiling sneered in her heart, but her face became more charming. The smile in Lin Jiling's eyes became even more intense. She liked to see men in this embarrassing situation where they wanted to eat but didn't dare to, yet had to pretend to be gentlemen. She simply sat on the chair next to Lu Xian, her breath as sweet as orchid, and her voice filled with fatal temptation. Lu Xian, stop pretending. As long as you promise me to let Ning Ning go and let her regain her freedom, I will be at your disposal. Done. The fish has taken the bait. Lu Xian muttered to himself, and the struggle and resistance on his face disappeared at that moment. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Lin Jiling's eyes, with an evil smile on his lips, which was full of teasing and mockery. Auntie, you said that. His voice was calm, but it carried an oppressive feeling of impending storm. Don't regret it when the time comes. She was so frightened by this sudden change that she screamed and her mind went blank. That's not how the script is written. How come this guy changes his expression faster than turning the pages of a book? Before she could react, he strode to the dining table and waved his arm. Crash clang. The table full of exquisite dishes and expensive tableware was roughly swept to the ground by him, making a series of harsh cracking sounds. Lin Jiling was completely stunned. Chapter 99 Lin Jiling, you really haven't made any progress at all. Bang crash. The sharp sound of shattering echoed in the luxurious private room, like a thunderclap, shattering the carefully written script in Lin Jiling's mind. Before she could react, she heard the waiter knocking on the door hurriedly and asking, Sir, madam, is there something going on inside? Do you need any help? Lin Jiling's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart, struggled, and calmed herself down as quickly as possible. She shouted to the outside of the door, it's okay. Sorry, I just slipped and accidentally knocked over the cup on the table. We can handle it ourselves. Although his voice trembled slightly, he sounded calm. Okay, then please feel free to call me if you need anything. The waiter outside the door felt relieved after hearing her say that, and the footsteps gradually faded away. The private room fell into silence again. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target person's psychology and turn them from evil to good to receive a reward. Mission successfully triggered. But she also knew that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. For the sake of her daughter, and to get some evidence against this beast, she risked everything. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. In an instant, the panic and shame in Lin Jiling's eyes disappeared, replaced by a desperate and charming look. Done. She sneered in her heart. The miniature camera hidden not far away was recording everything in front of her. Since that was the case, Lu Xian had no choice but to fulfill her wish. Compensation value increased by 15 points. However, just when she thought she had won the game and was about to close the loop after a few more minutes, Lu Xian suddenly let her go. Lin Jiling staggered and almost fell, and quickly held onto the dining table behind her to steady herself. Before she could ask, she saw Lu Xian seem to have lost all interest and adjusted his collar with a bored look on his face. What is this? No, the director called cut in the middle of the play? Lin Jiling was stunned. Before she could figure it out, Lu Xian had already taken out his cell phone from his pocket and slowly wiped the screen. His eyes seemed to see through everything, with a kind of pity like a cat playing with a mouse. Auntie, is the honey trap fun? Boom! Lin Jiling's head buzzed as if struck by lightning. He knows? Impossible. My performance was flawless, how could he possibly know? He must be tricking me. Yes. He must be playing tricks. Thinking of this, Lin Jiling instantly regained her confidence. She straightened her back abruptly, and the gentle expression on her face instantly switched back to the original cold and arrogant one. Lu Xian, you're done. A triumphant sneer flickered across his lips. I've filmed everything you did to me just now. She stepped forward, her voice imposing. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, let Ning Ning go immediately, and promise not to bother her again. Second, I'll make this video public and ruin your reputation. When that happens, not only the police, but also the Chen and Bai families behind you will be in trouble. I wonder how they'll tolerate a bastard who's plotting against their mother-in-law. She thought she had already won the game. However, Lu Xian just listened quietly, his expression did not change at all, and he even found it a little funny. Auntie, aren't you too anxious? He shook his head, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. What can such a vague video prove? You want to use this to convict me? That's too naive. You. Lin Jiling's face changed. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to be so shameless. You think I don't dare to post it? I'm telling you, for Ning Ning, I'm willing to risk anything. Even if it damages my reputation, I'm the victim. Public opinion and the law will be on my side. Really? Lu Xian finally smiled, and that smile was full of mockery and disdain. He stopped talking nonsense, unlocked his phone, clicked on a video file, and then turned the screen to Lin Jiling. Auntie, don't be so quick to be a victim. His voice was cold and emotionless. Before you accuse others, why not take a look at this first? You're playing tricks again. Lin Jiling said with disdain, but her eyes fell uncontrollably on the small screen. The next second, her pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. The video quality is very poor, with the unique graininess of an old DV, but the girl on the screen wearing a white dress, twin ponytails, and with a pure face, I would recognize her even if she turned into ashes. That was when she was 17. In the video, the young Lin Jiling was stealthily unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, pouring a packet of white powder into it, then carefully covering it and putting it back in place. The camera turned, and an equally young girl came over and picked up the bottle of water with a smile. Lin Jiling's breathing completely stopped at this moment. That name, that nightmare that she had buried in the deepest part of her memory and suppressed with more than 20 years of glory and honor, suddenly surged into her mind. Zhang Yingyin. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, veins popped out on her temples, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze instantly. No. This is not mine. Where did you get it from? This is fake. She screamed hysterically, and like a beast cornered, she reached out madly to grab Lu Xian's phone. Bang! A loud and crisp slap. Lu Xian slapped her hard in the face with his backhand. The immense force sent her flying, her delicate body hitting the cold dining table, and she rolled over and fell onto the messy ground covered with broken porcelain pieces. The slit of her cheongsam reached her thighs, her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was blurred by tears and fear. There was no trace of her elegance as the jade singing queen anymore, she looked as miserable as a stray dog. Lu Xian looked down at her, his eyes as cold as a knife, and put his phone back into his pocket. I thought she was some ethereal fairy, but after all this time, I found out she's just a sleazy bitch. He walked forward, squatted down, pinched Lin Jiling's chin with his fingers, and forced her to look up and look at his face full of contempt. 20 years ago, for a measly championship, he dared to poison his opponent and ruin his life. 20 years later, you're trying to use this honey trap on me again for your good-for-nothing daughter. Lu Xian smiled, a sinister smile. Lin Jiling, you really haven't made any progress at all. Chapter 100. What a pity, it's much more honest than your mouth. Lu Xian smiled slightly, looking at the woman who had just been so high and mighty but was now in such a state of disgrace, and said with a hint of lazy teasing, Auntie, you have a video, right? Where is it hidden? Take it out and let me watch it. He knew very well that this thing was like a time bomb. Although it didn't seem very powerful to him, it was still a trouble. The losses he suffered in his previous life made him develop the habit of cutting the roots of the problem and never leaving any handle for anyone to turn the tables. Lin Jiling lay on the cold ground, the broken porcelain pieces scratched her precious cheongsam and even left a shallow blood mark on her fair skin. She raised her head, and beneath her messy hair, her once charming eyes were now filled with only crazy hatred and a determination to perish together with her. Want to record the video? Then kill me. Her voice was hoarse, but with a ruthless determination. Do you dare? If not, get out of here and let me out. She struggled to get up, her eyes like poison nails, fixed on Lu Xian. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have something on me. You forget, I have something on you too. At worst, we'll both die together. Die together? Lu Xian couldn't help laughing out loud, as if he had heard a huge joke. He squatted down and looked Lin Jiling in the eye, his deep eyes full of amusement and pity. Auntie, don't you understand the situation? You're poisoning someone, hiring someone to kill them, a serious crime that could land you in jail for life. What about me? He spread his hands, looking innocent. Even if you sue me for intentional injury, I can use the Chan and Bai families to make some moves, and I'll be fine then. As for you, you were once a queen, but you got what you wanted with such despicable means. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison singing tears behind bars to your fellow inmates. Do you think your Lin family has the nerve to help you? In order to appease the public anger, we can only give up on you. Lu Xian was originally certain that a pampered, selfish woman like Lin Jiling would cherish her life the most, and how could she be willing to exchange her precious life for the ruin of a poor boy like him? However, he underestimated one thing. He underestimated the reckless madness a mother could unleash when her daughter was hurt. So what? Lin Jiling's eyes instantly turned red, tears mixed with her makeup and slid down her face, leaving behind a trail of messy traces. I don't care. As long as I can help Ning Ning get rid of this demon you are, I don't care about anything else. As long as I can get out of here today, Lu Xian, just wait and see. I'll let you know what a beast like public opinion is. The smile on Lu Xian's face faded slightly. He saw the pure madness in Lin Jiling's eyes, devoid of any calculation of personal gain. This surprised him somewhat. Okay, very good. Lu Xian slowly stood up and looked down at her. Since you are so stubborn, I will have to find it myself. Ha, you're looking? Lin Jiling sneered nervously, go ahead and look. I'm telling you, even if you tear this room apart, you won't find it. She was extremely confident in her ability to hide things. She had asked a friend through special channels to obtain the miniature camera, and it was so well disguised that it would be impossible for anyone except a professional counter-reconnaissance officer to detect it. Lu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. He suddenly stretched out his hand, without any mercy, grabbed Lin Jiling's neck, and lifted her up from the ground like a chicken. Ugh! Lin Jiling was strangled by the sudden force and couldn't breathe. She widened her eyes in horror and instinctively wanted to scream, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. She can't scream. The way she is now is more painful than killing her. I absolutely cannot let anyone else see it. You let me go. Her eyes widened in anger, and she squeezed out a few words through her teeth. Are you really not afraid? Are you not afraid that I will call the police to arrest you? Lu Xian ignored her threats but sneered in his heart. Don't want to say it? That's okay. Human eyes are the windows to the soul, but they are also the traitors who are most likely to betray their masters. Lu Xian held Lin Jiling down as a mobile plug-in. He controlled Lin Jiling with one hand, half lifting and half dragging her around the room. He did not rummage through the drawers, but took her on a tour of every corner of the private room in an extremely oppressive manner. "Auntie, do you think it's hidden under the sofa cushion?" He pressed Lin Jiling's face against the sofa, but his eyes were fixed on her profile. No response. Or, is it hidden in that priceless orchid? He dragged her to the window again. Still no response. Lin Jiling gritted her teeth and tried hard to control her instincts, but as Lu Xian approached the huge decorative painting on the wall step by step, her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably and her breathing became rapid. It was this tiny change that Lu Xian accurately captured. He suddenly pushed Lin Jiling aside and walked to the painting. This painting depicts a landscape and is framed in an antique style. On each of the four corners of the frame, there is an inconspicuous round jade button as decoration. Lu Xian's gaze fell on the button in the upper right corner. He stretched out two fingers, pinched lightly, and then applied more force. With a light click sound, the button fell off, revealing a black lens the size of a needle tip at the back. Lin Jiling's body suddenly softened, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she slid down the wall to the ground. It's over. He also revealed the last trump card. Lu Xian placed the camera, which was smaller than a fingernail, in his palm and weighed it. Then he turned around and walked to Lin Jiling, who was lying limp on the ground, and let out a light sigh. "Humph, Auntie, you do have a tight tongue, and you have some backbone." He shook the camera in front of her, his lips curled up in a mocking arc. "What a pity, your body is much more honest than your mouth." Ah! Humiliation, anger, despair, all the emotions burst out at this moment. She screamed and pounced on Lu Xian like a mad female leopard. "You beast! Give it back to me! Give it back to me!" She now had only one thought in mind, to get that thing back, even if it meant destroying it. However, it was too late. She was too impatient and wanted to see Lu Xian kneeling down and begging for mercy, so she exposed her own cards too early. If she could be more patient and wait until she left here, then use the video to threaten Lu Xian, perhaps. But there are no ifs in this world. Lu Xian simply moved to the side and avoided her attack. Lin Jiling missed her attack and fell to the ground in a mess again. Chapter 101. This boy cannot be kept. Lin Jiling was like a female leopard forced into a desperate situation. The remaining sanity was burned out by the flames of humiliation. She roared and pounced on Lu Xian like a madman again, with her nails open, as if she wanted to scratch a few bloody marks on his face. This is her last trump card, her last dignity. She can't lose like this. She now had only one thought in mind, to snatch back the small camera. Even if she had to swallow it, she must not let it remain in Lu Xian's hands. However, she was facing Lu Xian. Bang! A crisp and loud slap. Lu Xian didn't even change his posture, he just casually swung his hand back and accurately intercepted her forward momentum. Lin Jiling was whipped so hard that she spun half a circle like a top, and fell to the ground in a mess again. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her ears were buzzing, and the world was spinning. She lay on the ground, struggling to get up, cursing in a hoarse voice. "Lu Xian! You beast! You will die a horrible death." She lay on the ground, her hair messy and stuck to her sweaty cheeks, and the hatred in her eyes almost turned into substance. Lu Xian chuckled, slowly squatted down, and looked into her fiery eyes, as if he was admiring an interesting work of art. With a playful smile on his face, he said, "Auntie, please speak with conscience. We are at most the same, so please don't just scold me." His tone was light, but like a scalpel, he precisely cut through her last disguise. Lin Jiling's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, it's not over yet. She suddenly remembered something, and with a trembling hand she reached into the pocket of her torn cheongsam and fumbled to take out her cell phone. The plan failed, but there is still a backup plan. She had long anticipated that dealing with someone like Lu Xian wouldn't be smooth sailing. Before coming here, she had already compiled a text message, and the recipient was the Lin family's pillar of support, her father. We can't just let it go like this. This guy Lu Xian was too weird and too terrifying. Any item in his hand could put the Lin family in a serious passive position. He successively produced evidence on Ning Ning, Zhang Jianguo, and himself from 20 years ago, which was definitely not something that the Chen and Bai families could investigate. Even if we could find some clues, it would be impossible to get such clear video evidence. There must be an even more terrifying existence standing behind him. Since there is no way to resolve the issue peacefully, let's completely break off our relationship and fight to the death. She had long anticipated that this trip might not be smooth sailing, and had already prepared for the worst. This boy must not be kept. No matter who is standing behind him, whether there is a result or not, just give it a try first. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen. She clicked on the text message that had been edited long ago, pressed the send button without hesitation, and sent it out instantly. This child cannot be kept. Lu Xian's eyes were so sharp that he saw her movements the moment her screen lit up. He was in no hurry. He waited until she finished sending the message before slowly reaching out and pulling the phone from her hand as if it were an insignificant toy. Glancing at the 5 brief and murderous words on the screen, Lu Xian's mouth curled up into an interesting arc. "Oh, Auntie, you are quite decisive." After saying that, he pinched his fingers lightly. Crack! The screen of that priceless mobile phone shattered instantly between his fingers, and the screen went completely dark. He threw it away casually, like throwing away a useless piece of trash. Lu Xian actually felt a strange admiration for this woman in his heart. It's indeed a tough nut to crack. Ever since he got the system, no matter who it is, when they find out that their life and death are in someone's hands, they all piss and pee in fear and kneel down to beg for mercy. Even her powerful husband Zhang Jianguo ended up wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog, didn't he? But the woman in front of him, from beginning to end, apart from the initial shock and anger, did not show the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Lin Jiling slowly raised her face, which was stained with blood and tears but still breathtakingly beautiful. There was no fear in her eyes, only a kind of madness and arrogance that was willing to perish together with her. "Humph, do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Her voice was hoarse, but it revealed a deep-seated pride. "Born into a family like mine, what kind of people haven't I seen? What storms haven't I experienced? When I was a teenager, I dared to poison my opponent and hire someone to destroy her. Do you think these hands of mine are only good at playing the piano and singing love songs? If you don't kill me today, I tell you, no one in this world can truly punish me." She sneered, as if she had already seen Lu Xian's fate. "You should know who my father is and who my brother is. Even if I go to jail today, I will be out safe and sound tomorrow. Do you think you can control me with such a trivial matter?" She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes full of contempt. "How can that loser Zhang Jianguo compare to me? Ning Ning is also a good for nothing, so she would be scared by a few words from someone like you." "Dream on," she said, emphasizing each word. "If it weren't for Ning Ning, I wouldn't even bother coming here in person today. I could just send a few people and take care of you." She finished speaking in one breath, breathing heavily, as if she wanted to vent all her confidence and ruthlessness. Lu Xian listened quietly to her impassioned monologue with no expression on his face until she finished speaking. Then he slowly stood up, walked to the main seat and sat down, crossed his legs elegantly, took out a cigarette case, and lit one slowly. Bluish-white smoke swirled up, blurring the expression on his face. "Auntie, are you done?" He blew out a puff of smoke, his tone as flat as if he was asking, "Have you eaten? Aren't you tired after talking so much nonsense?" He flicked the ash off his cigarette, leaned forward slightly, and a sinister grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If you're done, then, it's my turn. Hey hey." That chuckle seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing all the hairs on Lin Jiling's body to stand on end in an instant. She saw that Lu Xian's eyes changed. It was no longer a joke, no longer amusement, but the look of a wild beast locking onto its prey, cold, focused, determined, and ferocious. She had only seen this kind of look in one person. That is her elder brother, who holds a high position and is decisive in killing people. A chill that came from the depths of her soul instantly swept through her whole body. Only then did she realize how ridiculous her harmless threat was in front of this man. The person she was facing was not an ordinary person who could be frightened by his family background and harsh words. But it is a real devil in human skin. Chapter 102, Get Out. "Don't come over here. Stay away from me." Lu Xian stood up and tossed the small camera between his fingertips as if he was playing with a worthless coin. He casually put out the burnt cigarette butt on the messy table, then took a step forward. The soles of his shoes made a slight crunching sound as they stepped on the broken porcelain pieces scattered all over the floor. Each step was like stepping on Lin Jiling's heartbeat. "You, what are you going to do?" Lin Jiling was inexplicably frightened. The ruthless determination to perish together with her that had just supported her was rapidly dissipating under the gaze of Lu Xian's eyes that had become emotionless. She was scared, an instinctive fear that made her hands and feet cold. "Get out! Don't come over here. Stay away from me. She supported her body with her elbows and moved backwards using her hands and feet. Her expensive cheongsam rubbed against the rough ground, getting covered with dust and wine stains. She tried to move away from the slowly approaching demon, but the room was so small that she soon had nowhere to retreat, and her back hit the cold wall hard. Lu Xian squatted down in front of her, his devilish smile back on his face, but it was devoid of any warmth. Auntie, weren't you so arrogant just now? What? Are you scared now? What the hell do you want? Don't come over here. Hee hee, Lu Xian chuckled, his laughter filled with malicious teasing. The sound penetrated Lin Jiling's ears, making her shudder. Do I even need to ask? Of course, I want you to make up for the mistakes you made. Her mind buzzed and went blank. She knew what Lu Xian wanted to do. This is no longer a humiliation, this is to trample her dignity underfoot and crush it into powder with the toes. The desperate spirit she had just felt was gone at this moment. She even began to regret using the rubbish honey trap. It was simply inviting a wolf into the house and digging her own grave. Lu Xian, this devil. Lin Jiling's face turned red and white, and she was speechless. Her panicked eyes swept across the mess on the floor. Suddenly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she pounced on a chair next to her, grabbed her remaining wine bottle on the table, and with a bang, she imitated the people on TV and smashed it hard on the corner of the table. She picked up a sharp piece of glass and pointed it at Lu Xian tremblingly. Stop right there. Don't come over here. Don't force me. Be careful of me. I'll kill you. She shouted at the top of her lungs, but her hands holding the glass were shaking violently, and there was no deterrent effect at all. Lu Xian looked at her cowardly appearance, as if he was watching a funny one-man show. Not only did he not stop, but he got closer and closer to her. Seeing that her threat was ineffective, madness surged in Lin Jiling's eyes again. She suddenly turned around and pressed the sharp piece of glass against her fair and fragile neck. If you come over here again, I'll kill myself, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Even if I die and become a ghost, you can't even touch me. Lu Xian finally stopped, but not because of fear, but because of helplessness. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Auntie, you're no longer interesting. Where did that spirit of self-sacrifice go? Are you pretending to be a heroine now? He scoffed, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. I've never heard of any heroic woman who would actively use a honey trap. Before he finished speaking, Lu Xian's body moved suddenly. Lin Jiling only felt a flash before her eyes, and before she could react, she heard a crisp pop sound. Her wrist felt a sharp pain, and the piece of glass that she regarded as her last resort was slapped away by Lu Xian. It spun several times on the ground, making a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, there was another pop. An even louder slap landed firmly on her face, knocking back the rest of her words. Auntie, I really give you face. Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned cold, without a trace of joking. He grabbed Lin Jiling's slender neck, his arm muscles bulged, and he lifted her whole body from the ground with one hand, with her feet off the ground. Ah, ho ho! Lin Jiling's pupils suddenly dilated, and the air was squeezed out of her lungs in an instant. She slapped Lu Xian's iron-like arms in horror, and her legs kicked weakly in the air. Like a fish out of water, she could only make desperate and difficult gasps. Lu Xian pushed her against the wall, looked up at her face which was flushed red due to lack of oxygen, his eyes as cold as ice. It seems that Ning Ning hasn't had the chance to properly explain to you what kind of person I, Lu Xian, am. Chapter 103 Lin Jiling's psychology changes and she develops a desire to make amends for her mistakes. Lu Xian let go of his hand and threw Lin Jiling to the ground like a piece of trash. Oh, cough 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 cough. Freed from the restraints, fresh air rushed into his lungs, causing even more severe coughing. Trigger the black material quest, correct the target person's psychology and turn them from evil to good to receive a reward. Trigger the mission again. Lin Jiling curled up on the cold ground, covering her slender neck with her hands. Her face, which had turned purple due to lack of oxygen, was covered with tears and snot. She was gasping for breath and looked extremely miserable. At that moment, she really thought she was going to die. The suffocating feeling of impending death was like an invisible hand that crushed all her dignity and pride. However, Lu Xian did not give her another chance. Lin Jiling had no other thoughts at this moment, she was already regretting it. Lu Xian didn't care about her thoughts and grabbed Lin Jiling's neck. I beg you, please, let me go. She had set up the situation earlier, but now she regretted it. She was so sorry. She thought she was a hunter, but she didn't expect that the other party was not a rabbit at all, but a prehistoric beast that she could not imagine at all. Lu Xian didn't pause in his movements. Instead, he leaned over and whispered in her ear in a devilish tone, "Auntie, begging me is useless. You should go beg for mercy from the two people you persecuted. If you have anything to say, save it for the camera. Admit your mistakes and repent. Auntie, you must sincerely admit your mistakes. Tell me all the mistakes you have made. You also need to find the two girls you persecuted and make up for the mistakes you made. For the sake of justice, let these demons in human skin admit their mistakes and make amends for the mistakes they have made." This is Lu Xian's motto. Lin Xiling had tears in her eyes and lowered her head. "I was wrong. I will apologize to them as soon as possible. I will do my best to make it up to them. And their families too." At this moment, a series of cold mechanical prompt sounds rang out in Lu Xian's mind. Detected a psychological change in the target person, Lin Xiling, and a desire to make amends. Current compensation value, 8100. Control value breaks through the critical point, Black Material App Minor Version Upgrade, current version, 1.0.3. Black Material App version 1.0.3 unlocks the primary detection function, which can scan and identify miniature cameras, eavesdropping devices, and other devices within a range of 20 meters. Unlock the primary anti-surveillance function, which can generate covering white noise during calls or close conversations to prevent third-party monitoring. Reward, 2 Black Material Exchange coupons. Reward, 2,000 points. Finally here. Lu Xian was delighted. For the sake of justice, let these demons in human skin admit their mistakes and make amends for the mistakes they have made. This is Lu Xian's motto. Lin Xiling's secret filming behavior just now really made him break out in a cold sweat. Although he acts in a domineering manner, he never fights a battle without preparation. In this technologically advanced age, being secretly recorded or videotaped is indeed a big trouble. Now, with the system's primary reconnaissance and anti-surveillance functions, dealing with these smart aleck people in the future is like turning on a full map cheat, and the safety factor is directly maximized. I will find them later and make up for all the mistakes I made. Ask for their forgiveness. Lu Xian was also stunned for a moment, then laughed. He understood. Lu Xian glanced at his phone and nodded. "Auntie, if you had admitted your mistake earlier, you wouldn't be in this situation now." After a moment, she regained the elegant posture of the superstar, but when she looked at Lu Xian again, her eyes had completely changed. Chapter 104. Auntie, it's a bit early to say this. Lu Xian. She spoke softly, her voice raspy and magnetic, scratching people's hearts like a feather. "Can you tell me how you got those things?" She was so curious that she felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She was aware of Zhang Jiangwo's mistress, but she was too lazy to intervene and couldn't find any evidence. However, the video Lu Xian produced clearly showed the time, place, and people involved. And there was that old incident from 20 years ago, which was buried deep in the bottom of the box by her and her family, and even the people involved had been dealt with cleanly. From which corner did he dig it out? This investigative ability can no longer be described as supernatural power, it is simply unpredictable. Is someone helping you? She asked tentatively, with a barely perceptible inquiry in her eyes. Those peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to draw out people's souls at this moment. If it were any other man, he would have been overwhelmed by this coquettish look and would have told everything he knew. But Lu Xian just smiled. The next second, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold and solemn expression. "Auntie, it seems that the lesson just now was not profound enough." His voice was soft, but it was like a needle of steel tempered with ice, piercing Lin Xiling's heart. "There are some things you shouldn't ask. Remember your identity. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious, I really don't mean anything else." Seeing Lu Xian's expression ease a little, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly threw out the letter of allegiance she had just thought of. Old Zhang. As for Zhang Jianguo, I had no intention of saving him. He deserved to die. She paused, her eyes flickering, as if she was making an important decision. "I plan to have Ning Ning retake the college entrance exam next year and apply to a new university. If that doesn't work out, I'll send her abroad. Don't worry about the Lin family. They will never be your enemy again. I promise." Lu Xian looked at her with interest and let go of her hand. "Auntie, it's a bit early to say that. After what happened to Zhang Yining, do you still think you can get into university again?" Lin Jiling smiled and said, "You know what I mean? Internet users these days have no memory. After a while, they'll forget about it. Then, with some connections, I can retake the college entrance exam. The smile on Lu Xian's face disappeared. She was right. It was indeed like that. It seemed that someone must have been behind the events of his previous life. Otherwise, such a small thing would not have been on the hot search for so long, and it would not have been mentioned over and over again by internet celebrities and marketing accounts. It can be said that the corpse is being whipped repeatedly. The thought suddenly changed, and he looked at Lin Jiling. As far as I know, the one who's in charge of your Lin family right now isn't you, but your eldest brother who holds a high position, right? When mentioning her elder brother, Lin Jiling's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but more of it was disapproval. She gave Lu Xian a coquettish look, and her coquettish look seemed to be blaming him for his lack of understanding of romance. What do you know? She leaned close to Lu Xian's ear, her breath sweet as orchid. My eldest brother is an idealist. Compared to the people of the world in his heart, he doesn't even look at the jars and pots of our Lin family. He wanted to be a good official who would go down in history, so he didn't care about these trivial matters at home. As for my brothers and sisters, she curled her lips in disdain, they're nothing more than a bunch of good-for-nothings. Their vision and courage aren't even as great as Ning Ning's. As long as I'm willing to fight for it, no one else can take the position of head of the family except me. When Lu Xian heard this, his heart moved. He originally just wanted to completely control this woman so that she wouldn't dare to do anything naughty again, but he didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. Controlling Lin Jiling is equivalent to planting the most crucial chess piece in the huge Lin family behind her. If done right, it is not impossible to take over the entire Lin family. This business is really profitable. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Lu Xian's face remained expressionless, but he already had a plan in mind. Oh? Since Auntie is so confident, the curve of his lips became more playful. Well, then, I look forward to seeing you take the throne of the Lin family's patriarch soon. When that happens, I will definitely celebrate for you personally. He leaned down, his nose almost touching Lin Jiling's, and said in a bewitching tone, word by word, so, to show your sincerity, shouldn't you change your name now? If Zhang Jianguo saw this scene, he would probably be so angry that he would have a myocardial infarction on the spot. He and Lin Jiling have been married for more than 20 years, but he doesn't have the shy demeanor of a little girl, let alone her gentle tone. This queen of songs who was always cool, elegant and queen-like in front of hundreds of millions of fans, has never had such an embarrassing moment. Brother Xian. Lu Xian smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 105. He is useful to our Lin family, very useful. He stood up, looked down at the woman who had been so fierce just now but was now as docile as a cat, and gave orders in a flat tone. Then you can go back to Chunan now and bring Zhang Yining back with you. He paused and added, try to take over the Lin family. I will contact you when I need you. Lin Jiling nodded meekly, as if listening to an oracle. She held Lu Xian's arm, leaning softly against him as if she had no bones, with a look of morbid satisfaction on her face. Lu Xian pulled his arm out without leaving a trace, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Also, after you get back, contact your old man immediately. He stared into her eyes and spoke word by word, don't let him have nothing better to do and send some random people to Yinjing to provoke me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your Lin family will suffer any consequences. The charming look on Lin Jiling's face froze instantly, and she subconsciously wanted to explain herself, saying that her father would not be so reckless. But Lu Xian's next words were like a basin of ice water, pouring from the top of her head to her heels, freezing all the blood in her body. Because I have more than just your dirty laundry. Lu Xian's lips curled into a sinister grin that frightened Lin Jiling. Your grandfather, and your eldest brother, who holds a high position and is obsessed with leaving a name in history. Do you think they're really that clean? Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in Lin Jiling's head, her vision went dark, her body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground again. She suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Xian. Her peach blossom eyes, which had just been full of affection, were now filled with endless horror and fear. She finally understood. She finally understood where Lu Xian's confidence came from. He wasn't bluffing, he wasn't bragging. What he held in his hand wasn't just a bunch of trump cards, but an entire arsenal capable of blowing everyone up. How on earth did this person do this? Who on earth is he? This question was spinning wildly in her mind, but she didn't dare to ask, not even a single word. She was afraid that if she asked one more question, this devil would tell her all the possible earth-shattering secrets about her father and elder brother, right in front of her, like telling a story. Okay. Master. Her lips trembled, and even her voice was shaking. I'll call home right away. She fumbled for her spare phone from her bag and tremblingly dialed the number she both respected and feared. The call was answered almost instantly. An old but powerful voice came over with unquestionable majesty. Jiling, I received the text message. What's going on? Who is that kid? I've arranged for someone to arrive in Yanjing before dawn. Lin Jiling was so frightened that she screamed, Dad! Don't! Please don't! She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Her brain was working rapidly, and she used up all her acting skills to barely steady her voice. Dad, listen to me, the situation has changed. We can't touch this person for the time being. He is useful to our Lin family, very useful. Useful? The old man on the other end of the phone was obviously unconvinced. What use can a young boy be? He holds something crucial that could be used against our political enemies. Lin Jiling quickly devised a reason that would most likely convince her father. Dad, trust me, I wouldn't play with the future of our family. Keep him stable first, and we can work things out. Don't interfere in this matter. Leave it to me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, so long that Lin Jiling's back was soaked with cold sweat. Okay, I'll trust you for now. But you have to keep a close eye on me. Report any unusual movements immediately. Yes. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiling leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, as if she had collapsed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian, but there was no longer any trace of charm in her eyes, only the purest awe. Master, phone call, I've made everything clear. The old man shouldn't send anyone to trouble you. That's good. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, flicked the non-existent ash from his cigarette, and said in an extremely casual tone, pay the bill here. Don't let people think that I, Lu Xian, eat and drink for free and like to mess things up. Lin Jiling was stunned, and then her pretty face turned red, and she was ashamed and angry. This bastard. He smashed things, beat people, slept with me, and in the end he had to pay for it himself? But when she looked at Lu Xian's half-smiling eyes, all her anger and humiliation turned into a deep sense of powerlessness. She could only lower her eyebrows and respond submissively, yes, master. She called the manager and looked at the long compensation bill. Her eyelids twitched, but she still swiped the card with an expressionless face. After doing all this, she rushed out of the private room as if escaping, and rushed to the airport without looking back with Zhang Yining, who was still waiting anxiously outside, and asked her subordinates to book the next flight to Chunan. Lu Xian stayed in the messy private room for a while, drank some water slowly, and then drove away. The night was dark and the neon lights of the city were rapidly receding outside the car window. Lu Xian was driving, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. Bai Yanxi, Gu Yunxi. These two women are traitors who sold out the national interests. Logically, one should be reported if one is found. This is a matter of right and wrong. But through what happened to Lin Jiling today, Lu Xian saw things more clearly. The internet and public opinion, these things that seem to be able to stir up huge waves, are nothing more than pets that can be summoned and dismissed at will in front of those truly powerful families. They can easily manipulate everything. If you report rashly, there is a high probability that your report will fall on deaf ears, or even alert the enemy and bring disaster upon yourself. A sneer appeared on Lu Xian's lips. Instead of playing these two trump cards now, it is better to hold them in your hands first, let them serve your own purposes, and continuously grow your strength. When I'm fully grown and have the capital to face off against the two giants behind them. It's not too late to destroy them with your own hands. What he wants to do is not to be the illusory messenger of justice, but to become a vengeful beast that is more fierce and evil than everyone else. Then, swallow them all in one gulp. Chapter 106 Yi Qingcheng. The car was driving steadily on the main road of Yanjing late at night. Lu Xian held the steering wheel with one hand and a cigarette in the other, with scarlet fire flickering between his fingers. The pleasure of conquering Lin Jiling just now had not completely faded away, and a sense of control over everything flowed in his heart. The best way to kill an enemy is not to make him disappear, but to make him kneel at your feet and become your most loyal dog. Lin Jiling, this chess piece, is more useful than he expected. At this moment, the phone screen lit up and the caller ID showed Chen Yubing. Lu Xian answered the call and said calmly, "Go ahead." On the other end of the line, Chen Yubing reported quickly and playfully, "Master, the matter you instructed us to do has come to fruition. Your cousin's grades have been restored, and the admission letter will be reissued in the next 2 days." Yeah. Lu Xian responded, not surprised by this. But Chen Yubing's tone was solemn. We couldn't directly find the person behind this. My father and the old man of the Bai family had to use some old connections to get some information from the Yi family in Modu. Yi family? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, the person who actually did it was Yi Qingcheng, one of the 4 young masters of Modu. Chen Yubing lowered his voice. Yi Qingcheng personally admitted that he did it, but he said he was only asked by a friend. When we asked who that friend was, Yi Qingcheng refused to say anything, leaving only one sentence. What? He said he couldn't afford to offend that friend. Can't afford to offend? Who is Yi Qingcheng, the 4th young master of Modu? Is he very powerful? Lu Xian frowned. Yi Qingcheng is the eldest granddaughter of the Yi family. Their Yi family is one of the 4 major families in Modu and has a lot of say in both the military and political circles. Chen Yubing hurriedly explained. Isn't he the 4th young master? Why is he a woman? Because she is the designated heir of the Yi family, many men in the Modu circle are not as good as her. I understand. Lu Xian's voice showed no emotion. Master, if you need me again. No need, that's enough. Lu Xian interrupted her directly, tell your people to withdraw and stop investigating. Lu Xian's eyes instantly turned cold. The person who could make the Yi family's eldest son say I can't afford to offend must be more formidable than the Chen and Bai families combined. Further investigation would only alert the enemy and would be meaningless. A few seconds after hanging up the phone, Bai Yanqi called in. The content of the report was similar to Chen Yubing's, but there was a hint of deliberate flattery and credit seeking in the words. Lu Xian said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone. He slowly parked the car by the roadside, turned off the engine, and the car fell into dead silence. It's that feeling again. A cold feeling of being manipulated by an invisible black hand behind the scenes, exactly the same feeling he had in his previous life when he was surrounded by the entire network and eventually ruined his reputation. Replacing college entrance examination scores is a big deal for ordinary people, but for people at that level, it is just a matter of talking. But why did they target his cousin who had no background at all? There is only one answer: Xiang Zhuang dances with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. The other party's target from the beginning to the end was him, Lu Xian. Ha! Lu Xian sneered, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into reality. You rat hiding in the dark, one day, I will wipe out your entire nest. He started the car again, but his irritability was alleviated by another phone call. The caller ID said Mom. Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Xian. Your second aunt just called me and said that I can check my grades. The school also called and said that there was a system error and I can report tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, my mother's voice was full of surprise and excitement. Well, I asked a friend for help and solved it. Lu Xian said lightly. Oh, my dear son. You are so capable. The mother praised at first, but then her tone changed, with tears and strong self-blame. Xian. It's Mom's fault. This matter. I was too impatient and shouldn't have pushed you. Then I thought about how difficult this matter must be. You would have to beg and ask for help from so many people. I'm sorry for you. I've caused you so much trouble. Woo. Your dad scolded me and said I was ignorant. Hearing his mother's cry, Lu Xian's softest spot was touched. He smiled helplessly. Okay, Mom, it's not a big deal. It's all over. I didn't care about anyone's face. I just owed a few favors to my friends. I'll find a chance to repay them later. That's also. All right, Lu Xian interrupted her, just don't take on this kind of thing anymore. We're just an ordinary family, and living a stable life is better than anything else. Oh, I get it. Mom won't cause you any more trouble. Lu Xian's mother sighed, as if she had let go of a heavy burden. She quickly changed the subject and said, by the way, Xian, I have something to tell you. I heard from the villagers that it's very plausible. It seems that our village's land is going to be occupied. Occupy land? Yeah. They're saying they're going to build something, some huge project. The town leaders have even come to secretly take a look several times. Everyone in the village is saying that our few acres of land and that old house are going to make a fortune. Good times are finally coming for our family. The mother's tone was full of longing and joy, as if she had already seen the mountains of banknotes. Lu Xian's fingers gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. In his previous life, there was indeed an occupation of land in his hometown, but it was not large in scale and the compensation was very little. It was not the big project that his mother mentioned. Could it be that this is also because of my rebirth? Or maybe he was framed in his previous life and therefore had no space for the big project. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth slowly curled up into a playful arc. Whether it is the mastermind behind the scenes or a big project, it's getting more and more interesting. He smiled at the other end of the phone and said, "Mom, I know about this. Just wait patiently at home and leave the rest to me." After hanging up the phone, he looked towards Jinchuan with a deep gaze. Chapter 107. Who told you to sit down? Stand up. After taking care of Lin Jiling, it was already afternoon when Lu Xian drove back to Yanda. The car drove into the familiar campus. Looking at the energetic yet slightly immature faces around him, Lu Xian had the illusion that he was in another world. The moment before, he was still the devil who played with superstars in the vortex of power and revenge. At this moment, he turned back into an ordinary student of Yenqing University. This role switch not only did not make him feel uncomfortable, but instead gave him a strange sense of pleasure. He liked this feeling, like a tiger in sheep's clothing, mingling among real sheep, leisurely admiring their innocence and ignorance. There was also an open politics class in the afternoon, taught by Professor Wang, the school's renowned hypnosis master. Lu Xian wasn't in a rush, so he simply strolled into the lecture hall and found a discreet seat in the back row. As expected, Professor Wang's calm, chanting tone was comparable to the best sleeping pills. Within 10 minutes, a large number of students in the classroom had collapsed, leaving only a few exam kings in the front row still furiously writing. Lu Xian was spinning his pen idly, wondering whether to skip class or just take a nap when a girl with a ponytail came over cautiously with a red face. Classmate, you are Lu Xian, right?" Lu Xian looked up. He had some impression of this girl. She seemed to be the study committee member of the class. What was her name? He couldn't remember it for a moment. "It's me, what's the matter?" He gave what he thought was a kind smile. The girl blushed even more when he looked at her, and she stuttered a little. The counselor asked me to tell you to go to her office after class." "Instructor? Lu Hanyan?" "Yeah." The girl nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lu Xian's smile remained unchanged, and his tone remained gentle. "Did she say what it was?" It seems to be about you skipping class." The girl finished speaking, as if she had completed a difficult task, and added, You should be careful. Teacher Lu seems to be in a bad mood today." After saying that, she ran back to her seat as if escaping, not even daring to look back. The curve of Lu Xian's mouth gradually became playful. Lu Hanyan. He had experienced the reputation of this beautiful counselor on the first day of school. A woman in her 20s, with a PhD from overseas, but as rigid as a virgin in her 50s or 60s. Her favorite thing to do is to nitpick trivial matters and establish her ridiculous authority in front of students. I was just worrying that I didn't have time to deal with her, but she came to me on her own initiative. Well, then I will squeeze out some precious time to visit this dedicated teacher Lu. Lu Xian walked slowly along the tree-lined avenue leading to the office building. He tapped his finger on the screen of his mobile phone and pulled up the ID photo saved from the school's official website. The woman in the photo is wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, has a serious expression, and is wearing a meticulous professional suit, which makes her look aloof and rigid. He put away his phone, quickened his pace, and came to the door of Lu Hanyan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A cold and slightly impatient voice came from inside the door. Lu Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Hanyan was the only one in the office. She was writing something on a document with her head lowered. Teacher Lu, I'm Lu Xian. Are you looking for me? Lu Xian spoke with a harmless smile. Lu Hanyan then raised her head, and the eyes hidden behind the lenses scanned him like an X-ray, then she lowered her head again and spoke in a cold tone. Yeah, I know. Tell me, why didn't you come to class this morning? I checked the records, and you didn't come to a professional course before that either. Classmate Lu Xian, you disappeared right after the start of the semester. Do you want to be punished severely by the school, or do you want to be expelled directly? Her voice was not loud, but every word seemed to be tempered by ice. Do you know where this is? This is Yanda University. It's not your backyard. Every year, so many people try their best to get in, but you, what do you think this place is? She finished speaking in one breath, as if waiting for Lu Xian's explanation, or rather, waiting for his begging for mercy and confession. However, Lu Xian said nothing. He simply took a leisurely step forward to her desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down very naturally, even straightening a pot of green ivy on the corner of the table. The air in the office froze instantly. The tip of Lu Hanyan's writing pen left a harsh mark on the paper. She slowly raised her head, her brows tightly twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. She had seen disobedient students and smooth-talking students, but she had never seen a student like Lu Xian who could face her wrath and still be so comfortable. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not here to receive a reprimand, but a leader who came to inspect the work. This feeling of being ignored challenged the authority she was proud of like never before. A surge of anger suddenly rushed to her head. Bang! She slammed the table so hard that the pot of green ivy that Lu Xian had just straightened shook 3 times in fright. Lu Xian! Are you listening to me? She stared at Lu Xian intently, her eyes behind the lenses almost spitting fire, and her voice rose with anger, with a hint of sharpness. Who told you to sit down? Stand up. Chapter 1082 Slaps to teach you how to behave. Lu Xian seemed not to hear Lu Hanyan's roar, nor did he pay attention to her eyes that were almost spitting fire. He leaned back in his chair, slowly took out his cell phone, unlocked it, lowered his head, and slowly slid his fingers across the screen. This action was like a bucket of boiling oil, suddenly poured onto Lu Hanyan's already burning anger. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and the well-tailored professional suit seemed unable to restrain her anger that was about to explode. She suddenly walked out from behind the desk, her high heels making a rapid tapping sound on the ground. Each click seemed to hit people's tense nerves. Lu Xian. She walked up to him, looking down at him condescendingly. What's with this attitude of yours? You disrespect teachers and ignore classroom rules, and now you dare to play with your phone in front of me? Do you really think this school belongs to your family? I told you to stand up. Did you hear me? I'm warning you. If you do this again, I'll call your parents right now and show them what a good son they've raised. Lu Hanyan's voice became increasingly sharp. Her self-proclaimed calmness and self-control were crushed to pieces by Lu Xian's ruthless attitude. Lu Xian finally reacted. He turned off his phone and looked up. Far from being intimidated, his face wore a helpless smile, as if he were looking at a fussy child. Teacher Lu, why are you so anxious and angry? You're so young, and anger is harmful to your health. He sighed and shook the phone in his hand. I'm just about to show you something good. It's guaranteed to be exciting, and you'll like it. You. Lu Hanyan was so angry that she couldn't even finish her words. She felt that her authority and dignity were being trampled under the feet of this student bit by bit. In a fit of rage, she made a decision that she would regret for the rest of her life. Get up right there. The teacher is standing, why are you, a student, sitting? Before she finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed Lu Xian's arm, trying to pull him up from the chair with brute force. However, she had been working at a desk for many years, and with her thin arms and legs, she was no match for Lu Xian. The moment her hand touched Lu Xian's arm, Lu Xian flipped his wrist and a sudden force came. Lu Hanyan felt an irresistible force pulling her forward, and she lost her balance instantly. Ah! With a short scream, she fell straight in like a puppet with its strings cut. What's even worse is that due to the huge inertia, he fell over headfirst. The air in the office froze at this moment. Time seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. Lu Hanyan's mind was blank. She could even smell the refreshing scent of laundry detergent on the boy, and a masculine scent that instantly made her cheeks burn like irons. Boom! A surge of blood rushed to her head, and Lu Hanyan's scream was stuck in her throat, and she was completely stunned. She tried to get up in a panic, but her posture was too awkward and she couldn't muster any strength. She struggled for several times, but ended up like a flapping shrimp, and her posture became increasingly ambiguous. The smile on his lips grew wider. Hey, Teacher Lu, what are you doing? His voice was low and playful, ringing above her head. You let me go. Lu Hanyan was so ashamed and angry that she used all her strength to press Lu Xian's thighs with both hands and finally managed to stand up. She had let her hair down on purpose today, and her cascading hair was now a mess like a bird's nest, with a few strands of hair sticking messily to her flushed cheeks. The tight black dress was wrinkled due to her struggle, and the sexy polka-dot black stockings on her legs seemed full of irony to her at the moment. Lu Xian. Lu Hanyan was furious, her rationality completely broken. You have no respect for your elders. You molested our teacher. I'm going to give you a serious warning. I'm going to have you expelled. She raised her hand, gathering all the anger and humiliation in her body, and slapped Lu Xian hard in the face. However, the expected crisp sound did not occur. Her wrist was firmly grasped in midair by a hand as strong as an iron clamp. Lu Xian stood up slowly. His eyes, which originally had a hint of teasing in them, suddenly turned cold the moment he stood up. They became as deep as the abyss, filled with a heart-pounding sense of oppression. That look was no longer the look of a student looking at a teacher, but the look of a wild beast staring at its prey. Lu Hanyan's heart trembled, and an inexplicable fear rose from the soles of her feet. Before she could react, Lu Xian shook the hand that was holding her wrist lightly, and raised his other hand without warning. Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed heavily on Lu Hanyan's left cheek. Lu Hanyan was hit so hard that she staggered and was completely stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes and tilted her head in disbelief, looking at the student in front of her. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a pampered girl, the pride of her parents, a role model in the eyes of her teachers and classmates, and the object of admiration of countless boys. Not to mention being beaten, I never even heard a harsh word. This student actually dared to hit me? A burning pain came from her cheek, but it was far less than the shock and humiliation she felt in her heart. However, this is just the beginning. Bang! Another louder slap landed hard on the other side of her face. This time, Lu Xian increased his strength, knocking her off her feet. She staggered back 2 steps and fell on the cold floor. The world seemed quiet. Lu Hanyan sat on the ground, completely exhausted. She could not feel the pain on her face, only the buzzing sound in her ears and the man in front of her who looked down at her with eyes as cold as if he was looking at a dead object. 2 lines of clear tears finally couldn't help but slide down from her dazed eyes. There is some pain, but more of it is grievance and the pride that has been crushed to the ground. Chapter 109 Peach TV Popular Female Anchor. The air in the office seemed to freeze into a solid object, and it was so quiet that one could hear the 2 people's breathing. Lu Hanyan just fell to the ground, her jet black hair draped over her shoulders, covering half of her face. She was completely stunned, her mind was blank, and there was only a constant buzzing sound in her ears. The burning pain on her cheek reminded her of what had just happened. But that pain was far less than the turmoil in my heart. She, Lu Hanyan, has always been regarded as a favored daughter of heaven by others, the pride of her family, and the youngest overseas returnee doctoral supervisor at Yenching University. Not to mention being slapped in the face, I've never even heard a harsh word spoken. But today, in this office that symbolizes her authority and pride, she was slapped twice hard in the face by a problem student in her eyes, like a disobedient animal being taught a lesson. This is more painful than killing her. The self-esteem that was held high was shattered by these 2 slaps, fell to the ground, and was crushed by the other party's feet. Lu Xian acted as if he had done something insignificant, and didn't even raise his eyebrows. He slowly sat back in his chair, casually crossed his legs, and took out his cell phone. His calmness and comfort formed a striking contrast with Lu Hanyan, who was sitting on the ground in a mess. He ignored her unfocused, tear-filled eyes, tapped the screen with his finger, and uploaded the meticulous ID photo downloaded from the official website to the Black Material app. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the mobile phone screen, a light blue data stream began to emerge around Lu Hanyan's Sirius ID photo, like a holographic scan in a science fiction movie, full of a cold and precise sense of technology. After a few seconds, the data stream converges into Name, Lu Hanyan. Gender, female. Age, 27. Appearance, 94. Control value, 0-100. Measurements, 81-64-79. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Target evaluation, she has enjoyed being the center of attention since she was a child. She enjoys being praised by others and cannot bear to hear anyone criticize her. She is completely immersed in the praise. Lu Xian looked at the comment, a sarcastic arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's this kind of person again. She is exactly like Lin Jiling, except that one is in the entertainment industry and the other is in an ivory tower. Both of them have princess syndrome in their bones because they have been pampered. At this time, Lu Hanyan on the ground finally came back to her senses from the huge shock. Humiliation and anger erupted in her chest like a volcano. She wiped the tears from her face, and her beautiful eyes were now burning with crazy flames. Ah! Lu Xian! You bastard! You uneducated beast! She screamed, her voice hoarse with excitement, "I'm your instructor. I'm going to give you a serious warning. I'm going to get you out of Yanda." Without even looking up, Lu Xian continued sliding his finger across the screen, saying calmly, "Teacher, look at you now, with your hair disheveled, sitting on the ground yelling, how can you be a role model at all?" He paused, his tone tinged with amusement. "Hurry up and get up. The ground is cold. If a colleague or student passed by and saw us, they'd think we were up to something new in the office. That would have a terrible impact. You. Lu Hanyan was so angry at his words that she was shaking all over. She pointed at him but couldn't say a complete sentence. You are shameless. Negative material is being generated, please wait," the app's prompt sound sounded at the right time. Perhaps it was Lu Xian's words being seen that touched her last line of defense. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth, held onto the cold corner of the table, and stood up tremblingly. The first thing she did was not to continue to attack Lu Xian, but to hurriedly pick up the small mirror on the table and check the injuries on her face. When she saw the 2 clear red fingerprints in the mirror, her tears welled up again. Black material generated. Option 1, 200 points to exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange voucher 1 to exchange for a complete black material package. 200 points, redeem. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Exchange successful. In an instant, a huge and exciting stream of information flooded into my mind, and an encrypted document was simultaneously generated on the phone screen. Lu Xian opened the document, and when he saw the core title line clearly, even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Core details of the scandal: Lu Hanyan, the instructor of Class 3 of the Chinese department at Yenching University, is actually a popular female anchor on the overseas live streaming platform Mitao TV. Her live streaming account, Princess Yan Yan, has 300,000 followers, over 1 million likes, and accumulated rewards exceeding $1 million. Oh shit. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of surprise and a hint of a strange smile. He raised his head and re-examined the woman in front of him who was fixing her appearance in front of the mirror, feeling aggrieved and angry. I really didn't notice. During the day, she is a sanctimonious and rigidly preaching female doctoral supervisor, but at night she transforms into a female anchor who dances for the top guy in the live broadcast room? Are the business scopes of beautiful teachers so wide these days? He suddenly thought of Chen Yubing, and a ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. Wow, these two are actually colleagues. What a coincidence. It seems that beautiful women all have similar hobbies. One takes private photos and videos, and the other is even more awesome, directly engaging in live interactive broadcasts. If they could get to know each other, they might be able to exchange business experiences. Lu Hanyan turned to look at Lu Xian. Lu Xian. You're done. I'm going to expel you from school. Chapter 110. I don't like people pointing fingers at me. Just as Lu Hanyan finished shouting the threat, someone knocked on the office door. Without waiting for the person inside to respond, the doorknob turned and a young man in a light gray casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried in. Hanyan, are you okay? I heard some noise from your side in the office just now. It was quite loud. I was worried, so I came to check on you. The man looked concerned, and his eyes immediately fell on Lu Hanyan's pretty face, which was still stained with tears. When he saw the 2 clear and symmetrical red and swollen fingerprints, he was stunned and his face changed drastically. He rushed over, his voice changing tone, "Your face, who did this?" His eyes were like knives as he turned sharply towards Lu Xian, who was still sitting peacefully in the chair. Lu Hanyan tried hard to hold back the tears that were welling up in her eyes again, and looked at the person who came, feeling mixed emotions. The man's name was Sun Hao. He was the counselor of the next class. He relied on his father, who was the dean of the School of Finance, to look down on others in the school. Ever since he met Lu Hanyan a year ago, he has launched a fierce pursuit of her, but Lu Hanyan has always been lukewarm towards him and just kept him in suspense. But now, he saw her most miserable appearance clearly. However, Lu Xian, the instigator, did not take the new flower protectors seriously at this moment. All his attention was focused on the freshly released negative report on the screen of his mobile phone. He browsed the details with great interest. Detailed description: the target, Lu Hanyan, was born into the prestigious Lu family of Yenching University. Her father, Lu Jia, is currently the executive vice president of Yenching University. Her mother is the director of international cooperation at Beihua University. Raised amidst the protection of her family and the envy of others, she enjoyed a life of exceptional material comfort, surrounded by endless admiration and praise. Over time, she became numb to ordinary praise, finding it insufficiently stimulating. One day, she accidentally clicked on a website and came across the overseas live streaming platform Mitao TV. The comments section, filled with near-crazy admiration, explicit expressions of affection, and even obscene language, gave her an unprecedented sense of gratification. She subsequently registered the account Princess Yan Yan and immersed herself in it. She cared little for monetary rewards. She relished the ultimate sense of control and vanity that came with being worshipped as a goddess by millions of viewers across the screen. A playful smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. Interesting, really interesting. These women all have such impressive backgrounds, how come they all have some psychological issues? He casually clicked on the attached PPT file package, which was probably several hundred pages long. It contains both pictures and texts, and records in detail the time, theme, and income of each live broadcast of Princess Yan Yan, and even a large number of intercepted and disgusting barrage content. Although Lu Hanyan always wears an exquisite mask in the live broadcast, trying to cover up her shame, a high-definition screenshot note in the PPT completely confirms her identity. There is an inconspicuous small mole that looks like a heart, one finger away from the left collarbone. Just as Lu Xian was watching with great interest, Sun Hao's anger had already reached his head. Hey! What's wrong with you, student? Sun Hao's eyes widened as he pointed at Lu Xian's nose. You didn't stand up when you saw the teacher, and you even dared to hit your own instructor? Don't you want to stay in Yanda anymore? Lu Xian then slowly raised his head, his eyes swept across Lu Hanyan, whose face was full of grievance and embarrassment, and finally fell on Sun Hao, who was filled with righteous indignation. His eyes were as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Teacher, Lu Xian said in a calm tone, yet with a hint of natural contempt, I'm having an in-depth discussion with our counselor. I don't think you have anything to do with it, do you? You. Sun Hao's face turned pale and blue at his attitude. What kind of attitude is that? You have no respect for your elders. Stand up right now. Apologize to Teacher Lu. After saying that, he actually stretched out his hand and aggressively tried to grab Lu Xian's collar, trying to lift him up from the chair. Lu Hanyan's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to stop it, but she also had a hint of secret expectation. Sun Hao is a man after all, so he should be able to suppress this lawless student, right? However, what happened the next second made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Just when Sun Hao's hand was about to touch Lu Xian's collar, Lu Xian moved. He didn't even stand up, but just raised his left hand holding the phone like lightning, accurately grabbed Sun Hao's wrist, and twisted it gently. Click. The crisp sound of a joint being dislocated was particularly harsh in the quiet office. Ah! Sun Hao's face, which had turned red with anger, turned pale in an instant and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He only felt a piercing pain coming from his wrist, his entire arm was numb, and he instantly lost all strength. Lu Xian was still sitting there, even his posture didn't change, but his eyes turned cold. I don't like people pointing fingers at me. He loosened his grip, as if brushing away a cloud of dust that was in the way. Sun Hao held his wrist, which was twisted at a strange angle, sweating profusely from the pain. He staggered back 2 steps, looking at Lu Xian with eyes full of horror and disbelief. Lu Xian stood up and slowly straightened his collar, which was not wrinkled at all, then turned his gaze back to Lu Hanyan, who was completely stunned. He raised the phone in his hand, and the screen was facing her. On it was a screenshot of a live broadcast in which she was wearing a mask and had a dazed look in her eyes. Teacher Lu, Lu Xian said with a devilish grin. His voice was not loud, but it struck Lu Hanyan's heart like a hammer. Now, can we continue our teacher-student exchange? Or, you want Teacher Sun to also sit in on the legendary story of Princess Yan Yan? Lu Hanyan felt as if her heart was about to stop beating and she could no longer breathe normally. Chapter 111. Who is your father? I will beat him up. Sun Hao was still unconvinced and endured the pain. He couldn't lose face in front of his goddess. He covered his wrists and big beads of sweat fell, but he still took a step forward. Intend to stand up for Lu Hanyan. Student, you hit the teacher. I'm going to call the police now. Hurry and apologize to Teacher Lu. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret. But Lu Xian just smiled slightly, and that gesture made him feel even more embarrassed. But he saw Lu Hanyan looking at Lu Xian's phone and stopped talking. Then Lu Hanyan straightened up and looked at Sun Hao with a pale face. Sun Hao caught her in the most embarrassing state, which made her want to die, but she was even more afraid that this idiot Sun Hao would add fuel to the fire. Hanyan, don't be afraid. Seeing Lu Hanyan's pale face, Sun Hao was even more determined to play the hero saving the beauty role. He pointed at Lu Xian with a righteous look. "I'll call the security department right now. And then call your dad, and Vice Principal Lu. I'll see how he walks out of this school today." He deliberately emphasized the 4 words Vice Principal Lu to remind Lu Xian of the other party's background and to show off his achievements to Lu Hanyan. However, when Lu Hanyan heard this, she was almost scared to death. Call her father? Wouldn't that just blow things up completely, tear off her last bit of fig leaf and throw it on the ground for everyone to step on? She suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Xian, but saw that he was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at her with interest, as if his eyes were saying, "Look, this is your reinforcement? Son Hao." Lu Hanyan's voice was shrill and changed in pitch. She almost crawled to her feet from the ground, not even bothering to tidy up her messy clothes and hair. She grabbed Sun Hao's arm and pushed him out desperately. "Get out. Now, immediately, right now." "Ah? Hanyan? Sun Hao was completely confused. Wasn't that how the script was written? Wasn't she supposed to be moved to tears and throw herself into his arms? "This is my private matter. It's none of your business. Go away." Lu Hanyan was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. She just wanted to get rid of this guy who was more likely to cause trouble than to help. If she stayed for another second, she felt that the knife hanging over her head was about to fall. "Private matter? He beat you like this, what private matter is there?" Sun Hao shouted unwillingly. He felt that Lu Hanyan must be scared silly. "If you don't leave now, we won't even be friends anymore." Lu Hanyan used her last trump card, using almost all her strength to push Sun Hao out of the office door. Sun Hao was pushed and staggered, looking at Lu Hanyan in disbelief. Bang! The office door was slammed shut in front of him, and there was a sound of it being locked. Sun Hao stood outside the door, his face turning pale and blue. He felt extremely humiliated as his feelings were being trampled upon in public. But then he thought, Hanyan must be afraid that the student would attack her again. She was protecting herself. Yes, that must be it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth, and the anger in his heart was replaced by an inexplicable feeling of being moved. He quietly approached the door and put his ear against the cold door panel, trying to listen to the movement inside. If the boy made a move again, he would break in immediately. There was deathly silence in the office. Lu Hanyan leaned against the door, her chest heaving violently like a fish short of oxygen. She looked at the man sitting leisurely on the chair, as if he had everything under control, and the last bit of hope in her heart completely collapsed. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and tried to regain a little dignity as a counselor. "Student Lu Xian, the photos in your phone, although I don't know who they are, but that kind of thing can't be shown to anyone casually." Her voice was dry and hoarse, with a slight tremor that she herself didn't even notice. "Spreading this kind of picture is not good. Now I can pretend nothing happened. You delete the photo and apologize to me. As for skipping class, I won't hold it against you." She thought this was the biggest concession she could make, a condescending forgiveness. Hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle as if he had heard a huge joke. System investigation tip: someone is eavesdropping outside the door. He stood up slowly, without looking at her, but walked straight towards the office door. Lu Hanyan's heart suddenly jumped into her throat. What was he going to do? Was he going to leave? Just as she was daydreaming, Lu Xian's hand had already grasped the door handle. The next second, he pulled it out suddenly. Ah! Outside the door, Sun Hao, who was putting his ear against the door and listening with great interest, did not expect the door to open suddenly. He lost his balance and rushed in with a scream, falling heavily at Lu Hanyan's feet in a dog-chewing mud posture. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Sun Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver. He frantically tried to get up, stammering, I was just passing by. Yes, just passing by. Lu Xian closed the door and locked it. Teacher, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Before he finished speaking, he raised his foot and casually kicked Sun Hao on the knee that was supporting his body. Crack! Ouch! Sun Hao let out a shrill howl and fell to his knees uncontrollably. His knees hit the floor heavily with a dull thud. The severe pain made him cry and snot flow instantly. You dare to hit me! My father is... Bang! Before he could finish, a crisp and loud slap landed precisely on his face, interrupting him from saying the rest of his words. Lu Xian slowly squatted down and looked at Sun Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. There was a warm smile on his face, but his tone was so cold that it seemed to come from hell. Who is your father? Does it have anything to do with me? I hate it most when people buzz around me like a fly while I'm doing something. He reached out and gently patted Sun Hao's red and swollen face. Now, can you be quiet for a moment? You. Just wait. I'm going to call the police. As he said that, Sun Hao took out his cell phone. Chapter 112. Since you don't know him, call the police. He ignored Sun Hao, his gaze passed over him and fell on Lu Hanyan, whose face was as pale as paper. The teasing in his eyes made her more uncomfortable than a direct insult. Teacher Lu, look, this teacher has such a strong sense of justice. Didn't you say you didn't recognize the person in the photo? Then let him call the police. They can judge the matter and determine what crime I have committed. As Lu Xian spoke, he slowly sat back in his chair, crossed his legs comfortably, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Bluish-white smoke curled up in front of him, blurring his smiling face but making his eyes appear even deeper. Come on, teacher, report. He raised his chin towards Sun Hao, his tone as relaxed as if he was inviting a friend to dinner. I'm right here, I won't run away. Whoever runs away is a grandson. The strings in Sun Hao's head buzzed and became completely messed up. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Or is he hiding something he's not aware of? But Lu Hanyan's reaction made him instantly forget all his doubts. Lu Hanyan trembled all over, as if she heard the call of the god of death. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and pleading, and she stared at Sun Hao. Sun Hao! Don't listen to him. No need to call the police. Her voice became sharp with fear. This is just a small misunderstanding between us teacher and student. I can handle it myself. Calling the police will ruin this child's life. When Sun Hao heard this, the doubts that had just arisen in his heart disappeared instantly, and were replaced by a burning desire to protect and a sense of justice. Han Yan. Even at this time, you are still thinking about this beast. You are just too kind. He was deeply moved, and his eyes were filled with pity when he looked at Lu Hanyan. When he looked at Lu Xian again, his expression was full of righteousness and hatred for evil. Han Yan, don't be afraid. You're just too soft-hearted. If you don't teach this scumbag a lesson, he'll never know his place. I must call the police today, he said, holding his aching wrist with one hand, and reaching for his phone with his other trembling hand. Not only am I going to call the police, I'm also going to call 120. I feel like my wrist is broken. This isn't over. Lu Hanyan watched as Sun Hao's finger was about to touch the phone screen, and the last string of rationality in her mind broke. Almost on instinct, she rushed forward, raised her hands, and used all her strength. Bang! An extremely loud slap landed heavily on Sun Hao's face. His pair of gold-rimmed glasses were blown away, drew a messy arc in the air, and fell to the ground and broke into two pieces. Sun Hao was completely stunned. He covered his burning face and looked at the crazy woman in front of him in disbelief. My own goddess, hit me? I said. It's none of your business. Get out of here. Lu Hanyan's eyes were red, her chest was heaving violently, and her beautiful face was distorted with anger and fear. Sun Hao's train of thought took a strange turn at this moment. He suddenly figured it out. Hanyan, she hit me, not because she was unreasonable. She hit me because she cared about me too much. She was afraid that I would suffer if I confronted this lawless student head-on, so she was protecting me in this way. Thinking of this, Sun Hao no longer felt any resentment, but instead felt an indescribable sense of tragedy and emotion. Han Yan. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He can't bully you. We have to call the police. Only then can we. Snap. 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 Lu Hanyan went completely crazy. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She raised her hand and slapped Sun Hao in the face in a series of blows, which rained down on the other side of his face. Get out! Get out! Get out! Are you a Pacific police officer? Why are you meddling in other people's business? What does my business have to do with you? Get out of here! Sun Hao was dizzy from these slaps. The tragic heroic complex in his mind, along with his remaining dignity, were shattered to pieces. He finally realized that Lu Hanyan was not acting, she was really crazy. If he stayed any longer, he would probably lose his other hand. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Sun Hao was so frightened that he crawled to his feet and limped towards the door. The office door is right in front of me, and the dawn of freedom is just ahead. However, a hand, like an iron clamp, gently pressed on the door panel, blocking his way. Lu Xian's face with a sinister smile appeared in front of him like a devil. "Teacher, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Lu Xian's tone was as gentle as the whispers of lovers. "Aren't you going to call the police?" "No. I won't take revenge. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Sun Hao looked into Lu Xian's eyes and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His legs softened and he almost fell to his knees again. "Brother! My legs and arms are broken. I need to go to the hospital. Please let me go." As he spoke, he nodded and bowed uncontrollably to Lu Xian, acting more respectful than when he met his biological father. Lu Xian just smiled slightly, raised his foot, and kicked Sun Hao's other knee casually. The force was not great, but the precision was incredible. With a click. Ouch! Sun Hao let out a scream that was not like a human voice, hugged his legs, and rolled on the ground in pain like a shrimp with its tendons pulled out. His pig-slaughtering wail echoed throughout the office. Lu Xian did this so that Lu Hanyan, who was already stunned beside him, could see it clearly. This is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He bent down, picked up Sun Hao by the back of his collar as easily as if he were picking up a chicken, and dragged him towards the door. "Teacher," Lu Xian leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "if you dare to say a word about what happened here today, I will break both of your legs. I don't care if your father is the dean or the principal, I mean what I say." He opened the door and threw Sun Hao into the corridor like throwing away garbage. Then, he stood up, put on that harmless smile again, and said gently to Sun Hao, who was wailing on the ground. "So, teacher, please go to the hospital quickly and don't delay." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the office, slamming the door shut. Click. The sound of the door lock falling was particularly clear in the silent office. That voice seemed to have locked up Lu Hanyan's last glimmer of hope. Chapter 113. Teacher, your mole, why is it exactly the same as the one in the photo? The office door was locked. The crisp click sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Hanyan's heart hard, completely shattering her last hope of escape. She leaned against the cold wall, her chest heaving violently, her face as pale as paper, as she watched the man stroll back to the chair and sit down again. Lu Xian crossed his legs with a faint smile on his face, but in her eyes, that smile was more terrifying than the devil's grin. The office was dead silent, with only her heavy breathing as the sound. "Teacher," Lu Xian finally spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. He shook his phone, and the screen still showed the screenshot of the live broadcast of the person wearing a mask. "You said you didn't recognize the person in the photo, but I like to dig deep and have to confirm it." Before he finished speaking, he stood up suddenly. Lu Hanyan's heart tightened and she subconsciously took a step back. Her back hit the door heavily, making a dull sound. Lu Xian seemed not to notice her fear and walked up to her in a few steps. "Classmate, what do you want to do?" Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling without her even noticing. Lu Xian didn't answer, but raised his hand and grabbed the collar of her white professional shirt with lightning speed. Tear! A sharp sound of cloth tearing exploded in the quiet office. He tore a large hole in the collar of her fine silk shirt, revealing her delicate and perfect collarbone and the lace bra straps underneath. "Ah!" Lu Hanyan subconsciously let out a short scream, then covered her mouth tightly. She didn't dare to shout. There might be people outside the door who haven't gone far yet. If someone sees her in this disheveled state, sharing a room with a male student, her life will be completely over. Humiliation, fear, anger, countless emotions overwhelmed her like a tide. She wanted to resist, wanted to push away the demon in front of her, but her body felt like it was filled with lead, so soft that she couldn't muster any strength. You let me go. Lu Xian. You are committing a crime. I advise you to stop immediately." Her face flushed and she grabbed at her clothes in vain, trying to cover herself. Time passes by every second. Lu Hanyan was extremely anxious. Lu Xian seemed not to hear her warning. He lowered his head and his eyes fell on her left clavicle. He stared at the mole, a playful smirk on his lips. He tooted, "Teacher, how come your mole looks exactly like the one in the photo?" It was a small heart-shaped mole. He even stretched out his other hand, covered the lower half of Lu Hanyan's face with his fingers, and then moved his phone screen close to hers, comparing them seriously. "Hey, you know what, looking at it this way, they really are the same person. Isn't that a coincidence, teacher?" Lu Hanyan was so angry at his humiliating behavior that she trembled all over and tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. She pushed Lu Xian's hand away and shouted hoarsely, "What do you want? If you want to kill me, just tell me. You keep humiliating me like this." She spoke toughly, but her heart was already filled with fear. If any of this photo or video were to be circulated, not only would she be ruined, but the entire Lu family's reputation would be thrown to the ground and trampled upon. What's more, the profits from overseas live broadcasts are huge, and once they are verified, they will not be able to escape imprisonment. Lu Xian looked at her fierce but weak appearance and felt funny. He is like a cat that has caught a mouse. Instead of rushing to eat it, he enjoys playing with his prey. "It's just a screenshot, teacher, what are you afraid of?" He withdrew his hand and said slowly, "Don't worry, I have something more interesting to show you." As he spoke, he swiped his finger across the screen and clicked on a video. The next second, a burst of voices came from the phone receiver, accompanied by a woman's coquettish voice. "Brother, I don't want a rocket. Brother said you were Yin Yan Shogo, hurry up." In the video, Princess Yin Yan is wearing a mask and twisting her waist towards the camera. Lu Xian still felt it was not enough and deliberately turned up the volume of his phone to the maximum. That sound instantly filled the entire office. Take it away." "No. Don't." Lu Hanyan's face turned pale in an instant. She pushed Lu Xian's phone away violently, as if she had seen the dirtiest thing. Her eyes dodged and she didn't dare to look at the screen again. "Hey, teacher, why are you hiding?" Lu Xian's tone was full of joking. "Isn't this all your own wonderful performance? Don't you usually appreciate your own replays and summarize your business experience?" He forcibly raised the phone in front of Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan closed her eyes tightly, covered her ears with her hands, curled up into a ball, and kept shaking her head. "Lu Xian." She finally broke down, crying, "Tell me. What are you going to do? Don't think you can do whatever you want with these things." She took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. She forced herself to calm down and said in a transactional tone, "Do you want to stay in graduate school? Or go straight to a doctorate? As long as you delete all this information, I can guarantee that you can study all the way to a doctorate at Yanda University. How about it? I guarantee you will have smooth sailing at Yen University and a bright future ahead of you." She threw out her last chip, which she considered the most important. This is the maximum authority she can exercise as a counselor and the daughter of Vice Principal Lu. This is the best future a student can hope for. However, when Lu Xian heard this, he felt like he had heard the funniest joke of the year and couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at the woman in front of him who was still trying to negotiate with a gesture of charity, shook his head, slowly leaned close to her ear, and said softly in a voice that was almost whispering, but icy cold, "Teacher, did you make a mistake? Doctor? Do you think I care about that piece of paper? Do you think your future is worth just this much?" Chapter 114. I hope Teacher Lu can be more proactive. Lu Hanyan's breathing stagnated. That light question was like an invisible hammer, hitting all the knowledge she was proud of. A doctorate? A teaching position at Yanda? These were the top bargaining chips she could offer, enough to make any ordinary student ecstatic and grateful. But in the eyes of this man, they were worthless? So, then what does he want? Her mind was racing, fear and humiliation intertwined into an impenetrable web that made it almost impossible for her to think. She forced herself to calm down, and with the last bit of her sanity, she threw out what she thought was the ultimate trump card. "Okay, Lu Xian, you're really ruthless." She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly from the effort. "As long as you delete everything, I can promise that after you graduate, you can stay on campus and work as a counselor in administration. This is the limit of what you can get as a student in your lifetime. I advise you to quit while you're ahead and don't push me." At the end of her words, she seemed to have regained a bit of confidence, and her eyes became fierce. "It's a big deal, both sides will be destroyed. I'm calling the police right now and suing you for breaking into my office and molesting and tearing my clothes. Even if we can't find out, you, a student who hit a teacher, will definitely be expelled. At most, my reputation will be damaged. I'll stay in there for a few years, and when the storm has died down, I, Lu Hanyan, will still be Lu Hanyan. By then, I'll see what you can use to fight me." Her words echoed in the silent office, sounding fierce but weak. After hearing this, Lu Xian's playful smile became even more pronounced. He was even amused to the point of chuckling and shaking his head, as if he was watching a child who was playing tricks but had no rules. "Teacher, have you forgotten something? Lu Xian slowly put out his cigarette, stood up, and approached her step by step. You want to call the police? Okay. What should I say when the police come? Let them see these videos? Every time he spoke, he took a step forward. Lu Hanyan's face turned even paler, and she subconsciously stepped back until her back touched the cold door again, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. You stay in there for a few years, and you'll still be Lu Hanyan when you come out? Lu Xian lowered his voice, carrying a cold, dissecting cruelty. But what about your father? Mr. Lu Jia, the executive vice president of Yenching University. Can he still hold his position as vice president? What will his colleagues think of him? What will the entire education community say about him? An educator who couldn't even teach his own daughter well, allowing her to become a female anchor on an overseas live streaming platform? Do you still want his reputation and the reputation of your entire Lu family? So, teacher. Lu Xian had already walked in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. There was no more teasing in his eyes, only the purest desire and control. What I value is never what you say. Lu Hanyan completely collapsed. Every word Lu Xian said was like a precise scalpel, cutting through all her disguises and cutting off her last retreat. She looked at the handsome yet devilish face that was so close to her, and looked at his unconcealed, aggressive eyes. A thought that made her feel cold all over finally surfaced. You, what on earth do you want to do? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and trembling with despair. Lu Xian smiled. Teacher, what are you blocking? His gaze fell on her hands tightly clutching her collar, and he shook his head. Here, I have all the recordings from your first live broadcast to the most recent one. Every angle, every clarity, everything. You're a goddess in front of those unsuspecting students and colleagues. He paused, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear, but in the live broadcast room, in front of those big brothers who yelled at you to shake it up, what are you? And now in front of me, why are you pretending to be a pure and heroic woman? Shut up. You're talking nonsense. These words seemed to have touched Lu Hanyan's most sensitive nerve. She screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and tried her best to push Lu Xian away. That's not what you think. That's art. What do you know? They are my believers, they prostrate themselves at my feet, calling me goddess. I am their god. Her eyes were red and she was so excited that she was a little crazy, as if only by hypnotizing herself in this way could she maintain her shaky worldview. Goddess? Lu Xian's patience seemed to have finally been exhausted. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold look. He suddenly made a move and grabbed Lu Hanyan's soft black hair, forcing her to raise her head and meet his fierce eyes. Ah! The severe pain from her scalp made Lu Hanyan scream in pain. All the madness and shouting were stuck in her throat at this moment. Get away! You pervert! You lunatic! Lu Hanyan was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She grabbed Lu Xian's arms with both hands, but she couldn't move him at all. You bitch, you still want to be a saint? Lu Xian sneered and let go of her hair, but the words he said were even more painful than the pulling. Believe it or not, I will package all your works of art and make a free shareable link. I will post it on the Yanda campus forum. I will also send a copy to your father, your mother, and your brother who is studying abroad. I will let all your relatives and friends come and admire it and see how you, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, became a goddess. By then, will you still have the nerve to live? Teacher, sometimes, social death is 10,000 times more painful than death itself. All the strength in Lu Hanyan's body was drained. She slid down the door panel to the ground, looking dazed and with empty eyes. Lu Xian looked at her like this and smiled with satisfaction. He walked slowly back to his chair and sat down, his posture like a king returning to his throne. Teacher, what about me? I don't like violence. It's not elegant. Lu Xian held his right elbow with his left hand and touched his chin with his right hand. His eyes were cold and playful. He grinned an evil smile, which was reflected in Lu Hanyan's out-of-focus pupils, making her spine cold and her hair stand on end. You don't want me to send these things to your family. Will you still have the nerve to continue hanging around in the Yinjing circle by then, Mr. Lu? Chapter 115 Lu Hanyan, the only thing you can do now is to admit your mistake. The Princess Yanyan, who wears a mask, twists her waist in front of the camera, and teases fans with her charming voice is nothing more than a virtual personality to her, a tool to satisfy her morbid vanity. She never associated that image with the high-ranking Yanda doctoral supervisor Lu Hanyan in reality. But now, this man, in the most brutal and direct way, ruthlessly tore these two identities apart, crumpled them into a ball, and threw them in her face. Why, haven't you decided on a goddess yet? Lu Xian's voice drifted over, a hint of impatient teasing in the air. My patience is limited. How about I send a video preview to Vice Principal Lu and ask him which cover he likes? This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Hanyan's body trembled violently, and the last light in her pupils was completely extinguished. She slowly raised her head and looked at the man sitting in the chair, looking as comfortable as if he were in his own living room. The distance from the office door to the chair is only a few meters, but at this moment it seems like there is a bottomless abyss, the dividing line between heaven and hell. She moved. Every step she took felt like she was walking on the edge of a knife. The clacking sound of her high heels hitting the ground slowed Lu Hanyan's heartbeat. Teacher, that's right. I'm watching the live replay, please don't let me down. Lu Hanyan wiped her tears and asked, what should I do? Lu Xian smiled slightly. Lu Hanyan, the only thing you can do now is to admit your mistake. Also, all the illegally obtained funds must be donated to the foundation for fundraising. Give this stolen money back to the poor kids who need it. At this moment, Lu Xian's sense of justice is overflowing, he is a messenger of justice. Then let her make amends for all her mistakes and repent. Lu Hanyan showed a sincere expression and nodded, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I will change my ways and donate all the proceeds. Please don't publish this stuff. The host successfully transformed the target's character, and the target successfully turned from evil to good. Detected that the target person, Lu Hanyan, has experienced psychological changes, feeling a great deal of guilt and a desire to make amends. Current compensation value, 100. Congratulations to the host. The compensation value for the target character Lu Hanyan has been fully completed. A series of system prompts sounded in Lu Xian's mind. Reward, primary technology energy shield, capable of resisting all 7.62 mm bullet attacks. Reward, if the host achieves full marks in all courses in the Chinese department of Yanda University, she will automatically receive full credits for all courses taken and not taken. Reward, succubus tattoo patch one-time consumable item. Attach it to the target and control their mind unconditionally for 7 days. Accidental drop reward, silent barrier. Once activated, no one inside or outside the host's selected range can hear the sound. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Wow, this system is really thoughtful. Knowing I don't have time for those boring classes, I just go straight to them and skip the exams. Immediately afterwards, a vast stream of knowledge flooded into his mind, from ancient literary history to modern literary theory, from exegesis to modern Chinese grammar. Countless originally boring knowledge points now seem to be innate, clearly imprinted in the depths of his memory. This feeling of getting something for nothing is even better than before. Without opening her eyes, she pleaded with a hint of weakness, a survivor, Lu Xian. I've admitted my mistake. Are you satisfied now? Can you let me go? How can a good person only do a good deed once? Lu Hanyan suddenly raised her head, and there was finally a trace of fluctuation in her dazed eyes, which was disbelief, anger, and despair. And your title needs to be changed. From now on, you, Lu Hanyan, are no longer some high-ranking instructor. You, shameless. Lu Hanyan wanted to refute and curse, but when she met Lu Xian's cold yet playful eyes, all her anger and backbone were instantly extinguished, leaving only the fear that penetrated deep into her bones. She found herself unable to utter a complete sentence. Brother Xian, I was wrong. Chapter 116 The Lu Family. The Lu family will obey the master's orders from now on. Only now did she truly understand that Lu Xian's terrifying nature was far more than the black material he had in his hands. This man is simply a devil. He has grasped her weak spot precisely. No, he has strangled the throat of her entire Lu family. Rebellion? She had thought about it before. But what would the consequences be? Disgrace, public condemnation, and imprisonment. Perhaps she could still grit her teeth and endure these. But what about my father? What about the Lu family? As Lu Xian said, the spit of public opinion can drown people. The reputation that her father had fought for all his life and the good reputation that the Lu family had accumulated over generations would be destroyed because of her. In this era, there are too many jealous people. Many of them are waiting for you to make a mistake, and then they will rush over and eat you alive, leaving no bones behind. She, Lu Hanyan, was once a favored girl of heaven, the youngest doctoral supervisor at Yenjing University, and a goddess admired by countless students. Brother Xian, you are right. Yan Yan. Yan Yan will definitely be obedient in the future. Please, Brother Xian, please, Brother Xian, please have mercy on me and don't send out those embarrassing things of mine. Lu Hanyan's voice was broken and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of her throat. I promise, I will never live stream again. Absolutely not. As she spoke, she rested her forehead on the cold floor, a gesture that showed a complete abandonment of dignity. The Lu family will obey your orders from now on. Brother Xian, you are the one who means what you say. Everything in the Lu family will belong to Brother Xian from now on. Lu Xian reached out, his fingertips feeling a hint of coolness, and pinched Lu Hanyan's chin, forcing her to raise her head. The once beautiful and proud face was now covered with traces of tears and was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. The pair of phoenix eyes that were once proud and cold were now sparkling with water, without any trace of resistance in them. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully examined her expression. Teacher, can I trust you? He asked softly, his tone ambiguous. The faint starlight in Lu Hanyan's eyes flickered violently, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Xian let her go temporarily. Lu Hanyan is indeed useful to keep around. Her father, Lu Jia, the executive vice president of Yanqing University, holds a significant position in Yanqing, especially in the education sector. In the future, whether it is integrating forces or dealing with some shady matters, it will be much more convenient. The most urgent thing for him now is to integrate the power in his hands. Although the black material app system is powerful, every time you expose someone's black material, you are creating one or even a group of enemies. The negative information he now has is enough to make several families in Yanqing hate him to the core. The fact that I have been able to stay safe until now is not only due to the control value given by the system, but also due to a certain amount of luck. On his previous road to revenge, he had been too hasty and too aggressive, and many details had not been handled thoughtfully. Looking back, my approach to Lu Hanyan today was a bit impulsive. He was like dancing on the edge of a cliff. If he took a wrong step, he would be doomed. So, we have to slow down. He brings all the people under his control together and weaves them into a network that truly belongs to him. When Lu Hanyan saw that Lu Xian seemed to relax, the extremely tense string in her heart loosened slightly, and her instinct for survival made her react immediately. She didn't care about the pain in her knees and moved forward suddenly, crawling to Lu Xian's feet almost using her hands and feet. She kowtowed twice, and her forehead hit the floor with a dull dong-dong sound. He quickly raised 3 fingers and swore with all his strength. Brother Xian. Brother Xian, don't worry. I, Lu Hanyan, swear to heaven that from now on, I will be kind-hearted and do good things wholeheartedly. If I say even a single lie, I will make my Lu family. I will make my Lu family live in utter ruin, and there will be no recovery. Lu Xian looked at her swearing and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Well, since the teacher is so sincere, I will trust you for now. Lu Xian smiled slightly, his tone becoming more relaxed. Now, there's a small matter that I need your help with, teacher. Brother Xian, please give me your orders. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Lu Hanyan immediately expressed her stance. She looked so anxious, as if she was afraid that Lu Xian would not give her a chance to redeem herself. Lu Xian stretched out his fingers and tapped the table lightly. As you know, I'm a student of Chinese. I've been busy lately, so I don't have much time to spend in the classroom. Lu Hanyan was very smart and immediately understood what Lu Xian meant. Brother Xian, do you want to apply for exemption from hearing, or a long-term public leave? She asked tentatively. Lu Xian nodded, smart. Can you do it? Yes. Of course. Lu Hanyan answered without hesitation. For her, this matter was just a piece of cake. Master, don't worry. I will make arrangements immediately. I will ensure that no one comes to disturb Brother Xian. She paused, then added cautiously, then, Brother Xian's grades. Lu Xian smiled. This Lu Hanyan was really good at taking care of people. The system reward of full marks in all courses in the Chinese department of Yen University was still fresh in his mind, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. However, this matter is also a test for Lu Hanyan. Oh? Teacher, do you have any good suggestions regarding grades? He asked, pretending to be ignorant. Lu Hanyan quickly said, Brother Xian, don't worry. Whether it's the final exams or regular homework, I will arrange everything for you. I guarantee you'll excel in all subjects, and it won't affect your future development in any way. She even wondered whether she should use her father's connections to arrange a place for Lu Xian in postgraduate study, or even directly in doctoral study. As long as she could satisfy this gentleman, let alone such a small matter, even if she was asked to go to the principal's office to dance right now, she would probably have to grit her teeth and do it. Very good. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the lush scenery of Yenyuan outside the window. The game had just begun, and Lu Hanyan was just a newly activated chess piece on his chessboard. Next, there are more interesting things waiting for him to do. As for that Sun Hao. A cold smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. If you dare to buzz like a fly when he is doing things, you must be prepared to be swatted to death. Chapter 117. What is brotherhood? What is a friendship stronger than gold? Lu Xian turned around and looked at Lu Hanyan. Okay, get up. That's all for today. I'm going back now. Lu Xian walked out the door. Lu Hanyan hurriedly got up from the ground, not bothering to tidy up her messy clothes and hair. She just lowered her head deeply and used all her strength to suppress the trembling in her voice. Brother Zhu Xian, take care. Don't send me off, hurry up and clean up the office. Lu Xian's hand was already on the doorknob. Without even turning around, he added, also, remind that Sun Hao not to mess with me. I don't have time for people like him. After saying that, Lu Xian disappeared behind the door without any reluctance. Lu Hanyan looked at the tightly closed door. She felt as if all the bones had been pulled out of her body. She leaned weakly against the wall and slowly slid down to the ground. She breathed a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally getting a moment's respite. But then, an even stronger sense of emptiness and loss overwhelmed her like a tide. This feeling made her feel scared. Lu Xian walked out of the teaching building. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling, and he squinted slightly. As soon as I went down the stairs, I saw a large group of people blocking the entrance of the building. The leader was his outgoing roommate, Lu Ming. Behind Lu Ming stood nearly 10 tall and strong men. They were all big and strong, their muscles making their tight t-shirts look like they were about to burst. There were tattoos of dragons and tigers on their arms. They stared at the passing students with unfriendly expressions, causing many people to take a detour. Lu Xian frowned. What was Lu Ming up to? It turned out that Lu Ming was getting angrier and angrier after he had been rejected by Lu Xian several times. He couldn't understand it. After all, he was a backbone of the fitness club, well known and had many friends in school. Why didn't he give him face when he lowered himself to support a nouveau riche who won the lottery? Isn't he just relying on his few bucks? My roommate Zhao Qin is a legitimate second-generation rich kid, but he's not as pretentious as him. Little did they know that in the eyes of Zhao Qin and Chen Min, Lu Ming, a man so desperate to climb the social ladder, was the most despised. It was just that the two of them were too lazy to expose him. Lu Ming was furious and exaggerated the incident in the fitness club's WeChat group, which immediately aroused the indignation of a group of simple-minded good brothers. Fuck. Brother Ming, this kid is too rude, isn't he? Isn't it just winning the lottery? What's so great about that? Let's go. Today we must let him know what brotherhood is, what a bond stronger than gold is. So a group of people rushed into the classroom, and after asking around, they found out that Lu Xian had been called away by the instructor. Lu Ming immediately decided to wait at the door of the teaching building. He had to regain his face in front of his brothers. At this moment, Lu Ming was cheered up when he saw Lu Xian coming out. He first winked at the brothers behind him and said in a low voice, "Everyone, watch carefully. I'm not exaggerating. Look at his behavior. Wait and see how I make him surrender." After saying that, he immediately put on a warm smile and ran over happily. Oh, Brother Xian. What a coincidence. Did you just come out of the counselor's office? Lu Xian looked at his face that was full of hypocrisy and calculation, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. This buzzing fly really doesn't arouse any interest at all. Why am I here? Do I have any trade relationship with you? Lu Xian's tone was as cold as water, and he walked around him and prepared to leave. What he was thinking about now was whether he should just pack up the negative information about Lu Ming using AI beautification to pretend to be a beautiful anchor online and post it on the campus forum to put an end to it once and for all. The smile on Lu Ming's face froze. He didn't expect that Lu Xian would dare to disrespect him in front of so many brothers. If he lets Lu Xian go like this, how will he survive in the fitness club in the future? He suddenly turned sideways and stretched out his strong arms to block Lu Xian's way. Hey, Brother Xian, don't leave so quickly. Lu Ming's tone was threatening. I was just saying hello to you, and your reaction is too hurtful, isn't it? Lu Xian stopped and his eyes finally turned cold, as if he was looking at a dead object. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Yo! A muscular man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall walked up from behind Lu Ming and pushed Lu Sun on the shoulder, but it felt like pushing on a steel plate, and it didn't move at all. His wrist was numb from the shock. The muscular man couldn't hold back his anger anymore and said viciously, "Kid, how dare you talk to our brother Ming like that? I'm giving you face, right? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving." That's right. Apologize to brother Ming. Do you really think you're somebody? The rest of the people also rushed forward and surrounded Lu Xian, rubbing their hands in preparation for a fight, looking ferocious and ferocious. Looking at this group of self-righteous idiots, Lu Xian suddenly laughed. He shook his head and sighed softly. Trouble. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. The muscular man who pushed him felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could see Lu Xian's movements clearly, his wrist that was grabbing Lu Xian's collar was grabbed by a clever force. The next second, a piercing pain came. Crack. Ah. There was a crisp sound of bones dislocating, accompanied by a pig slaughtering scream. The muscular man's arm was twisted at a strange angle, and the whole person was thrown out by Lu Xian like garbage, knocking down two companions behind him who had not yet reacted. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ming and the rest of his brothers were stunned. They didn't even see how Lu Xian made his move. Let's go together. Kill him. Someone shouted, and the rest of the people woke up as if from a dream, roaring and rushing forward at the same time. Lu Xian stood where he was, not retreating but advancing. A huge fist came towards his face with a sound of wind, but he just turned his body slightly and dodged it easily. At the same time, he delivered a precise elbow strike, hitting the opponent's ribs hard. The man groaned and fell down with his body hunched over like a cooked shrimp, foaming at the mouth. Another one attacked from the side, but Lu Xian didn't even look and kicked him in the knee. There was another crack sound, and the man rolled on the ground holding his leg and wailing. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. In less than 30 seconds, the ground was covered with people lying in a mess, and only Lu Ming was left, standing there stupidly like a wooden stake. He looked at his good brother rolling on the ground, then looked at Lu Xian who didn't even take a breath and even his hair was not messed up. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This just an ordinary student who won the lottery? This is the Special Forces King. Lu Xian brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands and walked step by step to Lu Ming, whose legs were weak with fear. Now, do you still want me to give you an explanation? No. No. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lu Ming fell to his knees with a plop, his nose and tears streaming down. He hugged Lu Xian's thighs and cried, "I'm not a human being. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Chapter 118, Holy crap. Is this true? Is the cute bunny a muscular man? Lu Xian kicked him away in disgust. The force was not strong, but it made Lu Ming roll twice like a ball. He squatted down leisurely, looking at Lu Ming's tear-stained face. He leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice to a whisper, like a lover's whisper, but with a chill from hell, "I don't like trouble. But trouble like you always has no eyes and has to find me." He paused, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly took out his cell phone. Brother Xian, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'm nothing, please let me go." Lu Ming looked at Lu Xian's slow movements, and his heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand and almost stopped beating. Lu Xian ignored his wailing, tapped his finger lightly on the screen, and a photo popped up. The photo shows a standard internet celebrity beauty with big eyes, a pointed chin, glowing white skin, and she is pouting and making a cute scissors hand gesture. She was wearing a pink off-shoulder sweater, looking pure and charming. Do you know her? Lu Xian held the phone screen close to Lu Ming's face, his tone a touch playful. Jiao bunny baby, she's the dream goddess of many of your gym members, right? I heard that the top guy on the list spent over 100,000 yuan a month just for her. Some of the muscular men who were still groaning on the ground around them struggled to raise their heads, their eyes wide open when they heard the name. Yes, Jiao. Lu Ming's face instantly turned paler than paper, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. Lu Xian chuckled and swiped his finger to switch to the next photo. That was a screenshot of the software's background. In the small window in the upper left corner is Lu Ming's winking face, while the main screen in the center shows the Jiao bunny baby after undergoing real-time AI beauty enhancement. The chain of evidence is so complete that it is despairing. This AI beautification is truly powerful, Lu Xian exclaimed in amazement, as if admiring a work of art. Even with your muscular body, they can edit it into a slender waist. You truly deserve to be called cyber-painted skin. If the previous photo was a bolt from the blue, then this screenshot directly nailed Lu Ming to the pillar of shame. No. No. Brother Xian, please listen to my explanation. Lu Ming completely collapsed, his mind was blank, and only instinctive denial remained. Lu Xian didn't bother listening to his nonsense anymore. He simply opened the campus forum and slowly edited a post. To Lu Ming, the sound of typing was like the judge in the underworld writing his life and death book. He watched helplessly as Lu Xian typed the headline that frightened him to death. Late night exploration. Our school's renowned fitness expert actually has this habit? Jia Bunny is online begging for tips. Xian, brother Xian, don't. Don't. Lu Ming's voice changed tone, as sharp as a chicken with its neck stepped on. Lu Xian waved the edited post content, along with the high definition and censored screenshots, in front of him, and then lightly pressed the send button with his thumb. Buzz. The moment the post was published, the phones of several students watching nearby vibrated at the same time. It was a push notification that the campus forum paid special attention to. Sorry, Lu Xian smiled slightly, that smile was pure and harmless, my hand slipped. Ah. Lu Ming let out a desperate roar and banged his head hard, his forehead hitting the concrete floor with a dull dong-dong sound. Brother Xian, I was wrong. Please, delete it. I'll be your slave, please. Do you know it's shameful? Lu Xian stood up and looked down at him, his eyes full of disgust. You know it's shameful, but you're still dressing up as a woman and scamming people online? Think about those top guys on the list. They're probably vomiting at their screens right now. If you have anything to say, save your explanation for them. The surrounding discussions and suppressed laughter were already noisy. Holy crap. Is this true? Lu Ming is that cute bunny? Fuck, I even gave him a plane 2 days ago. Ugh, stop talking, I wanna die. Look at the forum, it's exploded. The comments section is full of that big brother, so wicked, ha 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 ha. Lu Ming felt dizzy listening to these discussions. The extreme humiliation of social death made him wish he could die on the spot. Lu Xian looked at him like this, his heart calm. For a fly like this who repeatedly challenged him, he should be slapped into the cesspool, never to be able to rise again. He recalled the system data, which showed that this guy not only cheated men of their money, but also used the same method to deceive the feelings of several young girls who were inexperienced in the world. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's eyes turned completely cold. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Ming's crotch, who was lying on the ground, seemingly casually but actually with incredible precision. The strength is just right. Ouch. A scream that did not sound like a human voice pierced the afternoon at Yanda University. Lu Ming's whole body suddenly hunched up like a cooked shrimp, his hands tightly covering his vital parts, rolling wildly on the ground, his face covered with tears and snot, and he made a hoarse gasping sound. My balls. Ah. My balls. Quick, call 120. Help me. When his so-called good brothers were beaten up, none of them thought of calling the police or an ambulance. Now that he is about to be destroyed, he only thinks of asking for help, which shows how cold-hearted and selfish he is. The crowd watching the excitement around was already in an uproar. The timid girl screamed in fear, and the curious people took out their mobile phones and frantically took pictures of this scene, which could be called the biggest show of the year. The sound of alarms and hurried footsteps came from far away. A team of uniformed campus security finally arrived and were all stunned by the mess. At the entrance of the teaching building, a dozen strong men were lying in a mess, each with a bruised face and nose, wailing constantly. The one in the middle even covered his crotch with his hands, screaming so miserably as if he had just returned from the underworld. Chapter 119 Uncle Security, I am acting in self-defense. Several uniformed members of the campus emergency response team arrived breathlessly, and when they saw the scene before them, they collectively gasped. The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Wang Defa. He was usually quite impressive on campus, catching people without school badges or illegally parking. But today, he felt a little weak in the face of such a situation. At the entrance of the teaching building, a dozen or so muscular men from the fitness club, who usually walk sideways in the school, were now lying on the ground like a pile of torn sacks. Some hugged their arms, some covered their legs, and they groaned one after another like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. At the center of the storm, the student named Lu Ming was curled up in an extremely twisted posture, with his hands tightly covering his vital parts. The screams he made were no longer human-sounding, and Wang Defa felt a chill in his lower body when he heard them. Looking at the other side, the student surrounded in the middle stood tall and straight. Not to mention being injured, even his hair was not messy at all, and there was even a hint of bored indifference on his face. Is this something a student could do? Wang Defa swallowed his saliva, forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, put on a businesslike attitude, took 2 steps forward, but then cleverly stopped at a distance that he thought was safe. Student! Don't move, he shouted fiercely, you're suspected of organizing a fight on campus. The situation is serious. We've already called the police. I advise you not to resist in vain. The young team members behind him also took courage and took out rubber sticks, but their feet seemed to be stuck to the ground and no one dared to move forward. Are you kidding? Those burly men lying on the ground, any one of them has an arm thicker than their thighs, aren't they all lying flat now? If they go up there with their bodies, they'll probably just be giving themselves away. More and more students gathered around to watch the fun, and their cell phone cameras were like guns and cannons, taking pictures all over the side. We all saw it and called the police. The police will be here soon. The booing from the crowd gave Wang Defa some confidence. Lu Xian glanced at the nervous security guards and found it a little funny. Uncle Security, which of you saw me fighting in a group? He spread his hands, his tone as calm as if he was asking about the weather. I was acting in self-defense. There were more than a dozen of them blocking me, so you couldn't just leave me standing there and get beaten, right? As for why they lay down, it's probably because they ate too much protein powder and their bodies are too weak to withstand any blows. As soon as these words came out, there were a few uncontrollable chuckles from the crowd around. The fat on Wang Defa's face twitched. He thought, are you talking like a human being? Are you physically weak? If you're so weak, how could they surround you without getting hurt? Student, what you said is useless. Wang Defa stiffened his neck. Whether it was self-defense or not, you can explain it to the police later. Now, you must come back to the security office with us. After saying that, he took another half step back, fearing that Lu Xian would hit him if they disagreed. Lu Xian frowned, his gaze sweeping across the crowd of onlookers. With so many students here watching, they were the first to strike. Everyone can vouch for me. However, wherever he looked, the students lowered their heads or looked away, pretending to be looking at their phones. No one wanted to cause trouble. In this awkward silence, a clear voice rang out. I can testify. The crowd automatically parted to form a path, and a boy wearing a blue and white plaid shirt and black framed glasses walked out. He looked gentle and even a little thin, but his eyes were extremely firm. Lu Xian recognized him. Last time when they tore Xinyahue and her husband apart, it was this boy who took the initiative to stand up and help him project the evidence onto the big screen. This brother really gets along. Li Yifan walked up to Lu Xian and nodded vigorously at him as a greeting, then turned to the security team leader Wang Defa. This student's statement is true. I saw it all from beginning to end. It was the people on the ground who initiated the disturbance, stopped this student from leaving, and attacked him first. This student's actions fully meet the legal definition of self-defense. Wang Defa saw another student jumping out and immediately felt his authority was challenged. His face darkened. Who are you? What do you have to do here? You said it was self-defense? Do you know more about the law than the police? Li Yifan pushed his glasses up, a glint of wisdom reflected from the lenses. He said calmly, Comrade Security, I'm a junior in the law school's Department of Law. Do you think I understand the law? Besides, there's a high-definition surveillance camera at the entrance to the teaching building. We can check whether it's provoking trouble or legitimate defense. You? Wang Defa was choked and couldn't say a word, his face turned purple. Lu Xian smiled and said to Li Yifan beside him, Thank you, classmate. What's your name? Li Yifan was a little excited when he saw Lu Xian taking the initiative to talk to him. His face flushed and he smiled, My name is Li Yifan. Brother Xian, I know you. The couple you criticized last time were so handsome. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, This is how we deal with people like this. Clean up our yanda. Brother Xian? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's what we all call you in private. Now everyone on the forum calls you Yenda's only brother. Wang Defa listened to the two students chatting as if no one was around, and he was left out, feeling even more embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, trying to save face, all right. I, a security guard, don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, our opinions don't count. Let's wait for the police to come and let them make the decision. Now he just wants the police to come quickly and take this hot potato away. Just then, the sound of sirens came from a distance. Wang Defa felt as if he had been pardoned, while Lu Ming and others who were wailing on the ground felt as if they had heard the bell of their death. Especially Lu Ming, he was not only in severe pain, but also afraid that the police would find out that he disguised himself as a woman to cheat money. That would not be as simple as social death, he would really have to go to jail and work on a sewing machine. Lu Xian remained calm throughout the entire process, even looking at the flashing police lights in the distance with interest. The police are coming? It just so happened that he had something else to do and wanted to ask the police for help. Chapter 120 OK, Officer's Sister. The shrill sound of sirens came from far away, tearing apart the quiet atmosphere of Yanda University in the afternoon. The crowd automatically parted, and 2 police cars with flashing red and blue lights stopped steadily in front of the teaching building. The car door opened and 3 policemen got out, led by a woman. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with neat short hair, delicate features, and a heroic look between her eyebrows. The straight police uniform on her body outlines the perfect curves, which has both the feminine beauty and the majesty of law enforcement. As soon as she got out of the car, her sharp eyes quickly swept across the entire place, taking in the mess. When she saw the dozen or so strong men lying on the ground, and Lu Ming who was covering his vital parts and twitching, her beautiful brows couldn't help but frown. Looking at the other side, there was the young man who was isolated by everyone, Lu Xian. He stood there, his posture upright, his expression calm. Not only was he not injured, but there wasn't even a wrinkle on his clothes. It was as if the wounded wailing on the ground in front of him were just garbage he picked up while taking a walk after dinner. This strong contrast added a hint of solemnity and inquiry to the female police officer's eyes. When Security Captain Wang Defa saw the police, he was like a savior. He scrambled over and pointed at Lu Xian, accusing him with a look of grief and anger, "Comrade police! You're finally here. It's him. This student is openly committing violence on campus and engaging in group brawls. Look at what these students have been beaten to. They are completely disregarding the law and bringing shame to our Yanda University." Female police officer Qin Ro turned on the law enforcement recorder and swept her cold gaze across Wang Defa's flattering face. She ignored his exaggerations and asked loudly, "Who called the police? What's the situation at the scene?" A student in the crowd raised his hand and stammered out the situation. After listening to this, Qin Ro winked at the 2 male police officers behind her. The 3 of them immediately dispersed tacitly, forming a triangle encirclement and approaching Lu Xian vigilantly. There's no way, this record is too scary. One person was able to defeat more than a dozen muscular men from the fitness club. With such fighting power, they had no choice but to be careful. "Classmate, you are suspected of intentional injury. Please come with us." Qin Ro's voice was crisp and cold, with a firm command. "Comrade police officer, this is self-defense." Li Yifan stepped forward again, blocking Lu Xian. "More than a dozen of them surrounded and beat up one of my classmates. We all have eyes, and the surveillance camera captured it clearly." Qin Ro glanced at Li Yifan and asked, "Did you do it?" "He didn't." Lu Xian patted Li Yifan's shoulder, pulled him behind him, and met Qin Ro's scrutinizing gaze. He spoke calmly, "From beginning to end, it was all me." He was just a witness who saw injustice. Li Yifan also nodded quickly, "Yes, I didn't do it, but I witnessed the whole process." Qin Ro nodded and said in a businesslike manner, "Okay, since you are an eyewitness, you also need to go back with us to make a record." Her gaze returned to Lu Xian, with a hint of scrutiny. "Student, even if what you said is true, your actions are already suspected of excessive self-defense. Look at how badly you beat him. When the ambulance arrives, you must come back with us to the police station for investigation." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of ambulance sirens could be heard in the distance, and there was more than one. After all, there were quite a lot of injured people, and the scene was quite spectacular. After a while, a middle-aged man with a big belly came running over panting. He was the director of the security department. When he saw the scene and listened to Wang Defa's report, his official authority immediately came up. He pointed at Lu Xian who was about to be taken away and scolded him. "Your name is Lu Xian, right? How could our Yanda University produce a student like you who advocates violence? Do you know what this place is? It's a sacred place for teaching and educating people. Look at the bad influence your good deeds have caused on the school. It's a disgrace to our Yanda University. Lu Xian was too lazy to argue with him, and just looked at him calmly with the eyes of a dead person. The look was indifferent, but it made the director's second half of the reprimand stuck in his throat, and he felt an inexplicable palpitation. Lu Xian had already opened the black material app in his mind, ready to go back and thoroughly investigate the glorious deeds of this director. Let him know what it means to truly advocate the use of force. Lu Xian and Li Yifan were taken to the back seat of the police car. I'm sorry, brother, for making you run this trip, Lu Xian said to Li Yifan with a smile. Li Yifan waved his hands nonchalantly, and instead seemed a little excited. Hey, it's no big deal. Brother Xian, don't worry, there are surveillance cameras, you'll be fine. It's just, I'm a little worried that the court will find you guilty of excessive self-defense. After all, they were seriously injured, and the medical bills are probably going to be sky high. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of mystery in his smile. Don't worry, money is the least thing to worry about in this world. Xin Ro, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Lu Xian's handsome and calm face through the rearview mirror, muttering to herself. This guy looks decent, and his physique doesn't look particularly strong, so how could he be so ruthless? If I fight him, I probably won't last more than 3 rounds. Hearing the two of them still talking and laughing in the back, she finally couldn't help herself and turned around and said coldly, Quiet down. Do you think this is a taxi? You're still chatting. Lu Xian immediately put on a harmless smile. Okay, sister, I was wrong. Sister? Xin Ro's face instantly turned cold, and her eyebrows stood up. Who are you calling sister? You are so dishonest. Call me police officer. Okay, officer sister. Lu Xian followed suit and smiled even more brightly. You. Xin Ro was almost choked by his calling her police officer sister, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. She turned away angrily, deciding to ignore this smooth-talking guy and teach him a lesson when she got to the police station. The carriage was silent for a moment. Lu Xian's voice rang out again. Officer sister, can I make a phone call? Xin Ro didn't turn around, but just snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain. Hit me before we get into the interrogation room. If you have any connection, find out quickly. I want to see who can get you out of the police station. In her opinion, this is just standard procedure for rich kids when they get into trouble. Lu Xian smiled and said nothing more. He slowly took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen in front of Xin Ro, found a number, and dialed it directly. The phone rang only once and then was connected. Shen Yubing walked to the window, put the phone to his ear, and then covered it. His tone became respectful and humble, and his attitude was completely different from the coldness he had shown towards other students just now. Master, it's me. Chapter 121. Listen to me, just do as I say. The person Lu Xian trusts the most at the moment is indeed Shen Yubing. As for the others, either they have ulterior motives or the relationship has not reached that stage yet. Although Bai Yanqi was relatively obedient, the case of her betraying military secrets was Lu Xian's trump card to deal with the Bai family. Sooner or later, the two sides would fall out. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yubing's voice instantly switched from being cold to respectful, even with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Master, what's wrong? Are you in trouble? Lu Xian leaned against the back seat of the police car, watching the rapidly receding Yen University scenery through the car window. His tone was as relaxed as if he was making an appointment for afternoon tea. Sister Binger, it's nothing serious. I just had a small conflict with someone at school. I'm in a special car now and I'm going to the police station for a cup of tea. Xin Ro, who was sitting in the passenger seat, twitched the tips of her ears and curled her lips into a disdainful sneer. Still drinking tea? You'll cry when you get to the police station. Shen Yubing's face darkened instantly on the other end of the line. Conflict? Go to the police station? That was a bit heavy-handed, Lu Xian added casually. There were over a dozen people on the other side, and they're probably all on their way to the hospital now. I was acting in self-defense, but the police officer said I was overreacting and was a bit careless. See if you can find some connections. When Shen Yubing heard more than a dozen people, his heart skipped a beat, but he was more concerned about Lu Xian. Master, are you okay? What can I do? That's good. Shen Yubing breathed a sigh of relief, then his tone became incomparably firm, a strength that could put anyone at ease. Don't worry, Master. This is just 1 acre of Yanjing. This little matter can be resolved within 5 minutes. The military and police are inseparable. The Yenyuan police station is responsible for this area of Yenjing University, right? I'll make a call first, don't worry. Yeah, okay. Lu Xian hung up the phone and looked out the window leisurely. The police car quickly drove to the Yenyuan police station outside the east gate of Yanda University. Xinro got out of the car, opened the back door, and said to Lu Xian with a cold face, "Come down, we're here. Be honest when you get inside, and stop talking so slickly." As she spoke, she habitually wanted to reach out and push Lu Xian. Lu Xian got out of the car first and smiled, a smile that was particularly dazzling in the afternoon sun. "Officer, you have such a bad temper. Is it because of endocrine disorder? I know a little bit about Chinese medicine. It's not good for a beautiful woman to be angry all the time." Xinro's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and her pretty face instantly turned red, not knowing whether it was out of anger or shame. She gritted her teeth, feeling both angry and amused. In the end, she could only glare at Lu Xian fiercely, "Shut up. If you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll suffer in the end." At the same time, after Chen Yubing hung up Lu Xian's call, he dialed another number without any hesitation. She didn't call her father, but her uncle, Xu Yunfei, who is currently the director of the Public Security Bureau of Ping'an District, Tianjin. "Uncle, it's me, Bing Bing." As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Yubing's voice was filled with a little girl's coquettishness. "Hey, how come our busy man thought of calling me, his uncle? Tell me, what is it that you want to ask me for help?" A cheerful middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, I can't miss you when I'm fine," Chen Yubing said coquettishly, "it's just I have a boyfriend named Lu Xian." "Yes, that's him. He got into a fight with someone at Yanda today and was taken away by the Yenyuan police station." "Boyfriend?" Xu Yunfei's tone was obviously surprised. "Just started dating? Oh, stop asking so many questions. Just tell me whether you'll help me or not. If you don't, I'll never talk to you again. Take care of it." "My little ancestor, how dare I not take care of it?" Xu Yunfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, I get it. Yenyuan police station, right? I'll call them right away. Tell him to relax, it's nothing serious." "Yes. Waiting for your news." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yubing breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Dare to ask the owner to go to the police station? No matter who it is, they will have to pay the price. At the police station, Lu Xian and Li Yifan were taken away separately to take statements. Not long after Lu Xian sat down, Chen Yubing called him and told him that the matter had been settled and asked him to rest assured. Outside the interrogation room, Xinro was called to the director's office. The director was a bald man in his 50s with a beer belly. He personally poured Xinro a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Xiao Qin, you've been here for almost half a year. You did a good job on the case today. It's your luck that you encountered such a big case on your first field trip. Director, this case is actually not complicated. A quick look at the surveillance footage shows that the student named Lu Xian was acting in self-defense, or at most, excessive self-defense." Xinro told the truth. "Hey, you can't say that." The director waved his hand, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. "Injuring more than a dozen people, how bad will that affect us? If this gets out, where will Yanda stand? Xiao Qin, you're still young, so you need to consider the overall situation. Your father is being transferred at the end of the year, and before he leaves, he asked me to take good care of you. As your uncle, I have to consider your future, right?" Xinro's heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. The director continued, "This case could be big or small. At the smallest level, it's a student brawl. At the largest, it's a serious case of mob violence. As long as we make this case a solid case, you'll be the first to achieve this. Next month, I'll ensure you'll be admitted directly to the city branch's criminal investigation team. This is what your father has been looking forward to." Xinro's expression changed instantly. "Director, what do you mean? We can't distort the facts. The surveillance video is there." "Surveillance?" The director picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and said slowly, "Equipment always malfunctions. A small clip of video is missing, or a certain angle is unclear. Isn't that normal? Here, we have the final say on the facts." He looked at Xinro's face full of resistance and sighed earnestly, "Xiao Qin, you can't always be so naive. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your father, right? He's begging everyone for your help. Is that easy? Just listen to me and do what I say. Shinro unconsciously clenched her hands on her knees, her knuckles turning white from the force. Chapter 122. The evidence is very detailed and sufficient to file a case. Shinro was experiencing a battle between her conscience and her behavior. On one hand, there is the sense of justice that has been engraved in her bones since she was a child, and the sacred duty given to her by the police badge. On the other side, there was her father's eager gaze before his retirement, and the bait laid by the greasy director with the position in the criminal police team that she had always dreamed of. During the past 6 months at the police station, she dealt with trivial matters every day, gossiping about other people's private affairs, catching cats and playing with dogs, and mediating neighborhood disputes. More than once she wondered at night whether all her fighting skills and criminal investigation theories would be wasted in these trivial matters. Today, the director handed this big case to her, saying it was a chance for her to make meritorious service. Shinro knew clearly in her heart that this was a hot potato and a test of her humanity. If we follow the director's suggestion and turn self-defense into gang violence, then the life of this young man Lu Xian may really be ruined. 8 or 10 years in prison is enough to crush anyone. However, if I stick to my principles, contradict the director, and offend this uncle whom my father entrusted to me before retirement, then my dream of joining the criminal police team will probably just be a dream. We have the final say on what the facts are. The director's words were like a greasy bug, drilling in and out of her mind and making her feel nauseous. What should I do? Call Dad? No. She immediately rejected the idea. She had to make her own decision on this matter. Shinro scratched her neat short hair irritably, her pretty face full of struggle. She stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the office. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was like her chaotic heartbeat. Finally, she stopped and looked through the gap in the blinds at the interrogation room where Lu Xian was. That boy acted too calm from beginning to end, as if he had everything under control. This kind of calmness is either the result of ignorance and fearlessness, or the result of being confident and fearless. She seemed to have made up her mind. Her eyes became extremely firm in an instant, the gloomy expression disappeared, replaced by a look of determination. She walked quickly to the evidence storage room and found the hard drive containing the surveillance video at the entrance of the teaching building. Connect it to the computer and a clear image will soon appear on the screen. How Lu Ming's gang arrogantly blocked the road, how they took the initiative to attack, pushed Lu Xian, and then rushed forward, every detail was clear. She took a deep breath, pulled out a small USB drive from her pocket and plugged it in. The progress bar moved slowly across the screen, and every second felt like a century. She stared at the door nervously, afraid that the director or someone else would suddenly burst in. Drop. The file copy is complete. She quickly unplugged the USB drive and held it tightly in her hand. The cool metal touch seemed to give her infinite strength. After doing all this, she leaned back in her chair, exhaled a long breath, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She didn't know whether what she did was right or not, but she knew that this small USB flash drive was the last bottom line she had left for herself as a police officer. Shinro adjusted her expression, took 2 glasses of water, and pushed open the door of the interrogation room. Have a drink of water. She pushed one of the glasses of water in front of Lu Xian and gave the other to Li Yifan, who was standing next to him with a nervous look on his face. She cleared her throat and spoke in a businesslike manner. Based on your confessions and the surveillance video, it can be concluded that you were acting in self-defense. It was the other party who provoked you first, and they were the ones who attacked first. Upon hearing this, Li Yifan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. But, Shinro changed the subject, her eyes falling on Lu Xian, you did engage in excessive self-defense. More than a dozen people were taken to the hospital, and the injuries were assessed, and none of them were light. Especially one of them. At this point, Shinro's cheeks suddenly became hot for no reason, and she turned her head away somewhat unnaturally. In short, his condition is quite serious, and it may affect his future life. Lu Xian, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He took a sip from his water cup and smiled faintly. That's what they deserve. If you don't have the ability, don't try to be a gangster by imitating them. This nonchalant tone made Shinro roll her eyes at him unhappily. By the way, officer's sister. Lu Xian suddenly moved closer, lowered his voice, and wore a mysterious smile on his face. I have something to report to you. I wonder if it counts as meritorious service. What? Shinro was stunned. I want to report the guy I just beat up, Lu Ming, Lu Xian said slowly. That guy is an internet genius. He disguised himself as a woman and used AI beauty filters to livestream online to scam people out of money. Is that considered a scam? I heard that his number one guy alone gave him over 100,000 yuan. What? Shinro's eyes widened instantly. Her professional sensitivity made her immediately realize that the nature of the case had changed. Student fights can be big or small. But online fraud involves huge amounts of money, and this is a real criminal case. How could such a thing happen? Do you have any evidence? Her tone suddenly became serious, and her body leaned forward unconsciously. Lu Xian smiled, a smile that was filled with a bit of pride. Of course, the evidence is all in my phone, high definition and uncensored, no deception. Let me see it. Shinro was a little impatient. Lu Xian unlocked his phone, pulled out the illustrated PPT he had prepared long ago, and handed it over. Shinro took the phone, and her expression became more and more solemn as she looked at it. In the end, a hint of excitement shone in her eyes. Photos, screenshots, background data, the chain of evidence is so complete that it can be called a textbook level. This evidence is very detailed and sufficient to file a case. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with burning eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure. Classmate, let's add a green bubble and you send me the complete version of this PPT. This case is much more valuable than gang riot. This is the case she wants to handle. Chapter 123 Police Officer Sister, Smile. Shinro looked at the phone that Lu Xian handed over, and her professional instinct made her heart burn with excitement. This was a major fraud case that was set in stone. With this, let alone dealing with the director, she can even bypass the institute and report directly to the branch. No one can take away this credit. She almost subconsciously took out her mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Hey, Lu Xian turned his wrist, took back the phone, and looked at her with a smile. Officer sister, adding a green bubble is fine, but this evidence has to be sincere, right? What do you mean? Shinro froze and looked at him warily. You want to negotiate terms? I warn you, negotiating terms with the police is not a wise choice. Li Yifan next to him didn't dare to breathe. He looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, trying hard to reduce his presence. Brother Xian is Brother Xian. In the interrogation room of the police station, he was able to take the initiative and bargain with the police officers in charge of the case. His psychological quality is amazing. It's not a negotiation, it's just a small request. Lu Xian's eyes were calm, with a hint of amusement. He leaned back in his chair, his posture as relaxed as if he were in his own living room. You've had a stern face since you walked in. It looks good, but it's too cold. It makes me uneasy. How about this, smile at me, and I'll send you the evidence. What? Shinro suspected she had misheard, and her pretty face instantly turned cold. Say it again? Making her laugh? In this interrogation room, laughing at a suspect? Was this man crazy or mentally ill? I said, smile. Lu Xian repeated, his tone sincere as if he was asking the girl next door for help. Just once, it's not difficult, right? Shinro's chest heaved with anger. She felt that her professional dignity had been challenged unprecedentedly. What did this guy think of him? An escort? Lu Xian. Please be respectful. This is the police station. She slammed the table, her voice becoming several degrees colder. Look, you're angry again. Lu Xian spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Officer, I'm a timid person. If you're so fierce, I'll get scared and my fingers will tremble. I might even delete the evidence. By then, you'll have arrested the person, but the evidence will be gone. How will you investigate the case? You dare. Shinro was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. She stared at Lu Xian intently. If that look could kill, Lu Xian would have been cut into pieces by now. But Lu Xian just looked at her so calmly, without a trace of vulgarity in his eyes, only pure, playful amusement as if he was enjoying a show. This guy is a complete bastard. The stalemate lasted for a full half-minute, and the air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze. In the end, Shinro was defeated. She needed that evidence so badly. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some great sacrifice, and gritted her teeth as she said, okay, just once. Don't push your luck. I promise. Lu Xian smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish, and raised his chin towards Li Yifan beside him. Brother, testify for me. Li Yifan was so frightened that he shook his head like a rattle. He turned around and faced the wall, muttering to himself, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I am air, I am wallpaper. This desire to survive is at its maximum. Shinro looked at these two funny guys, feeling both angry and amused. In the end, she could only close her eyes in despair. She tried hard to mobilize her facial muscles and pulled the corners of her mouth upwards with difficulty. 1 second, 2 seconds. Looking at her heroic expression, Lu Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shinro suddenly opened her eyes and glared at him. "No, officer sister, you're..." Lu Xian suppressed a smile and commented, "Are you sure this is a smile? Why do I feel it's uglier than crying? If the victim saw your expression, they might drop the case on the spot. It's too scary. You..." Shinro's face turned red all of a sudden. This time it was not because of anger, but because of embarrassment. In her entire life, she had never been called ugly in such a way to her face. "What do you want?" There was a hint of grievance in her voice that she herself was not aware of. "I sincerely think you look really good when you smile." Lu Xian's expression suddenly turned serious, his deep eyes seeming to see through people's hearts. "Has it been a long time since you smiled from the heart? You keep a stern face all day, trying to pretend to be an indestructible Iron Man. But police officers are also human beings. They have flesh and blood, they can cry and laugh. That's real, isn't it?" Lu Xian's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Shinro's heart hard. Yeah, how long had it been since she last laughed? Ever since she entered the police academy and determined to become the best detective, she had put away all her daughterly ways. She imitated the old detectives on TV, being serious and decisive. She thought that was what professionalism looked like. Over time, she almost forgot what she originally looked like. Looking at the sunny and cheerful smile of the boy in front of her, that smile was clean and pure, like a beam of light, which shone into her heart that had been frozen for many years without any warning, causing a crack to appear in her hard heart. Shinro was a little dazed, staring at Lu Xian in a daze, and for a moment she even forgot where she was. "Hello? Officer sister? Are you coming back to your senses?" Lu Xian stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. "Ah!" Shinro woke up as if from a dream, her cheeks burning. She turned her head away in panic. You don't go too far. We agreed on this once." Her voice had softened unconsciously, and the coldness that kept people at a distance had quietly melted a little. "That doesn't count, it was an accident." Lu Xian said, "Do it again, one last time, I promise." Shinro glared at him, but the sharpness in her eyes was gone, and instead there was a hint of anger. She closed her eyes again, and Lu Xian's brilliant smile just now involuntarily emerged in her mind. She tried, imitating him, slowly relaxing the corners of her tight mouth. This time, she didn't try to smile deliberately, but just let the ripples in her heart spread to her face. When she opened her eyes again, a faint, slightly shy smile bloomed on her lips. At that moment, it seemed as if the iceberg melted and spring flowers bloomed. The serious and oppressive atmosphere in the entire interrogation room seemed to be dispelled by this smile. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. "That's more like it." He praised sincerely, "Officer sister, you look really pretty when you smile. You should smile more often in the future, otherwise this face will be wasted." Shinro's heart skipped a beat when he praised her, and her face turned even redder. She quickly restored her cold expression, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of light that she herself had not noticed. She cleared her throat, trying to cover up her gaffe, and took out her phone again. "Now, can you send me the evidence?" "Of course." Lu Xian readily called up the QR code. Just as Shinro successfully scanned the code and Lu Xian was about to send the file, the door of the interrogation room was roughly pushed open from the outside with a bang. The bald director, with a beer belly and a gloomy face, stood at the door. His eyes swept across Shinro like a knife, and finally stared at Lu Xian. "Who told you to let him use the phone?" "Shinro, what do you want to do?" Chapter 124. He is truly a man of righteousness. Shinro's face froze instantly. She subconsciously stood between Lu Xian and the director. She turned around, her brows furrowed. "Director, we are currently investigating the new case. The phone is an important piece of evidence. According to regulations? Rules? I'm the rule here." The director interrupted her impatiently, pointing outside the door, and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "You, come out with me." Shinro bit her lip, looked at Lu Xian with complicated eyes, and finally followed the director out. Just as the two turned around and left the interrogation room, Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and raised his cell phone in an extremely relaxed posture. His movements were as fast as lightning, yet with a kind of nonchalant casualness. He quickly pressed the shutter button with two soft click sounds at the backs of the two people. Li Yifan, who was facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes, secretly looked back and was so scared by Lu Xian's actions that he almost bit off his tongue. Oh my god, what is Brother Xian doing? Taking secret photos of the director in the police station? Is he really that brave? He quickly turned his head back, muttering, "Don't look at anything indecent, don't listen to anything indecent." Lu Xian ignored him completely. He looked at the two freshly picked photos in his phone album, a playful smile on his lips. He did feel a little curious about Qin Ro, the police officer who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As for the director, I just did it for the sake of convenience. Looking at his face, I would be doing a disservice to my eyes if I didn't check him out. He first clicked on Qin Ro's photo and uploaded it to the Black Material app. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person information confirmed. The system's prompt sounded as expected, and a cold mechanical sound rang in Lu Xian's mind. A few seconds later, a virtual light screen unfolded in front of Lu Xian, and Qin Ro's detailed information emerged clearly. Name, Qin Ro. Appearance, 96. Control value, 0. Measurements, 76-57-69. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Target evaluation, target character Qin Ro is upright, honest, and righteous. Her lifelong goal is to eradicate violence and uphold justice. She is a rare partner of justice. Damn! Lu Xian was stunned when he saw the system evaluation. It's all positive adjectives, not a single word of nonsense. This evaluation is a bit too high. Ever since the system followed me, it has been full of bad intentions. How could it change its nature today? Is this police officer really the embodiment of justice from a comic book? Negative information is being generated. Please wait. Black material generated. Lu Xian's spirits lifted. Here it comes. He had always said that no one is perfect. Everyone has their own dark secrets, the only difference being the size. Some people think that it would be socially disastrous if the study materials on the hard drive were made public, while others think that being caught cheating in an exam would be a black mark. Everyone has different bottom lines and sense of shame. Free black material about the target Qin Ro. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Free? Is there such a good thing? He immediately had a bad feeling. Why was this plot so similar to the last time he investigated that veteran soldier, Zhang Jianguo? Could it be another twist? He couldn't wait to look at the details of the negative information. Core details of the scandal: Qin Ro, a police officer at the Yenyuan police station, found a 1 yuan coin outside of school when she was in 3rd grade and refused to hand it in. She has since felt deep regret and guilt, and this incident has become the biggest moral stain in her heart. Puff! Lu Xian almost spit out a mouthful of water. Holy shit! That's it? Just for $1? What kind of black material is this? He was at a loss for words as he pointed out the specific description. Detailed description: the target, Qin Ro, comes from a family of police officers. Her father was formerly the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Wenru District Public Security Bureau in Yanjing City. Influenced by her father from a young age, she has made becoming an excellent criminal police officer her life's creed. In 3rd grade, her class became accustomed to an expensive cartoon pencil case. Even after saving up her pocket money for a week, Qin Ro still couldn't afford it. One day, on her way home from school, she found a 1 yuan coin. After a fierce struggle, she finally used the 1 yuan to buy the pencil case, choosing not to give it to the teacher. Though small, this incident was like a thorn in her heart, serving as a warning to her to always maintain absolute integrity. After reading it, Lu Xian was completely speechless. It's such a trivial matter. If it were someone else, they would probably forget it the moment the money was spent, and there would be no psychological burden. This Qin Ro, isn't she too upright? She's so upright that she's almost cute. He looked at the photo again. Qin Ro in the photo had a stubborn look from her back. Lu Xian smiled and put away all his teasing thoughts towards her. Such a police officer deserves respect. So, his eyes fell on another photo. The director in the photo had a big belly and his hands behind his back, lecturing Qin Ro in a domineering manner. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold and he uploaded the photo without hesitation. Let me see what incredible black material you have. Chapter 125. Not a single hair can be lost. Outside the interrogation room, inside the director's office. The blinds were pulled down with a clatter, blocking out all prying eyes from outside the door. The obese director sank into his executive chair, which creaked under the weight. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. The smoke he exhaled made his greasy face even more blurry. Shinro, Shinro, what are you thinking about? He tapped the table with his cigarette-holding fingers, his tone filled with undisguised coercion and inducement. Have you deleted the video? Don't play tricks on me. Do you still want to join the criminal police team? Your father's hair has turned so white because of you. Do you have the heart to let him down? Shinro stood in front of the desk, her posture straight, like a small poplar. She clenched her hands quietly at her sides, her nails digging deep into her palms, causing a slight stinging pain that kept her awake. Director, Okay, don't say anything. The director waved his hand impatiently, interrupting her. I'll give you some time. Go out and think it over carefully. Remember, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. I'll only give you this chance once. Shinro bit her lower lip tightly and said nothing. She just looked at him deeply, then turned around, opened the door and walked out. Watching the door close again, the disguise on the director's face instantly faded, revealing a sinister and complacent sneer. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number skillfully. As soon as the call was connected, the smile on his face immediately turned flattering, and his waist bent unconsciously, as if the other party could see his posture through the phone line. Hey, Director Liu. Oh, don't worry, I'm working on it, it's done. Yes, that kid's name is Lu Xian. I've already asked someone to keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get a solid case. This is a serious offense, a gang fight, and it has a very bad impact. If he's not sentenced to 10 or 8 years, it would be unfair to him for being so arrogant. Okay, just hold it and wait for my good news. After hanging up the phone, the fat on the director's face was squeezed together with laughter. As long as this matter is accomplished, wouldn't it be one step closer to currying favor with Deputy Director Liu of Shuani District and transferring to the municipal branch? As for that young and foolish Shinro, even if something happens, she will be there to take the lead. Her father's instructions? That's bullshit. Compared to her own future, it's nothing but shit. In the interrogation room, Lu Xian still looked calm and composed. He looked at the photo of the director's domineering back on his phone, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ding! A new analyzable target person has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target person information confirmed. Name, Wang Fugue. Appearance, 35 greasy bonus 10. Target evaluation, a greasy waste whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and whose soul has been corrupted by power. Wang Fugue? This name really suits the person. Lu Xian chuckled and continued reading. Negative information is being generated. Please wait. Black material generated. The next second, a long list of black materials, as long as an old lady's foot binding, unfolded on the virtual light screen in front of Lu Xian. Li Yifan was huddled in the corner like a mushroom. He caught a glimpse of Lu Xian's increasingly playful smile from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but shudder. It's over, Brother Xian laughed again. When he smiled, someone was sure to be in big trouble again. Lu Xian was seen sliding the light screen, muttering to himself and commenting softly. Wow, he used his position to help KTV in the bathhouse evade inspections, and accepted bribes 37 times, totaling 1.23 million. TSK, he has quite the appetite. There are some other charges below. Adding all these charges together, this director's sentence is over and he will have to spend more than 10 years in prison. Just as Director Wang Fugue was still fantasizing about his dream of promotion in his office, the red landline phone on his desk suddenly rang with a shrill ringtone. The moment he saw the caller ID, the smile on Wang Fugue's face suddenly froze, his hand trembled, and the cigarette he had just lit fell on his pants. Caller ID Municipal Bureau, Wang Shui. He is the Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the real boss. He hurriedly stubbed out his cigarette, then scrambled over to answer the phone, his voice trembling. Wang. Director Wang? Hello? I'm Wang Fugue from the Yenyuan office. A dignified and steady voice came from the other end of the line, without a trace of emotion. Did your institute just bring back a Yen University student named Lu Xian? Wang Fugue's heart skipped a beat and he broke out in a cold sweat instantly. How did Deputy Director Lu's plan to punish someone alarmed Director Wang of the Municipal Bureau? Are these two gods fighting? Yes. There is such a person, because of a small conflict. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Shuyi's voice was filled with an unquestionable authority. Release him immediately. Send him out politely. Don't lose a hair. Do you understand? Release? Wang Fugue's mind buzzed and went blank. Don't you understand what people are saying? I understand. I'll do it right away. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fugue slumped down in his chair as if a muscle had been pulled, with all the fat on his body trembling. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his mind in a mess. What kind of magical background does this kid have? The deputy director of the district bureau just came and wanted to punish him to death, and then the deputy director of the municipal bureau called to protect him personally? Who the hell can stand this? Suddenly, he thought of a more serious problem, and his face turned pale. Shin-ro. Could it be that clueless young man actually took my hint and deleted the surveillance video? That is the ironclad evidence of Lu Xian's self-defense. Now I want to release him, but without that video, how can I explain that he was beaten like that? If I can't explain this clearly, I will go from enforcing the law impartially to arresting people without reason. Thinking of this, Wang Fugue didn't even care about the cigarette hole in his pants. He suddenly jumped up from the chair and stumbled towards the office door. Shin-ro, stop right there. Where's the surveillance video? Is the video still there? Chapter 126. It's all a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. Before Shin-ro could walk back to the interrogation room, she was stopped by an angry shout from behind. Shin-ro! Come back here! Wang Fugue rushed out of the office like a fat pig whose tail was stepped on. The sweat on his forehead mixed with oil was dazzling under the lights in the corridor. Director? Shin-ro paused, looking at his anxious look. Her heart skipped a beat, and she had an ominous premonition. Could it be that he knew that I secretly backed up the video? Video. That surveillance video. Wang Fugue rushed to her, lowering his voice, but his tone was so anxious that it seemed like he wanted to kill someone. Did you delete it? Tell me honestly, did you delete it? Shin-ro's expression changed slightly in an instant. Looking at the director's distorted face, she subconsciously wanted to tell the truth, but when the words came to her lips, she was stunned by Wang Fugue's next action. Wang Fugue's anxious eyes suddenly glanced upwards and paused for a second in the corner of the corridor ceiling. There, a red dot was flickering faintly. It was a surveillance camera. His expression changed drastically in an instant. He was panic-stricken 1 second, and the next second, he looked heartbroken and disappointed. He slapped his thigh suddenly, and his voice suddenly rose octaves, full of righteous tone. Shin-ro, Shin-ro. You really deleted it? He pointed at Shin-ro, his fingers trembling. He didn't know if he was acting or really anxious. How could you do such a thing? For your own future, to grab the credit, you even deleted key evidence. Is this what we as people's policemen should do? You disappoint me so much. You disappoint your father so much. Shin-ro was completely stunned. She felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. What is the director saying? He threatened and bribed me to delete the video in the office, and then he acted like this under the surveillance? Was he trying to put all the blame on himself? To destroy himself to save him? She remembered her father holding her hand and saying that Uncle Wang was an old comrade in arms and would definitely take good care of her. Old comrade? This is what you call an old comrade? An icy chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and Shin-ro's whole body froze. Director, I actually... She opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself, wanting to tell it all. Don't explain. Wang Fugue waved his hand and interrupted her righteously, not giving her a chance to speak. If you have anything to say, follow me. Go explain to the victim, classmate Lu Xian. After saying that, without even looking at Shin-ro, he turned around and strode towards the interrogation room. His back looked as if he was really going to uphold justice. Bang! The door to the interrogation room was flung open. Li Yifan, who was huddled in the corner like a wallpaper, was so frightened that he almost jumped up from his chair. Lu Xian remained as steady as a rock, and just raised his eyelids lazily, looking at Wang Fuguei at the door, whose expression changed instantly. As soon as Wang Fuguei walked in and saw Lu Xian, his face full of righteousness instantly turned into an extremely flattering smile as if it was possessed by a Sichuan opera master. His protruding beer belly seemed to shrink a little humbly. He rubbed his fat hands together and came forward with a nod and a bow. Student Lu Xian. Oh, Student Lu, this is all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, and the hand that had just been heartbroken and pointed at Qin Ro now became filled with righteous indignation. It's all her fault. Wang Fuguei pointed at Qin Ro, who followed in with a pale face, and accused her bitterly. There's a black sheep in our team. This officer named Qin Ro has a corrupt mindset. To climb the career ladder, she even secretly deleted the crucial surveillance video that could prove your innocence. She wants to make this case an ironclad case to take credit for it. This is simply lawless and a disgrace to our police force. He spitted and spoke with great emotion, but don't worry, Mr. Lu. We police will never wrongly accuse a good person. We will deal with this kind of black sheep seriously and will not tolerate it. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Qin Ro listened to these heart-piercing words and was so angry that she was shaking all over and her head was buzzing. Shameless. Mean. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life. Director. I. Her lips trembled with anger and she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Wang Fuguei glared at her fiercely and scolded her again in front of Lu Xian. Shut up. Don't you know what you have done wrong? Fabricating the case and destroying evidence. This is illegal. Just wait for your punishment. He is going to throw this basin of dirty water today. However, at this moment, the young female police officer, who he had always treated as a soft persimmon and thought had been scared silly, suddenly raised her head. There was no more confusion and fear in those beautiful eyes, only the anger and determination after being forced into a desperate situation. Director. Qin Ro's voice was not loud, but extremely clear. Every word was like a slap in the face, hitting Wang Fuguei hard. I didn't delete it. What? The smile on Wang Fuguei's face froze instantly, and his expression was as funny as a clown. He even scratched his ears subconsciously, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Not deleted? What nonsense is this girl talking about? Qin Ro straightened her spine, met his gaze with blazing intensity, and repeated word by word, I said, I didn't delete the video. I just copied it and saved it on my USB drive. The interrogation room fell into dead silence. The expression on Wang Fuguei's fat face was truly amazing. From shock, to astonishment, to disbelief, and finally to embarrassment. He felt like a clown who was performing hard on the stage, but halfway through the performance, his pants were stripped off in public. Ha, ha, ha. He laughed dryly twice, trying to save the situation. Didn't delete it? That's good feelings. Copy well. Comrade Xiaoqin's awareness of preserving evidence is worthy of praise. Yes, praise. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, watching the farce from beginning to end, and understood it in his heart. He has seen a lot of these dirty things of infighting and framing in the officialdom. The director named Wang Fuguei had obviously hit a wall and wanted to find a scapegoat, but he didn't expect that this seemingly docile little lamb actually had another trick up his sleeve. Quite interesting. Wang Fuguei wiped his sweat awkwardly, not daring to look at Qin Ro again. He quickly turned to Lu Xian, the smile on his face uglier than crying. Mr. Lu Xian, look, since it was a misunderstanding and the video is still there, you were acting in self-defense. You can now leave with your friends at any time. Now he just wanted to send this great god away quickly. Let's just let it go. Don't take it to heart. It's all a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. Chapter 127 The Perfect Evidence to Send Wang Fuguei to Prison. Lu Xian looked at Wang Fuguei's face, which changed from embarrassment to flattery, as if he was watching a lousy clown who tried hard to perform but messed up. He leaned back in his chair lazily and spoke slowly. Director Wang, since it's just a misunderstanding, let's just forget it. When Wang Fuguei heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He nodded and said, yes, classmate Lu is very understanding and righteous. Very understanding and righteous. However, Lu Xian changed the subject, a playful smile on his face. I happen to have 2 pieces of information here. As a caring citizen, I'd like to hand them over to the police. This can be considered as contributing to the security and harmony of Yanjing City. As he spoke, he shook the phone in his hand. 2. Shinro's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't there only Lu Ming's copy just now? The other one was. Her eyes instantly sharpened, and she subconsciously held her breath. Wang Fuguwei was completely bewildered and didn't react. What information? Lu Xian ignored him and instead turned his gaze towards Shinro, his eyes filled with a hint of knowing teasing. One copy is evidence of fraud committed by my internet genius classmate. As for the other copy. He deliberately dragged out his words, and under Wang Fuguwei's expectant yet bewildered gaze, he smiled and said, "It was specially prepared for you, Director Wang." Prepared for me? Wang Fuguwei was stunned, and then his fat face was instantly filled with a self-righteous smile, and his protruding beer belly seemed to be even more proud. "Oh, Mr. Lu, you're so polite. Is it a letter of praise? Hey, I just did my job. It's not worth it, not worth it." He said it wasn't worth it, but his expression clearly said, "Take it out and let me see it." Li Yifan, who was standing next to him, almost dropped his jaw in shock. He covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from laughing like a pig. Brother Xian is too mean. He wants to put this fat director on the fire. It's not a letter of praise. It's much more advanced than that. Lu Xian's smile grew even more innocent. "I've specially prepared a PowerPoint presentation, complete with pictures and text, detailing your glorious deeds over the years of loving the people like your own children and your impartiality and selflessness. I believe such an outstanding public servant deserves to be emulated by all the comrades in the station, right, Officer Qin?" Shinro instantly understood Lu Xian's intention, her heart beating like a drum, and an unprecedented excitement and tension swept through her body. She suppressed her inner turmoil and nodded vigorously, trying to put on a businesslike expression. "Yes. Classmate Lu is right. The director is our role model." "Oh. This is so embarrassing." Wang Fuguwei was so flattered by this unexpected flattery that he felt almost floating in the air. He waved his hand and said with a leadership demeanor, "Since it's such a kind gesture from Mr. Lu, I won't refuse it. Shinro, I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure it's grand. Make sure everyone in the institute is present to observe and learn." "Yes. Director." Shinro saluted at attention, her voice loud and full of enthusiasm. "I promise to complete the task. I'll go to the conference room and prepare the projection equipment." She turned around and left with a brisk pace. When she reached the door, she turned back and took a deep look at Wang Fuguwei, who was looking complacent. Her eyes were as cold as a knife, with a hint of imperceptible pity. Wang Fuguwei was unaware of this and was rubbing his hands, looking forward to the moment when he would shine in front of the entire institute. Shinro walked quickly to the end of the deserted corridor, her heart still pounding. She quickly took out her cell phone and opened the second PPT file that Lu Xian had just sent her. After just one glance at the title and the content on the first page, her pupils suddenly shrank. He abused his power to protect entertainment venues and accepted bribes of 1.23 million yuan. He intervened in financial disputes, forcing the parties involved to settle privately and profiting from it, and even. The chain of evidence, one by one, is so complete that it is outrageous. Photos, transfer records, call recordings, this is not a PPT. This is clearly a perfect piece of evidence that can directly send Wang Fuguwei to prison. This director, who usually appears to be a righteous person, is actually such a filthy parasite in private. Shinro was so angry that she was shaking all over, and a sense of shame and mission as a police officer surged into her heart at the same time. Without any hesitation, she first called the internal reporting hotline of the Municipal Bureau Inspectorate and reported the situation briefly. After hanging up the phone, she took out the number again and reported it to the Discipline Inspection Commission under her real name again. After doing all this, she rushed to the conference room, inserted the USB drive into the computer, and the huge projection screen slowly lit up. In the interrogation room, Wang Fuguwei had personally uncuffed Lu Xian and Li Yifan, with a smile on his face that looked like a greasy chrysanthemum. "Student Li, I'm so sorry. Come, sign this settlement agreement, and we'll let this matter go. It was all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." Lu Xian took the pen and looked at the settlement agreement prepared for Lu Ming and his gang. He couldn't help but find it funny that he, the victim, had to sign it. He signed his name in a flamboyant manner, then handed the pen to Li Yifan, who was already stunned. "Let's go, brother." Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Li Yifan signed the document in a daze, followed Lu Xian, and looked at Wang Fuguwei, who nodded and bowed as he personally sent them to the door. He felt like he was dreaming. He leaned close to Lu Xian's ear and, Using all his life's vocabulary, he said with heartfelt admiration, "Brother Xian, you are my real brother." In the police station, the director's arrangements were made very clear. Who would dare to believe this if I told others? Chapter 128. What do you want to do? Rebellion? Lu Xian looked at Li Yifan's inexperienced admiration and patted him on the back in amusement. "All right, stop flattering me. Do you want to see something more exciting? Even more lively?" Li Yifan's eyes lit up instantly, but then he felt a little scared. "Brother Xian, we've already come out, and we're going back? A great show has just begun. If you leave now, wouldn't it be a waste of your ticket?" Lu Xian winked at him. "Do you want to watch it?" Li Yifan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes." Walking. Lu Xian turned around and leisurely called out to Wang Fugue, who was about to escort them out personally. "Director Wang, please stay." Wang Fugue was just thinking about how to get rid of these two gods. When he heard this, his heart tightened and he quickly forced out that fawning smile. "Hey, is there anything else that Mr. Lu can do for you?" "I don't deserve your order," Lu Xian said slowly, "but I just heard you say that the Institute is organizing an observation and study session to learn about your glorious deeds. I think it would be a real shame for my classmates and I to miss such an educational event. I wonder, could we audit it and be influenced by these advanced ideas?" Li Yifan was stunned when he heard this. Brother Xian, is this guy so shameless? Is he made from the corner of the city wall? When Wang Fugue heard this, he was so happy that he didn't know what to do. The victim who had been completely obedient under his control now voluntarily asked to stay and learn from his advanced deeds? If this got out, wouldn't his prestige skyrocket? The smile on his greasy face became more sincere, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Hey, this is not in accordance with the rules. After all, this is our internal meeting. However, today's situation is special. Since Mr. Lu is so passionate about learning, how can I, as the director, not support him?" He waved his hand with a heroic gesture. "I'll make an exception. You two can observe and learn together. Come, follow me to the conference room." After saying that, he shouted at a young police officer passing by in the corridor, "Xiao Zhang. You go and notify everyone in the station to gather in the conference room in 2 minutes. Yes, everyone. There's an important study meeting." "Okay, Chief." Lu Xian and Li Yifan followed behind Wang Fugue, looking at his back with a bulging belly and a brisk walk, feeling like they were following a local emperor who was about to ascend the throne. In the conference room, Wang Fugue personally arranged seats in the front row for the two of them, and then sat down in the first seat with great dignity. He cleared his throat and looked at Qin Rou, who had already set up the projector. He asked expectantly, "Xiao Qin, are you ready? How about I take a look at the content first?" Qin Rou's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained calm, even showing a hint of just the right amount of embarrassment. "Director, this is about to begin, and the comrades are almost here. If I show you in advance, the surprise will be gone, and the learning atmosphere will probably be compromised." Wang Fugue nodded in agreement, a smile of approval flashing across his face. "Well, that makes sense. Then wait a little longer, good things come to those who wait." He didn't notice at all that Qin Rou's hands, hidden behind her back, had turned white at the knuckles due to nervousness and excitement. Soon, the conference room was filled with people one after another. The police officers below were whispering to each other, all curious about what the chief was doing in the middle of the night. Wang Fugue enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. When everyone was present, he coughed loudly and the whole place fell silent. He stood up, hands behind his back, and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. "Comrades, today, we are holding this emergency meeting. It is a study meeting, but also a commendation meeting. A caring citizen, deeply moved by our police's fair and selfless work attitude and dedication to serving the people, specially prepared a PowerPoint presentation to commend one of our outstanding representatives." He paused, scanned the entire audience, and finally looked at Lu Xian triumphantly. "Okay, enough nonsense. I hope all comrades will study and watch carefully. Xiao Qin, play it." "Yes, Chief." Qin Rou took a deep breath and pressed the play button. On the huge screen, a line of bold black characters slowly appeared. "Report on the advanced deeds of Comrade Wang Fugue, director of Yenyuan Police Station." When Wang Fugue saw the title, he felt so comfortable that his whole body relaxed and his mouth stretched to his ears. However, before he could feel proud for 3 seconds, he realized that the atmosphere in the audience was not right. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, looking at him as if he were a monster, and then whispered to each other, the sound of discussion buzzing like flies. "Quiet. We are studying. Why are you making so much noise? Wang Fuguei slammed the table in displeasure and turned around to see which page of the PPT was so well written that it could cause such a big response. Just with this one glance, his brain buzzed, as if it was hit by a sledgehammer, and everything went blank in an instant. Blood pressure soared. Face flushed. Heart pounded. Cold sweat broke out on my back. What was on the screen was not a banner or a certificate, but a photo of him hugging the shoulders of the owner of a local luxury KTV, smiling so hard that his teeth were showing. The next page shows him and several bath center owners toasting each other at the table. On the next page, there is a clear screenshot of the bank transfer, with "Thanks for your care, Wang" written in red next to it. On the next page, there are photos of piles of cash and high-end cigarettes, alcohol and gifts. The photo was taken in his family's basement storage room. Wang Fuguei's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, pointed at the curtain, and his voice changed as he roared hysterically at Chinro, "Chinro! What the hell did you put up? This is a false accusation. You're using these lousy composite photos to frame me. What are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?" He looked like a madman, his red eyes staring at Chinro intently. He suddenly waved his hand and roared at the dumbfounded police officers below the stage, "Come here. Arrest her. She's a spy. A black sheep who has infiltrated our police force." Chapter 129, Where there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. The police officers in the audience were completely dumbfounded, looking at each other, at a loss as to what to do. They looked at Wang Fuguei, who looked like a madman on the stage, and then at the shocking photos and transfer records on the projection screen. Finally, all eyes were focused on Chinro, who was standing alone next to the projector, her posture as straight as a gun. Catch her? What a joke! The evidence is right in front of us. If we still listen to the director, wouldn't that be an accomplice to the evil? When the inspectors and the disciplinary committee come to investigate, no one can escape. Li Yifan huddled beside Lu Xian, tugging at the corner of Lu Xian's clothes and lowering his voice, his tone distorted. "Xian, brother Xian, isn't this a bit too much? I'm a little scared." Lu Xian patted his shoulder calmly, signaling him to stay calm, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He was not worried about himself, but Chinro. This beautiful policewoman is so honest and clean. She is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and daring, but can also be easily broken by the old fox in this muddy water. Seeing that none of the police officers in the audience responded, Wang Fuguei's face, which had already turned the color of liver, became even more distorted with anger. A gleam of resentment flashed in his eyes, which were hollowed out by alcohol and lust. "Are you all fucking deaf? Can't you hear me?" he roared, spit flying everywhere. "Whoever catches that bitch Chinro right now, I'll make him a deputy section chief. No, I'll make him into the criminal police team. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward." However, this time, his promise did not bring about any action from anyone. Several old hands who usually hang out with him lowered their heads and pretended to study their shoelaces, for fear of being called out by him. Just kidding, the establishment of the criminal police team is great, but you have to be alive to enjoy it. If the things on this PPT are true, Wang Fuguei himself will have to go to jail and cry tears in prison. Who would dare to believe the blank check he wrote? Chinro took a step forward, staring coldly at the exasperated Wang Fuguei. Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear, echoing in the silent conference room. "Wang Fuguei, you've abused your power for personal gain and perverted the law, acting as a protective umbrella for evil forces. You're the real black sheep of our police force. The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to quibble about?" "I'm quibbling? I'm quibbling to your mother." Wang Fuguei went completely crazy. Looking at the faces around him that showed contempt, fear, or pity, he felt like a clown who had been stripped naked and nailed to the pillar of shame. All escape routes are blocked. A desperate rage suddenly surged up from the bottom of his heart. In a flash, he suddenly turned sideways and stretched out his right hand to his waist like lightning. There was a soft click sound. He pulled out a black Type 92 pistol from its holster. Originally, there was a knife wounding case in the jurisdiction today. Wang Fuguei personally led the team to the scene and wore a gun as required. Later, because of Lu Ming's incident, he rushed back in a hurry and forgot to hand over his gun to the warehouse immediately. At this moment, this gun that was supposed to punish evil has become his final madness. Ah! The conference room erupted in chaos. The timid female clerk screamed and ducked under the table. The male police officers' faces changed drastically, and they retreated, shouting, "Captain, calm down, and don't be impulsive." The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Shinro's eyebrows. Shinro's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the blood in her body seemed to freeze at this moment. Even though she had received rigorous psychological training, when the cold muzzle of a gun was pointed at her, cold sweat uncontrollably seeped out of her palms. If Wang Fuguei really goes crazy, I will die here today. You bitch. Wang Fuguei held up the gun, his arms trembling slightly with excitement and anger. He smiled ferociously, a smile uglier than crying. I know you just want to step on me to get to the top. Even if I, Wang Fuguei, die, I will never let your evil plan succeed. Today, I will rid the people of this evil. Clean up the mess. As he spoke, his fat index finger suddenly pressed down on the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound. But it wasn't a gunshot. Instead, it was an extremely swift whip kick, which brought with it a dull sound of breaking wind. Lu Xian, who was leaning back in his chair and watching the show leisurely in the last second, appeared beside Wang Fuguei in an instant as if a stretched-after image in the eyes of everyone. He didn't even stand up, but just sat on the chair and kicked out with one leg at an incredible angle, as fast as lightning. Accurate. Cruel. Crack. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking rang out in the conference room even before the gunshot. Wang Fuguei's right arm, which was holding the gun, was bent outward at a strange angle, and the white bone fragments even pierced through the police uniform and were exposed to the air. Ah! My hand! My hand! The screams of a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the police station. The Type 92 pistol slipped out of his hand powerlessly, drew a parabola in the air, and fell to the ground with a clang. Shinro reacted the moment Lu Xian made his move. She rushed forward and with a clean and neat move, she pinned the howling Wang Fuguei to the conference table. She handcuffed his hands behind his back, took out the handcuffs, and handcuffed him tightly with a click. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Wang Fuguei, who was pinned to the table, was sweating profusely from the pain, and he was still screaming obscenely, "Shinro, you vicious woman! Comrades! Catch her quickly! She's a spy! She wants to kill me!" Shinro pressed her knee against Wang Fuguei's back, leaned over, and said in his ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word, "Wang Fuguei, your good days are over." Chapter 130 Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Lu Yike. In the conference room, time seemed to stand still. The hysterical roar from the previous second was replaced by a crisp sound of bone cracking and a pig slaughtering howl. The police officers present all had their brains shut down as they watched helplessly as their chief, the usually domineering Wang Fuguei, was pinned to the table like a puddle of mud, his wrist twisted at a horrifying angle, tears streaming down his face in pain. "Xian, brother Xian." Li Yifan's voice was trembling. He held Lu Xian's arm tightly, and the look he gave Lu Xian was no longer one of admiration, but one as if he were looking at a god. "Brother! You're my real brother. Just now, that was so cool that I wanted to give you a kowtow. That's awesome. Can you teach me?" Lu Xian glanced at him sideways and said lazily, "Want to learn?" "I do. I dream about it." Li Yifan nodded his head like pounding garlic. "Oh," Lu Xian drawled out the tone, then grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Want to learn?" "I won't teach you, hee." Li Yifan's face instantly fell, and he looked as aggrieved as a 200-pound child. "Ah! Brother Xian, you are too rude. This is a skill I've been practicing since I was a child. I've been practicing it since I wore open crotch pants. How can I learn it without more than 10 years of foundation?" Lu Xian said nonsense seriously. 10 years? Li Yifan counted on his fingers and immediately became deflated. "Forget it, I don't think my body can handle it." Then, he chuckled again and hugged Lu Xian's arm tightly. "But it's okay, I can't learn it, but I have a big brother who can. From now on, I will hang out with you, brother Xian. If you point east, I will never go west. If you ask me to chase a dog, I will never catch a chicken." Lu Xian rolled his eyes at him in disdain. This guy was obviously a few years older than him, but he called him brother Xian more fluently than anyone else. Just then, Shinro came over. The frightening moment just now made her face still a little pale, but her beautiful eyes seemed to be lit with 2 flames, so bright that it was astonishing. She walked up to Lu Xian, moved her lips, and finally her thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. "Thanks." This thank you was not only for saving her life just now, but also for uncovering the abscess for him, allowing her to see that the justice she had been pursuing but confused about could actually be achieved in this way. Officer Qin, you're too polite. Lu Xian smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. As a caring citizen, I see criminals attempting to attack police officers, so it's my duty to help them. Shinro was almost amused by his look of "I'm just an ordinary citizen passing by," and the depressed mood in her chest was relieved a lot. At this moment, with a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside with great force. Several people wearing black suits, with solemn expressions and an aura of "keep away from strangers," strode in. The leader was a woman, about 27 or 28 years old, with a neat high ponytail, a cold face, and a pair of phoenix eyes as sharp as knives, as if they could see through people's hearts. She wore a pair of black leather gloves, which added a touch of coldness to her aura. Her eyes swept across the chaotic conference room and finally fixed on Wang Fuguei, who was being held down by Qin Ro. "We are from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection." The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. She walked closer and took out an ID from her pocket. She first flashed it in front of Qin Ro's eyes, and then handed it to Wang Fuguei's pale and greasy face. "My name is Lu Yike. We've received a real name report that Wang Fuguei, the director of the Yenyuan police station, is suspected of abuse of power, acting as a protector of criminal gangs, and committing corruption and abuse of power. Preliminary evidence has been verified. Now, you are being detained for investigation in accordance with the law." When Wang Fuguei heard the word disciplinary committee, all the fat on his body trembled violently, and the last trace of blood faded from his face. He struggled desperately, still making his last excuses. "It's unfair. I was wronged. It was her. It was that bitch Qin Ro who framed me. Those things were all forged by her." Lu Yike's expression didn't change at all. She just glanced at him indifferently, as if she was looking at a clown. "Whether it's a false accusation or not, the investigation team will give you a fair conclusion. Now, please cooperate with us." She turned to look at Qin Ro, her gaze lingering on her for 2 seconds. "You are Comrade Qin Ro, right? You are also the whistleblower this time. According to the procedure, you also need to come with us to assist in the investigation and verify the authenticity of the evidence." "No problem, I will fully cooperate," Qin Ro answered without any hesitation. "Take him away." Lu Yike waved his hand, and the 2 staff members behind him immediately stepped forward, lifted Wang Fuguei, who was still wailing and struggling, from the table, and dragged him out. Before leaving, Qin Ro looked back at Lu Xian deeply, her eyes complicated, filled with gratitude, admiration, and a hint of strange brilliance that she herself had not noticed. She said in an almost inaudible voice, "You made me realize that some things are worth persevering with everything." Lu Xian grinned at her and waved, as if he was saying goodbye to an old friend. It was not until the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission left that Li Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down in his chair, feeling as if he had just finished a marathon. "Brother Xian, is this over?" "No, this is just the beginning." Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, looking towards the door with a playful look. He thought to himself that this negative information about Wang Fuguei was just something he did for the sake of convenience, and it was purely because of the fat man's own actions that he got himself into trouble. However, that woman named Lu Yike is quite interesting. Their surname is also Lu, and they might have been from the same family 500 years ago. He took out his cell phone with interest, a sly smile on his face. "Do you want to also check out some negative information about her?" After leaving the police station, the two hailed a taxi and returned to school.